In a time long past, beyond the Taiyang Mountains, there existed neither the barren yellow sands nor the relentless coal mining. In those days, the forests flourished, the valleys remained tranquil and profound. Life thrived in splendid diversity, and the rivers and seas shimmered with clarity. The atmosphere was rich with spiritual vitality, and the world was vibrant with the essence of life. Heaven, earth, and humanity existed in harmonious unity. Amongst the celestial beings, various cultivators and ordinary folk coexisted without the barriers that would later divide the mortal from the immortal. Humans lived in close-knit communities, with clear bloodlines and stable clans, devoid of distinctions in language, culture, or complexion. Rulers were established based on merit and virtue, and authority was bestowed by divine decree. Nature's ecology was pristine, untouched by degradation. The waters, lands, and mountains remained in their primordial state, while deep forests and distant islands lay uninhabited, visited only occasionally by wild men, recluses, or cultivators, leaving most places devoid of human presence. Emperor Yao and Lady Lu were once a pair of devoted companions, bound by deep affection, sharing the same sect and master. However, due to Emperor Yao's birth into a royal family, where his elder brother was corrupt and tyrannical, chaos ensued throughout the realm, leaving the populace in despair. Unable to abandon the world to its abyss, Emperor Yao resolutely descended from a mountain at the behest of the nation's leaders to assume his position, dedicating himself to the affairs of the state with tireless diligence, unwavering in his resolve. Their master believed that Emperor Yao's attachment to worldly matters jeopardized Lady Lu's path to enlightenment, and thus he confined her within the 9-year treasure pagoda of their sect for cultivation, refusing to release her until she achieved the state of divine union. In response to Emperor Yao's growing might and the pressures of his role as the human sovereign, he, along with the sect leader and elders, relocated the mountain gates deeper into the mountains, effectively severing any chance for Emperor Yao to seek her out. Emperor Yao, with great sorrow, embraced Danzhu and bid farewell to his wife, vowing to nurture the seemingly mediocre Danzhu into the preeminent figure among mortals. Upon realizing that he had erred in his expectations of Danzhu, a profound anguish pierced his heart, leaving him in a somber state for an extended period. Yet, he resolved to convene with the various feudal lords, urging them to recommend capable individuals to assist Danzhu in governing the realm. The feudal lords proposed a number of virtuous individuals, whom Emperor Yao summoned to the capital, accommodating them in splendid palaces and treating them as national treasures. He allowed them to reside and interact closely with both himself and Danzhu, facilitating his observation for the purpose of selection and appointment. 3 years elapsed, during which Emperor Yao became intimately acquainted with the talents and virtues of these national figures. While each possessed their unique strengths and weaknesses, they were overall satisfactory and deemed capable of managing the various governmental affairs. At this juncture, it would seem appropriate to entrust Danzhu with the authority of the realm. However, the emperor's heart, filled with benevolence for the world and tender affection for his son, remained reluctant to relinquish power. Could it be an attachment to the imperial throne? His advisors and officials might harbor such suspicions, yet he was fully aware that this was not the case. The 3 years spent in close proximity had unveiled Danzhu's unrestrained and brash nature. Alongside the lofty principles of righteousness and filial piety exhibited by the national figures, instilling in him a persistent anxiety about fully entrusting Danzhu and placing complete faith in these capable individuals. Might there be even more exceptional talents and wise sages hidden within the mountains and fields? For the sake of this world and the realm of humanity, and in devotion to the legacy inherited from his ancestors, he has exerted himself to the utmost, sacrificing countless things. Now that the heavens are harmonious, the earth is bountiful, and the hearts of the people lean towards goodness, how could he dare to engage in reckless experimentation? Since the time of his remote ancestor, the Baoshi clan, who wielded authority over the world, the structure of governance has remained tenuous, akin to constructing a city upon a mound of sand. With the slightest misstep, the sands would scatter, the city would crumble, and the losses would be incalculable. How could one afford to take such risks? He could only find a truly virtuous and capable individual during his lifetime, someone willing to bear the weight of the world without perceiving it as a burden, to assist Danzhu without considering it an act of tyranny, and to treat his subsequent wife and her children kindly, without viewing them as a threat. Only then could he confidently embrace the inevitability of aging and death. This thought took root in his heart, and over the ensuing 20 years, in his quest for wisdom and virtue, his footsteps traversed mountains, rivers, and seas. This year, Emperor Yao finally learned of Su Yao's profound moral integrity. He was indeed a true sage. Thus, he journeyed from Gaia, Fenshui, Peizhe, and Yingshui, pursuing and investigating, and even if Su Yao were reluctant to assist Danzhu, he would rather relinquish the throne to Su Yao than fail to entrust the world to him. Su Yao, a descendant of the 14th generation of the divine farmer, was born with a disposition of simplicity and leisure. He cherished the essence of nature and practiced the virtues of humility and modesty. He held little regard for the benevolence and righteousness, as well as the ceremonial propriety fervently advocated by Emperor Yao. While he neither opposed these ideals nor openly criticized them, he often lamented that living in the era of Emperor Yao meant that ordinary people would drift further away from the Great Way, and that the path of worldly existence would become increasingly fraught with difficulties and complexities. However, constrained by the dichotomy between the sacred and the mundane, he could only observe from a distance. At this juncture, he witnessed Emperor Yao's relentless pursuit, traversing vast distances to entrust him with the affairs of the realm. Despite Su Yao's repeated and polite refusals, the emperor remained steadfast in his determination, leaving Su Yao in a state of bemusement. Gifted with an innate spiritual constitution and distinct from the common folk, and having long engaged in the path of cultivation, he had already garnered the endorsement of the divine beings who foresaw his promising future in the Great Way. Thus, he was loath to sully his pure essence by immersing himself in the murky affairs of the mortal world. At that moment, amidst the mingling of the sacred and the mundane, the authority of earthly emperors was not to be trifled with. Regardless of whether one was a mortal or a cultivator, as long as one had not attained enlightenment and ascended, one remained a subject of the earthly sovereign. Consequently, upon encountering a messenger or hearing a decree, one was obliged to comply with the summons. Following this incident, Su Yao developed a fear of Emperor Yao and henceforth refrained from presenting himself before the worldly populace, retreating instead into the mountains to devote himself to his cultivation. This event also served as a wake-up call for the cultivators, prompting them to avoid the distractions of the mundane world and strengthen their resolve towards the path. Several prominent cultivators united their efforts to establish grand barriers such as mists, illusions, and folding techniques, thereby completely separating the realms of cultivation and the mundane, ensuring that the sacred and the worldly would no longer interfere with one another. Chapter 2. The Azure Lotus Seed. On that day, Su Yao, accompanied by his chess companions and mischievous friends, donned his robes and frolicked in the boundless realm of Tao, where time and space intertwine and blessings abound. As their spirits soared, they arrived at the clear water river of Mount Go, where at a bend in the river, they beheld a pool of chaotic azure lotuses. Among them, the largest blossom, having undergone an unknown passage of time, had attained the 9th grade of cultivation, embodying the essence of Tao and enacting cycles of creation and destruction. Observing the imminent birth of 9 ethereal microcosms, which awaited the convergence of fate and the capture of reality beyond the myriad realms, Su Yao was struck by a profound realization regarding his own path of cultivation. He contemplated the darkness and decline of his homeland, the arduous journey of mortal cultivators, and was momentarily lost in thought. Forgetting all else, including his companions, after a considerable time, Su Yao bowed deeply towards the eternal depths of the universe, silently praying, "May the essence of my perfected Tao, imbued with divine virtues, refine the ninefold spatial connections of Tao, and bestow them upon the destined disciples below. When I have gathered the 3 virtues and 9 achievements, I shall return with my disciples to cleanse the dust of my homeland and reignite the supreme mechanisms of cultivation for the mortals." Upon concluding his silent prayers, he infused his own transcendent energy into the heart of the azure lotus, hastening its maturation into a seed pod. He then plucked the pod, extracting 9 purple lotus seeds. Dispersing the nascent energies of the miniature worlds contained within each seed. Utilizing the divine essence from the seed cores, he guided and refined each seed, ultimately crafting 9 Taoist embryonic lotuses. Moreover, at the fringes of the primordial, chaotic, and mystical realms, he captured 3 fragments of divine, celestial, and spiritual spaces, meticulously refining them into the 9 seeds according to their respective hierarchies. That he further engraved and sculpted these seeds, transforming them into 3 divine level, 3 celestial level, and 3 spiritual level paradises, inscribing them with the names Danhizi, Zinhizi, Shenhizi, Guangchengzi, Yuanchengzi, Zuanchengzi, Shinyuzi, Diuanzi, and Daoyuanzi. Upon completing his work, Su Yao arose and approached a precipice that connected to the lower realms. Standing upon the clouds, he cast the 9 seeds down into the vastness below. Concluding this monumental endeavor that had spanned a century, he mused that the cultivators of the lower world would each seize their own opportunities. Whoever obtained a seed would be destined to become his disciple. While the level of the seeds mattered not to him, with a satisfied clap of his hands, he brushed away the non-existent dust from his divine attire, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his altruistic act of spreading the Tao and benefiting others. Yet, as he observed the trajectory of the falling seed pod, a sudden pang of loss gripped him, as if something of great importance had slipped away. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the pod was gently descending towards his homeland. The Pangda universe, within the Milky Way solar system, on the blue planet. Specifically, the eastern part of Asia, known in the realm of cultivation as Xianzhou, the realm of mundane existence. Now, that planet had undergone myriad changes and transformations. Having long since fallen from the spiritual realm into the realm of pure mortals, the civilization of human culture had supplanted the cultivation civilization, and in the past 3 centuries, mechanical civilization had further replaced the former. The cultivation culture there had completely perished. It was no longer the homeland he once cherished in his memories, though the populace is abundant and the atmosphere is thick with the mundane. The ethereal essence of clarity and warmth has diminished increasingly, overshadowed by a grim and somber apocalyptic visage, seemingly trending towards further descent. Remarkably, within the lotus chamber of the 9th grade chaotic blue lotus, the 10th seed has unexpectedly emerged. What manner of phenomenon is this? What form of mutation could it be? Since embarking on the path of enlightenment, Su Yao has not revisited his past for several millennia. Those who cultivate the Tao are often detached. Few linger upon or regret the footprints of bygone days. Yet, in this moment, he must once again enter profound meditation to delve into his history. It turns out that the core of this blue lotus seed encapsulates a fragment of a mortal soul, one that belonged to him during a time when he evaded the relentless pursuit of Emperor Yao. Taking refuge in the home of a relative in Jishan, where he masqueraded as a humble farmer, coincidentally, a girl named Feng Susu was born into his relative's household at that time. Due to the instability of her nascent soul, one of her spirits unwittingly detached from her essence, drawn towards Su Yao's potent and pure primordial spirit, only to be repelled and tethered to the outer walls of his purple mansion. In his disarray, Su Yao feared being captured by Emperor Yao and condemned to a life of feudal labor, thus sinking into despair. In his vigilance against the emperor and his emissaries, he failed to notice this fragment of a soul gravitating towards his own. Upon tracing the source further, Su Yao was overwhelmed with a bittersweet revelation. Feng Susu was, in fact, the reincarnation of his daughter from a previous life, his sole beloved child during the reign of the Gutian clan. Cherished and doted upon in her tender years, she was the daughter he held close to his heart, whose life was intertwined with his own. His passing had been precipitated by the need to protect his people from ferocious beasts, leaving him with an indelible sense of guilt and longing for his daughter. The weight of this guilt stemmed from the era of the Gutian dynasty, when nature flourished while the populace was sparse, and the principles of heaven were pure, devoid of gender hierarchy. The offspring of emperors, apart from the firstborn who inherited the throne, were typically assigned to govern regions, mastering ancestral arts to safeguard the common folk. Those who were underage at the emperor's demise were tacitly considered adults. The imperial crown brought not veneration and indulgence, but rather a mantle of responsibility and sacrifice. When he passed away, Su was merely 5 or 6 years old. During that time, his primordial spirit remained, vigilantly protecting her for over a millennium, until she matured and found a companion, at which point he departed to the underworld, relinquishing his earthly ties to be reincarnated anew. Although Su thrived under the care of his protection, her mother, and several brothers, she was nevertheless burdened by the early responsibilities of governance, which compelled her to exhaust herself in cultivation, ultimately compromising her foundations and enduring a life fraught with hardship. The convergence of two distinct souls amidst the vastness of existence is indeed an extraordinary coincidence. Yet, beneath the surface of every such serendipity lies profound causality. Su's inability to forget her reverence for her father during the Gutian era compelled her to split a fragment of her soul to accompany Su Yao for over 20,000 years. Conversely, Su Yao's regret for having failed to nurture his children led him to become a relative of Su in the era of Emperor Yao, ultimately seeking refuge in her household during his flight. Following the reign of Emperor Yao, human lifespans have become even more fleeting. For over 20 millennia, Su has been wandering through countless lives and reincarnations, having lost a fragment of her original spirit. Remarkably, this thread of life essence did not dissipate due to the repulsion of his primordial spirit, nor did it wear away in the endless passage of time. Instead, it thrived under the nourishment of his cultivation. Growing increasingly robust and distinct a century ago, it was even drawn by the chaotic energy of the azure lotus, merging with the divine profound force he emitted, resulting in the spontaneous emergence of the 10th seed within the lotus pod, a most astonishing and fortunate occurrence. Throughout these 2 millennia, he has endured trials, tribulations, and ascensions while carrying this foreign life essence, and despite facing numerous life and death situations, he remained undisturbed, avoiding the heart demons that could have derailed his path to immortality. An extraordinary stroke of luck indeed. This fortune stemmed from the innate, profound bond and trust existing between him and Su's life essence, in the unseen realms. How few can discern who their past friends and foes are? Who has become another's eternal concern? Shaking his head, Su Yao suppressed the bitterness and gravity within his heart, channeling all his focus and purple primordial energy to refine the lotus pod into a small courtyard, meticulously crafted with exquisite buildings and a harmonious layout, perfectly preserving the spiritual contract and transformative essence of the lotus pod. He then ventured beyond the realms of the divine, celestial, and spiritual worlds, gathering 3 pieces of the most vibrant energy from each, layering them into 9 tiers, and intricately refining them into the azure lotus seed alongside the courtyard. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yao engraved the words lotus abode upon the courtyard gate, and, akin to the 9 purple lotus seeds, inscribed the characters for azure lotus seed upon the seed shell as companions to the other 9, Dan Heezy, Xian Heezy, Shin Heezy, Guang Qingzi, Yuan Qingzi, Xian Qingzi, Shin Yuanzi, Dunzi, and Dao Yuanzi. Should Su, who possesses the azure lotus seed, encounter the masters of the other 9 seeds, they would be like ready-made siblings. Given Su Yao's immense virtuous energy, it would be impossible for him to remain in the same realm as Su without forcefully suppressing his cultivation level. Yet, for cultivators, the essence of existence lies in non-action. Su Yao would never disturb the natural order to hinder Su's growth. Fortunately, aside from the azure lotus seed, the other 9 seeds have specific conditions. Only cultivators of certain caliber and quality may access the Tao lotus seed space. Thus, the 9 disciples, yet to meet, will inevitably be guided to recognize each other under the same sky, sharing the same spatial energy and Tao resonance. Once recognized, those disciples could care for his daughter, who possesses no cultivation. The azure lotus seed, devoid of moral and cultivation prerequisites, was bestowed due to his knowledge that Su, in her past life as the daughter of the Gutian clan, was prematurely conferred the title of a marquis to protect her people. Beginning her cultivation at the tender age of 5 or 6, this early establishment of her Tao foundation led to a loss of her roots. Among his 7 children in that life, only Su could not transcend the mortal realm that in her next life. As Feng Su, she lost the essence of a spirit that she was meant to guide due to her own infatuation. Thus, For over 20,000 years, she has been adrift in the earthly realm of the Pangu world. Now, 40 more years have passed. Although time is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation, Su Yao could not help but lament the swift passage of time. Akin to a fleeting shadow, Su Yao, acutely aware of the rarity of the green lotus seeds and the perils of the mortal realm, recognized that the nine-layered spatial structure of the lotus seed, held by Su promised a brighter future than the 9 purple lotus seeds. Inevitably, he felt the weight of possessing such a treasured to ensure safety. He immersed himself within the lotus seed, establishing 9 layers of restrictions based on the levels of the 9-layered space and realms of cultivation. As Su attained the corresponding level of cultivation, the central control within the lotus core would automatically release the restrictions of that particular layer, since this lotus seed was born from the essence of Su's spirit entering the lotus pod. The divine breath within the seed naturally resonated with the spiritual breath of Su, forming an inseparable unity, making it inherently hers. Chapter 3. Yun Su in a dilapidated courtyard on the outskirts of Puyang City. Old Lady Yun rummaged through a garbage bin while hurling her daily curses towards the west room. For her, this ritual of scolding was a form of exercise, both invigorating the mind and adding zest to her daily existence. You wretched child, despised by everyone, I have no vitality left, yet it's all due to your vexations. Are you cursing me to death? Very well. If I die, I shan't leave this house to you. I'll bequeath it to your 2 brothers instead. Let them witness your disgrace. How dare you act so brazenly? Oh, are you finally coming to terms with things? Planning to reconcile with my father, mother, and brothers? Your better days are still ahead, so don't you dare die. Just wait until the day you pass, and don't leave the house to me. I'll burn you, and then remarry in a heartbeat. There are plenty of fools who crave my family's big treasure and little treasure. Why should I wait for my brothers to revel in my misfortunes? Su Yao paused mid-thought, furrowing his brow as he listened intently. Observing Yun Su, he noted that while she possessed 3 souls and 5 spirits, she lacked 1 spirit, and the essence of her soul resonated with that fragment of life within the soul-nurturing jade. Yet, despite her seemingly obedient demeanor, her words were jarringly discordant, and her grandmother, over 80 years of age, trembling with age, still displayed no trace of kindness. Her scathing remarks directed at her own granddaughter were as sharp as ever. It was as if the murky atmosphere of this world had tainted his Su with an abundance of undesirable traits, making it impossible for him to find the charming, delicate, and endearing essence of the young Gutian Su from his distant past. Even the familiar and affectionate feelings he once experienced with the girl from the Yao clan had evaporated. Su Yao lamented how much he once disdained the moral teachings and benevolent governance of Emperor Yao. Yet now he found himself yearning for the gentle, virtuous societal norms and familial warmth that such teachings fostered. He recalled the charming, innocent girl from the Ji Mountain relatives, then unaware that she was his daughter from a previous life. He felt an inexplicable fondness for her, wishing to find a partner and bring forth a child resembling her. In those days, the environment was still pristine, imbued with spiritual and solar energy, making cultivation easier for practitioners and granting mortals long lifespans, often reaching 300 years. For the sake of that girl, he lingered in Ji Mountain for several extra decades, witnessing her grow up, marry, and bear children before he finally departed. Now, his homeland and his daughter had transformed into such a state. Ultimately, the chasm of time separating father and daughter had become insurmountably vast. Su Yao let out a sigh, pressed upon the clouds, and waved his hand to still the flow of time in the small courtyard. He entered the west chamber and gazed for a moment at Yun Su, who was curled up tightly. After a while, he took out the restless soul-nourishing jade from his sleeve and carefully extracted a wisp of her soul. Pressing it into Yun Su's head, with another wave of his hand, he lifted the restrictions of the small courtyard, concealing himself within the clouds to observe the changes in Yun Su, vigilant against any mishaps during her soul's return to her body. Su Yao couldn't help but chuckle. This child, upon the reintegration of her soul, merely exhaled deeply and fell into a profound slumber, devoid of doubts, questions, or anxieties. One might think that a sleepless night would indicate a heart full of concern. Yet one wonders whether her heart is overly expansive or her spiritual fortitude excessively robust. Nevertheless, she was indeed well suited to become a cultivator, gathering true energy to refine and hone her spiritual roots in pursuit of enlightenment and immortality. Yun Su slept soundly until dusk, and when the alarm rang, she sprang from her bed and rushed into the kitchen, washing rice and vegetables to prepare dinner. She also rinsed red dates, yam, and lotus seeds, tossing them all into the porridge pot to simmer in a flurry. She hopped onto her electric bike to pick up her children from their after-school program, trailed by the irate mutterings of Grandma Yun. "You reckless child. Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Riding so fast. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but what kind of marriage are you in? You didn't manage to get the house. And that scoundrel Su Guangjing took your car too. How have you not driven yourself to despair, riding that little electric steed of yours while I struggle to provide for my grandchildren?" Yin Susu felt that this evening was particularly splendid. From the dust-laden streets to the unremarkable gray buildings lining the sides, there was an omnipresent sense of fulfillment and joy. The hidden affection of her grandmother for the three of them became increasingly difficult to conceal. Her 9-year-old son Su Yunqing and 6-year-old daughter Su Yuqing, with their round faces and mischievous little figures, appeared exceptionally endearing. Once again, like in her childhood, Yin Susu tilted her head to gaze at the clouds in the sky, smiling and lost in thought. However, unlike her younger self, she did not forget her children flanking her. After just 5 seconds of dazed smiling, she lowered her head and mounted her electric bike. This was a kind of translucent, pure joy, as if the entire world had drawn nearer to her, capable of harmonious communication and mutual exchange. Her senses felt unusually acute. In her childhood, she often gazed upward at the sky, becoming so absorbed that she would forget the games in progress. Her playmates sometimes thought her a bit foolish, calling her dizzy melon or cloud simpleton that time. She feared they would exclude her from their games, pretending not to care and laughing along to blend in. It is said that above the clouds lies a realm invisible to the eye and unreachable by imagination, a celestial homeland, the ultimate refuge for all living beings. In truth, she was indifferent to what lay beyond the clouds. It was simply that she felt as if she simultaneously existed in both the mortal realm and that ethereal domain. She was always awake to the gray reality before her and dreamt of the wondrous and magical beyond the layers of clouds. Her dreams felt special, filled with white deer, spiritual cranes, delicate clouds, purple mists, clear lights, and an array of extraordinary beauty and mysteries that her words and perceptions could not adequately convey. The scenes and insights from her dreams were exceptionally unique, sometimes fleeting and elusive, while at other times they resonated profoundly within her soul. Was this communion with the divine, a paradise, a pure land, an immortal realm, a sacred domain? Is it cultivation, enlightenment, sorrow, or joy? She was unaware, her spiritual perception unable to grasp or reach such depths. Much like the verse by Baiji, flowers are not flowers, mist is not mist, arriving at midnight, departing at dawn, coming like a fleeting dream of spring, leaving like morning clouds, elusive and untraceable. Yet, from this day forth, she was no longer the same. It seemed as though she had attained completeness, no longer fearing the betrayal of loved ones, evading the solitude of her heart, or worrying that the stark contrast between reality and dreams would sever the strings of her heart and fracture her spirit, rendering her as oblivious as her patients, lost in their senses, their minds adrift. From today onward, she would confront Su Guangjing's shamelessness and the heartlessness of her biological parents and elder brothers, embracing all the fortune and misfortune that life had to offer. She would no longer feign a heartless demeanor to mask her sorrow, nor would she bravely confront the trials she was unwilling to accept, nor would she engage in feigned ferocity to argue with her grandmother, haggle with vendors over trifles, or engage in a bittersweet rivalry with her sisters-in-law. Once again, she turned her gaze towards the sky, adorned with rolling clouds. Was there a deity observing the world, perhaps even watching over her? It seemed that a benevolent concern had enveloped her since morning, warming her spirit as if immersed in hot water, filling her with a sense of fulfillment and joy. A bittersweet urge to weep welled up within her. Yet she merely smiled. Chapter 4. Lotus abode amidst a flurry of chaotic clothing changes and hand-washing. The family of 4 finally settled down to dine. Su Yao was astonished to discover that old lady Yun had pushed the beef towards the children, the vegetables and eggs towards Yin Susu, all the while smiling as she watched the trio eat, while she herself contented herself with a bowl of porridge. Yin Susu, with a hint of annoyance, picked up a piece of egg for her and remarked, "You can't eat vegetables, but you must have some eggs. Otherwise, how will you nourish yourself? Who needs your advice? Just eat your own." The old lady, appearing even more displeased, nevertheless consumed the eggs mixed with her porridge. Su Yao shook his head, Perplexed by the nature of the relationship between the grandmother and granddaughter at that moment, his hidden presence began to waver. He had been observing for several hours and found Susu to be splendid, her children delightful. Though the grandmother appeared fierce, her heart was not unkind, which put him at ease. This realm could not sustain his vast spiritual energy for long. It was time for him to depart. Casually performing an illusion, he cast the azure lotus seed, marked with Susu's soul's essence, into her bowl of porridge. The sky brightened, and the heavy clouds lifted momentarily. Yin Susu paused, momentarily lost in thought. Staring blankly at the sky outside, it seemed as though the gaze that had been upon her from the heavens had suddenly vanished. Subsequently, she smiled to herself, resumed her use of chopsticks, serving the old lady a couple of pieces of egg, and offering her two rambunctious children some vegetables. By the end of the meal, she had garnered several disdainful glances and a handful of reproachful comments. Finally, as she lifted her bowl of porridge to drink, she felt something hard against her teeth. When she spat out the offending object onto the table, she found it to be a vibrant green. The desiccated lotus seed lay on the table, gently swaying as it emitted a warm and inviting aura. She picked it up, cradling it in her palm to observe. Indeed, it was a shriveled lotus seed, encased in a shell that radiated a mysterious, lustrous green sheen reminiscent of pearls. Yet, neither her grandmother nor her children discerned the seed's extraordinary nature. She was acutely aware that the lotus seeds she washed for her porridge were always white, their shells stripped away by machinery. She had never purchased such shelled lotus seeds. Old Lady Yun would never indulge in such an extravagant yet unsatisfying delicacy. Moreover, this world had never witnessed such a pearl-like green luminescence. She glanced up at the sky, where the deep blue night was adorned with wispy clouds tinged with pale moonlight, drifting southwest in strands blown by the wind. That very sky, which had once cast a watchful gaze upon her, an ordinary, unsuccessful woman and a modest psychiatrist, now lay shrouded in profound darkness. He had departed, leaving her this blue lotus seed. Late into the night, she clutched the seed, tossing and turning, unable to fathom the intention of the presence that had bestowed it upon her. Yet she sensed it was benevolent. Just as she began to drift into slumber, a sudden thought struck her. This old house harbored mice and woodworms. Hastily, she rose again, rummaging through the string of beads that Yun Qing had played with. Selecting a brown thread to weave into a small pouch, she retrieved the lotus seed from the drawer, carefully encasing it within the pouch and threading it around her neck, letting it rest against her chest, pressing it gently several times before finally allowing herself to sleep. The courtyard was expansive, roughly 20 meters square, its layout immediately apparent upon entry, revealing an air of spaciousness and order within the courtyard. Several fruit trees flourished, bearing large, ripe, and succulent fruits. Yin Susu recognized 2 peach trees, a jujube tree, and 2 apple trees. Near the eastern wing, there appeared to be 2 sycamore trees, though she could not identify the others. Along the corridor's railing, an array of unfamiliar flowers and grasses thrived, interspersed with a nearly circular spring pool, approximately 3 meters in diameter. The water was crystal clear, revealing a solid slab of translucent jade at the bottom. The spring source remained elusive, as water bubbled forth from the surface, exuding wisps of white vapor, yet the springs was nowhere to be found. The water overflowed from the pool, forming a meandering stream that wound its way out of the courtyard. Yin Susu, convinced she was dreaming, ambled out of the courtyard without a care. Upon stepping outside, she intended to gaze upon the scenery beyond the gate, only to discover a thick mist enveloping the area just a few meters away. As she approached the mist, it seemed as if the world had vanished within it. She reached out her hand, and the white fog both dissipated and coalesced, resembling a substance denser than cotton. With a slight elasticity, she was taken aback, pondering the strangeness of this dream. Turning back, she noticed the gate's archway inscribed with 2 grand characters, Lian Shi. Staring blankly at those imposing, resonant characters, a sudden clarity washed over her. Lian Shi? Related to that lotus seed. Could this truly not be a dream? Pinching herself, she felt pain. Was this perhaps a personal space? She composed herself and, as described in the novel, focused intently on the bedroom shared by the 3 of them. In an instant, she found herself indeed appearing on the bed in that very room. Opposite her narrow bed, which measured but a meter in width, stood a children's bunk bed where Yu Qing and Yunqing were peacefully slumbering, gently snoring. Having always been a dreamer, living in a realm apart from the mundane world, she was neither startled nor skeptical by this extraordinary occurrence. The surge of joy filled her heart as she meticulously examined the furnishings and items within the abode. With a graceful push, she opened the door to the main room on the first floor, gazing at the immaculate hall, the long, slender table of rosewood, the rectangular tea table, and the four back chairs were all of a simple and robust design. The eastern side room served as the bedroom, furnished with a delicately carved bed. Positioned before it was a small round table accompanied by two ornate round stools. Beneath the southern window lay an elongated guqin platform, upon which rested a guqin and a stack of musical scores. The eastern corner was filled with a wardrobe, and upon opening its lid and doors, she discovered them brimming with classical garments and adornments. Each piece understated yet elegant, in soft hues that hinted at a subtle brilliance, appearing far from ordinary. The western side room seemed to be a study. Beneath the southern window stood a long writing desk, with several stacks of bound books leaning against the wall. At the center lay an open book, and in front of the desk was a comfortable swivel chair, similar to the eastern side room. The walls on either side were adorned with two doors leading south, one to the main hall and the other to the western corner, effectively dividing the space into two areas, the southern section designated for the desk, while the northern area was presumably for the bookcases. The walls in that part were lined from floor to ceiling with bookcases, modernized with glass doors. However, even though the room was spacious, the extensive bookcases gave it an air of emptiness. The wooden floor, crafted from an unknown timber with a hint of gold, was merely covered by a thick, deep green mat that exuded a faint aura of tranquility. Could it be that this was not merely a study but a meditation chamber? Yin Susu approached the desk, gently and slowly, as if fearing to disturb something, and closed the open book. Upon glancing at the title, Qinglian Suyi, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged from her heart to her eyes, prompting her to hastily place the book down and move closer to the bookcase. Through the glass doors, she beheld a collection of texts on cultivation, techniques, spells, and philosophical works, all meticulously arranged. After exiting the western corner, her gaze returned to the desk in the side room, where the book Qinglian Suyi lay patiently awaiting her. Yet, she chose to first approach the bookcase, selecting texts such as the Taoist classics Tao Te Ching, Nanhua Jing, Wuzi Luan Dao, Xian Shu, Yuan Yu, along with cultivation books like Dongxian Jing, Jiu Lian Ling Yuan Jing, Tuoyu Guju, Jiu Zhenzheng Yao, Tai Su Wanda, and spell books such as Wuxing Shu, Ziyang Ju, Dan Fu Jing Yao, Jiu Zhuan Jin Qi Ju, Feng Lei, and Qing Feng Bu Fa, as well as knowledge texts like Wan Mu Tu Ji, Wan Shou Tu Pu, Wu Xing Ling Wu Chuan, Lu Yi Chu Tan, Zhen Rin Chuan, Zhen Hua Bang, and Zhen Qi Lu, totaling 23 volumes, which she carried to the desk. After contemplating for a moment, she ascended the stairs. The second and third floors were arranged similarly to the first. Though the colors of the soft furnishings varied, the wardrobes held no clothing, and the study and meditation room lacked bamboo scrolls or jade tablets in a grand repository, measuring 3 stories high and comprising 6 chambers at each end. The interior is brimming with shelves meticulously organized to house an immeasurable array of storage items such as the storage mustard seed, the cosmic bag, the void bottle, and the treasure pouch. These containers are filled with spiritual stones, celestial jade, divine crystals, spiritual materials, celestial materials, divine materials, spiritual herbs, celestial herbs, divine herbs, and various grades of alchemical symbols, weapons, and formations for cultivating immortality. Flanking the courtyard are 2 side wings. To the east lies the guest quarters, while the western 3 rooms, situated near the geothermic fire pool, have been arranged as a kitchen, dining hall, and pantry. Chapter 5. The Purity of Qinglian Sisu. Upon opening this tome, you may have surmised that beyond the clouds enveloping Earth lies a realm more exalted than the heavens and more profound than the starry abyss. At the very heart of this world exists the ultimate refuge for all spirits and beings, a homeland where we, in our quest for understanding, traverse the realms of both the azure skies and the yellow springs. I am a practitioner of the Tao, hailing from Earth, now residing at the deepest recesses of the heavens. My name is Su Yao. In a former life, I was your father from countless previous incarnations. Indeed, I am the one spoken of in legends, the sage who cleansed his ears in the waters of the Ying River, long ago, when I reigned as an emperor during the age of the Gutian clan. Your primordial spirit chose me and your mother to be the progenitors of our youngest and only daughter. We cherished you deeply, and you were adored by your 6 elder brothers, making you the happiest of children. However, at the tender age of 500, equivalent to a mere 5 years in your current understanding, I met an untimely demise while battling malevolent beasts in the black cloud abyss, striving to protect my people. Following your eldest brother's ascension to the throne, it was decreed that you and your other siblings would be dispatched to various provinces as your brothers had all reached adulthood. Your mother was obliged to remain in the capital to assist your elder brother, rendering my premature departure a profound misfortune for you alone. You, still a fragile child, were assigned to the central province of the Gutian ancestral lands, enduring a life fraught with trials and tribulations. My spirit lingered in our homeland for over 1,000 years, witnessing your youthful governance, territorial defense, pioneering endeavors, and protection of the populace, all the while suffering countless hardships. That overwhelming guilt led to our souls, yours and mine, reuniting over 20,000 years ago during the era of Emperor Yao. At that time, as a newborn infant with an unstable spirit, your soul was drawn away by my primordial essence, causing the guiding spirit within your 3 souls and 6 spirits to detach from your physical form and attach itself beyond my purple mansion. For over 20,000 years hence, you have been unable to embark upon the path of cultivation due to the loss of your essential guiding spirit, compounded by the deteriorating conditions on Earth where spiritual energy has grown increasingly scarce. The sorrow I felt upon tracing the roots of these events is beyond your comprehension. Fortunately, the heavens have favored us. Our souls remain unscathed, though your guiding spirit has traversed the 3 realms alongside me. It has not dispersed or diminished. Likewise, my primordial essence, though affected by external souls, has grown stronger with my cultivation and has remained intact. Not long ago, your guiding spirit encountered an extraordinary stroke of fortune. While the chaotic Qinglian was in the throes of transformation amidst creation and destruction, it serendipitously became a vessel for your essence, resulting in the 9th grade Qinglian giving birth to a 10th blue lotus seed. This seed, born of you, naturally bears the strongest imprint of your divine consciousness, ensuring its inherent connection to your primordial spirit, surpassing even the bond between your physical form and your essence. Should you fail to attain enlightenment in this lifetime, the lotus seed will accompany your primordial spirit into the next, and thus, through countless reincarnations, this presents an extraordinary opportunity for you. The azure lotus, being a primordial seed of chaos, bears lotus seeds imbued with the essence of fate and the potential of myriad truths, capable of giving rise to an entire world given the appropriate time. We both comprehend the principle of fortune and misfortune being intertwined. While the lotus seed space may be an unparalleled boon for you, it may also deprive you of numerous opportunities for tempering and refinement. Material wealth, after all, cannot substitute for spiritual cultivation and the understanding of the Tao, nor can it replace the foundational practices required for ascension or the demands of moral radiance and the Tao's realm upon returning to the spirit. These essential aspects of cultivation for a practitioner are independent of material concerns, and you must recognize the hindrances therein. Should you prioritize mere cultivation, not only will you achieve nothing, but you may also risk straying into perilous paths and descending into realms of transgression. Thus, I urge you to maintain a heart of reverence and caution, treading the path as if walking on thin ice. The preface of the essence of the azure lotus is a letter of this nature, followed by the main text. The first half of the main body is dedicated to introducing the genesis, characteristics, functions, and the contents of the azure lotus space specifically for Yun Susu. The latter half analyzes her innate root qualifications, offering guidance and recommendations, while also detailing the foundational knowledge of the cultivation world and interpreting numerous techniques, spells, and Taoist scriptures suitable for her practice. The nurturing heart is evident in the words. Upon completing this book, Yun Susu discovers that the azure hue symbolizes growth, the lotus represents the beauty of the Tao, and the essence of purity signifies its intrinsic meaning. There exists a spiritual spring in the courtyard's pond, with its bed being the heart of an entire spiritual vein, the spiritual energy therein being 100-fold more potent than top-grade spirit stones. The flora surrounding the pond comprises spiritual herbs and trees, while the 2 phoenix trees before the eastern wing are indeed seeds of immortality, providing refuge for phoenixes. The softly glowing stones in the storeroom are spirit stones, the ancient rings on the shelves are storage mustard seeds, and the jade bottles serve as void collecting vessels. The large sacks and small pouches are the Qianquan bags and the treasure pouches respectively. The 2 corner rooms in the southeast and southwest, which cannot be opened, are the array room and the earth fire room for alchemy and artifact forging, which she can access using spiritual power once she enters the Tao. There is a ground fire switch beneath the stove in the southern room of the western wing, allowing her to cook without burning firewood or hauling in a gas canister. The large and small fabric bags, along with the treasure pouches and chincoan bags on the northern room's shelf, possess substantial capacities filled not with rice or flour, but with spiritual grains, spiritual fruits, spiritual vegetables, and the flesh of spiritual beasts. Currently, she lacks the spiritual power to open the chincoan bag, but can access the treasure pouch, which contains low-level spiritual food consumable by mortals. The shelf accommodating the treasure pouch is equipped with a preservation array, ensuring that the food within remains unspoiled for 100 years. This world resembles a spinning top, broad in the middle and tapering at both ends, encompassing 9 realms of heaven and earth. The upper 3 realms comprise the Guishu Dao realm, the Ziyuan divine realm, and the Hunyuan immortal realm. The middle 3 realms consist of the Xianyuan spiritual realm, the red dust universe, and the desolate cold great realm. The lower 3 realms are the malevolent demon domain, the evil black domain, and the abyss of eternal sin. The divine realm is a grand domain, surrounded by 1,000 minor worlds and countless fragmented spaces. Above the divine realm lies the Tao realm, where time and space are boundless, and blessings are infinite, encompassing all that is beautiful. Below the divine realm connects to 3,000 immortal realms, each of which is accompanied by 1,000 minor worlds and countless fragmented spaces. Beneath each immortal realm connects to 3,000 spiritual realms, with each spiritual realm similarly accompanied by 1,000 minor worlds and numerous fragmented spaces. And beneath each spiritual realm connects to 3,000 red dust universes, each red dust universe encompassing 3,000 human realms, 90,000 caverns of heaven, and immeasurable fragmented spaces in every shadow of the red universe. The dominion of the human realm, known as the Cave of Heaven, engenders an immeasurable multitude of greed and avarice, coalescing into a vast, desolate domain, which mortals refer to as the underworld. Within this realm, the beings are termed Een spirits, and only upon the cessation of their Een can they attain rebirth. In every shadow of the spirit realm, the overseers of spirits, encompassing both the mortal and desolate realms, and the fierce and violent entities converge to form a malevolent domain, recognized by humanity as the Azura realm, wherein the beings are called red demons, who can attain redemption through the accumulation of virtue and goodness that in every shadow of the celestial realm. The celestial beings, spirits, and entities from both the mortal and desolate realms, as well as the malevolent domain, amalgamate into an evil and dark territory, which humanity identifies as hell. Here, the beings are known as black demons, who, through sincere repentance and a steadfast commitment to cultivating virtue across lifetimes, may also find redemption. The shadow of the divine realm encapsulates all deities, celestial beings, spirits, and entities from the mortal, desolate, and malevolent domains, wherein all forms of extreme sins and heinous acts descend into an eternal abyss of transgression. A realm whose name and form remain unknown to any being, bearing sins so profound that redemption is unattainable, forever trapped in this desolation. Recognizing the world in such a manner, all beings possess the potential to find their path to enlightenment. The human form is exceedingly rare. The common folk are the leaders among all beings, each endowed with a spiritual root. By refining their vital energy, gathering essence, and cleansing the dantian, they may fulfill their essence, reveal their spiritual roots, and thereby attract spirits to refine their bodies and enter the path of truth. There exist 10 methods for entering this path. 1. Natural enlightenment, where divine beings and celestial creatures inherently grasp the path, blessed with extraordinary spiritual roots that invite enlightenment. 2. Gathering spirits, wherein the quintessence of the 5 elements awakens wisdom, leading to the attainment of the path. 3. Guiding into the path, as practitioners direct their breath and cleanse the dantian, allowing the spiritual roots to manifest and attract spirits. 4. Refining essence, where the essence of wood and grass, as well as the breath of celestial bodies, nourishes the spiritual roots, leading to the path. 5. Nurturing the spirit, as hermits and recluses engage in deep meditation, cultivating wisdom and clarity, allowing the spiritual roots to emerge. 6. Cultivating righteousness, where noble individuals maintain their hearts and intentions with integrity, allowing their spiritual roots to be revealed. 7. Nurturing essence, as martial practitioners cleanse their meridians and refine their bodies, enabling the spiritual roots to manifest. 8. Righteous fervor, where those of the way harbor great aspirations, purging malevolence and inspiring the celestial spirits to enter their being. Thus entering the path. 9. Accumulating merit. As sages, followers of the Buddha, and those of high virtue gather immense merit, attracting the way and revealing their spiritual roots. 10. Attaining extremes, where those focused on a single endeavor break through barriers, unveiling their spiritual pivot and inviting vital energy into their being. After entering the path, one transcends the mundane, no longer a mere mortal, and may henceforth embark upon the realm of spiritual cultivation. Distinct from the ordinary world, the realms of spiritual cultivation are divided into 3 realms, 9 stages, 27 phases, and 81 levels. Each entry into a realm incurs a tribulation, and each advancement to a level entails a trial. Collectively encompassing 9 tribulations and 81 challenges, the 3 realms are the spirit realm, the celestial realm, and the divine realm. The 9 stages consist of 3 in the spirit realm, nurturing essence, heart illumination, and spirit union. 3 in the celestial realm, vast completion, round completion, and profound completion, and 3 in the divine realm, return to spirit, return to virtue, and return to the way. The 27th phase consists of the 9 stages of the spirit realm, cultivating the essence, establishing the foundation, also referred to as condensing the essence, forming the Dan, also known as solidifying the essence, transforming the infant, correcting the intent, illuminating the heart, condensing the spirit, also called transforming the spirit. Achieving emptiness, also known as refining emptiness, merging with the Tao, the 9 stages of the immortal realm, light clouds, purple clouds, vast achievement, meritorious deeds, immaculate, supreme respect, also known as complete achievement, radiance, also referred to as mirror brightness. Profound subtlety, also called mirror profound, harmonizing light, also known as profound completion, pure emptiness, or returning to true nature, the 9 realms of the divine realm, returning to spirit, returning to the source, purple profound. Official duties, correct governance, returning to virtue, virtue fulfilled, sacred source, ultimate source, Tao source. In gathering this tome, Yun Susu sighed deeply. Having lingered in the lotus abode for such an extended period, she was greatly concerned about missing breakfast and sending her children to school. Thus, apart from a brief introduction to the lotus seed space, she only skimmed through the remaining content. Nevertheless, the vast and magnificent world of knowledge in the cultivation system allowed her a glimpse into the Tao, liberating her from her former confines. In that fleeting moment, she transcended the insignificance of an ant in the south and the ignorance of a frog at the bottom of a well. It was as if she had touched a thread of the Tao, an undeniable stroke of fortune in her life. The ancients proclaimed, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." She had indeed heard the Tao, yet she did not wish for death. Although she had previously harbored despair and resignation towards the mortal realm, anxiously awaiting the day her 2 children would mature, and the day her own body would return to dust, her spirit extinguished, she had not anticipated that a single lotus seed from the heavens would alter her fate. From tomorrow onward, she would become a chi refining adept. Though the path ahead was long, she now possessed direction and would not be plagued by confusion. She would steadfastly continue along this journey. The pursuit of immortality through the Tao was a fortunate and solemn endeavor. And not only for herself. With the assurance of her own and her family's safety, she aspired to guide her grandmother, children, and many more kindred spirits towards the path of cultivation. Perhaps then, the environment of the earth would cease its deterioration. The great deity Shu Yao proclaimed that the earth is not only facing environmental decline, but is also falling and darkening at its very essence and spiritual energy. It is the responsibility of all to protect the environment, and equally, to nurture spiritual energy. Clutching the stack of books she had previously selected and placed on the desk in the west chamber, she exited the lotus abode, discovering that the world outside had yet to brighten. The clock's hands indicated it was just past 3 in the morning. She had spent nearly 20 hours in the lotus abode, occupied with viewing the residence and perusing books. Yet the flow of time and concentration of spiritual energy within the abode were tenfold compared to reality, so her departure from the room had only spanned 2 actual hours. Yun Susu wiped away her tears, clenched her fists, and struck the air with vigor, exclaiming within her heart, "I've made it. I've truly made it." Chapter 6. The home of the Chi refining adepts. Another chaotic day commenced. During breakfast, Yun Susu cleverly turned her conversation, introducing the concepts of cultivation to Grandma Yun and Yun Cheng and Yun Qing. "Dear elder, tell me, Is it true that words spoken in vain can still find resonance on other planets or in different spaces? What does our frequently uttered phrase "beyond the clouds" or "the phoenix dances in the heavens" truly signify? Is it possible that the heavens are divided into 9 tiers? You often say that 3 feet above our heads reside deities. Is there truly a divine presence? Where do these deities dwell? Do they reside beyond our sight, in the lofty clouds, occasionally using their divine perception to discern who acts with virtue and who with malevolence? You little rascals, do you understand why I have named you Yuncheng and Yunqing? Since the dawn of creation by Pangu, the ethereal and harmonious essence has ascended, while the heavy and stagnant matter has descended. I aspire for you to set lofty ambitions, to continually cultivate both body and spirit, and to transform yourselves into beings of clarity and brilliance, radiating warmth and positivity, at the very least. I wish for your souls to soar upward each day. Do you comprehend? The Ministry of Education has introduced the course moral character with the intention of guiding you toward knowledge. However, it would be far more beneficial to establish a course on the way, to study the Tao Te Ching, the Zhuangzi, to deeply contemplate the Great Way and truly appreciate the relationship between humanity and nature, to read the Analects and the Mencius, to accurately discern the connections between individuals and society, enriching the righteous spirit within. Indeed, do also memorize Wen Tianxiang's Song of Righteousness, Fan Zhongyin's Memorial to Yeyang Tower, and Yufei's Manjiang Hong, for such positive energies are the very foundation of morality. Oh, you unfortunate child, have you become muddled from fever? Granny Yin approached her with a look of disdain, gently probing her forehead. Here is a thermometer for you. Your behavior today is quite unusual. Let us check if you have a fever. You needn't accompany us to school today. I will take your sister on the bus. Yuncheng hurriedly dashed off to fetch the thermometer, while Yunqing gazed at her with worry. On the verge of tears, Yun Susu remained undeterred as she accompanied her children to school, encouraging them to recite the Tao Te Ching along the way. As a responsible and devoted mother, she would narrate bedtime stories each night, subsequently selecting passages from traditional cultural texts to read until they drifted into slumber. The Tao Te Ching was the text she read most frequently, and both children had memorized it. After 3 months of such immersion, the entire family had psychologically embraced the philosophies that Yin Susu diligently sought to instill, that beyond the universe lies a broader world, that lofty aspirations truly connect one with the divine, that the earth once brimmed with spiritual essence, hence the existence of ancient sages and celestial beings, and even in the present, those secluded in hidden realms are indeed practitioners of transcendence. At this juncture, Yin Susu had achieved the 3rd level of qi refinement. Her senses heightened, her vitality abundant, and her true essence profound. She could effortlessly perform mundane feats such as lifting heavy weights, hitting targets with precision, and scaling walls. Daily chores, labor, and navigating complex interpersonal dynamics no longer left her feeling utterly exhausted. She first retrieved a stack of books from the study in the Lotus Abode, urging Yuncheng and Yunqing to peruse them whenever they had the chance. Then she offered them spiritual spring water to drink, presented them with spiritual fruits to savor, and finally demonstrated the transformation of 1 vial of water into 10 using an empty bottle. To prove the existence of immortals, effectively winning the hearts of her elder and younger charges. Observing their astonished reactions, she assumed a profound expression and informed them. The cultivation methods within those texts are indeed authentic and can be put into practice. The exceptionally delicious water and fruits were not purchased from any marketplace, but were gifts from the immortals she encountered. Can one truly cultivate? Can I learn to fly in the sky on a sword like the immortals on television? Yuncheng exclaimed with excitement and longing. Are there really immortals? Why haven't I met one? Are they handsome? Do they wear flowing garments? Yunqing's points of curiosity always diverged from those of others. Consuming your mystical fruit, will it grant eternal life? Elderly Lady Yun curled her lips in a display of disdain, yet her trembling hands betrayed the undeniable excitement coursing through her. Yun Susu executed a decisive gesture, akin to slicing water with a blade, to bring an end to their incessant inquiries. Grasping the gnarled hand of the elderly lady with one hand, she cradled the 2 children in the other, suddenly whisking them into the Lotus Abode. It is indeed through the power of tangible evidence that one can best address issues. The kitchen of the Lotus Abode had been fully equipped with an entire set of culinary tools. Its floors tiled, walls adorned, and plumbing installed, with all pipes embedded within the walls. The main house, consisting of 3 levels with 6 small rooms at both ends, had been transformed by Yun Susu into restrooms. having been meticulously coated with waterproof paint 4 or 5 times, similarly tiled and furnished with plumbing, where pipes were embedded in the walls, and fixtures such as sinks, toilets, bathtubs, and showers were all present. Originally, the kitchen housed 2 water tanks, both reservoirs crafted by the great deity, which, at a mere whim, possessed storage capabilities magnitudes greater than that of the outside world. One tank drew from a spiritual spring for cooking and boiling water, while the other was equipped with a condensation array, providing an unceasing supply of ordinary water. Yun Susu diverted a pipe from this ordinary water tank to the exterior walls, supplying the 6 restrooms for washing and flushing. She relocated the entire set of furnishings, clothing, mats, and manuscripts from the first floor to the second, preparing for her own accommodation. The furnishings from the second floor were moved to the first, supplemented with a complete set of soft decorations that catered to the elderly lady's aesthetic preferences. Leaving it for elderly Lady Yun. On the 3rd floor, a bed was added to the western side room, while the 2 end rooms were converted into dressing rooms combined with meditation spaces. Intended for the 2 children, the project was indeed monumental. Yet, should one inquire of Yun Susu regarding who she had enlisted for the renovations, whether the existence of the space would be exposed, or how the materials and furnishings had been procured, she would merely chuckle. The sole craftsman behind the renovations was Yun Susu herself. Thus she harbored no fears of exposure. Each night, she entered the lotus abode, sacrificing 1/3 of her cultivation time, laboriously cutting channels in the walls, laying pipes, mixing cement, tiling, and wallpapering, to the extent that she emerged from the endeavor utterly disheveled and exhausted, resembling a beggar on the street corner, with the time consumed in bathing and laundry alone sufficient for her to cultivate several cycles of energy. After enduring this toil for half a month, equivalent to approximately 5 months in the outside world, she finally completed the kitchen and bathroom renovations. As for how the materials and furnishings found their way into the lotus abode without arousing suspicion, she was unable to achieve this stealthily. And lacking the ability to absorb spiritual energy due to her non-ascendant status, she could only cultivate brute strength. Consequently, she could not transport too many items at once, nor could she use her thoughts to move objects. Thus, she devised a rather clumsy solution, renting a secluded courtyard nearby and instructing the shopkeeper to deliver the items there, from which she diligently transported them piece by piece like a hard-working little bee. It was an arduous endeavor. Among the 4 family members, 3 were elderly or frail, requiring care, leaving her as the sole laborer. Her parents had only 2 sons in their hearts. Her brothers had been raised with her yielding to them since childhood. Their father had long since lost himself in the indulgences of the world, and here she was, a woman toiling day and night like a laborer, relying on no one. Yet, what did it matter? Behold the 2 children, exuberantly vying for a room, and observe the bewildered matriarch, old Lady Yun, as she caresses the Zeaton-wood furniture. What tribulations can they not endure, and what obstacles can they not surmount? Furthermore, why should she depend on others? Old Lady Yun often remarks that relying on a mountain may lead to its collapse, and depending on others may result in abandonment. Self-reliance is paramount. From that moment forth, tranquility enveloped the Yun family's small courtyard, for whenever they found leisure, they would securely close the courtyard gate and retreat to the lotus abode. The 4 members of the Yun family clandestinely transformed into qi refiners. After 6 months, Yun Susu had ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement. Both Yun Qing and Yun Qing had reached the 3rd level, while old Lady Yun, much to everyone's astonishment, having neither the obligations of school nor work, nor any close relatives or old friends, spent nearly all her time within the lotus abode, her cultivation progressing remarkably, having achieved the 4th level of qi refinement. Cultivators absorb the true energy of heaven and earth, solidifying the true essence within their lower dantian. Only when this essence is abundant can one cleanse the spiritual platform and manifest the spiritual root. Once the spiritual root is revealed, the body can resonate with the external spiritual energies, allowing the absorption of ambient spiritual qi to refine the body, purging tendons and marrow, thus embarking on the path of immortality. Fortunately, Yun Susu possessed the lotus abode, allowing her family of 4 to cultivate within its sanctum. The air within the lotus abode was saturated with a spiritual energy concentration tenfold that of the average in the spiritual realm. To prevent Yun Susu from absorbing excessive energy that could damage her meridians or even lead to catastrophic consequences, the great deity, Su Yao, had specifically established a transformation array in the courtyard, continuously converting spiritual energy into true energy. Spiritual energy is the essence of true energy. Through this transformation, The concentration and purity of true energy within the lotus abode became nearly 100 times that of the outside world, coupled with a time flow rate 10 times faster than the external realm. If their cultivation did not accelerate at an astonishing rate, it would indeed be extraordinary. While mundane martial artists might spend a lifetime unable to unblock their Ren and Du meridians. The Yun children had achieved this at the third level of Qi refinement. Upon reaching the intermediate stage, their minds became clear and discerning, their meridians unobstructed and true essence profound, effortlessly mastering legendary martial arts such as stepping on snow without leaving a trace and plucking leaves and flying flowers. However, Yin Susu, being inherently modest and adhering to the stipulations written by Su Yao and on the principles of the Green Lotus, maintained utmost secrecy regarding the space of lotus seeds, repeatedly advising old lady Yun and her 2 children to exercise caution, lest they attract envy. The 2 children understood the stakes well and never showcased their extraordinary abilities in public. Old lady Yun, thriving in her newfound vigor, was equally aware of the need for vigilance. Apart from her work and school runs for the children, Yin Susu devoted her remaining time to the lotus abode, cultivating spiritual herbs, concocting elixirs, brewing medicinal liquids, absorbing true energy, gathering true essence, and guiding the cultivation of old lady Yun and her children. Though she appeared busy, her heart was at ease and relaxed. For this family of 4, the act of cultivation had become secondary. The most significant aspect was their ability to leisurely pass the time within the lotus abode, free from urgency and guilt. Yin Susu finally grasped the essence of Tao Yuanming's words. The garden, bathed in sunlight, flourishes in delight. Though the door is set, it remains ever closed. The trees thrive in exuberance, and the spring flows gently. Please cease all distractions and sever ties with the outside. How long can one reside within this universe? Why not entrust one's heart to the ebb and flow? Chapter 7. The emergence and integration into the world. Yin Susu began to contemplate whether to resign from her position. She had never been particularly dedicated, especially given that her patients belonged to a unique demographic, including those exhibiting violent tendencies, manic behaviors, paranoia, delusions, and autism, as well as those prone to excessive speech, predominantly unlovable. She originally took on this job to make a living, although she endeavored to approach her work with compassion and tolerance. It merely constituted her fulfillment of duty. Not only could she not find the sacredness in saving lives, but witnessing the bizarre behaviors exhibited by these mentally twisted individuals also affected her emotionally. She often left for work in the morning under clear skies, only to return home in the evening filled with agitation and anxiety. Previously, she relied on this job for her livelihood and to support her family, compelling herself to strive diligently and bear heavy burdens. On days when she believed she had reached her limits, she would discover the following day that her capacity for endurance had even greater expanses. Thus, day by day, year by year, she continuously increased her load, oblivious to the day when a single straw might ultimately break her. Now, she no longer needs to exert herself so strenuously. She possesses the lotus abode, the Taoist fetal green lotus, and the 9-layered space of the green lotus seeds, a wealth so vast that even she cannot fully comprehend it. In the pantry of the west wing of the lotus abode, numerous shelves are laden with countless grains, meats, vegetables, and fruits, all stored in innumerable qiankuan bags and nabao pouches. The qiankuan bags boast a freshness-preserving function that lasts for 50 years, while the nabao pouches maintain a 10-year shelf life. On top of this, a high-level preservation array has been set up by the deity, ensuring that the ingredients within the pantry remain unspoiled for 300 years. This means she need not worry about her family's sustenance for the next 3 centuries. The eastern storeroom on the first floor of the lotus abode also contains many qiankuan bags and nabao pouches, along with large storage vessels such as nasu bottles and storage rings. She cannot open the qiankuan bags, nasu bottles, or storage rings to see their contents, but she has examined almost all the nabao pouches, which contain heaps of gold, silver, and precious gems. These items hold no value for cultivation, yet are hard currency in the mundane world. Why not take them out to exchange for money and utilize them to their fullest? She has not even scrutinized the 4 storerooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors, only knowing that their reserves are currently unnecessary, yet undoubtedly richer and more sophisticated than those on the 1st floor. Sigh, how many galaxies did she save in the past to earn such tremendous opportunities and fortune? Without counting the lotus abode, she is no longer destitute. She and elderly Lady Yun have learned from the WNMTJ to use a small amount of spirit stone powder to hasten the growth of low-grade spirit herbs. When planted in the yard of the lotus abode, the density of spiritual energy multiplied by the accelerated passage of time allows 1 year to equate to 100 years in the outside world. Now, the elderly lady has planted 100 spirit ginseng in the yard of the lotus abode, and astutely planted over 100 in the small courtyard of the Yun family, preparing to explain their origin when they sell the spirit ginseng in the future. Currently, people lack for neither food nor clothing, all desiring health and longevity. How much efficacy can those exorbitantly priced health products on the market truly offer? Their spirit ginseng is authentic, and knowledgeable individuals can discern its quality at a glance. In the future, cultivating spirit ginseng and producing spirit medicine could become a lucrative path. Moreover, Yun Susu has never had an insatiable thirst for wealth. However, when she presented this idea at the dining hall of the lotus abode, the attitudes of her elderly family member and 2 younger ones made her hesitate. What about me and my sister? We are so capable now. Why don't you resign, and my sister and I can drop out of school? Our family of 4 could go out and act heroically. We could slay a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. How cool would that be? Yun Cheng's eyes sparkled with hopeful stars. Mom, if I drop out of school, can I not go kill people? Can I go make movies instead? I possess the extraordinary ability to traverse walls and fly gracefully through the heavens as a beautiful fairy. How enchanting that would be. No need for photo editing or ropes, thus saving a considerable sum. This is Yun Qing. Her life's aspiration remains unchanged since the tender age of 3, to become a lovely fairy. If that remains unattainable, she would be content to portray such a character in a film. Yun Susu finds herself at a loss for words. Despite her idol advocating for a life of seclusion and disengagement, she lacks the means to withdraw from the world. Torn between the realms of existence and transcendence, she is compelled to choose the latter. The 2 little rascals, resembling blank sheets of luminous paper, are adorned with vibrant, exuberant colors that eagerly await her brushstrokes. Thus, she must wield her most composed brush to temper their overly vivacious hues. Moreover, as humans are inherently social beings, isolating herself and her family would be unwise. While she and the elderly lady have matured mentally, the fate of the 2 young ones remains uncertain. As for the anxieties and concerns conveyed through the elderly lady's reproaches regarding her societal position, these could be addressed through alternative means. For instance, she might consider opening a jade shop or a traditional Chinese medicine store, or even establish a class on breath control and meditation, or a center for spiritual cultivation, disseminating concepts related to fate, spiritual essence, virtue, and the Tao. Taking small steps, she could endeavor to elevate the surrounding atmosphere of purity and vitality. Patience is key. In the later stages of qi refining, the pace of cultivation naturally slows, and secluding oneself for solitary practice is no longer the optimal strategy. She ought to venture out and explore the world. Yet, as Su Yao elucidates in Qinglian Suyi, deep within the untouched mountains of the earth reside several reclusive sects of cultivators and families devoted to secluded practice. They inhabit vast formations that isolate them from the mundane world. Although their skills may be limited to foundational levels, their breadth of knowledge and experience is profound, rendering them individuals that Yun Susu should avoid provoking. Having cultivated amidst an environment of scarce spiritual energy and material resources, the hardships they endure are immeasurable, and some among them have lost the innate goodness of their nature during such trials. These individuals are the malevolent practitioners that Yun Susu must be particularly wary of. Yet, how to discern their true nature? The faces of malevolent practitioners bear no markings. How can one distinguish between the wicked and the virtuous? After several days of contemplation, Yun Susu concludes that maintaining a low profile is essential. Humility is indeed a necessary remedy for both daily life and travel as the children's summer vacation commences. Yun Susu proposes taking them and the elderly lady on an outing. The elderly lady scoffs. You need to ask for leave just to go on a trip? How troublesome. Why not just resign? At this juncture, the elderly lady has ascended to the 6th level of qi refining, her hair returning to a youthful hue, her visage relaxed, appearing as if she were in her 60s or 70s. It is uncertain when she began to embrace this new perspective, no longer content with the arduous practice and cultivation within the lotus shelter. Not only does she agree to travel with Yun Susu, but she also accuses her of wanting to move to Beijing. Aren't you eager to quit your job and relocate to Beijing? Then hurry up and resign. Why ask for leave? Stop dawdling and be decisive. Regardless, even if you do not resign, your heart is no longer in it. So do not occupy the space unnecessarily. Indeed, as you suggested, why not venture to Beijing to establish a jade shop? You might as well savor the experience of being a prominent entrepreneur. It would also serve as an opportunity for your two ungrateful aunts to witness the fulfillment of my foresight and your capabilities, especially since they were skeptical of my belief in your potential. Now that Yin Susu has finally made some strides, receiving the favor of the great deity, Su Yao, who bestowed upon her the precious green lotus seeds, and has fortuitously encountered a remarkable opportunity for cultivation. Even the two children and this old woman have been granted a path forward. The surprise is overwhelmingly delightful, so much so that she had been in a daze until now, unable to contain her pride any longer after a lifetime of restraint. She is eager to show off, particularly in front of relatives and her children. But how should she boast? The details of her cultivation must remain undisclosed, and the affairs of the lotus abode are even more sensitive. After much contemplation, she realizes that her granddaughter's idea is indeed pragmatic. Let us open a shop in Beijing. With their extraordinary abilities as qi refiners and the city's remarkable population density and purchasing power, success is surely within reach. Imagining her granddaughter's grandeur as a business owner, the freedom it entails, and the assurance of ample time for cultivation fills her with exhilaration. Both Old Lady Yun and Yin Susu were nearly taken aback, rewarding the children with a feast of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Not to mention, the low-tier talismans left by the great deity at the lotus abode are few. The two they possess were merely remnants from their previous practice of the four arts of cultivation. The two first-tier invisibility talismans, while effective, do not last long. Should they fail to function in time, revealing their hasty forms could lead to grave troubles should they be seen by fellow cultivators. Such a scenario could be perilous. Even in their cultivation, they remain but two immature children. Yin Susu fears that if anything were to happen, her survival would be in jeopardy. If she were to perish, Old Lady Yun would have no one to scold, and her own fate would likely be just as grim. The more she contemplates, the more fearful she becomes, prompting her to once again reward the children with an extravagant stir-fry of bamboo shoots. The family remained on high alert for 2 months, and only after witnessing no unusual occurrences did they finally find solace. It was then that Yin Susu accepted Old Lady Yun's commission to proceed to the capital and prepare for the shop's opening. Chapter 8. Cousin Yin Susu has over 100,000 yuan in her bank account, sufficient to rent a small courtyard outside the 5th ring in Beijing for half a year. Although Old Lady Yun advised her, should you find a use for those ungrateful aunts of yours, say what I told you, and let them assist you. If you do not require their help, then you need not engage with them. Yet, Yin Susu feels that as she plans to live in Beijing, with Old Lady Yun around, she will inevitably encounter her aunts, and thus, it would be prudent to extend a greeting. Besides, Old Lady Yun's tough exterior does not necessarily mean she does not miss her two daughters. Therefore, while still on the high-speed train, Yin Susu reached out to her aunts, inviting them to accompany her in searching for a place to live. Susu, what prompted you to consider living in Beijing? Is it not better to work diligently at your hospital? Why resign? Her eldest aunt questioned disapprovingly. I recently had a small windfall and met 2 jade merchants who have introduced me to a sourcing and sales channel. I thought I might try my hand at opening a small shop in the capital. Yin Susu had already prepared her excuse. Aunt, it is not as you think. Those 2 jade merchants are both women. Yin Susu found herself at a loss for words, compelled to continue weaving her tale. She's a woman, she exclaimed. What are young people thinking these days? One moment they're dissatisfied with their jobs, the next they're venturing into entrepreneurship or switching careers. Even your brother Howard recently resigned. What can a retired special forces soldier do outside of the police force? If you ask me, young people should refrain from aiming too high. It would be far better to work diligently and live a steady life. The elder aunt, recalling her own grievances, activated her mode of deep critique. They are all well that my grandmother, in particular, is in excellent health. Truly, even her once white hair has begun to regain its color. Neighbors say she is rejuvenating. Yin Susu feared that they might be startled by the old lady's current appearance, so she sought to prepare them gently. Rejuvenating? Surely not. She chuckled. She merely has a more open heart than others. Raising that son of yours is akin to nurturing your grandmother's family, and with her son and grandson being somewhat estranged, how is it that she has the fortune to live a century? Had it not been for Susu's thoughtfulness and her close bond with her, I would wonder who she would rely on when she can no longer move. Sighing, the second aunt concluded her lamentation. Composing herself before inquiring, "Susu, tell me, does your father still care for your grandmother? Has he spoken to her?" "They've reconciled long ago. My father sends rice and flour to my grandmother every month, even covering the provisions for the three of us. However, they fear my grandmother's reprimands, which is why they seldom visit the old house," Yin Susu promptly clarified. "Regardless, they are still her parents. Can one sustain a life merely on rice and flour? Humph. They are utterly unreasonable. How can a mother, at the age of 90, still be treated as though she must separate her resources? Your grandmother raised that son selflessly. Such unfilial behavior would have warranted divine retribution in the past." The second aunt, though not particularly exemplary in her own filial piety, spoke with an air of righteous indignation about others. "But I am here for her. I am by my grandmother's side, so you need not worry." Yin Susu felt a twinge of annoyance. Every encounter with the second aunt seemed to involve endless gossip, leaving her weary. Susu is truly the good child. Since childhood, she has been exemplary. The second aunt lightly praised her before shifting gears. "Susu, you must diligently care for your grandmother, ensuring her comfort in her twilight years. Among her grandchildren, whether biological or otherwise, you are the one she cherishes most. You must not emulate your parents' ingratitude. Moreover, caring for your grandmother will not be a burden to you." "Will it? I have heard that our old house has now been incorporated into the city. It must be quite valuable. Once your grandmother is gone, will it not all belong to you? We shall not contend with you over it. If you wish, you may compensate us a little, and should you be financially constrained, we will understand. However, you must be vigilant and treat the old lady kindly. Do not let your two sweet-talking brothers charm you into losing it all." Yet, she felt it unnecessary to debate with the second aunt. The old lady had already reached the 6th level of energy cultivation at this rate. It was undoubtedly only a matter of time before she would formally enter the path of spiritual enlightenment. The process of entering the spiritual realm for cultivators involves a grand thunder tribulation known as the Great Tribulation of Entry. This journey transforms the body through the infusion of spiritual energy, and the tribulation serves as a refining process. During this time, cultivators undergo a thorough cleansing of their bodies and meridians, purifying their sinews and marrow, resulting in a lighter form, extended lifespan, and transcendence beyond the mundane, rendering them unfit for prolonged existence in the secular world. Even amidst the mundane existence of the world, it is impossible to dwell in the same place for an extended period at such times. It becomes imperative for them to retreat into the mountains for seclusion or to embark on a new beginning in a different locale, adopting a new identity. Practitioners of the path eschew attachment to material possessions. In their eyes, houses, wealth, and property in the secular realm hold little significance. She bore the annoyance of dealing with her second aunt while comforting her elder aunt, spending an entire afternoon with the real estate agent viewing 2 apartments and a courtyard. During dinner, the 3 of them sat in a modest restaurant exchanging opinions. Both aunts deemed the apartment's location too remote. The courtyard's environment was unsatisfactory as well. Although there were several rooms, 3 main rooms and 3 auxiliary ones, their antiquity was a drawback. And the courtyard was cluttered with refuse that the landlord had been reluctant to discard, such as broken bricks, tiles, and wood. The space was cramped, measuring merely 4 meters wide and 7 to 8 meters long. With an exorbitant rental fee, they urged her to continue searching. However, Yin Susu found the courtyard quite appealing. Though she possessed a wealth of gold, silver, and precious gems, as well as rare medicinal herbs, she was unable to utilize them as startup capital for her shop. Fearing scrutiny and suspicion regarding the origins of her possessions, she planned to first extract a few small pieces of rosewood furniture as samples from Liansha, purchasing quality wood to replicate them with exquisite craftsmanship for mass production. Subsequently seeking buyers, if suitable patrons emerged, she could also sell larger pieces of rosewood furniture, gradually raising funds to establish her shop, while later retrieving other items that in this regard. That secluded courtyard seemed rather fitting. With a strong foundation in the arts, she had previously carved a cumbersome rosewood frame in the underground wine cellar of Liansha, creating the 18 riders of Yenyun and the 28 constellations for Yuncheng, as well as a qin platform, a dressing table, and a vanity box for Yunqing. Utilizing her advanced skills and heightened senses as a high-level qi practitioner, the finished products surpassed the exquisite quality of those found in woodcraft shops. Resolute in her decision, she parted ways with her 2 aunts and immediately contacted the real estate agent to sign the contract. Renting the courtyard for a year, as the landlord insisted on no short-term lease. After paying the deposit and the first quarter's rent, her bank account dwindled to under 100,000. Yun Susu called her cousin, Xia Ranran, who specialized in high-end furniture sales, and obtained addresses of several furniture factories. Preparing to seek out manufacturers to purchase some scrap wood, her cousin eagerly volunteered to drive her. I am familiar with them. They wouldn't dare to overcharge you. On the phone, her cousin exhibited great warmth and affection. Xia Ranran, the younger daughter of the second aunt, was 3 years younger than Yun Susu and also 33 this year, yet she was not in a rush to marry, focusing solely on her career. Intelligent and vivacious, with striking looks, she was quite favored by her parents and friends, having been pampered since childhood. She walked with her head held high, her long ponytail swaying gracefully, exuding confidence. Yun Susu had always envied her cousin's ability to win her parents' affection. Now that both had matured, the awkwardness of their childhood was but a distant memory, easily dismissed with laughter as her cousin treated her with the same warmth and friendliness as in their youth. They visited several large furniture factories, spending over 50,000 and filling the trunk of the car with valuable wood that the factories had deemed unnecessary, even crowding the back seat. Yun Susu felt a surge of gratitude and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Ranran. Let me show you some of the finished products I previously created." She retrieved several small items such as vanity boxes, mirror frames, and lampstands from the main room as soon as her cousin laid eyes upon it. She was immediately captivated. "Heavens, Sister Susu, did you truly carve this? Is this not the ancient art of sculpture? Where did you acquire such skill? It is simply magnificent. This is no mere furniture. It is, without a doubt, the most exquisite piece of art. I must reserve every one of your small furniture creations from now on. Sister Susu, you must look after my business. After all, we are the dearest of sisters." She extended her hand, awaiting Sister Yun Susu. With a beaming smile, Yun Susu returned the gesture with a playful clap that a warm and comforting sensation enveloped her, one that tenderly tended to both her emotions and her self-esteem. This cousin of hers was undeniably astute, yet she retained a kind-heartedness, treating her with affection. Such a person, if the opportunity arises in the future, could be gently guided into the fold without revealing the secrets of the lotus abode. Yun Susu, swift in her actions, utilized the pile of scrap wood within 2 weeks. The precious materials of rosewood, wong wali, chicken wing wood, and sour branch wood were meticulously carved into an array of cosmetic boxes. Mirror frames, trays, ornamental pieces, lampstands, and pen racks, each exhibiting intricate hollowing and exquisite carving, flawless in execution. The small remnants were transformed into sets depicting mythological tales and characters from novels, alongside charming cartoonish animals and trinkets. The furniture factory also graciously provided them with some medium-quality wood, which was less fragmented, allowing her to craft several tea cabinets, small tables, and nightstands, each varying in style from rustic to minimalist. Once the wood was exhausted, she scoured the internet for bamboo roots, willow roots, and birch roots, fashioning a collection of cups, bowls, plates, and trays, selecting the most aesthetically pleasing root shapes to create additional root sculptures and flower stands. These items were either distinguished by exquisite craftsmanship or celebrated for their natural authenticity. Thus, she refrained from applying any varnish, with all joints meticulously crafted using mortise and tenon techniques, devoid of nails or glue. Despite their elevated price tags, the allure of their beauty and antiquity attracted numerous affluent buyers, compelling Ranran to return every couple of days to collect goods and urge her along. Even as Yun Susu found herself unable to guarantee time for her cultivation, demand continued to exceed supply. Chapter 9. Guzhonghe Yun Susu began to transport sets of rosewood furniture from the Lotus Abode. Bookshelves, writing desks, book chairs, tea tables, guqin tables, tea stools, and guqin stools. Each piece was a masterpiece of a great master, exuding an ancient simplicity and Taoist charm. At first glance, they seemed to be veiled in mist, yet upon closer inspection appeared utterly unremarkable. Each time she took them out, her heart felt as though it were bleeding. But there was no alternative. She urgently needed to amass funds to launch her shop and relocate her family. She pondered whether, during her prolonged absence, Yun Qing and Yun Cheng had gotten into trouble. If the elder matriarch could keep them in line, whether her brothers had continued to pressure their parents, or if her father had caused further trouble for the matriarch. Before entering the capital, she retrieved a nascent void bottle filled with spiritual spring water from the Lotus Abode, along with several large-capacity treasure pouches brimming with spiritual food, fruits, and elixirs to sustain the matriarch and the two children. Additionally, she equipped them with treasure-grade pouches, daggers, protective cloaks, and windspeed boots, an entire set of gear sufficient for their needs until they reached the foundational stage of cultivation. Notably, the 3 protective cloaks were exceptional treasures of semi-spiritual artifact level, capable of being infused with spiritual stones, usable by both mortals and aspiring cultivators during confrontations, as long as they loaded high-quality spiritual stones or had the time to switch to lower-quality stones. They could remain unharmed even under the onslaught of late-stage foundational cultivators in the realm of high-grade multifunctional artifacts. The Lotus Abode possesses only 3 such treasures, which are esteemed among its limited collection of magical implements. According to various chronicles documenting the experiences of cultivators, in a world where spiritual items are scarce, foundation-building practitioners often find themselves deprived of spiritual tools. Possessing even 1 or 2 artifacts is considered a stroke of fortune. The trio is not lacking in resources for their cultivation, and their safety appears assured. However, they have grown accustomed to practicing within the confines of the Lotus Abode, now that it resides with her in the capital. Can they adapt to this change? A sense of unease began to stir within Yun Susu. Ranran, a perceptive young woman, was taken aback upon encountering the exquisite Zetan furniture and, in her astonishment, promptly summoned her ultimate superior. This superior, a tall and slender man in his 40s, possessed striking features, arched brows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and a square jaw, exuding an air of dignified presence. Clad in traditional Tang attire, he moved with a leisurely gait and spoke with a measured pace, embodying an effortless nonchalance. His surname was Gu Zhanghe, a friend of Ranran's. Upon entering, he surveyed the small courtyard while shaking hands with the welcoming Yun Susu and introducing himself. Yun Susu, Ranran's cousin, could not quite pinpoint why Gu Zhanghe's demeanor of ease and casualness reminded her of the character portrayed by Zhang Tailin as an emperor of the Qing dynasty. There was an element of artifice and ostentation to it. Ranran trailed closely behind him, holding his briefcase, maintaining an appropriate distance befitting their hierarchical relationship, yet her gaze was singularly focused on him. Yun Susu observed that Ranran regarded this superior with a blend of admiration, casualness, and intimacy. Was she overthinking this? Miss Yun, would you be so kind as to share the origins of these furnishings? Gu Zhanghe inquired with a smile that, oh, I apologize. These pieces were given to me by a friend who wishes to remain anonymous. Yun Susu replied, not entirely untruthfully, as the deity indeed preferred to remain concealed from the eyes of earthly beings. Yet, without knowing the provenance, how could they proceed? If she were to take charge recklessly, might she encounter legal complications in the future? It is possible to draft a contract. I have registered a company, he interjected. Yun Susu understood his apprehension regarding the legitimacy of these items. Prepared for this moment, she presented him with the recently acquired business license of her newly established company. Ultimately, the 10 pieces of furniture, accompanied by 5 trinkets crafted by Yun Susu, were sold for a total of 80 million. With her previous earnings, she now possessed nearly 100 million. As they parted ways, Gu Zhanghe's gaze held a hint of complexity, an ambiguous, almost distracted inquiry, tinged with an element of avoidance. Yun Susu felt a surge of indignation. Though she didn't believe that a mere prolonged glance would diminish her worth, she found herself deeply embarrassed due to her cousin's association. She pondered how a young woman of Ranran's natural grace and intellect could become ensnared in the web of a disingenuous middle-aged man. Gu Zhanghe advised Ranran to facilitate the delivery of fine wood to Yun Susu, ensuring the continuation of their small furniture business. However, Yun Susu's momentum began to wane as she redirected her focus toward preparing for the grand opening of her jewelry store. Concerned about the elderly and children at home, she was eager to expedite her plans, prompting her aunt to introduce a reliable intermediary. She swiftly purchased a 200-square-meter storefront, making minimal alterations to the original layout. With just a few adjustments and the addition of display cabinets, it was ready for operation. Subsequently, under the recommendation of Ranran, she hired a professional manager from the jewelry industry to handle recruitment. Meanwhile, Yun Susu shouldered a large backpack and journeyed south to Shenzhen and Guangzhou for procurement, intending to sell the unneeded gold and silver treasures from the Lian Shi in their original state. She decided not to stock too many finished jewelry pieces, focusing instead on sustaining the business during its initial phase. Although she had reserves from Lianxi, she planned to acquire additional lower-grade raw stones and jade materials, along with several sets of cutting, carving, and refining equipment. allowing the entire family to engage in the design, carving, and creation of jewelry and jade ornaments. This approach not only clarified the future sourcing of their products, but also honed the practical skills of her family members, preparing them for the crafting of artifacts post-ascension. As scattered cultivators, their family found the distance from great masters daunting, without a powerful backing or a communication platform on Earth. The outside world posed significant dangers. Before reaching the foundational stage sufficient for self-preservation, many essential items that were absent from Lian Shi would need to be crafted independently, rather than relying on purchases from the market. Although the great master had left numerous items at Lian Shi, most were raw materials rather than finished products, and given his cultivation level, the materials he had provided were predominantly of celestial quality, with few at the spiritual level, largely consisting of divine and godly grades. The meager resources in Lian Shi, a blend of spiritual and mundane materials, were primarily exchanged for godly substances of tenfold or hundredfold value, resulting in a surplus of raw materials but a scarcity of finished goods. Before establishing their foundation, cultivators lacked sufficient spiritual energy to utilize spiritual tools and were limited to the most rudimentary talismans, artifacts, and ordinary medicines. The same applied to Yun Susu and her family. Fortunately, the great master had collected a considerable number of texts on the 6 arts of cultivation, alchemical, talismanic, artifact, array, plus planting and beast taming, which he had left for her at Lian Shi. Although spiritual beasts seemed to have become extinct in this realm, it did not hinder their learning of planting, alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman making, and array formation. Apart from gold, silver, and various deep-sea pearls, Lian Shi's inventory was predominantly traditional white jade and green jade. Suzhou was reputed to be the largest market for traditional gemstones and hosted a globally renowned jade exhibition at this time of year. Suzhou, a city steeped in cultural heritage, is one of the best-preserved cities of Huaxia civilization. As Yun Susu strolled along the ancient streets, characterized by white walls and black tiles, with a gentle drizzle weaving through the air, she experienced a fleeting illusion of time reversing, as elements such as silk, embroidery, guqin, and ink appeared vividly before her from the piles of antiquity. She could not help but exclaim, "The world is ever-changing, and phenomena are difficult to sustain. All things exist in a state of impermanence, with only change being the sole constant in the mortal realm." At that moment, a familiar figure approached from the other end of the old street, Gu Zhanghe. At this moment, Gu Zhanghe gazed at Yun Susu and the corners of her clothes lifted by the breeze, his expression profound and unfathomable as the sea. Yun Susu gazed ahead, her expression vacant, deftly maneuvering around the throng on the street, bypassing him and all obstacles in her path as she pressed forward. Not only did she fail to greet him, but she didn't even cast a glance in his direction. In truth, she was oblivious to everyone on this street. Her thoughts were far removed from this place. Gu Zhanghe pondered for a moment before turning to catch up with Yun Susu, his arm gently parting the crowd around her, adopting a protective stance by her side. "Why are you here? What are you doing?" Gu Zhanghe smiled, playfully countering. "And you, Susu, what brings you here? Where's Ranran?" Yun Susu snapped back to reality. Furrowing her brow, Gu Zhanghe ushered her into a nearby tea house, closing the door to their private room before resuming the previous conversation. "Are you inquiring about Ranran?" "Of course, she is in Beijing managing my shop." Gu Zhanghe chuckled. "I have a silk store in Beijing, and I came to Suzhou to procure some silk and embroidery." His smile radiated a peculiar excitement. "But why are you here, Susu? Just moments ago, you were physically present in Suzhou, yet your mind seemed to wander into the clouds. Can you enlighten me about that state? Were you daydreaming? Experiencing insight? Achieving sudden enlightenment? Or perhaps profound understanding? My eyes may be dull, but I can see that you and I share a common path. However, I cannot discern the specifics of your cultivation." Yin Susu turned to him for a fleeting moment, realizing he was not jesting, and fell silent. She was uncertain whether he was a practitioner of ancient martial arts or Taoism, and hesitated to reveal her own identity. Simultaneously, a hint of displeasure crept in, a sense of frustration and irritation at having her secrets laid bare. Mortals may lose themselves in distraction, their thoughts adrift. Qi cultivators possess insight, their eyes gleaming with divine light. Those who enter the Tao achieve sudden enlightenment, causing the winds to stir, while those above the Yuaning stage attain profound understanding, the heavens opening and closing. Which category does Susu belong to? Can you clarify this for me? Gu Zhanghe methodically poured tea, speaking at a measured pace. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. In fact, I discerned your Taoist nature when I visited your home to view the furniture. I assumed you preferred to keep your identity as a cultivator concealed, so I refrained from mentioning it. In truth, those of our shared path resonate with one another, akin to the legendary bond between Guan and Bao. With a profound connection of Boya and his lute. Mr. Gu, you jest. I merely lost my focus. There is nothing to your notions of insight or sudden enlightenment. How could you ascertain that I am a Taoist? I haven't done anything to reveal it. Yin Susu sighed, acutely aware of her limited understanding of the cultivation world, feeling as though others could see through her while she remained utterly ignorant of them. Invoking a sense of heightened caution within her that I recognized the symbols on the furniture, Ji Yuzhanghe smiled modestly. My family hails from Fan County in Hunan, so I suppose we share a hometown. The Gu family was originally a lineage of symbol masters from the ancient Kunwu kingdom, descendants of Emperor Yao, who withdrew from the world to live in seclusion in the mountains, shunning the mundane for generations. However, in the last 300 years, as the atmosphere of malevolence has surged and spiritual energy has waned, our environment has deteriorated, making it impossible for us virtuous gentlemen to remain sheltered in the mountains. Thus, we have reluctantly emerged from the deep woods to mingle with the world. Fortunately, our ancestral skills have been passed down through generations, remaining unforgotten. Yun Susu nodded, still unsure of what to say. She did not grasp whether symbols and talismans were synonymous. Fearing that any attempt to speak would reveal her ignorance and invite either disdain or covetousness, I apologize. I may be a bit presumptuous. Since we are both fellow townsfolk and practitioners, I find myself quite exhilarated. Presently, aside from the families and sect practitioners residing within grand magical formations, there are few cultivators traversing the mortal realm. In my elation, I could not help but speak at length. Ji Yuzhanghe's expression bore a hint of desolation. Have Mr. Gu's silks and embroideries arrived in good stock? I wish to open a jade and gemstone shop. My visit this time is also for procurement. However, why does this street seem solely dedicated to retail? Was it not said that the old street possesses everything? And will there not be a jade exhibition held? Yin Susu strove to seek a safer topic of conversation. How could you not know? This year, the venue for the jade exhibition has been relocated to the new district. Most individuals frequenting this street are tourists, primarily here for nostalgia. Upon seeing Yin Susu smile and engage in light-hearted banter, the previously tense atmosphere between the two finally thawed, bringing Gu Zhanghe joy as well. Chapter 10. Qingyin Pavilion. Gu Zhanghe attentively accompanied Yin Susu throughout the jade exhibition. Under his guidance, she exhausted all funds on her card. Aside from what was necessary for her move, acquiring a substantial amount of the various jade materials presented at the exhibition. Stone is the essence of earth, while jade is the quintessence of stone. Jade often possesses spiritual qualities, thus capable of nurturing individuals, warding off evil, and attracting fortune. The true beauty of jade harbors spiritual energy that surpasses the external world by tenfold or even more. Among all varieties of jade, Hetian jade is renowned for its high spiritual content and balanced essence. Yun Susu's primary objective for this journey was, in fact, Hetian jade, as the materials in the lotus abode predominantly consist of it. On the first day of the exhibition, the two discovered a stall in a corner of the exhibition hall that was selling jade materials in bulk, claiming them to be Hetian jade seed materials. Gu Zhanghe noted that within one of the baskets, 5 or 6 pieces were genuine mutton fat jade, strongly advocating for Yun Susu to purchase them. In truth, more than half of the jade materials in the basket were processed mountain jade masquerading as seed jade, while a small portion even consisted of Qinghai and Russian jade. Having previously handled high-quality mutton fat jade seed materials from the lotus abode, Yin Susu naturally recognized those few exceptional pieces. Moreover, her cultivated vision and perception were more acute than that of ordinary individuals, allowing her to discern that Qinghai and Russian jade had a coarser texture than Hetian jade, exhibiting a slight porcelain-like translucence, with Qinghai jade possessing an elusive grayish hue. Fortunately, the seller did not insist on the seed jade pricing. After an exchange of haggling, Yin Susu was satisfied as she completed the transaction with her card. Ji Yuzhanghe carefully selected the fine pieces for her, wrapping them in soft satin and placing them in a silk bag, while categorizing the remaining jade materials with labels and packing them in cotton bags. Subsequently, Yin Susu acquired a considerable amount of Xiu jade, which is reasonably priced, moderately hard, and relatively easy to carve. She intended for her family to practice their skills on this jade. Although Lantian jade is not particularly precious, she purchased a significant quantity due to her fondness for its name. Regrettably, she did not manage to procure any Dushan jade, as it is said that the mines have been closed, rendering this type of jade extinct in the market. Burmese jade is more expensive than Hetian jade, possessing higher hardness and purity. However, its internal structure is unstable, and while it contains significant spiritual energy, its composition is rather complex, making it less beneficial for human absorption compared to Hetian jade. Her financial resources were limited, and the lotus abode lacked any jade. So she merely selected a few pieces of bean green, floating blue, and iron dragon skin materials to enrich her shop's inventory of jade varieties, temporarily refraining from delving too deeply into the matter. Yin Susu had already chosen an appropriate name for her shop, Qingyin Pavilion, signifying growth and seclusion. She had also tentatively established the shop's ambience to diligently source all kinds of jade, stones, beads, and treasures, and to set up tables and chairs beneath the street-facing windows, providing tea and snacks for customers, thereby creating an opportunity for them to appreciate, discuss, and compare jade, enticing them to linger within the shop, which in turn would enhance its popularity and profitability. Once the jade exhibition concluded, with her backpack filled and her wallet emptied, Yin Susu decided not to linger any longer. She expressed her gratitude to Gu Zhanghe and took her leave. Prior to the shop's grand opening, she intended to bring her parents and children to Beijing to witness the unveiling of Qingyin Pavilion together, with the remaining 3 million in her bank account. She planned to allocate half to purchase a standalone house with a yard under her parents' name, allowing them to decide who would reside there. In Puyang, property prices were reasonable. Over 1 million would suffice for the finest residents, ensuring that they had a place to stay, alleviating Grandma Yun's concerns about losing their little courtyard after moving. She would also handle the transfer procedures for Yunqing and Yuncheng. Having found a school near her rented courtyard in Beijing, which had a relaxed management style suitable for the 2 children, she had successfully negotiated their enrollment, pending the completion of the paperwork from Puyang. Next, she needed to contact Su Guangjing. Moving her family to Beijing, along with her 2 children, warranted informing him, their biological father. Additionally, she planned to bid farewell to a few close classmates, childhood friends, and colleagues. There were not many, so she would invite them all for a simple meal together. Moreover, she had been in a dilemma about whether to invite her parents to live in Beijing with her and teach them the ways of cultivation. Following her true inclinations, she was reluctant to cohabit with them, as it felt uncomfortable. Yet, the thought of leaving them behind to pursue a carefree life weighed heavily on her conscience. In truth, this matter had occupied her thoughts since the onset of her cultivation journey, and she had struggled to reach a decision. Should she bring them along? The material aspects of cultivation must at least be shared, but would the secrets of the lotus abode be exposed? Although a cultivator's life is long, its quality is not necessarily easy or pleasant. If she chose not to bring them, they were unlike others. They were her biological parents, her closest kin. This body and this life were gifts from them, and now she had the chance to guide them onto the path of cultivation. Yet her fear of causing harm rendered her inactive, which felt morally wrong. After much contemplation, she found herself unable to make a resolution. Forget it, she told herself. That if you can't decide, then don't think about it. We'll address it later. In any case, the small courtyard she had rented could not accommodate them all. However, when Su Guangjing drove them in the 7-seater Ford they had purchased before their divorce to the high-speed train station, her mother suddenly burst into tears while seated in the back. Yin Susu felt an unsettling pang in her heart. She and her 2 elder brothers simultaneously paid for tuition and school uniforms. With their parents struggling financially, they pressed a small sum from old lady Yun in her name, which was then distributed among her 2 brothers. The only student in her class who had not paid her tuition. She was punished by her homeroom teacher to stand in the corner, and she wept when she and her second brother were hospitalized with high fevers, sharing a ward. Their parents fussed over the second brother while she lay forlornly among a few young patients surrounded by her relatives. And she wept. During her university years, while her elder brothers received 800 yuan monthly for living expenses, she, a girl born a few years later, faced rising prices and had only 600 yuan each month. When she found herself calculating meticulously just to afford a pack of sanitary napkins, she wept. After being accepted into graduate school, her parents, unable to support her, allowed old lady Yun to use her lifelong savings for her tuition and living expenses, only for her parents to feign custody of the funds while turning around to use it all for her second brother's bride price and wedding. She was compelled to work tirelessly to earn her tuition and support herself. When she faced humiliation from her employers and mockery from classmates, Nearly failing to graduate due to missed classes, she wept. Following her divorce, terrified of old Lady Yun's scornful reproach, she moved back in with her parents, dragging her children along, only for them to be bullied by her brother's children, while she endured scorn from her two sisters-in-law, who even resorted to physical confrontation. Her parents not only never uttered a word in her defense but treated her with disdain. During that time, she wept almost daily, until her two brothers forcefully expelled her and her children from their home, and old Lady Yun came to take them in. Now it was her mother who wept, lamenting that Yun Susu had grown distant, only thinking of old Lady Yun in times of good fortune, failing to communicate about her divorce, and not even informing her of her move. It was as if she, the mother, no longer existed in her heart. Her father sat beside her, sighing heavily. Yun Cheng sat behind Su Guangjing, reaching across the aisle to gently pat Yun Susu's hand, silently offering his comfort, while Yun Qing nestled in Yun Susu's embrace. Clinging to her neck in silence, old Lady Yun sat in the front row, berating her son. What sin have I committed to bear a spineless son like you? Look at your pathetic self. If you have something to say, say it. If you have complaints, voice them. Who are you annoying with your size? Moving to Beijing was my idea, and it has nothing to do with Susu. Don't you dare think of controlling her. And to her daughter-in-law, now you remember the cat weeping for the mouse. Where were you all those years? You took my son's money and squandered it on your family, leaving the second child with no money for his wedding. And you used Susu's tuition funds. Why didn't you cry then? Susu almost suffered because of your actions, and you didn't shed a tear. You managed to buy a house and still got it wrong. And now that you see Susu has a bit of money, you're after her again. Humph, I'm still alive. Don't indulge in your mother-esque delusions. Yin Susu accepted the bank card but returned the key. I needed it more than you before, but now I have no use for it. She was too weary to say more, unwilling to dispute the rights and wrongs, and, taking her children and the elderly through security, she left behind her 3 aggrieved family members. Her former family, the past, like yesterday, was dead. She intended to retreat to the bustling heart of the nation with her grandmother and her children. The small seek refuge in the wild, the medium in the city, and the great in the court. She is considered a modest recluse. Ji Yuzhanghe mentioned that his family originally resided in the secluded mountains, where they should be referred to as mountain dwellers. The term mountain dweller when combined evokes the notion of an immortal. It seems that what mortals perceive as immortals are actually practitioners dwelling in the deep mountains, engaging in their cultivation. Those who cultivate in the forested mountains can truly be regarded as minor recluses. The esteemed scholar Su Yao in his writings stated, among the 3 realms, the mortal realm occupies the middle ground. Within the 9 heavens and earth, the mundane universe neither ascends nor descends. Thus it is considered central. Between good and evil, humanity clings to neither, which also signifies a position of equilibrium. Her family, residing amidst the bustling city, can likewise be deemed as occupying a central position in the context of reclusiveness. Middle is a fascinating term, cherished by the Chinese people. The nation is known as Zhonghua. Individuals are lauded for their uprightness, and heroic figures are celebrated as the pillars of society. The people of Hunan have an even greater affinity for it, referring to their homeland as the Central Plains. The state is Zhangzhou. And when a boy is born, he is called Zhongyong. In response to others' opinions, agreement is expressed with Zhong, while disagreement is met with Buzhong. To affirm a person, one might say that person is Zhong, while to negate someone, one would declare that person is Buzhongxian. She, a seemingly ineffectual girl from Hunan, has managed to claim a place in this Zhong narrative, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Leaving her hometown and shedding her past, Yin Susu momentarily relaxed, allowing herself to drift along her journey. After disembarking from the high-speed train and arriving at her small courtyard, she spent 2 days settling her home affairs before wholeheartedly immersing herself in preparations for her business opening. Together with Manager 1, she dedicated an entire day cataloging the fruits of her recent shopping spree and the materials transferred from Lianxi, organizing them into storage and cabinets, thus completing the task. Eagerly awaiting the grand opening, Ranran and Gu Zhanghe had already engaged a skilled individual to select an auspicious date for the opening. On the day of the event, Ranran invited friends, while Gu Zhanghe brought along 7 or 8 family elites to support Yin Susu. Her aunts, cousins, and several others, including furniture factory representatives, were also in attendance. Additionally, a few childhood friends from Beijing, several classmates, and peers from the jade and jewelry industry nearby came to extend their congratulations, making for a lively atmosphere. Chapter 11. The Gu brothers, the Gu family, not only boasts a thriving lineage but is also rich in talent. Among the Gu brothers present at the opening ceremony of Qingyin Pavilion, 2 are engaged in politics, 3 in business, and 3 have remained in the mountains to dedicate themselves to cultivation and the study of ancestral spiritual patterns, shunning the mundane world. The 2 involved in politics are older, both high-level practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Jiyu Zhongyao, age 60, holds a significant government position, while Gu Zhongxing, in his 50s, is actively serving in municipal affairs. The 3 in business are comparatively younger, all in their 40s and at the intermediate stage of Qi refinement. One of them is Gu Zhonghe, who conducts business in the capital and owns over a dozen companies across various industries. Another, Gu Zhongping, operates in securities in Shanghai. And the last, Gu Zhongchang, is currently developing ventures in North America. The trio dedicated to cultivation appeared ageless and unfathomable in their mastery. According to Gu Zhonghe's account, Gu Zhongxing is a pure Dao cultivator, over 60 years of age, having attained the pinnacle of the Peiyuan stage, merely awaiting the foundation establishment. Within the current generation of the Gu family, he stands as a pillar of strength. Jiyu Zhongmin, in his 50s, occupies the mid-tier of the Peiyuan stage, excelling in the art of alchemy, capable of concocting first-grade spiritual pills, and is quite popular at several significant cultivation sites beyond the mundane realm. The youngest, Gu Zhongguan, is merely 40, yet he has reached the high tier of the Peiyuan stage, being a key focus of the family's nurturing, having received the family's inheritance in spiritual patterns. Since Gu Zhonghe encountered Yin Susu in Suzhou, the Gu family has exhibited the utmost goodwill, profound regard, and a sincere eagerness to form a connection with her, readily proposing exchanges of spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, and other resources, offering substantial concessions. They also suggested that their most promising high-tier cultivator, Gu Zhongguan, take Yun Cheng and Yun Qing as his disciples. Naturally, Yin Susu declined the proposition, citing that the 2 had already pledged themselves to a master of uncertain whereabouts. However, she did not refuse the material exchanges, fearing that a complete rejection might turn friends into foes. Thus, she exchanged several spiritual stones for a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, and alchemical materials across 2 or 3 transactions, all of which were items of immediate necessity. Even if they were not urgently required, she intended to acquire some, for one must consider, if a cultivator could fulfill all their needs autonomously, what would that signify? No cultivator can truly master every craft. One cannot be proficient in alchemy, talismans, artifacts, formations, and beast taming, as the limitation of lifespan presents an insurmountable barrier. Naturally, the lifespan of mortals is but a mere century, while Qi refinement practitioners may live up to 120 years. Peiyuan cultivators around 200 years, and foundation establishment practitioners merely reach 300 years. Outside of cultivation, there is insufficient time to delve into numerous skills. Hence, places where cultivators congregate typically establish markets for mutual exchange. Even in the absence of such markets, it is commonplace for wandering cultivators to barter their goods. Jiyu Zhonghe frequently shared these insights with her, and they were also documented in the scriptures left by the great masters. Faced with the olive branch extended by the Gu brothers, she remained guarded despite her inner doubts. However, as their interactions deepened, she found herself moved by their sincerity, even as they professed their requests of her as the reason for their courteous demeanor. After the opening ceremony, Gu Zhongxing often descended from the mountains to engage her in discussions on the Tao. Due to the vast difference in their cultivation levels, he frequently offered her guidance on her practice. Gu Zhongguan, youthful and exuberant, possessed a cheerful disposition akin to that of a spirited young boy. Finding the monotony of mountain cultivation tedious, he would occasionally emerge to alleviate his spirit, invariably seeking Yun Susu to share his woes and play with Yun Qing and Yun Qing, charmingly endearing himself to the elderly matriarch, who often encouraged Yin Susu to consider him as a lifelong companion. Having experienced marriage and divorce, and being a mother to 2 children, Yin Susu found it difficult to entertain romantic notions. Perceiving him more as a younger sibling, Jiyu Zhonghe's assistance proved particularly invaluable. Over half of Qingyin Pavilion's resources and sales channels were reliant on his introductions. He had taken her on multiple journeys to the jade origin sites in Hetian and Tengzhou. Mindful of her wariness towards him, and to avoid any suspicions, he always brought along Rand or Manager One, due to the distance and the secluded nature of the area, rife with both good and ill. For the sake of safety, he also invited Gu Zhongguan or Gu Zhongxing to accompany them for protection. The Gu brothers candidly expressed that their intention in befriending her was to utilize her connections to uncover the original owners or creators of the rosewood furniture. Seeking to inquire about the spiritual patterns that had been lost or partially obscured through generations of migration within their family, they had discovered that several pieces of rosewood furniture purchased from Yun Susu bore 4 or 5 unique spiritual patterns, either intentionally or inadvertently inscribed by the artisans, which were documented in their family's treasured legacy of jade slips, although the purpose of these patterns remained unknown. Additionally, there were 7 or 8 other spiritual patterns that, while not recorded in their jade slips, resonated both in their stylistic trajectories and the essence they harbored with the Gu family's spiritual motifs. They even speculated that the original owner or creator must have some connection to their Gu lineage, perhaps even being long-lost kin. Yun Susu, caught between amusement and bewilderment, thought to herself that they could hardly fathom that the original owner of the rosewood furniture was indeed her, and that the creator was the great deity Su Yao. As for their conjectures, there was a modicum of truth to their assumptions. The ancestors of the Gu family were of the Kunwu clan during the reign of Emperor Yao, and prior to his ascetic pursuits in the mountains. Su Yao had served as the leader of the Kunwu clan during the era of Emperor Yao, establishing their connection with the divine. However, regarding the notion of blood ties, their speculation faltered. Firstly, Su Yao did not leave any offspring during the era of Emperor Yao, thus they could not claim descent from him. Secondly, the ancient Kunwu clan of Su Yao's time belonged to the lineage of the Shinnon clan, associated with the Yin Emperor, while the Kunwu clan during the Xia dynasty was led by descendants of the Yellow Emperor, specifically Fan Feng, a descendant of Zhuanxiu, whose tribe was named after its fief. It is possible that some members of the Kunwu clan during the Xia period were remnants of the ancient Kunwu clan, but the branches of descendants, such as Gu, Wen, Su, and Wu, were entirely of the Yellow Emperor's lineage. In truth, Su Yao's bloodline bore less proximity to them than Yun Susu's own lineage, as the Yun surname in Puyang originated from the Huayan clan, whereas the Gu surname stemmed from the Jie clan, both of which were descendants of Lu Zhong, a great-grandson of Zhuanxiu. Thus, she and they were indeed kin. These were insights she had gleaned from the tomes within the Lotus Abode. However, the world resembles a vast crucible, where for countless millennia, beings have coexisted and intertwined, rendering distinctions between one another nearly impossible. For instance, the Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor were originally close relatives, and with the passage of 10 generations, how could one still discern the nuances of bloodlines? The Gu brothers were elated to receive the set of tables and stools, yet Yin Susu found little joy in it. The Lotus Abode contained merely 4 sets of furniture intricately carved by the deity himself, each piece infused with the deity's affection for her. Originally, her family of 4 each had a set, but after selling 10 pieces previously and now gifting away another set, she found herself left with nothing. Her room had transformed into a modern space, save for a solitary bed. Having long been deemed slow-witted and unworthy of her parents' favor, she had finally encountered a deity who descended from the heavens to rescue her and guide her onto the path, claiming to be her father from a past life. Yet, she had given away the very spiritual furniture, crafted by the deity's own hands to bestow blessings and good fortune upon her, leaving her feeling as though she had squandered the generosity of her ancestors. Akin to a prodigal child that in truth, the basement and underground wine cellar of the Lotus Abode housed numerous rough shelves and less ornate tables, which she could have easily offered to the Gu family as a substitute. However, she was uncertain whether those shelves and tables bore any spiritual patterns, and thus hesitated to do so. Fortunately, the Gu family brothers seemed to embody the qualities of gentlemen, treating her with nothing but warmth and kindness. Refraining from prying into her affairs, she constantly reassures herself, all is well, there are not so many wicked individuals in the world, and cultivators are even less likely to engage in malevolent deeds. For they must endure 9 tribulations and 81 trials to attain enlightenment, with each tribulation serving as a profound interrogation of one's conscience, and every trial being scrutinized by the celestial forces of virtue. Her ignorance of spiritual patterns left her with little use for the table and stools that remained by her side. Instead, it would be far more beneficial to bestow them upon the Gu family. At present, what holds greater significance for her are not the cloud-patterned furnishings, but the wealth, both familiar and unfamiliar, that resides in the basement. The basement of the Lotus Abode is intrinsically linked to the abode itself, both being forged from the primordial azure lotus seed pod. The lowest level of the structure was buried by the great deity beneath the spatial earth, forming the basement in the northern section of the basement. Numerous wooden racks are filled with jade vessels containing various liquors, which Yin Susu has yet to consume, although she could open them if she wished. Some racks are laden with heavy stone mortars, sealed with lids that she cannot unfasten, leaving her unaware of their contents. The southern and eastern chambers of the basement are rather empty, with only some crude tables scattered about, upon which lie many spirit stones, spirit woods, and mineral materials in disarray. Yin Susu feels a sense of wealth, drawing her confidence from this trove. The deity has naturally not spoken of this to her, which is quite generous indeed. However, she is now Yin Susu, no longer the Susu of the Gutian clan, and not even a trace of her soul remains to signify the presence of Feng Susu. Why cling to such attachments? The deity is an existence more remarkable than any celestial being. Notions of familial affection and nurturing are of little consequence to him, as he adheres to the principle of transcending emotions. His kindness towards her stems merely from the absence of having raised her in her previous life, and in this life, having whisked away her guiding spirit, leaving her unable to ascend the path. Thus, he feels a sense of indebtedness. His gift of the azure lotus seeds in the lotus abode has already compensated for this debt. She has her biological parents in Puyang. To fixate on the deity would be folly indeed. Chapter 12. Spiritual Patterns, Part 1. As her interactions with the Gu brothers deepened, Yin Susu finally grasped the essence of spiritual patterns. They are, in fact, the symbols inscribed upon talismans, the handprints used in alchemical processes, the markings on spiritual artifacts, the pathways of spiritual energy within formations, and the trajectories of energy in prohibitions. They represent the sequences of spiritual energy that connect practitioners to the cosmos, serving as energy codes and magical imprints. The art of spiritual patterns on Earth has its origins in the natural world, evolving from ancient shamanic practices and reaching its zenith under the teachings of the sage Fuxi. The river diagram and the Luo book are natural manifestations of spiritual patterns imbued with profound cosmic principles. Long ago, Fuxi observed the cosmos and devised the 8 trigrams, employing the powers of the great shaman to enter the way. The diagrams he created are, in essence, spiritual patterns, keys to the secrets of the Tao inscribed upon the fabric of heaven and earth. From the most fundamental to the most intricate, the spiritual patterns discovered and developed by the great deity Fuxi encompass all that is necessary for life, cultivation, and combat. Through deep immersion in this path over countless ages, this understanding of the Tao and the cosmos gradually became entwined within the bloodline of Emperor Fuxi, passed down through generations. The 8 trigrams represent the most basic form of spiritual patterns. When cultivators draw the trigrams, they can comprehend the nuances of spiritual mechanics and connect with the surrounding spiritual energies, and the resulting diagrams naturally manifest as spiritual patterns. In contrast, when mortals attempt to draw trigrams, lacking the insight into spiritual mechanics and the ability to harness spiritual energy, the diagrams they produce merely resemble ordinary symbols. After Fuxi, the emperors of successive generations were able to inherit the essence of spiritual pattern techniques from their bloodlines. Through diligent practice, they became the consummate masters of this art, allowing them to effortlessly undertake the monumental responsibilities of establishing nations, safeguarding territories, and protecting their people. Yet, there were always some direct descendants whose bloodlines remained dormant. While collateral branches of the family unexpectedly awakened this aspect of their heritage, thereby receiving the transmission of knowledge. Thus, by the time of Xia Qi's establishment of the Xia dynasty, the true custodians of the spiritual pattern techniques had shifted from the imperial lineage to that of the feudal lords. At that time, the head of the Kunwu clan was the lord of the Xia dynasty, known as the Duke of Xia. The reason the head of the Kunwu clan could dominate the various realms of Xia was that he possessed the most complete understanding of the spiritual pattern techniques of his time. When Shang Tang extinguished the Xia, the bloodline of the Kunwu clan, particularly in the rulers of the Gu, Wensu, and Dong states, had thinned considerably, and the inherited spiritual pattern techniques were gradually becoming incomplete. After nearly 5 millennia of erosion from antiquity to the present, the Gu clan's bloodline had diminished to the point where the inheritance had vanished entirely. Although the heads of the Gu clan throughout the ages placed great importance on the transmission of spiritual pattern techniques, frequently organizing their kin to meticulously record every known pattern, the art was still on the verge of extinction within their family. The once dominant spiritual pattern techniques of ancient times seem to have been completely forgotten in this world. Today, practitioners only recognize talismans, hand seals, formations, and prohibitive tracts, oblivious to the fact that all these derive from spiritual patterns. The disappearance of a civilization is a lament for humanity, while the extinction of a path is a sorrow for the cosmos itself. In the calm tone of Gu Zhongxing, a profound sadness was conveyed to At that moment. He was seated in the home of Yun Susu, discussing the Tao with his two clan brothers, Gu Zhonghe and Gu Zhongguan. Listening to Gu Zhongxing's narrative, Yun Susu appeared indifferent, yet her mind was racing with thoughts. When the great deity crafted the lotus abode, did he not leave behind spiritual patterns even in the furniture he casually made? Might the walls, floors, ceilings, and railings of the lotus abode hold even more spiritual patterns? She resolved to explore the lotus abode thoroughly. If she could uncover any patterns, she would meticulously sketch them for Gu Zhongxing and Gu Zhongguan to study. In her history classes, she had learned of the four great civilizations that once graced the earth: ancient Babylonian, ancient Egyptian, ancient Indian, and Huaxia civilizations. Out of these, only the Huaxia civilization persisted, while the other three had vanished. Even the Huaxia civilization flickered like a candle in the wind, having endured several calamities, barely surviving to this day. In her youthful days, she had lamented the fate of these lost civilizations, but as it did not concern her directly, she had not given it much thought. Now, however, the most resplendent lineage of cultivation within Huaxia was on the brink of extinction. As both a descendant of Huaxia and a practitioner of cultivation, and potentially a master of spiritual patterns, she felt a weighty heaviness in her heart, akin to the daughter of the once illustrious leader of the Kunwu clan, Su Yao, yearning to exert her strength to salvage what she could. Recalling Gu Zhongxing's words that spiritual pattern techniques originated from witchcraft, she suddenly remembered her childhood visit with old Lady Yun to a peculiar witch whose behavior had struck her as odd. The witch had often waved her hands in the air, and when asked what she was drawing, the girl could only mumble incoherently. Now, it seemed as if she had been manifesting symbols. "Old lady! Old lady! Old lady!" she shouted towards the eastern room. "What madness is this? Why are you calling out like a spirit?" Old Lady Yun finally emerged from the eastern quarters after a considerable delay, scolding her with irritation. "To, you mean her? I heard from your great-aunt that she was apprehended during the severe crackdown, and, upon her release, she became deranged." The old lady pondered for a moment and mused. "I wonder if she is still alive now." With a skeptical gaze, she scrutinized Yin Susu and inquired, "What mischief are you concocting this time?" Yin Susu stammered, "Have I ever created any mischief? It is all of you who have." What was that fairy sketching in the air? Was she drawing talismans in the sky? Gu Zhonghe hurriedly interjected to alleviate her predicament. Yes. Now that I think about it, it does resemble drawing talismans in the air. Much like what Zhongguan demonstrated on paper, drawing talismans in the air is indeed a form of spiritual patterning, is it not? Yun Susu, enduring Gu Zhongguan's exasperated glare, eagerly asked. Indeed, if the talismans she drew possessed spiritual power, it would be remarkable. Airborne talisman drawing is a more advanced form of spiritual art. She hails from Puyang. Puyang is precisely where our Kunwu people once resided. Susu, I truly owe you my gratitude. Even if the talismans she draws lack spiritual power, as long as they are not deceitful, they hold immense value. Gu Zhongxing also became animated. Why wait any longer? Let us go find her at once. Gu Zhongguan exclaimed, leaping up. The group, driven by Gu Zhonghe, journeyed from the capital to Puyang, then to the Dongwang Temple. 30 years had elapsed, and this period was marked by the swiftest transformations in history. The changes in rural landscape were indeed monumental, with the roads, villages, and trees all transformed. They inquired their way to the Dongwang Temple and subsequently to the home of the great aunt, who, with the aid of her king, led them to the fairy's abode. In a small room adjacent to the pigsty, they found the old fairy, who had aged to a pitiful degree. The villagers gazed in astonishment at this group of peculiarly dressed individuals. Yin Susu in her flowing skirt, exuding an air of ease, Gu Zhongxing in his robe and straw sandals, embodying the demeanor of a sage, Gu Zhongguan clad in an ethereal white silk tang suit adorned with cloud patterns, ever since he accepted the cloud-patterned furniture gifted by Yin Susu. All his garments and utensils, whether embroidered, painted, or carved, bore the same design, resembling a dandy. The most ordinary among them was Gu Zhonghe, dressed in a light gray casual outfit paired with layered soled cloth shoes. Where simplicity revealed sophistication, the village contained only the elderly and children. As the able-bodied had migrated to large cities for work, the few children trailed this peculiar group to the fairy's home. Peering curiously inside, while their grandparents feigned watching over them and followed suit. That Jiyu Zhongxing entered the fairy's room and casually shut the door, isolating them from the villagers and the inquisitive gazes of the fairy's family. The five of them squeezed into the cramped space, which felt even more constricted due to the small window, casting a dark and oppressive atmosphere. With a flick of his hand, Gu Zhongxing used his magical prowess to activate the ceiling light. Scrutinizing the fairy closely, her hair was unkempt, her back hunched, as she sat on a dilapidated rattan chair beside the bed, her body covered in grime, a portrait of decrepitude that it seemed she had indeed not practiced any cultivation. Even if a practitioner cherished their spiritual power and refrained from arbitrarily using it to tend to themselves, the energy or true qi would still keep them from aging excessively throughout their lives. However, beneath her heavily layered eyelids lay a pair of eyes that occasionally appeared dull, yet at times sparkled with brilliance. She was a genuine sorceress, her mental fortitude far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Gu Zhongxing concealed his surprise and gestured complexly toward her. The fairy glanced at him, then at the great aunt from the same village, shaking her head in confusion. Jiyu Zhongxing gestured twice more, prompting the celestial maiden to gaze at him in astonishment. Her mouth opening and closing as she inquired, "Who are you? Have the ancestors of the Poxy deity sent you to retrieve me?" Chapter 13. Spiritual Patterns, Part 2. The Poxy deity? Gu Zhongxing was momentarily taken aback by the question. "Oh, you are not, are you? I thought as much. The ancestors have long forsaken us unworthy descendants." The celestial maiden appeared infinitely disappointed. Jiyu Zhongxing, filled with curiosity, asked, "When you refer to the deity, do you mean the master or the ancestor?" This only earned him a disdainful glance from the celestial maiden. Yin Susu stepped in to diffuse the tension. "Celestial maiden, do you remember me? I came to see you with my great aunt when I was a child. The one who suffered from persistent fevers that the hospital could not cure." Yin Susu looked confused, who mistook someone else's father for a master. "What are you talking about, celestial maiden?" The celestial maiden closed her eyes. Wishing to say no more, Jiyu Zhongxing interjected to clarify for Yin Susu. What she means by ancestor refers to the forebear, not the master. She is criticizing those who adhere to Catholicism or Christianity. For do not the believers refer to God as Father and Lord? The celestial maiden sighed. At last, there is someone who understands. The ancestor, is it not the venerable celestial being? How can one not grasp this? Yin Susu's eyes widened in realization. Is that so? Then, celestial maiden, let me take a guess. The Poxy deity you speak of is perhaps the illustrious Fuxi, the one who inscribed the 8 trigrams. The celestial maiden murmured softly, casting glances at Gu Zhongxing as she spoke. Jiyu Zhongxing inquired, "What is your master's name? How old was he when he passed? Was he not unkempt when he taught you? An itinerant beggar, how could he not be unkempt? Your questions are truly peculiar. As for his name, he never mentioned it, and I was too young to inquire. In terms of age, he appeared to be in his 50s. Then, can you demonstrate the celestial arts he taught you for us? I do not know you. You are not sent by the venerable celestial being. So why should I perform for you?" At this moment, Gu Zhongxing stepped forward with a smile. "We too are descendants of the venerable celestial being, and we possess some knowledge of the celestial arts, imbued with a touch of divine essence." Gu Zhongxing raised his hand, intending to showcase his celestial aura, but regrettably, lacking the means, he turned to Gu Zhongxing. Jiyu Zhongxing remained silent, raising his hand, from which a small wooden boat materialized out of thin air. He deftly gestured over the boat, which suddenly expanded to the size of a table. Hovering before him, Jiyu Zhongxing leaped aboard, and the small vessel glided around the heads of the onlookers within the small room. After a brief flight, he landed and summoned a tall wooden stool, which floated gently into his hands. He placed it opposite the celestial maiden and seated himself. "I have seen a celestial being. Master, I have witnessed a living celestial." The celestial maiden's eyes widened, tears glistening in her deep azure irises, her voice trembling with excitement. I shall demonstrate for you." Gu Zhongxing quickly interjected, "Elder, please wait a moment. We must capture this on film." He produced his phone and adjusted it, pointing the camera at the celestial maiden, stating, "All set." The celestial maiden began her demonstration earnestly, while Yin Susu watched intently, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. After listening to the accounts of Gu Zhongxing and the immortal lady, Yin Susu found herself increasingly intrigued by the art of spiritual patterns. For some reason, the immortal lady's gestures evoked a sense of familiarity in Yin Susu, who had never before encountered this mystical discipline. Since her ascension to a higher level of qi refinement, she had mastered 5 spells, 1 foundational spell, the Gale technique, and 4 auxiliary spells. the ignition technique to enhance firepower, the rain summoning technique to increase rainfall, the spring breeze technique to accelerate plant growth, and the dust cleansing technique, which combines earth and water elements. Although these 5 spells do not strictly adhere to the 5 elemental categories, they exhibit distinct attribute inclinations based on their characteristics. Due to the constraints of their cultivation environment, Qi refiners typically cultivate a singular essence of true Qi, as the earthly energies lack elemental properties, resulting in a uniform essence. However, within high-quality true Qi, there exists a faint trace of spiritual energy, which allows some Qi refiners to imbue their spells with elemental tendencies, observing the immortal lady drawing symbols in the air. Yun Susu discerned a similar attribute inclination from her gestures, which lacked both spiritual and true Qi, even more pronounced than those present in her own spells. Consequently, she retrieved her mobile phone from her bag and activated the recording function. The camera captured the immortal lady's hand movements as they flowed gracefully and beautifully. The demonstration spanned from 10 in the morning until 12, followed by a simple farmhouse meal before continuing in the afternoon. Upon conclusion, at the insistence of the immortal lady, Gu Zhongguan, as a representative of the Gu brothers, also engaged in a half-hour demonstration of spiritual patterns in the air, contributing to the exchange of Taoist techniques with the immortal lady. By 5 in the evening, the group, still yearning for more, set off in their vehicle. Chapter 14. Blood relations in their youth. The 2 older brothers exhibited a degree of selfishness. However, after years of navigating society and enduring numerous misfortunes, they gradually became dissolute, spending their days in drunken revelry and gambling. Their tempers grew volatile, and they resorted to violence as a habitual means of resolving conflicts. Yun Susu felt a tinge of sympathy for her parents. In her childhood, they often criticized her for not aligning with their expectations and deemed her inept, leading to a lack of affection toward her. As she matured, the distance between them only widened. The 2 sons transformed as well, becoming less submissive and increasingly assertive in their demeanor. Out of fear born from love, her parents hesitated to provoke their sons, having grown estranged from their daughter. They were reluctant to rely on her, often finding themselves under the influence of their sons and daughters-in-law. Though the elderly couple remained devoted to one another, they occasionally quarreled, yet without the warmth of attentive children. They had to bear their grievances alone. The indifference of her parents and brothers had cast a shadow over Yun Susu's sensitive spirit throughout her formative years, and after her divorce, she felt further alienated, yearning to distance herself from them. Yet, upon truly separating from them, she often found herself reflecting on their virtues. No one is born inherently immoral, nor is anyone irredeemably wicked. Much of one's character is shaped by the subtle influences of their environment. And even in the deepest abyss, flickers of light may still shine through it. If one's disposition can be cultivated, and sins can be forgiven, then surely virtues can also be reclaimed. Yun Susu contemplated the possibility of investing time and effort to see if she could gently influence her 2 brothers and their familial ethos toward a more positive direction. If it is not feasible, then she will teach them the art of Qi cultivation, ensuring they possess robust health, while also having Yun Susu to watch over them, thereby minimizing their potential impact on society. As for their parents, she will seek their consent, and if they agree, she will bring them to the capital. Since cohabitation seems to create discomfort, she will simply purchase a separate residence for them. After all, she has already settled her own home and her business is on the right track, qualifying her as a person of means. Yun Susu reclined on her modest 1-meter bed in the west wing of the Yun family courtyard, dialing her parents to inquire about their current living arrangements and informing them of her intention to visit later that evening. Indeed, the entire Yun family had relocated to their newly acquired residence, which could be deemed a standalone villa. The house occupied 2/3 of the property, leaving the yard rather small. Upon entering the courtyard, Yun Susu immediately noticed that, aside from the 2-meter wide path in the center, both sides were adorned with vibrant green vegetables. Her 2 sisters-in-law, brimming with enthusiasm, greeted her at the entrance, simultaneously informing her that her 2 brothers were out working and had yet to return. While ushering her into the living room on the 1st floor where her parents awaited, they did not linger, however, as they cheerfully turned back to the garden to harvest vegetables and prepare dinner. It seemed they were doing well. The move appeared to have rejuvenated them, lifting their spirits and dispelling any previous despondency, as the entire family radiated a newfound vitality. Yun Susu presented her sisters-in-law with 2 ginseng roots cultivated in the Yun family courtyard, explaining their usage before settling down in the living room to chat with her parents and discuss the prospect of bringing them to Beijing. To her surprise,
her parents declined her offer. "Susu, my dear, you are a woman with 2 children to care for, along with your grandmother, who is quite difficult to manage. It is not an easy task for you. Your father and I are still in good health and can manage for a few more years. It would be best for us to remain here, watching over your brothers and assisting them in their lives. When the time comes that we cannot manage, we will come to Beijing to enjoy a few days of comfort." Both parents echoed this sentiment. Yunmu, being the more perceptive of the two, noticed Yun Susu's expression of discontent and hastily added, "It is not that we do not care for you. It is simply that we struggle to get along with your grandmother. It is not that we, as your elders, do not wish to honor her. You have seen that, apart from yourself, who has ever had a pleasant relationship with her among our relatives, friends, or neighbors? Oh, I can endure it. I am like wood or clay. My grandmother is difficult to deal with, like a demon or a monster, while you all are bodhisattvas, precious and easy to be around." Yin Susu felt a natural discord with this couple. Every conversation seemed to be riddled with misunderstandings, prompting her to retort, "Haha, Susu, do not be upset. It was your mother who misspoke. It is actually your father who is at fault. The old lady is my biological mother, and it is my duty to honor her. You tend to her daily, worrying and enduring her reprimands. This is a burden I should bear, to honor the elderly." The Yun Ba's words were understandable. His light-hearted and fortunate demeanor was somewhat irksome. "That I honor the old lady for my own reasons, and it has nothing to do with you, so there is no need for thanks. When I was in school, my own parents neglected me, and the old lady provided the funds for my tuition. What a tremendous kindness that was. Although in the end, I was deceived by you all, her affection as a grandmother for her grandchildren is genuine, and it is only right for me to show her filial piety. To neglect my duty towards her would be to act heartlessly and ungratefully, inviting divine retribution upon myself. Blood relatives are often the ones who inflict wounds upon each other." Susu, at that time, we were truly powerless, with not a single penny to our name, unable to secure a bride for your second brother, who was destined to remain a bachelor. What were we to do? As a young woman, why did you need to pursue such lofty academic achievements? Look at how tirelessly you toiled to complete your studies, and yet now you have resigned and changed your career. We have heard from your second aunt that you have become quite wealthy, even more so than her family. With your newfound affluence, why do you still hold grudges against us, now that I have wealth? Did you not swindle me out of my tuition back then? If I had not persevered against all odds to complete my education, could I have achieved what I have today? Could I have honored the elders in our family?" On this day, Yin Susu was in the mood to confront them. Observing their astonished expressions, she took a satisfying sip of water, set down her cup, and then carefully retrieved a copied manual titled The 9 Turns of True Qi and a handwritten book of techniques called Light Wind Steps. Placing them deliberately on the coffee table before her, with a solemn expression, she declared, "These are the teachings passed down from my master. That we originally had rules stating the teachings must not be lightly shared. Such rare and precious techniques, if they were to be imparted to anyone, must first be assessed for their level of cultivation and moral character. Only then could the teachings be shared. You are my blood relatives, and I, out of personal inclination, have chosen to share them with you in advance. As you learn these techniques, you must also diligently study and cultivate your moral character, behaving well and practicing virtue. Do not bring misfortune upon me, lest I incur punishment from my master and even be expelled from the sect. If that were to happen, it would be a great calamity for me." After teaching them the fundamentals of cultivation, Yun Susu broadly introduced the circumstances of the cultivation world, advising them to wait until the nephews and nieces were on holiday, ensuring confidentiality before teaching them further. Finally, she encouraged them, "Cultivate diligently, strive to master the qi refining techniques, and pass the assessments of both moral character and cultivation set by the sect. Only then will you truly be considered members of the immortal realm." Chapter 15. The Cultivation Alliance. Upon returning to the capital, Yun Susu immersed herself in the lotus abode. Firstly, to accelerate her own cultivation, as the number of qi refiners, inspired by her, continued to grow, thus increasing the weight of the karmic responsibilities upon her. She needed to establish an overwhelming lead in her cultivation level to instill a sense of awe, ensuring they prioritized not only physical training, but also the cultivation of their hearts and spirits. Secondly, she sought to uncover spiritual patterns within the lotus abode, regardless of whether the art of spiritual patterns originated from the ancient Kunwa clan or the ancestors of the Gu family. It is a skill of significant potential for exploration and research in the realm of cultivation. Its applications are vast, encompassing nearly all aspects of cultivation and serving as the foundation of the entire cultivation civilization. Yin Susu felt that it was difficult to overlook. Even if she did not delve deeply into its study, her daily cultivation would inevitably intersect with it. She pondered why the green lotus virtue did not introduce the art of spiritual patterns, realizing that the distance between her and the ancient deity was too great for consultation. Yet, she believed that the deity would not oppose her basic understanding and study of spiritual patterns. Indeed, she discovered traces of spiritual patterns on the floors, walls, ceilings, and railings of the lotus abode. Upon meticulous observation, one can discern the ethereal patterns within the textures of the spirit wood in the basement, the facets of the spirit stones, and even the spring water in the courtyard, along with the elusive traces of spiritual lines embedded in the soil beyond the courtyard. That it appears that all entities imbued with spirit in this world inevitably manifest spiritual lines. But do these lines precede the existence of spiritual beings, or do the beings precede the lines? Driven by her curiosity, Yin Susu's understanding of these spiritual lines deepened increasingly, drawing her into their mysteries. Half a year later, upon reaching consummation in Qi refinement and emerging from her seclusion at the lotus abode, she had attained a considerable depth and breadth in her studies of spiritual lines. Then, a sensation rippled through the Gu family that a venerable elder from the late foundation establishment stage, the ancestor of the Gu family, brought along over a dozen of his kin to engage in profound discussions with Yin Susu. Primarily centered on the art of spiritual lines, the Gu ancestor warmly invited Yin Susu to visit their ancestral grounds, to collectively explore the secrets of spiritual lines, enhance their functionalities, and contribute to the advancement of this craft, thereby revitalizing the cultivation community on Xianzhou and fostering the global civilization of transcendence. That it seems that not only worldly emperors and politicians engage in such theatrics, the realm of cultivation too harbors its own skilled performers. Yin Susu graciously declined their invitation, suggesting instead that they visit her modest rented courtyard. The Gu ancestor, possessing great refinement, did not look down upon her for her lack of formal initiation into the Tao. Rather, he regarded her as a kindred spirit in the realm of spiritual lines, establishing a cherished friendship with her at the villa of Gu Zhanghe. In no time, her little courtyard became a convergence point of talents, attracting members of the Gu family and their friends from the cultivation world to visit her frequently. Practitioners of the Tao prioritized the cultivation of their path over material desires and societal conventions, often approaching friendships with sincerity and spontaneity, making them delightful companions. Thus, Yin Susu found herself surrounded by a multitude of friends. One day, the Gu ancestor arrived at Yun's residence accompanied by two stewards from the Cultivation Alliance. These two elderly cultivators, resembling the Gu ancestor with their flowing white beards and an air of ethereal grace, bore a haughty demeanor characteristic of advanced foundation establishment practitioners, according to the Gu ancestor's introduction. These two were sent by the Xianzhou Cultivation Alliance to extend an invitation for her to join their ranks, as well as to record details about her sect, her master's cultivation level, and the number of disciples. Yin Susu had never encountered such a bureaucratic institution as the Cultivation Alliance in the secluded realm of cultivation. After all, isn't the pursuit of transcendence and longevity fundamentally about freedom? If a cultivator were willing to be bound by bureaucratic constraints, why would they choose to retreat from the world in the first place? However, she remained acutely aware that existence itself lends validity to every circumstance. Judging by the demeanor of the two venerable cultivators, she surmised that this cultivation alliance must possess an authority beyond her reckoning. Reluctantly, she responded that her sect was a semi-reclusive lineage, with her master as the head, whose cultivation level she was uncertain of. Above her master was a grandmaster at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and her lineage had been passed down through generations without any alliances permitted. It was a jest, indeed, as a solitary cultivator navigating the mundane world, without the backing of prominent figures. Entering the alliance would entangle her deeply within the outer realm of cultivation, leaving her vulnerable to potential scrutiny from capable individuals within the vast, esoteric domain, where her secrets could easily be unraveled. Yet, the Cultivation Alliance was insistent. Since the onset of the Southern and Northern dynasties, as the orthodox paths of cultivation began to wane, the celestial mechanisms of heaven and earth fluctuated unpredictably. It was in that era that they emerged, gradually establishing themselves as leaders within the cultivation community. For millennia, the Alliance has absorbed 70% of the high-ranking practitioners from the outside world. establishing an atmosphere of unparalleled supremacy. Since the two deacons joined the alliance, they had never encountered a practitioner as oblivious as Yun Susu, who blatantly rejected their overtures. Ordinarily, it is the practitioners who seek them out, yearning for their protection. Compared to wandering cultivators, those within the alliance at least enjoy immunity from the oppression of others. That it was astonishing to discover that such a blind individual as Yun Susu existed in the world. They commenced an investigation into her. In earlier years, to facilitate the movements of alliance members in the mundane realm, they had registered a social organization, the Metaphysical Research Alliance. This granted them considerable convenience, as under this guise, they could not only conduct reckless inquiries into the unfounded sect affiliations of Yun Susu, but also, out of sheer boredom, assign personnel to Puyang to scrutinize every detail of her life, from her hospital records at birth to her education, employment, marriage, childbirth, divorce, and resignation, all meticulously examined with exaggerated seriousness. Yet, that was not the end. No. The situation soon turned lively. In the eyes of the common folk, metaphysics equates to fortune-telling, and those who study it are deemed to engage in a semi-divine profession. Yun Susu silently lamented her predicament, regretting her naivety for being so earnest and eager to deliver the spiritual inscriptions she discovered in the lotus abode to the Gu family, ultimately attracting such a multitude of cultivators' attention. Chapter 16. The Great Tribulation of Entry into the Path. At this juncture, Yun Susu had perfected her chi refinement, becoming aware of her burgeoning Tao mechanism, with tribulation imminent. Yet, in such a pivotal moment, she had unwittingly dug an unprecedented pit for herself. Recently, she discovered that wherever she went and whatever she did, a shadow trailed her. Whether picking up her children, working at Qingyin Pavilion, gathering with friends and family, or visiting various real estate centers, every move was under scrutiny. She felt the profound malice of the Cultivation Alliance. Generally, among 100 human chi refiners, half can achieve chi refinement perfection. From those perfected, only 20 to 30 can successfully transcend their tribulation and enter the path. Yet, those who succeed in their first tribulation are merely 10 out of 100. Great beings like Su Yao, who attain a grand Tao state, face 9 tribulations and 81 challenges throughout their lives. Among these, the tribulations weigh heavier than the challenges, with the 3 major tribulations of ascension being more formidable than the ordinary lightning tribulations. The 3 major tribulations are the Great Tribulation of Entry into the Path from the mortal realm to the spiritual realm, the Great Ascension Tribulation from the spiritual realm to the immortal realm, and the Great Return to Divinity Tribulation from the immortal realm to the divine realm. The Great Tribulation of Entry into the Path ranks among the most perilous of the 3. Underscoring its daunting nature, this tribulation involves 3 tiers of divine thunder, each consisting of 9 bolts, each infused with inscrutable celestial might. Following the lightning tribulation, there remains the dreaded hard inquiry tribulation, also known as the heart demon tribulation. Let us first discuss the lightning tribulation. As the human form approaches the Tao body, with the spirit master, primordial spirit, and vital essence all present, and the physical form relatively pure, it is said that the majority of those without significant malevolence can weather the lightning tribulation. Moreover, the 27 bolts of divine thunder are nearly akin to blessings bestowed by the heavens, capable not only of purging and refining the practitioner's body, but also of expanding their meridians and enhancing their danton. After overcoming the tribulation, the practitioner transcends the mundane, stepping onto the path of immortality. The ancient lament regarding the difficulty of attaining corporeal forms among entities such as wood spirits and ethereal beasts stems from the considerable weight of their tribulations compared to those of humanity. These creatures, being of a more primal nature, possess physical forms that are tainted, while the essences of flora and fauna are inherently weaker than their primordial counterparts. Furthermore, the spirits of inanimate objects and the shadows of the departed lack complete consciousness, existing merely as a singular essence, which is significantly frilier than that of sentient beings, rendering their path to enlightenment exceedingly arduous. Due to the natural selection of the heavenly order, the trials of transcendence manifest with greater intensity, often accompanied by cataclysmic storms that darken the skies, resulting in a meager success rate of merely 20 to 30%. For these beings, although the dangers of such trials are formidable, the rewards are equally grand. Upon successfully navigating the tribulations, the spirits gain wisdom, the essences begin to coalesce into forms, and the shadows gradually attain vitality. Next, we encounter the trial of introspection. Whether one is a sentient being or a spirit, the silent yet potent introspection accompanies the trials of transcendence. During this trial, each practitioner faces an inquiry from their very soul, probing their moral character and the nature of their actions. This introspection serves as a critical examination of one's inner state. Those who fail to meet the stringent requirements of enlightenment find no shortcuts to ascend the genuine path of cultivation. Fairly, when compared to humanity, the heart of the essences and primal beast is untainted and simple, aligning more harmoniously with nature, thus rendering the subsequent introspection less threatening for them. However, the shadows, burdened by their cold, ghostly nature, exhibit a distortion of character that complicates their passage through this trial, rendering it more challenging than for humans. As for humanity, the trials of thunder are often navigated with relative ease, whilst the trial of introspection poses a formidable barrier. This is due to the singularity of the human heart, which is most difficult to pacify and detach from worldly desires. The precise nature of the mindset required for transcendence remains elusive. Some may indulge in reckless abandon yet succeed in their trials, while others may dedicate their lives to virtue yet find themselves repeatedly thwarted by overwhelming challenges. One certainty remains. The tranquility of the trial's environment is of paramount importance to the practitioners. Yet, Yin Susu has yet to select a suitable location for her trial, having unwittingly drawn a multitude of observers. She finds herself unable to seek a remote sanctuary for her transcendence, in the depths of mountains and valleys, under the jurisdiction of the Cultivation Alliance, by vast lakes and renowned peaks, occupied by secular authorities. And in the distant clouds and icy expanses, she currently lacks the means to venture forth. Despite the vastness of the world, there seems to be no sanctuary for Yin Susu to undertake her trial. In contrast, the peripheries of urban areas, governed by multiple regimes, may offer a semblance of safety. Even though the Cultivation Alliance wields considerable power, they are likely to refrain from brazen acts of violence in such locales due to the distinctions between the mortal and the divine. Even if they lack scruples, the celestial order remains a regulating force. However, cities are densely populated, making it improbable to find an appropriate site for transcendence, even if she were to purchase a villa in a remote suburban area. The rapid urban development brings the encroaching bustle of city life, tainting the atmosphere with an unsettling heaviness that would hinder her ability to focus during her trial. Even if she is unperturbed by the prospect of attracting attention and survives the trials of thunder, how will she navigate the subsequent introspection? What if they come to disrupt her? How can she shield herself from them? After all, they are all practitioners at the foundational stage. Yunsheng and Yunqing cannot retreat to the lotus abode. Should anything happen to her during the trial, they would be trapped, and if a calamity such as an earthquake were to strike the lotus abode, what would they do? Who dared to let you? A hapless child, flaunt yourself recklessly, slamming straight into the muzzle of that old scoundrel Gu? The old lady, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed, "Thanks to you, I might have managed to prolong my life through some cultivation. But with your knack for causing trouble, I might just die from the stress you give me. Perhaps I should simply join the alliance? But without a master, how would I explain our cultivation methods to them?" Yin Susu, too preoccupied to banter with the old lady, voiced her concerns with a furrowed brow. "I heard Gu Zhonghe mention that the alliance does not permit Dao practitioners to reside long in the mundane world. If I cannot stay in the mundane world, what will you do? If we were to live in a great formation outside the worldly realm, how would our family survive without roots or support? Even if we had money, we wouldn't dare spend it. What a ridiculous alliance, meddling far too much." The old lady cursed vehemently. The grandmother and grandson, troubled for quite some time, could not devise a suitable plan. They resolved to take the child on an outing, hoping that inspiration might strike during their travels. Although the timing for tribulation is somewhat flexible, allowing practitioners to arrange their schedules within a certain time frame, it is not without limitations. Compared to before, Yun Susu's Dantian has undergone a transformation. It feels as though she is traversing a dimly lit street, where the streetlights flicker momentarily, signaling that they will soon illuminate entirely. This is precisely her current state. Her Dantian brimming with true qi, her foundation solidified, her spiritual root likely on the verge of manifesting, as if she had received a notification that her entry into the Tao was imminent, with the potential for her spiritual root to emerge from the mist at any moment. Presently, her cultivation involves using dense true qi to sever the connection between her Dantian and the external world, preventing her spiritual root from interacting with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Should she fail to isolate her Dantian from external communication, even if she remains amidst a bustling city, The heavenly Tao would instantly perceive the interaction between a new spiritual root and the spiritual essence, leading to her being found in the next moment, thereby invoking a thunder tribulation and a heart-testing calamity. Her time is indeed running short. Chapter 17. Deep in the Qinling Mountains, Qingdao.at, the seaside bathing area. Throngs of tourists clad in swimsuits crowded the shore like dumplings, leaving Yun Lao extremely nauseated. Hurry. Hurry, with everyone exposing their bare legs and backsides. It's enough to make one's eyes hurt. But great-grandma, we paid for the tickets. If we leave now, they won't refund us. Why don't you just lie back in your chair and take a nap while I swim a little longer? Yun Qing, reveling in the joy of play, was reluctant to leave. Yun Qing had ventured into the sea. She had befriended 2 young girls on the beach, and the 3 of them were enthusiastically building sandcastles. Too busy to look up. Those ungrateful little rascals. Does your mother not cultivate or work at all? Spending all day just playing with you? The old lady scolded. Guangzhou, the sea beckoned, and nearby were so-called deserted islands. Yet each was brimming with tents housing tourists seeking adventure and survival experiences. Hainan, these so-called deserted islands were merely privately developed tourist spots, farms, or factories. Sanxia City. Yin Susu rented a modest dwelling in a small fishing village to settle her family. With generous rewards, she found a brave soul, the owner of a fishing boat. Swayed by her financial persuasion, took the Yun family out into the deep sea.guizho.it was said that the region was rife with desolate mountains and wilderness. Yun Susu piloted a treasure ship filled with spirit stones, flying into the mountains each night in search of true uninhabited zones. A few days ago, in Guangzhou and Hainan, she harbored concerns about her inability to locate an uninhabited isle or rocky outcrop for respite, thus refraining from flying over the sea. However, she felt more assured about flying over the mountainous inland regions. Yet, after just 2 days of flight, she hastily packed her treasures and retreated to a hotel in the city. Reuniting with Grandma Yun and the children, for she had detected significant spiritual fluctuations indicative of numerous cultivators in the desolate area using her spiritual sensing artifact, with the presence of cultivators. How far could the cultivation alliance be? At that moment, Grandma Yun was leading Yun Sheng and Yun Qing to the streets of Guizhou to savor local delicacies. Meanwhile, Yin Susu, consumed by worry, confined herself within the hotel room. Mindlessly scrolling through Weibo, suddenly, her gaze fixated on her phone screen, where a video was playing depicting the state of an uninhabited village deep within the Qinling Mountains. Towering peaks obscured the sun, and small villages nestled at the mountainsides, hidden within valleys. From a distance, it appeared to be a picturesque rural landscape, but as the camera zoomed in, it became apparent that the village was devoid of human presence. Not even a single chicken or stray dog in sight. It turned out these villages had become uninhabited due to their remote and perilous locations, with roads failing to reach them. Modern conveniences lagged behind, prompting the villagers to gradually relocate. Many mountain villages had transformed into ghost towns. Amid the host's melancholic narration, Yin Susu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. After wandering extensively, she had finally discovered the most suitable locale for her tribulation. There was no place more fitting than the desolate village deep within the Qinling Mountains for her to undergo her trial. A human realm, a rustic mountain village, dilapidated houses with the inhabitants long gone and the government unbothered. No one would come to interfere. The Alliance, being a mundane entity, would also refrain from intruding. She could easily set up her formation on a small hill that had been recently retired from farming but not yet reclaimed by the forest. Without drawing the attention of patrolling forest wardens, without hesitation, Yin Susu took action, first booking a high-speed train to Xi'an online, and then searching for outdoor stores in Guiyang and Xi'an, planning to purchase various supplies from each shop. With each family member possessing a treasure pouch, she decided on 2 or 3 sets for each. Ensuring preparedness for any eventuality, she strolled outside and arrived at a street bustling with outdoor shops. Commencing her procurement of clothing, food, specialized outdoor toolkits, cooking gear, tents, sleeping bags, and more. While it appeared that she was loading these items into a large backpack, in truth, aside from the clothing, she discreetly stowed the other items into her treasure pouch when no one was watching. In Xi'an, the 4 members of the Yun family each carried a large backpack, resembling locusts as they embarked on another round of extensive shopping, with Yin Susu at the wheel of a rented SUV. The family trailed behind a group of adventurers, making their way into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. As the oldest member of the group, Grandma Yun, with her robust physique, sharp wit, and slender stature, captivated a host of young men and women, along with two elderly gentlemen who shared a passion for travel and adventure. After repeatedly declining the company of several curious adventurers, she finally took Yunqing's small hand and followed Yun Susu and Yun Qing, who were ahead, striding energetically into the mountains. Yun Susu had already scouted a once thriving old mountain valley that was now devoid of inhabitants. The primary reason for joining a group was to evade the surveillance and prying eyes of the alliance. These few individuals, having previously evaded capture in Guangzhou and Hainan, found themselves once again stirred by the ethereal fluctuations emanating from Yun Susu while she was tampering with her spacecraft in the mountainous regions of Guizhou. Upon their arrival in Xi'an, they were immediately shadowed once more. It appears that they will not relent until they thoroughly investigate Yun Susu's lineage. The Yun family, consisting of 4 members, had long since succumbed to their relentless pursuit and, with no other recourse, abandoned their plans for independent action. Heeding the advice of netizens, they joined a large group of seasoned travelers. The purpose of this group was to seek seclusion rather than adventure, which suited the familial structure of their household that included both the elderly and the young. It seemed that only by moving in unison with the crowd could they evade the attention of those aligned with the alliance. Despite their dominance in the realm of cultivation for several centuries, they were still bound by the dichotomy of the Tao and the mundane, established 2 millennia prior, and dared not attract the scrutiny of worldly authorities. When the Yun family registered for the group, they indicated their purpose as seeking respite from the summer heat, filling in the duration until the children's vacation came to an end. This implied that Yun Susu had a window of 1.5 months to arrange for her tribulation. She initially sought out a relatively intact dwelling on the outskirts of an abandoned village, where she set up tents, sleeping bags, cooking utensils, and provisions to preempt any potential inquiries from the travel group. After a night of rest, the following morning, she, along with Yun Qing and Yun Qing, accompanied Elder Yun while donning wind boots to scout for a suitable hill for her tribulation, where they proceeded to lay out formations. Indeed, the arrangement of formations was inextricably linked to the art of spiritual inscriptions, while they did not employ inscriptions during the placement of the formation discs, stones, and the filling of spirit stones. Once the gathering spirit formation was established, Yun Susu's trained eyes discerned the flickering of spiritual inscriptions within the formation. Subsequently, they crafted a 5 elements life and death formation, the overlay of the dual formations causing the spiritual inscriptions within to vibrate with increased liveliness. Finally, they set up the misty formation, rendering those spiritual inscriptions invisible to Yun Susu's eyes, yet she could distinctly sense that their configuration had grown more intricate and dynamic. While analyzing the spiritual inscriptions with her 2 children, Yun Susu engaged Elder Yun in testing the capabilities and power of the triple overlapping formations from the vantage point of the opposite cliff. The small hill appeared barren, with only a few clusters of shrubs amidst the low grass and scattered stones, rendering Elder Yun completely undetectable. Upon entering the misty formation, facing the 5 elements life and death formation, Yun Susu, along with Yun Qing and Yun Cheng, exerted all their efforts but could not disturb Elder Yun's formidable control over the massive timber and stones within the formation, within the innermost gathering spirit formation. A circle of high-grade spirit stones nestled at the formation's core drew forth spiritual energy, creating a dense vortex of spiritual mist that surged toward the heart of the formation. It was accomplished. Chapter 18. Sunflower before undergoing her tribulation. Considering that the 9-layered spaces Qinglian seeds were birthed from the Daoic essence of the chaotic blue lotus through Yun Susu's guiding spirit, it was clear that even should Yun Susu perish, her soul scattering into oblivion, no one else could claim ownership. To safeguard against any eventuality, she organized a collection of currently accessible techniques, spirit stones, magical artifacts, spiritual springs, spiritual fruits, and materials within her lotus abode, distributing them into 3 invisible storage rings, which she entrusted to Elder Yun, Yun Cheng, and Yun Qing, advising them, should anything befall me during my tribulation, do not forsake your cultivation. Who knows, perhaps one day a great deity may return. If the cultivation alliance or other practitioners come to cause harm, prioritize your escape. You may share the treasure pouch with them, but your lives are paramount. Safeguard the invisible ring. The contents within are sufficient for your cultivation for a decade or more. Yun Qing and Yun Qing, hold on tightly to the invisibility talisman, should anyone approach. Conceal yourselves well. Dear Elder, please take care not to engage in reckless confrontations. In this world, aside from me, no one will consistently accommodate you. I entrust both Yun Qing and Yun Qing to your care if anything were to befall me. You must diligently cultivate and await the arrival of the great deity. Pish pish pish. Such naive chatter. Cease your foolishness. What absurd nonsense is this? With my presence, what do you have to fear? Hurry and retreat. Yun Laotai listened to her ominous words and scolded her fiercely. Yin Susu smiled gently at Yun Laotai, delicately prying away the hands of Yunqing and Yunqing that clung to her garment. And under their tearful gazes, she stepped into the heart of the formation, sitting cross-legged upon the ground. Yin Susu first retrieved a bottle of fasting pills from her treasure pouch, carefully pouring out a single pill and tossing it into her mouth. This fasting pill was no ordinary concoction. It belonged to the first tier of spiritual elixirs. The low-grade fasting pill could sustain a person for 10 days without hunger, the mid-grade for a month, and the high-grade for 3 months. She consumed a mid-grade spiritual elixir. Her great tribulation had been long awaited. She estimated that once she relaxed her dantian, the thunderous tribulation would soon find her. A month's sustenance would suffice. Naturally, Yin Susu's household lacked the means for such provisions. Her rudimentary alchemical skills barely sufficed to meet the needs of her family for mid-stage qi cultivation elixirs. Even if conditions allowed, she had no intention of severing her dietary intake, for she did not subscribe to the cultivation world's perspective on fasting. As the saying goes, one must adapt to their surroundings. A person who has not attained a state of refined essence and vitality must inevitably remain in the mortal realm. The mortal world has its own path, whether one abstains from worldly pleasures or is unacquainted with them. Both are contrary to the natural order and may invite unforeseen adverse consequences. Yin Susu had never been troubled by whether her cultivation aligned with heavenly principles or opposed them. The essence of life is inherently towards the sun and upward. The pursuit of lofty ideals is the path of existence, and the righteous cultivation must naturally align with heavenly principles and the Tao, without a shadow of a doubt. Thus, since embarking on her spiritual journey, she has held herself to the standard of not deviating from the righteous path of humanity. The natural order of eating and relationships is to be honored. She follows nature, eating and drinking as needed, without compromising her desires for matters of intimacy. She currently feels indifferent, lacking the right partner, and holds no aversion in her heart. The great deity has also imparted in Qinglian Suyi that cultivators below the golden elixir stage should not completely abstain from food. Even with fasting elixirs, blind consumption by low-tier cultivators can have both benefits and drawbacks, with the latter often outweighing the former. While worldly food may accumulate waste within the body, fasting elixirs leave behind a residue of pill toxins and diminish a cultivator's physical resilience and endurance. Waste and toxins can be purged with cleansing pills, yet damage to physical resilience and endurance is exceedingly difficult to reverse. Thus, the great deity only left her several bottles of mid-grade and high-grade fasting elixirs in her treasure pouch, reserved for transcending great tribulations or addressing special circumstances. After consuming the fasting elixir, she began to gradually disperse the layers of fog enveloping her dantian with her true essence. The moment her dantian became clear, she felt a tremor throughout her body, warmth spreading from her lower abdomen. Continuing, she cautiously harnessed her true essence to seal off her 5 senses and 6 perceptions, with a thought of serene clarity. She released her mind into the vast expanse of the cosmos, attuning herself to the nascent, inexplicable energy within her dantian as it mingled and danced with the lively essence that roamed the world outside. This vibrant, dynamic aura resembled countless tiny points of light, wisps of imperceptibly subtle winds, and joyful particles fluttering throughout the universe. It felt as though every speck of dust, ray of sunlight, and leaf in existence constituted a complete world unto itself. They embodied both eternity and the ephemeral. They were vast, yet minuscule. They formed the world while also gestating within it, drifting beyond its confines, guided by the energy within her dantian. These essences entered and settled within a specific area of her core, then departed to expand territories and transform realms. This was the process of drawing energy into the body and refining the meridians. The newly emerged, inexplicable energy in her dantian was her spiritual root. The instant the spiritual energy entered her body and encountered the newly unveiled root within her dantian, the surrounding world transformed. Wind surged and clouds roiled, auspicious clouds converged, and violet light pierced through the colorful clouds from an unknown source, casting its radiance upon Yun Susu at the center of the formation. The moment of the great tribulation of entering the Tao is imminent. Yun Susu leapt into the air, arms outstretched to embrace the baptism of the divine thunder. A smile broke upon her previously solemn face. The gathering of auspicious clouds during the tribulation was an omen of good fortune, signifying that the tribulation bearer was favored by the heavenly way. Possessing a clear heart and untainted past, this was the highest affirmation of her 37 years of existence from the heavenly path. Her tribulation thunder was equally intriguing, resonating like a deep, melodic chant. A series of celestial lights beckoning her. These mysterious lights and sounds emanated from the divine violet glow beyond the clouds, enveloping her with warmth and serenity, thoroughly cleansing her body and meridians. She understood that the tribulation thunder for mortals was not severe, yet she had not anticipated such a gentle and profound experience, amidst the auspicious clouds and the harmonious interplay of sound and light. She felt akin to a fetus nestled within the womb, free to curl up and indulge in blissful reverie. Once the thunder of tribulation subsided, she lingered in a state of contentment until a foul stench roused her from her reverie. Looking down, she discovered her body was encased in a thick layer of dark, muddy crust, the source of an indescribably acrid odor. Overcome by the stench, she nearly retched, hastily performing a cleansing spell to compact the muddy layer into a ball and cast it behind a small hill. She then gathered a few orbs of water above her head and poured them over herself from head to toe. That moment, through the formation, she heard Old Lady Yin fanning away the surrounding foul air while scolding her. "You stinky girl. So what if you have spiritual energy? What are you showing off for? Such a waste." Yin Qing and Yin Sheng rushed out from their hiding place, cheering and leaping on the opposite cliff. Chapter 19. The Heart's Tribulation and the Body's Trials. Part 1. Yin Susu found herself arguing with Su Guangjing once more, this time over Wu Jingjing. Wu Jingjing was a college classmate of Su Guangjing. They had shared a flirtation during their school days, yet both were attached at the time, hindering any deeper connection. Coincidentally, after graduation, they both joined the same organization and subsequently ended their previous relationships, allowing their flirtation to rekindle. Two families of equal social standing, with the educational backgrounds and capabilities of the two individuals being comparable, and their parents being acquaintances. Thus, everyone acknowledged that they were a suitable couple. With merely a confession from one party pending. It was at this juncture that Yun Susu made her entrance. Ever since Su Guangjing fortuitously encountered Yun Susu on that autumn day, amidst the carpet of fallen leaves on the old street, he seemed to be bewitched, completely casting aside Wu Jingjing, and embarked on a fervent and tenacious pursuit of Yun Susu. Yun Susu evoked in him the essence of a renowned modern poem, with an oiled paper umbrella. I wander alone in the long, long, desolate rain-laden alley, hoping to meet a girl, like lilac, intertwined with sorrow and resentment. He believed Yun Susu was precisely that lilac-like girl, possessing the hue of lilac, its fragrance, its silence, its melancholy, and the poignant, bewildered gaze akin to a lilac's sigh. He became infatuated with the poetic image he had conjured in his mind, imposing this idealized representation upon Yun Susu, stubbornly pursuing her as the embodiment of his envisioned perfect girlfriend. Poor Yun Susu, a naive soul tirelessly striving for a livelihood, had never encountered such fervor. Unaware of Wu Jingjing's existence, she soon found herself completely captivated. Wu Jingjing subsequently dated several men, yet for various reasons, all relationships ended in separation, ultimately leading her to become a woman over 30, still single. Upon returning from a solo business trip, stirred by some unseen catalyst, she reminisced about the past and felt regret. She called Su Guangjing, feigning an overload of luggage, requesting him to pick her up from the airport. By this time, Su Guangjing had assumed the roles of husband and father and had come to realize that life was not as poetic as he had once imagined. Although Yun Susu appeared charming, her character lacked the sweet essence of lilac, leaning instead towards the forthrightness and strength of chili peppers. Yun Susu's mind was a blank canvas. She had no room to heed such grievances. She cast aside her phone, seized the keys to her electric scooter, and dashed downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, she spotted two children holding hands, carrying backpacks as they entered, one of them licking an ice cream cone. Both giggling despite the biting cold of winter. Yun Cheng was saying, "Finally, today no one is here to pick us up. We are free at last. Brother will treat you to ice cream this time. And next, you'll treat me to spicy skewers, remember? All right, hurry and eat. Don't let mom see, or we'll get spanked." From that moment on, Wu Jingjing became a thorn embedded between Yun Susu and Su Guangjing, causing pain to both upon contact. "Rest assured, I will not divorce. We have 2 children. I simply cannot bear to see her in tears and feel compelled to help her. After all, having been classmates for 4 years and colleagues for 8. I should have warmed up to her by now. Even if I were made of stone, that money will be entrusted to you from now on. Does that put your mind at ease?" "In my heart, You and the children occupy the most significant place. Wu Jingjing is merely. Once she establishes her own family, I will cease to concern myself with her. I promise that I am merely reluctant to lose face. It is somewhat pitiful for a woman to be the subject of gossip that I cannot add to her misfortune, that I assure you I will no longer go out with her alone, but I cannot delete her from WeChat. If I did so now, what would I become? Moreover, if I delete her, she will immediately find out. Just think of how heartbroken she would be. Perhaps she might commit some irrational act. What then? If something were to happen to her, I truly would be unable to attend to you three. Su Guangjing repeatedly expressed his dedication to preserving the family to Yun Susu, while simultaneously showcasing with pride the commendable and sacred nature of his extramarital affair with Wu Jingjing. Compelling Yun Susu, who had originally intended to endure for the sake of their two children, to reach her breaking point. Yun Susu, with Yun Qing in her left hand and Yun Sheng in her right, and a heavy backpack slung across her back, walked down the old streets of Puyang, her face streaming with tears. The biting winter wind swept through the desolate old street, where pedestrians were few, heightening the chill and somberness of the scene. Their former home was within the family compound of Su Guangjing's workplace, where neighbors referred to her not as Susu or Little Yun, but as sister-in-law or younger sister. Thus, that house, that grand courtyard, could only be regarded as Su Guangjing's home, not hers. Yun Susu, standing in the twilight of the old street, she was at a loss as to whom she could turn for refuge with her children. Yun Laotai? She dared not. She currently lacked the strength to withstand Yun Laotai's inventive tirades. Her parents and brothers, the long-standing estrangement between them and Yun Laotai, coupled with the newly arisen conflicts with Su Guangjing and his family, had fermented into a bellyful of resentment that might unleash upon her children. The work dormitory? She had submitted her application 4 to 5 months ago, yet without connections or the means to offer bribes. She could only watch helplessly as others collected their keys from the property office. Renting a home? As a woman with 2 children, residing in a chaotic rental environment would compromise her safety. Moreover, her modest salary made it exceedingly difficult to support herself and her 2 children, leaving little to spare for rent. Furthermore, the winter in Puyang was bitterly cold. Typical rental houses lacked heating, and her children, accustomed to a warm environment, would surely suffer. Their small hands were already icy. She needed to make a decision. The children continued to cry, and as she held them, she too could not help but weep. Her heart yearning. When would the divine being come? Please, save her and her children. The divine being. In countless past lives, she had loving parents and 6 affectionate brothers. Suddenly, she came to a realization. The old street's mirrored image distorted, blurred, and vanished. She and her children were not truly adrift. Yun Laotai had arrived just in time to take them in when her brothers had cast her out of her parents' home. The subsequent heart-wrenching trials had only existed in her imagination, never truly occurring. It turned out that the failure of her marriage to Su Guangjing and the safety and livelihood of her children had been a deeply buried affliction in her heart. She had not trusted Yun Laotai as she had presented. Even as she sought to cultivate herself, an underlying sense of insecurity lingered. This was her inner demon. She was guiltless and could embrace the path. Yet, her affliction remained untreated, and thus the inner demon persisted. This was the judgment of the heavens upon her. She would gradually overcome it in due time. Thankfully, she now understood what the inner demon was and how to confront it, with a goal established. She finally knew what actions to take. As 8 or 9 days passed, Yin Susu awoke from hunger, realizing that a month had elapsed since she had entered a meditative state to transcend her tribulations, marking the completion of her efforts and her successful passage through the trials. This is the divine consciousness. What was once a vague intuition has now evolved into a heightened state of awareness as she embarks on her spiritual journey. Though her perception extends only 10 meters and she cannot foresee fortunes or misfortunes, as a novice in cultivation with merely 2 years of experience, she feels profoundly content. She inwardly directs her divine consciousness and observes a large mass of ethereal white mist in her lower abdomen, which is the spiritual energy she absorbed upon entering the path. Half of this energy originates from the bountiful gifts of nature, while the other half comes from the array of high-grade spirit stones encircling the spirit-gathering formation. At the center of the mist stands a 5-colored column, representing her spiritual root. The 5 colors signify that she possesses a complete 5-element spiritual root. The cylindrical shape indicates a harmonious balance among the 5 elements, and the height of the column denotes her affinity with various types of spiritual energy, referred to in the cultivation world as the spiritual root value. She retrieves the prepared spirit testing plate from her treasure pouch. places her hand into the groove, and indeed, the plate illuminates 5 tall beams of light. She possesses a 5-element spiritual root with a balanced spiritual root value, and her affinity with each element reaches approximately 85 points. The smile on Yun Susu's face gradually expands, radiant like a sunflower basking in the sunlight. She is, astonishingly, endowed with a superior primordial spiritual root. Surely, this is a reward for some benevolent act she performed in one of her countless past lives to save humanity? With a foolish grin, Yun Susu rushes toward Elder Yun outside the formation, eager to express affection that she has withheld for 20 years before the children can charm her first. However, upon raising her eyes, she is met with a scene on the opposite cliff that douses her fervor like a bucket of cold water. She halts abruptly, staring at the cliff as she cries out, "Yin Qing! Yun Sheng, what has happened to you? Ancestor Gu, what are you doing?" Chapter 20. Heart Tribulation and Bodily Peril, Part 2. On the opposite cliff, Ancestor Gu Yuan, stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his white hair glistening like snow, and his azure robe billowing in the wind, exuding an ethereal presence. Behind him, 2 foundational elders of the Cultivation Alliance each grip one of the children, one holding Yun Qing and the other lifting Yun Qing, each pressing a sword against the back of their hearts. The children, at this moment, hang their heads low, unaware of their predicament. The profound shock reverberates within Yun Susu, draining the color from her face. My heart demon tribulation not yet overcome, she muses quietly. Only then does Elder Yun perceive the situation across the way and exclaims in alarm, "What have you done to the children? Return them at once. There is nothing to discuss with us adults." Ancestor Gu chuckles heartily. "Susu, congratulations on successfully overcoming your tribulation and smoothly entering the path." And addressing Elder Yun, he adds, "Elder, your formation skills are quite remarkable. Susu's tribulation must have been aided by your intricate array. But how many layers have you woven into this misty web? I never expected a mere chi cultivator to craft such a complex formation. Even my broken illusion pearl cannot penetrate the fog to reveal the array's entrance. It seems that true masters indeed hide among the mundane." That he then smirks. "As for the 2 children, we had no choice but to trouble these little friends since we could not break the formation. Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. But what have you done to my children? Do not harm them. I will give you anything you desire. I will divulge whatever you wish to know." Yin Susu dares not entertain any hopes of leniency. "Then tell me, where is your sect? Who is your master?" Your evasiveness and reluctance to clarify only serve to breed suspicion. Our intention in following you is merely to urge you towards the righteous path. The realm of cultivation must not be tainted by your unforeseen missteps. It is our duty. Yet, you wander aimlessly, determined to shake us off. What secrets lie in your heart? Do not assume that hiding within the formation renders you invulnerable. We possess ample means to subdue you." An elderly cultivator, clutching Yun Qing, spoke sternly, tightening his grip and causing the unconscious Yun Qing to squirm in his grasp, eliciting a few muffled sounds. Yun Susu, pale with fright, hastily exited the formation, dashing towards the cliff while tremblingly exclaiming, "I'm coming out. Do not harm my child. I will divulge everything you wish to know. My master, he hails from the upper realm and is known as Su Chao. He was originally from the Gushi sect. The Gushi sect, an ancient order, diminished as the spiritual energy of the lower realms waned, leaving no successors. Thus, my master descended to impart his teachings to me. I am the sole disciple of the Gushi sect. Although my family dabbles in cultivation, they are not formally initiated into the sect that I can only be considered a loose cultivator now. I have heard that loose cultivators face considerable exclusion, which is why I hesitated to integrate into the grand formation of the cultivation world. I deeply regret not placing my children within the formation for their protection. Fearing the tribulations of thunder would harm them, do not harm the children. We will join the alliance. Right now, we possess formation texts and array plates, which we can offer to the alliance." Trembling, the elderly matriarch fumbled through her treasure pouch, producing a book and 2 array plates, and hurried down the hill. Ha ha. "Susu, you worry too much. Though it is challenging for loose cultivators, you are different. You are our friend from the Zhonghe and Zhongguan, and also my little companion. With us around, we cannot allow you to remain a loose cultivator. Without a master, you could join our Gu clan and reside with us. This way, the alliance will not need to find you accommodation or create a separate record for you." Gu Yuan suggested with a beaming smile. "Old matriarch, why not join our Gu family as well? I have a sister who is quite enamored with formations, around your age, who would make a fine friend for you." Old Gu, You're trying to poach our people again. Be cautious, or the alliance leader may take issue with you. He is rather displeased at the moment. Another elderly cultivator chuckled that I wouldn't dream of competing. I am a model citizen of the cultivation world. My loyalty as bright as the sun and moon. How could I possibly contend with you? Very well, you may take all the items, but hand over the people to me. You know well that our family requires fresh blood. Also, let me have a copy of that text. This should suffice, yes? The three engaged in a bargaining dance before Yun Susu and the elderly matriarch. Ultimately reaching a consensus, the elderly matriarch and the young girl would be entrusted to Gu Yuan, with the matriarch assisting the Gu family in refining formations, while the young girl would eventually bear descendants for the clan. The alliance would take Yun Susu and the young boy, as she harbored secrets and the boy would facilitate their control over her. Gu Yuan could make a copy of the formation texts, while the cultivation manuals would belong to the alliance. Spiritual stones and elixirs would be divided, with Gu Yuan receiving 1/3, and the remaining materials would be allocated to the alliance. Yun Susu and the elderly matriarch exchanged pale glances at the cliff's edge, imperceptibly nodding in agreement. Leaping onto the precipice, Yun Susu deftly unfastened her treasure pouch from her wrist and handed it to the cultivator who had seized Yun Qing. Meanwhile, old lady Yun cradled the formation book and the array plate, presenting them to the cultivator who had captured Yun Qing. Seizing the moment as the two men reveled in their newfound swords, both women surged forward, snatching the children and fleeing. Both pursuers wore windrunner boots. And with Yun Susu newly initiated into the Tao, her body brimmed with abundant spiritual energy drawn from her 5 spirit roots at that moment. She channeled her energy into a fierce sprint, astonishingly leaving the 3 foundation establishment cultivators in her wake. However, with one arm clutching Yun Qing and the other grasping old lady Yun's arm to aid her escape, the burden proved too great. Once the 3 men regained their composure, they unleashed their powers, with 2 allied cultivators combining their strength on a spiritual sword, while Gu Yuan released a flurry of low-grade flying leaf artifacts. Their profound spiritual power allowed them to accelerate swiftly, and soon they were hot on their heels. Yun Susu relinquished her grasp on old lady Yun and retrieved another treasure pouch from her bosom, which she had actually extracted from the Qinglian seed lotus abode hanging around her neck. Upon entering the Tao, she discovered her ability to retrieve items from the lotus abode using her spiritual sense. The Qinglian space resonated harmoniously with her consciousness, as if a part of her body had been extended. From the pouch, she drew forth several pre-prepared travel and concealment talismans, hastily slapping a few onto herself and old lady Yun, causing their figures to vanish instantaneously. However, the mocking laughter of Gu Yuan echoed behind them that it turned out that Yun Susu, lacking experience, had forgotten to affix talismans on the 2 children. In a flurry, both she and old lady Yun scrambled to apply several talismans to the children. This delay allowed the 3 pursuers to close the distance. Gu Yuan, reaching into his bag of holding, pulled out a revealing powder and cast it towards the spot where the 4 had disappeared, causing their figures to flicker into view. The 3 foundation establishment cultivators, fixated on Yun Susu, converged upon her. Seeing the dire situation, Yun Susu realized the slim chances of escape. Taking a deep breath, she tossed Yun Qing into old lady Yun's arms and forcefully activated her windrunner boots, propelling herself as far away from the 3 men as possible. Their primary target was her, and they pursued relentlessly as she activated her boots. She seized a spiritual sword from her treasure pouch. This was the only spiritual artifact that the great deity had not placed in his bag of holding, though she now possessed spiritual power and could access the bag, having just transcended her tribulation and not yet having the opportunity to examine the many bags and storage seeds within. She was unaware of which contained the spiritual artifacts or how to wield them. Moreover, all spiritual artifacts required refinement for effective use, time she simply did not have. Gripping the spiritual sword tightly, she unleashed her entire reservoir of spiritual power into it. As the sword began to expand and change color, she hurled it towards the trio. "Get back! She's going to detonate the sword," shouted one of the allied cultivators. Gu Yuan, ever the cunning strategist, was the first to retreat quietly and at a distance. However, the 2 allied cultivators failed to evade. Yun Susu clamped her mouth shut, taking 2 steps back, then another 2, before doubling over and retching violently, all the while sobbing uncontrollably. It was her first act of killing, and the gruesome demise of her victims filled her with terror, regret, and nausea, causing her to collapse emotionally. "Susu, Old Lady Yun's piercing cry jolted her from her despair. Still heaving, she looked up to chapter 21. The Gu clan bloodline. Ah, the little one is indeed considerate. I have long harbored disdain for these rascals. Yet as the years have passed, my courage has diminished, rendering me hesitant to take action. Your timely intervention has alleviated a significant burden for me. All these treasures belong to me. Gu Yuan chuckled, pressing one hand upon Yun Susu's biwi acupoint atop her head, while the other swiftly struck her dantian, sealing her vital energy and rendering her immobile. He then approached the scattered remnants of flesh, retrieving the Qiankuan bags and treasure pouches of the two alliance cultivators who had been blown away, giving them a shake before stowing them away in his bosom. A sinister smile crept across his face as he gazed at the elderly matriarch. Yun Laotai, clutching two unconscious children, confronted Gu Yuan with palpable tension. Rationality urged her to flee with the children, yet her heart ached for her granddaughter. Do, matriarch, were you not originally surnamed Gu, called Gu Chioa? After a lifetime as Yun Laotai, perhaps you have nearly forgotten your true identity. The friends of the alliance speak of Susu possessing resources, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that you are indeed the greatest resource in Susu's possession. However, you fail to comprehend or dare to utilize it, and thus, even the finest treasures in your hands are squandered. Haha, do you not understand? Neither do I, but this is precisely what the bloodline apparatus of the Gu family has revealed to me. Gu Yuan appeared quite pleased, a hint of madness flickering in his expression. Tell me, is there any sense of justice left in this world? When the Gu clan lost its kingdom, our kin scattered far and wide, desperately seeking survival, while many forsook their heritage, serving the merchant lords like dogs. Only our branch dared to remember our homeland, retreating into the mountains to continue the study of the foundational arts of the Gu clan's spiritual patterns. For generations, we have devoted ourselves to the meticulous study of our ancestors' spiritual techniques, striving to one day restore our forebears' grand legacy. What are you all doing? Some of you have become muddled, mingling among the lowly commoners and gradually forgetting your roots. Others have become the hounds of those in power, indulging in a life of pleasure and excess. Yet, the heavens seem intent on severing our bloodline inheritance, for every aspiring practitioner of spiritual patterns in our household must start anew. A laborious endeavor, not to mention the incompleteness of our recorded scriptures. As Gu Yuan spoke, his fury was palpable. I do not boast, but possessing the Gu family's spiritual techniques allows one to excel in alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman creation, and formation arrangements with half the effort. Yet you are but a mortal woman. By what right do you possess such extraordinary gifts? You have barely trained for a few days. Yet the spiritual inheritance within your bloodline has already been activated to such an extent. Otherwise, how could you have formed a mixed formation with 3 overlapping arrays? Humph, you forgetful souls have long ceased to deserve the surname Gu. No longer worthy of being called members of the Gu clan. With a swift motion, Gu Yuan seized the 2 children, flinging them toward Yun Susu, grinning malevolently as he advanced upon Yun Laotai. Resembling a demon from the depths of hell. My apologies, Gu Chioa. Had you been born a few decades later, you might have given birth to pure-blooded descendants for the Gu clan, and I would indeed hesitate to take your life. Alas, you are now too old, your life essence diminished, and unable to bear children. I shall have to refine your blood, extract your soul, and merge it with my own blood and soul, to awaken the Gu clan bloodline within me. Should the fusion be successful, we would embody a union of you and I. You, a foolish and powerless mortal matriarch, dare to merge with one of the most profound cultivators in the realm. Do you not feel particularly honored? Though Yun Susu was rendered immobile and speechless, she retained the ability to see and hear at that moment. Terror seized her, and she exerted every ounce of her strength to break free from the confinement of her dantian. Desperate to thwart Gu Yuan's intentions, alas, her cultivation was far too inadequate, leaving her utterly powerless, forced to watch helplessly as Gu Yuan seized Old Lady Yun and ascended onto the flying leaf spirit artifact. Soaring deeper into the mountains, the thought of the torment Old Lady Yun might endure ignited a fiery anguish within her, and after a brief, tumultuous spell, she fainted, lying amidst a tangle of grass and mangled flesh like a lifeless fish. With 2 equally unconscious children piled atop her, time passed unmeasured until Yunqing awoke first, nudging her and Yunqing several times, noticing the 2 remained unresponsive amidst the surrounding whispers of the wind and an eerie silence. She buried her head in Yun Susu's embrace and wailed uncontrollably, perhaps due to the bond between mother and daughter. Yun Qing's anguished cries roused Yun Susu from her stupor. Unable to move, not even to flutter her eyelids, she resorted to rolling her eyes in an attempt to convey a message to Yun Qing, who was too absorbed in her tears to notice. In her desperation, a thought struck her. If her vital energy was sealed, preventing the use of spiritual energy and true essence, could she perhaps rely on her mind? With a focus of intent, she indeed found herself within the lotus chamber, albeit lying in the center of the courtyard, her body still immobile and incapable of retrieving the medicinal pills to release the seal on her vital energy. After some contemplation, she maneuvered herself outside. Outside, Yun Qing, noticing her mother had suddenly vanished, cried even harder. When her mother reappeared, realization dawned upon her that Yun Susu had entered the lotus chamber. She hastily wiped her tears and inquired, "Mother, why aren't you speaking to me? Are you unable to move as well? Both my brother and I were captured by those two villains and fed medicine. I have awakened, but why has my brother? Furthermore, where is my great-grandmother?" Yun Susu could only roll her eyes at her, and seeing her confusion, she chose to ignore her and once more focused her mind to return to the lotus chamber, this time with thoughts of the spiritual spring. She was promptly immersed in its waters upon entering. The cool spring water enveloped her body and face, suffusing her with rich spiritual energy. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, she finally broke the seal imposed by Gu Yuan. With a swift motion, Yun Susu sat up, the first order of business to pull Yun Qing and Yun Cheng into the lotus chamber. In a flurry, she retrieved 2 detoxifying ice-clear pills, 2 chi-replenishing gathering chi pills, and 2 calming and restorative tranquil spirit pills, administering them to the 2 children, with no time to assess Yun Cheng's condition or to offer solace to Yun Qing. She merely informed her that their great-grandmother had been taken by the villains and instructed her to watch over her brother before grasping the spirit-testing instrument and exiting the lotus chamber. The spirit-testing instrument, attuned to the spiritual energy fluctuations generated by Gu Yuan's flying leaf spirit artifact, guided Yun Susu deeper into the Qinling Mountains in pursuit. In her haste, she relentlessly slapped the spirit travel talismans onto herself. Disregarding any waste, she chased after him. She also searched the storeroom on the first floor of the lotus chamber for usable flying and combat spirit artifacts, though there was no time for proper refinement. Having something was better than nothing. If she could find spirit stones to power a usable artifact, she would possess a means to confront Gu Yuan with unwavering determination. Never before had she felt such dread at the thought of losing old Lady Yun. Terrified of the humiliation and suffering that might befall her. In her 37 years of existence, old Lady Yun had become the beacon of light and support in her otherwise bleak life. And until now, she had mistakenly believed herself to be emotionally resilient, blissfully unaware of her own vulnerabilities. In the lotus abode, the number of spiritual artifacts surpassed that of magical implements. In her haste, she opened several Chinquan bags, tipping them upside down to spill their contents at Yunqing's feet. She needed to observe the spirit-testing instrument outside, and was pressed for time. She could not focus her attention on the lotus abode, and thus had to rely on the still-crying Yunqing to assist her in selecting items. The mother and daughter sifted through a pile of various objects and retrieved a falcon bone boat, a green glowing sword, 1,000 mirage pearl, and a dragon scale shield, all first-tier spiritual artifacts that could be powered by spirit stones, which was all Yun Susu could currently wield. With her hands too occupied, she had Yunqing help her fill the spirit stone slots of a few artifacts with high-grade spirit stones. She dared not use mid or low-grade stones, fearing that switching stones would waste precious time. Given her significantly lower cultivation level compared to Gu Yuan, he would not wait for her to finish changing stones before attacking. With the falcon bone boat, Yun Susu's speed increased dramatically, and guided by the spirit-testing instrument, she spotted Gu Yuan's flying leaves from a distance as dusk approached. Prior to facing her tribulation, she had donned a form-fitting armor that surprisingly withstood the lightning strikes. Though her tribulation was mild, it was still a thunderstorm, and the armor played a significant protective role, providing reassuring safety as she prepared for the impending confrontation. Urgently urging the falcon bone boat, Yun Susu swiftly caught up to Gu Yuan and, without wasting words, activated the 1,000 mirage pearl with her left hand to shroud herself in mist. While wielding the green glowing sword in her right, she lunged directly at Gu Yuan. Having lived for over 200 years and experienced countless battles, Gu Yuan recognized the ill omen the moment the mist enveloped the area. As the green glowing sword sliced through the air, the rushing wind alerted him. He sidestepped, shoving the elderly Lady Yun into the path of the incoming strike. Chuckling, it must be Susu. I've long sensed the sin of blood emanating from you. Alas, young one, You are still too youthful. To catch up to me so quickly indicates you possess quite a few treasures. Hee. Your actions make it difficult for me to consider sparing your life. Yin Susu remained silent, her grip firm on the green glowing sword, relentlessly attacking without regard for her own safety, hoping to inflict even the slightest wound upon Gu Yuan or to force him to loosen his grip on Lady Yun, if only for a fleeting second, so she could seize the opportunity to rescue her into the Lotus Abode. As long as Lady Yun was no longer under his coercion, she could easily escape on the falcon-bone boat beneath her feet. At the very least, she could conceal her family within the Lotus Abode until it was safe to emerge, retreating to the most remote areas of the Qinling Mountains, remaining hidden until she could establish her foundation, ensuring that neither Lady Yun nor Yunqing and Yunqing would be delayed in their path to transcendence, though this may expose the existence of the Lotus space within the Lotus Abode. They have sustenance and spiritual energy, allowing them to conceal themselves for a decade or so without issue. Once she establishes her foundation, they need not fear any longer. By then, exposure will be inconsequential. Yun Susu, having fought desperately, found herself helpless against Gu Yuan. In a moment of anxiety, she suddenly recalled that she had once experimented with a few packets of mesmerizing powder made from wild hypnotic herbs found outside the Lotus Abode. At that time, she had hesitated to test it on anyone, uncertain of its effects. Thus, she resolved to use Gu Yuan as her test subject today. With her mind set, she swiftly reached into her bosom and extracted a packet of powder. Gritting her teeth as she cast it towards Gu Yuan's detestable smiling face. Gu Yuan found it amusing, thinking that Yin Susu had truly exhausted her options. He could not tell whether the powder she scattered was her cosmetic powder or the substandard lime used by rogues. Although he dismissed it, he nonetheless pushed the elderly Yun forward to shield himself. The old lady had already been subdued by him and had inhaled a significant amount of the mesmerizing powder. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Gu Yuan also experienced a wave of dizziness. He had not anticipated the potency of the powder Yin Susu had thrown, with the old lady shielding him. He had nearly succumbed as well. A seasoned trickster in the art of battle, he dared not be careless and hastily bit his tongue to rouse himself. Upon opening his eyes again, he noticed that Yin Susu and the old lady had vanished from before him in an instant. Believing he was still dizzy, he shook his head, but they remained absent. His hands were empty, and he realized that the grandmother and granddaughter had genuinely disappeared into thin air. He stood there, momentarily stunned, when suddenly it dawned on him. My heavens, it must be a mustard seed space. She must possess a mustard seed space, he exclaimed softly, trembling with excitement. He scattered a revealing powder, but found nothing suspicious. Surely, a mustard seed space would require a vessel. Yet after searching for some time, he only discovered a shriveled, lifeless green lotus seed beneath his feet, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Curiously, he picked up the lotus seed, examining it from various angles, yet gleaned no insights to prevent missing anything. He meticulously scoured the area, collecting the surrounding earth, stones, and trees, along with the lotus seed, into his cosmos pouch. Since the establishment of the Xiaqi dynasty, the cultivation lineage in this realm had gradually waned. After the Tang and Song dynasties, not only was a mustard seed space rare, but even a spirit stone or a drop of spirit spring water was seldom seen. By modern times, cultivators had largely resigned themselves to the belief that this world was devoid of spiritual opportunities, with no possibility for advancement beyond foundation establishment. The legendary immortals and their teachings had become as elusive as the horns of a gazelle. Over the past few centuries, cultivators had forsaken the mountains for the world, and even the few ancient sects and traditional cultivation families could not sustain their hidden practices due to extreme resource scarcity. He foresaw that the lineage of this world would soon be completely severed. However, what if there were a mustard seed space? Regardless of whether this mustard seed space was an abandoned relic of ancient cultivators or a gift from Yun Susu's master in the upper realm, he was determined to obtain it by any means necessary, for that would signify an inexhaustible source of resources, the promise of forming a golden core, and even ascension. Future dangers could be faced when the time came. This was his opportunity, and he could not relinquish this singular chance to attain his path to eternal life. It is said that within a realm of severed spiritual connections, should a practitioner fortuitously attain enlightenment, a heavenly gate leading to the upper realms will open a passage to guide the adept toward ascension. However, the cultivators of this world are not afforded such privileges. Although the number of practitioners in the external realms has diminished over the past few centuries, There still remain 3 to 5,000 individuals, with over 3,000 accounted for by the Alliance of True Cultivators. Among these practitioners, none have ever sensed the opportunity or pathway to ascend to the upper realms. Either before or after their enlightenment, many have long harbored doubts and, upon consulting ancient texts, have discovered that this realm was once a vibrant spiritual domain, nurturing countless formidable beings of transcendent abilities in epochs long past. Yet, through the consumption of innumerable epochs, the rate at which it has drawn spiritual energy from the vast Xianhuang world has persistently fallen short of its consumption, resulting in a degradation to the mortal realm. Logically, once a mortal realm is formed, be it through degradation or new emergence, it should soon be attracted by nearby realms of abundant spiritual energy, leading to a series of collisions and transformations that establish a connection of spiritual energy levels in a new passageway. This process should not take more than a millennium. However, if a deteriorating world lacks sufficient yang and upright energy, it may further lead to the decline of spiritual energy in its very essence. The world upon which they depend for survival may very well be such a realm, still in decline and deficient in positive energy. If they cannot even maintain a state of equilibrium in the mortal realm. The hope for these cultivators to achieve longevity and profound insight will become ever more elusive. Gu Yuan is acutely aware that he is one of the creators of this negative energy within the world. Yet, he feels powerless to effect change, as he bears not only his own path, but also the future and direction of the entire Gu clan. The sole avenue for him and his family lies in advancing to the nascent soul stage, with the only hope for this advancement resting upon acquiring the spatial abilities of Yun Susu. Once he truly ascends to the nascent soul, the powers of this realm will no longer be able to sustain his spiritual energy and demands, inevitably casting him out. However, if he can obtain Yun Susu's mustard seed space, he could relocate the entire Gu family within, fulfilling the legendary myth of a single individual attaining enlightenment, thereby elevating all associated with him. At that point, the spiritual energy within his nascent soul would circulate freely, no longer reliant on external sources. He would possess the capability to traverse the cosmos, allowing him to seek out the ideal realm for cultivation at his leisure. He feels a fiery passion within his heart at this moment, brimming with an unprecedented hope. Little does Yun Susu know that deep within the Qinling Mountains lies the ancestral home of the Gu clan, where generations have thrived. Chapter 23. The Gu clan's ancestral land. Behind the Gu clan's ancestral hall stands a great mountain. The mountain's interior is hollow, serving as a secluded retreat for the elders of the Gu clan. At this moment, in the largest chamber of seclusion, sits an elder practitioner, appearing quite mad. He is none other than Gu Yuan, the missing ancestor of the Gu family, as referred to by the clan's head. Before Gu Yuan lies a heap of sand, gravel, branches, hay, and a shriveled lotus seed. Gu Yuan experimented with every conceivable method on this heap of objects: burning, drowning, crushing, lightning strikes, and so forth, in an effort to discern which among them served as the vessel for the mustard seed space. Ultimately, he discovered that all these items were mere mundane objects, either charred, rendered into a yellow soup by water, or shattered. Only that peculiar lotus seed remained, exhibiting no signs of spiritual fluctuations, yet it was remarkably resilient. Impervious to fire, water, blows, and lightning, he surmised that it was highly likely this lotus seed was indeed the spatial vessel. However, when he attempted to recognize it as his own through blood, forge a spiritual contract, and imprint his consciousness upon it, all ended in failure, as the lotus seed remained utterly unresponsive. Logically, as a late-stage foundational cultivator, he should have easily eradicated the consciousness imprint of Yun Susu, who was merely a novice in the path of cultivation. The reasons for his inability to establish recognition could only be twofold. First, the lotus seed might be an ordinary fruit, a conclusion Gu Yuan was reluctant to accept. Second, the consciousness imprint within this vessel might not have been left by Yun Susu, but rather by her master from the higher realms, with Yun Susu merely having been taught the method to unlock her master's imprint. If the latter were true, he would be left with no choice but to control Yun Susu's mind. Gu Yuan understood that although Yun Susu appeared affable, she possessed a resolute will, making it no simple task to dominate her consciousness. Initially, she had 3 vulnerabilities: her daughter Su Yuqing, her son Su Yunqing, and her grandmother Gu Qiuer. Yet, fortune seemed to favor her, as if the heavens stood by her side, for all 3 had been brought into the mustard seed space by her. Now, he could only attempt to use her parents and elder brother. As Gu Yuan, the most accomplished cultivator in the Xianzhou realm, with both the highest emotional and intellectual quotient, he had originally been poised to acquire 2 significant fortunes: the first being the purest bloodline and inheritance of the Gu clan, which was snatched away by Yun Susu, thus shattering his first opportunity. The second was to obtain a mustard seed space, a rarity even in ancient times, which was also thwarted by Yun Susu as she concealed the space, leaving him to expend great effort without gain. And then she hid herself, rendering his myriad schemes ineffective. The adversary's fortune often breeds enmity. Although he harbored fondness for the girl and had intended to facilitate a union between her and his most favored great-grandson, Gu Zhongguan, he now found himself at odds with her. He had wished to remain a virtuous man, but as the world shifted rapidly, he too had to adapt. Years ago, when Shangtang annihilated the Xia dynasty, the Gu clan, a powerful auxiliary of the Xia royal family, suffered catastrophic devastation. Millennia have passed, and the spiritual energy from 6 spirit veins has been nearly exhausted, leaving only one that still emits a thin stream of spiritual essence. The remaining members of the Gu family, residing beyond the world, congregated in this solitary valley with a spirit vein. Within the Gu clan's assembly hall, the air was vibrant with activity, breaking the silence of centuries. Their ancestor, the only late-stage foundational cultivator of the Gu clan, Gu Yuan, had lost contact with the family. The clan leader speculated that the ancestor might have encountered misfortune while attending to matters outside with 2 deacons from the Cultivation Alliance. In recent times, the members of the Cultivation Alliance have dispatched several teams to various sealed locations, protective mountain formations, hidden families, and even to the mundane world for investigations. The Gu family has also begun to take action. The esteemed elders of the older generation, the stalwarts of the middle generation, and the elite youth have now gathered together, their expressions grave as they deliberate the matter of locating their ancestor. Gu Zhanghe remained silent before his return. He learned from Ran and that Yun Susu's family had also vanished. And connecting this with the disappearance of their ancestor, a profound unease settles within him. The ancestor's sudden absence coincides almost precisely with the disappearance of Yun Susu's family, indicating a certain connection between the 2 events. What could compel an ancestor, who had not stepped beyond the ancestral grounds in a century, to emerge? It cannot merely be the allure of those spiritual patterns. There must be other interests at play that drew the ancestor out. What treasures might Yun Susu possess? These secrets remain undisclosed to him, as he is merely a tool within the clan, tasked with gathering mundane intelligence and managing trivial matters. This occurrence involving both the ancestor and Yun Susu's family does not necessarily imply that the ancestor is in peril, given his formidable cultivation. However, Yun Susu's family is certainly in distress, and it is undoubtedly linked to the ancestor, especially since he had shown considerable concern for their affairs prior to their disappearance. Zhanghe, the discontented voice of the current family head, Gu Weistin, jolts Gu Zhanghe from his contemplative reverie. He hastily stands at attention and replies, "Family head, please, command me. I am asking you. What did the ancestor say the last time you saw him? Which individuals did he mention?" The ambiguous nature of the family head's question causes Gu Zhanghe's heart to tremble. In that case that Gu Weixian muses, you are the most adept at dealing with those individuals. Thus, I entrust you to assist Zhanghe in bringing Yun Susu's parents, elder brother, and nieces and nephews here. Also, do not forget to bring that Xia Ranran over as well. Moreover, fetch the fairy you visited. Where should we bring them? Gu Zhongxing inquires, puzzled. Here, the clan leader smiles. Isn't it forbidden for outsiders to enter the ancestral grounds? Fear not, I will handle it appropriately. Do not ask so many questions. Just accompany Zhanghe in this task. Upon hearing the phrase handle it appropriately, Gu Zhanghe's expression changes, and he asks, but they are all mortals. What use could they possibly have? If our family engages too much with the mundane, will the alliance not come looking for trouble? Look, you people of this generation are all utterly useless. At least young Zhanghe demonstrates thoughtfulness, insight, and courage. Perhaps we should consider appointing him as the family head instead, Gu Weixian remarks with a smirk. Gu Zhanghe falls to his knees with a thud, bowing his head and saying, I apologize, family head. I spoke out of turn. Chapter 24. Ranran's blissful life. For Xia Ranran, happiness arrived with an unexpected and overwhelming force. She was once a senior employee at Gu Zhanghe's company, captivated by her boss's ethereal demeanor that set him apart from the common folk. Like several other senior female employees, she found herself entranced. She was no longer a naive young girl. The archetype of the overbearing CEO had long ceased to appeal to her. It was mature men like Gu Zhanghe, unique and successful in their careers, who held her gaze captive. Despite being over 40, Gu Zhanghe, in her conjecture, must be a person with a family to care for, leaving her with little chance. She has no desire to snatch a man from another. no matter how exceptional he may be. She holds no interest in pursuing someone who belongs to another. She understands all too well that another's husband bears the indelible marks of his commitments, and the longer they share their lives, the deeper those imprints become, the bond forged through years together. The imprints of life cannot be erased by her beauty, intelligence, efforts, or affections. Marrying a man obtained through such means would be akin to donning a well-worn garment that belongs to another. No matter how exquisite, it will never fit properly. Such an act would become the greatest blemish on a woman of self-respect and superiority throughout her life, given her age and societal experiences. This descent should have been a solitary affair, merely sprouting within her own heart, growing quietly and ultimately fading away, never to be overtly expressed through her confident and optimistic demeanor. She could easily appreciate mature and handsome men while pursuing her career and aspirations. Eventually settling down with an ordinary man to live a fulfilling life, raise children, and become a complete woman, she endeavored to do just that. But alas, the disparity between an ordinary man and Gu Zhanghe was too vast for her to reconcile at that moment. After 2 years of this internal struggle, she became a source of concern for her parents, the family's greatest challenge. However, due to her cousin Yun Susu's circumstances, her interactions with Gu Zhanghe increased, leading to a deeper mutual understanding. To her astonishment, Gu Zhanghe turned out to be an eligible bachelor, and even more surprisingly, this charming bachelor harbored feelings for her. One fateful day, at the entrance of the same police station, where Gu Zhanghe was searching for his elderly missing grandfather, he encountered Xie Ranran, who was in search of her grandmother and cousin. United by their shared plight, they reported their cases together and subsequently dined. Finding solace in one another's company. In the midst of their mutual comfort, Gu Zhanghe unexpectedly professed his love for her. What left her utterly flabbergasted was the revelation that Gu Zhanghe was, in fact, a practitioner of the mystical arts. Yes, indeed, the kind capable of cultivating powers that transcend the earthly realm. Moreover, he was willing to teach her the ways of cultivation, transforming her into a practitioner as well. Most astonishing of all was the discovery that his family belonged to an ancient lineage of practitioners, living apart from the mundane world for generations. Furthermore, upon learning of her romantic connection with Gu Zhanghe and the disappearance of her grandmother and cousin, his family grew concerned for her safety, extending an invitation for her to seek refuge in their ancestral home. This world was far too fantastical and remarkably heartwarming. The surprises were overwhelming. In recent days, upon waking, during her cultivation, and while sharing laughter with Gu Zhanghe in the tea room, she would pinch herself to affirm the reality of this blissful life. She pinched hard, so each time it hurt, proving that she was not merely dreaming. Each time Gu Zhanghe witnessed her silly antics, he could hardly contain his amusement, watching the mature and composed image he had cultivated in her presence crumble. Yet, Xie Ranran found no fault in this. Rather, it deepened the authenticity of her happiness. These days, Xie Ranran felt as giddy as a little mouse in love with an old cat, speaking with laughter, walking with a bounce, dreaming with bubbles, and while crossing the street, assisting elderly women and embracing small children, her exuberance so radiant that it startled the grandmothers and brought tears to the children. Although she felt a tinge of sadness upon discovering that both old lady Yun and Yun Susu, as well as Yun Qin and Yun Qing, were cultivators, yet no one had informed her or invited her to join their practice. Such sorrow paled in comparison to the joy of receiving affection from her ideal partner and the surprise of becoming a cultivator. Ranran's smile blossomed even brighter and more infectious. Fortunately, she was not a celebrity. Otherwise, the entire world would know of her newfound romance. Within the secret chamber, they encountered a frenzied and irritable old man, referred to as the ancestor by the Gu family's cultivators, like Xie Ranran and her cousins, as well as her nephews and nieces, who had all perused a few martial arts and cultivation novels. They could easily surmise the implications of the title ancestor. They also speculated on why the missing ancestor had appeared in the ancestral secret chamber of their family. Their reaction was to collapse onto the floor of the chamber, trembling in fear, not daring to weep, for they had witnessed the old ancestor drain the blood from the old fairy before their very eyes, shattering her skull. After dealing with the old fairy, Ancestor Gu Yuan seized Yun Susu's parents with his bloodied hands, grinning malevolently as he addressed a lotus seed, saying, "Little Susu, I know you are peeking at us. The fairy you introduced us to holds great value. Her mind is filled with spiritual patterns far beyond what you have drawn for us. You consistently bring us surprises. How should I thank you? Did you see how delightful she was just now? Would you like your parents to experience a similar delight?" The lotus seed remained motionless, while Yun's father and mother, paralyzed with fear, wept and bowed their heads in supplication. You refuse to show yourself. Do you not believe in the sincerity of ancestor Gu? He taunted. Let us do this. Your parents are old, so they shall remain here to perform for you as for your brothers, nephews, and nieces. They are all part of my Gu family's bloodline and shall be utilized to their fullest. I will send them to the ancestral hall to serve as furnace vessels for my descendants, thus honoring the scant Gu blood flowing through their veins. Should any of them bear children of spiritual essence, they would have fulfilled their duty to the Gu family. As for your sisters-in-law, being of mere mortal blood, they are of little use, and shall be discarded into the back mountains to serve as medicine people. Your cousin, Zhanghe, is quite fond of her. I shall bestow upon her the status of a concubine, allowing her to accompany Zhanghe in her life. What do you think of my arrangements? If you find them satisfactory, we shall proceed as such. If not, do feel free to emerge and discuss it together. After all, we are good friends across the ages, are we not? With a head of disheveled white hair, Gu Yuan casually flicked his hand, producing a bone knife, which he then drew across Yun Mu's face. A piercing scream followed as a gash appeared, slicing through her brow, eyes, nose, and lips, blood gushing forth. Trembling, Yun's father crawled over, covering the horrific wound with his hands, turning his back to Gu Yuan to shield his wife. Yun Dage lunged forward with a cry, intent on confronting Gu Yuan, but was effortlessly flung aside by a mere wave of Gu Yuan's hand. In the next moment, Yin Susu suddenly materialized in the secret chamber. Gu Yuan erupted into wild laughter. Yin Susu utilized a healing elixir to mend Yun Mu's injury and helped her father and brother to their feet, addressing Gu Yuan. When you entered the Tao, you must have sworn an oath to the heavenly way, promising not to disrupt the mortal realm or unjustly take lives. You are too naive, little one. In such a world as this, where is the heavenly way to protect humankind? We are all forsaken cultivators. Without carving a bloody path, we shall remain mired in the mortal realm for generations. Gu Yuan reined in his wild laughter and, with a sense of melancholy, remarked, I truly wish to avoid taking a life or causing harm, particularly in opposition to you. However, my aspirations remain unfulfilled, and my family awaits my salvation. I must express my apologies. This lotus seed space is a repository for my master's cultivation resources, of which I possess only the right to use. The spiritual imprint upon it is that of my master. Yin Susu interjected, you should be aware that I am not deceiving you. You cannot erase the spiritual imprint. With my limited cultivation, I am even less capable. However, I can extract the resources prepared for me to share with the Gu family, under the condition that you swear to the heavens to release my kin and never disturb their lives henceforth. That seems implausible. You must have someone in your space, correct? 3 individuals, your son, daughter, and the venerable Lady Yun Chioer. You must allow them to emerge. Otherwise, we lack any leverage over you. What if, one day, you succumb to despair? What then? Gu Yuan's smile returned, though his demeanor remained serious. Yun Susu fell silent for a considerable time before finally releasing Lady Yun and the others. Yin Qing remained in a deep unconsciousness. While in the lotus abode, Yin Susu and her companions had exhausted every conceivable method to awaken him. He bore no significant injuries, with only faint, prolonged breaths escaping his lips, yet they could not rouse him. Chapter 25. A difficult choice atop the mountain's peak. Gu Yuan and Yun Susu set up an altar, each solemnly pledging their oaths to the heavens. A wave of ethereal sound and light, faintly marked by traces of spiritual patterns, permeated their consciousness, solidifying their vows. Damn the heavens! Where were you when we embarked on this path? Where was the passage of guidance? Gu Yuan muttered in frustration. The members of the Yun family, unable to contain their sorrow, wept uncontrollably. Yin Susu knelt on the ground, allowing them to strike and wail in their grief. They were her parents and brothers, suffering in torment. She felt compelled to rescue them. Yet, to save them, she would have to sacrifice the well-being of Yin Qing, and the venerable Lady Yun, leaving her heart numb with pain. She faced an agonizing decision, to choose the lives of her parents and brothers, knowing that her grandmother and children would be exposed to untold dangers, risking her own life without certainty of their salvation, or to protect her grandmother and children, who were momentarily safe, while dooming her parents and brothers to a gruesome and humiliating fate. With no viable option, she reluctantly chose to plunge her grandmother and children back into peril. Do not see me off. I do not want you. I wish to be with mother. Yin Qing cried out, eyes shut in anguished ta. Indeed, the blood of the Gu family runs true. You are quite astute, Gu Yuan remarked, patting Yun Fu on the shoulder. Why not stay behind? and let little Yunqing go? I fear you do not hold enough weight in Susu's heart. I could slice you into pieces, and she would remain unmoved. Do not be foolish. Speak no more. Let all of you remain. Heavenly Tao. Ha! The heavenly Tao of this world has grown old and confused. It shall soon perish. We cultivators inherently defy the heavens and do not fear it. Yin Susu rose, pushed aside Yun Mu, and addressed Gu Yuan. You must have seen that our oaths have taken effect. The heavenly Tao does not cease to exist merely because we cannot perceive it. If one wishes to live longer and journey farther, it is wise to exercise caution. Let my children remain. Thus, they will not act rashly, and you may find solace. Let my grandmother go. You possess the resources I have provided, and you will soon ascend. Her presence is of no further use to you. Yet, she dares not allow the old lady Yun to perish alongside her. The memory of Gu Yuan's chilling words about extracting blood and refining souls from old lady Yun sends shivers through her very essence. Beneath Gu Yuan's smiling facade lies a heart more avaricious and malevolent than that of a demon. Yun Qing and Yun Cheng are still young, and he harbors expectations for them. Thus he shall not act against them for the time being. However, the semi-awakened Gu bloodline within old lady Yun is a constant, perilous temptation for Gu Yuan. Keeping a distance from him may offer a semblance of safety. Very well, Gu Qiu'er, you may depart with your son and grandson, leaving your granddaughter Xia Ranran behind. I have just assessed the bloodlines of all of you. Xia Ranran, like you, possesses a hint of the nearing awakened Gu bloodline. She is young and in good health, making her far more useful than you for both childbirth and the extraction of blood and soul. Gu Yuan, though maddened, speaks terrifying words with a smile. Susu, do not be foolish. Yun Qing must leave. Ranran cannot stay. Gu Yuan, my blood is more awakened. I am more valuable than Ranran. You should retain me. My blood is yours, and my soul as well. Ha ha ha. Gu Qiu'er, you are woefully lacking in self-awareness. You, an old hag. With blood nearly dried and soul on the verge of dispersal, what use could you possibly serve? Xia Ranran is entirely different. She has become the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, and I shall prepare medicine for her, enabling her bloodline to awaken to its fullest potential. Then haha, I shall select the finest offspring to pair with her. As long as they produce a child of great talent, she will become a benefactor of the Gu clan. What need is there to worry about the future? Gu Yuan's eyes glimmer with a predatory light. Do you not understand the might of the Gu family's spiritual patterns? A master of spiritual pattern techniques, even confined in this world lacking in spiritual energy, shall one day attain the Yuaning stage. What did you say? Ranran is betrothed to Gu Zhangqi. How could she be with anyone else? Old lady Yun is left dumbfounded by Gu Yuan's words. What do you know? What relevance do your mundane customs and antiquated practices hold in our realm of cultivation? Here, of course, the finest resources must be allocated to the most promising descendants. To be candid, had I not devoted the last few decades to cultivating the essence preservation technique, the union between Xia Ranran and myself would be the only way to maximize her potential. Gu Qiu'er, it is no small feat for you to escape with your life, so do not fret unnecessarily. Not only must Xia Ranran remain, but little Yun Qing must also stay. With such remarkable talent and a mother hailing from a formidable lineage, she shall one day grow into the matriarch of the Gu family. How could I possibly relinquish her? Old scoundrel. You are shameless. Old lady Yun trembles with rage, her eyes nearly bursting with fury. Her volatile temper no longer restrained, she reaches for her treasured pouch, ready to wield a weapon, but Yun Susu swiftly intervenes. No. Gu Yuan shakes his hand. Xia Ranran has already agreed to become the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Thus, she is now one of us. Members of the Gu family must adhere to my arrangements in matters of living, residence, and marriage. Keeping her does not constitute a breach of oath. Very well, I shall remain. You will release Yun Qing. Xia Ranran, with a sorrowful expression, rises from the ground. Xia Ranran was overwhelmed with a profound sense of happiness that felt as though it could not be contained or dissolved. However, ever since she witnessed a brazen act of slaughter within that confined space, that feeling had vanished entirely. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's shameless words, a chilling sensation enveloped her if there remained even a hint of warmth in her heart. It was derived from the moment before she was brought into the chamber, when Gu Zhangqi exchanged a glance with her, his eyes filled with a sense of sorrow, spending an entire day in that hellish room. She managed to hold on to her sanity, unlike Yun Fu and Yun Mu, by relying on the flicker of pity reflected in Gu Zhangqi's gaze. Gu Yuan cast a disdainful glance in her direction, showing no interest in her plight. Don't say you want me to leave. I wish to be with my mother and brother. My brother is unwell, and my mother is deeply distressed. How could I possibly abandon them? Yun Qing implored to her astonishment. It seemed even the laws of heaven could be circumvented. She had gained new insights. Yun Susu tightened her hold on Yun Qing with one arm, while cradling Yun Cheng, who was nestled in the embrace of the elderly matriarch, with the other. Turning her back to her family, she declared, "You all should leave. Do not concern yourselves with Ran Ran and Yun Qing, that I shall look after them. They are intent on keeping us here. Pleading is futile. Enough talk. Hurry and depart." Chapter 26. The Fall. Part 1. The elderly matriarch of the Yun family meticulously surveyed the 4 remaining members, Yun Cheng, Yun Qing, Xie Ran Ran, and Yun Susu, before covering her face with her hands and hurriedly exiting the chamber. The Yun family had been administered a sedative and were subsequently loaded onto an airship, which transported them away from the Gu clan's territory to the hill where Yun Susu had once faced her tribulations. Upon arrival, the Gu family's personnel halted the airship and unceremoniously cast them onto the ground before departing. The pallid-faced matriarch led the frightened Yun family members out of the deep mountains, eventually locating the service area where they had originally entered with their tour group. They retrieved their vehicle, and with Yun Dage at the wheel, they navigated their way out of the mountains. Upon reaching the town, they opted to rest during the day and to disguise themselves at night, removing their license plates as they traveled. Their hearts heavy with silence and trepidation as they journeyed toward Shanghai, Yun Laodai arranged for her children and grandchildren to stay in a rented room, advising them to remain low-key, while she herself set off under the cover of night towards Jilin. In the confines of Gu Yuan's chamber, during the moment when Yun Susu received Yun Cheng from her arms, she discreetly grasped a few items and stealthily tucked them into her bosom, silently whispering 2 words to her, "Go abroad." Once she felt secure enough to inspect her hidden treasures, she discovered a storage ring and several treasure pouches. The storage ring was beyond her ability to open, but upon examining the treasure pouches, she found one that contained items they had prepared during their time in the Lotus Abode. Everything necessary for cultivation and daily life, from clothing and footwear to cash, bank cards, outdoor supplies, and resources for spiritual practice. The second pouch held gold, silver, and precious gems. The remaining 2 contained the spiritual fruits, elixirs, and herbs they had gathered and cultivated over the past 2 years. Yun Susu's intent was clear. She wanted her family to escape abroad, selling the contents of the treasure pouches to sustain themselves. Having endured so much, she could no longer afford to place her children in the sight of the Cultivation Alliance and the Gu family. Yet, apart from her son, she also had 2 daughters. The fact that Ran Ran was left behind in that den of wolves caused her great sorrow. Because of Ran Ran, she could not risk leaving her 2 daughters and their families in the capital. However, with the Gu family present in the capital and her daughters' families closely tied to them, would Gu Zhonghe permit her to rescue them? However, before her escape, she needed to accomplish 2 tasks: to obtain a set of identification for her son's family anew, and to liquidate a portion of her spiritual herbs and precious gems. In Jilin, she apprehended several street thugs, employing absolute force to subdue them, compelling them to assist her in searching for ginseng trading markets online. She took them to the market, where she sold several stocks of spiritual ginseng at a high price, and directed them to contact their associates, tracing the leads to the black market, ultimately securing identification for all her descendants. She then hurried to Haiqing, employing the same tactics, finding another group of thugs, using both kindness and intimidation, to procure another set of identification for her grandchildren, while also selling a batch of deep-sea pearls. Finally, she traveled to Hong Kong, where, after considerable effort, she managed to obtain over 20 identification documents, selling various medicinal materials and gold and jade artifacts. Fortunately, all was accomplished without incident. 3 months later, under the alias Gu Yunqiu, she and her son's family, who also bore aliases, boarded a plane to Europe for a tour, disappearing from everyone's sight 2 weeks later. In truth, she had concealed her grandchildren within a spirit stone vessel, employing a formation to keep them warm, traversing through the unmanned zones of Russia, flying over the Bering Strait, and arriving at a small town in eastern Canada. While in Jilin, she had already instructed her subjugated underlings to engage an underground intermediary online, facilitating the immigration procedures for her descendants. Upon arrival, they purchased a house and a small farm in a quaint town. Settling down, she refrained from using public transport, relying solely on a pair of swift boots to travel by night and rest by day. Hastening from the northeast to the capital, observing for several days outside her daughter's residential complex, and upon finding no signs of surveillance, secretly brought her daughters and their families out, Ultimately, she entrusted the 3 sets of identification and passports to her 2 grandsons, Yuhai and Yu Yang, urging them to seek opportunities to arrange immigration to 2 additional countries for everyone, with cunning rabbits having 3 burrows. They possessed bloodlines coveted by the Gu family and were under the watchful eyes of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance. Thus, it was wise to prepare contingency plans. After accomplishing these tasks, elderly Lady Yun finally felt she could breathe a sigh of relief. Prior to the upheaval, she had already cultivated to a high level of qi refinement. Enduring nearly half a year of conflicts, suffering, and relentless effort, coupled with the awakening of her bloodline and her comprehension of the spiritual pattern technique, she swiftly reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Subsequently breaking through to the Tao, when she first sensed the impending thunder tribulation, she immediately concealed her Dantian's energy, postponing the tribulation as she journeyed towards the Qinling Mountains. She had heard Yun Susu recount a tale of a cultivator who, having endured oppression without recourse, cultivated to the nascent soul stage, and before facing their tribulation, approached the oppressor's doorstep. The thunder tribulation, sensing the presence of evil, amplified its powers several-fold, obliterating the villain entirely. Although the cultivator perished alongside their foe, she deemed it worthwhile. Having lived for over 90 years, she felt her life had been sufficiently fulfilled. Her most beloved child, her Susu, had been enduring unspeakable hardships day by day for the past 6 months. The thought was unbearable. All she could do was strive tirelessly in her cultivation, awaiting the day of entering the Tao and facing the tribulation. She resolved to emulate the hero of the story, infiltrating the Gu family estate to strike down those wicked and greedy individuals with lightning, rescuing her Susu, Susu's child, and the most innocent Ran. If rescue proved impossible, she would exert her utmost effort to eliminate them. In the hands of someone like Gu Yuan, existence becomes a torment more excruciating than being engulfed by the fires of hell. Death, in contrast, offers a form of liberation. She is their grandmother, maternal grandmother, and great-grandmother, possessing the power to either save or annihilate them, resolutely ensuring they endure no humiliation. Transcending tribulations is her only opportunity. She must meticulously devise her plans, lest her efforts come to naught. During her abduction, she remained conscious for the majority of the time, and her memory sharpened significantly after her cultivation, allowing her to recall the route to the Gu family. She traversed toward the uninhabited depths of the mountains. Guided by her recollections, the season had turned to deep winter, with serpents and insects hidden away, and large beasts nowhere to be seen, within the primitive jungle adjacent to the Gu clan's territory. She nimbly navigated the treetops and cliffs, moving with the swiftness of a breeze, holding a spirit-testing instrument in her hand as she sought the direction of the Gu family's domain. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt as the instrument reacted. The needle pointed to her left front, indicating a location over 50 kilometers away. Swiftly, she concealed herself within the jungle underbrush, casting a defense talisman and an invisibility talisman upon herself, no longer leaving any trace of her presence. Below the stone gate, carved by sharp blades, the Gu family had stationed only a high-level qi-refining practitioner to guard the entrance. She had no intention of forcing her way in. Their apparent complacency, demonstrated by assigning a low-level practitioner to stand watch, suggested they were overly confident, and she had no desire to walk into a trap. Concealing a rock within her belongings, she patiently awaited an opportunity. Once someone entered or exited, she could stealthily follow them inside. The life of a cultivation family is marked by solitude. She waited outside for 5 days before finally spotting a solitary figure approaching the mountain gate. Her vision, sharpened by her cultivation, allowed her to discern from afar that the individual was Gu Zhongxing. A person she loathed with a passion. It was this Gu Zhongxing who not only entangled Ran but also seduced Susu into assisting the Gu family with their studies on spirit patterns, leading to their current dire predicament. Yet, she noted that the once triumphant Gu Zhongxing now bore a countenance of desolation. Suppressing her inner satisfaction, she, for the sake of absolute certainty, cast another invisibility talisman upon herself and stealthily followed Gu Zhongxing into the Gu family's stone gate. At present, her cultivation surpassed that of Gu Zhongxing, who remained at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Her confidence soared to the heights of pride. They were all too inexperienced, and she would not be discovered. However, a sense of trepidation once again crept into her heart. Yet the arrow was nocked, and retreat was not an option. Chapter 27. Demise, Part 2. Though Gu Zhongxing's cultivation was lacking, his instincts were always remarkably sharp. He felt an unshakable sense that someone trailed behind him as he approached the mountain gate. Under the pretense of being Ran's fiancé, he arranged a meeting with the entire Yun family, including Yun Dag and Yun Erg, at a dining establishment. While greeting everyone at the door of the private room, he shook hands, embraced, and patted heads and faces, seizing the opportunity to assess the bloodlines of all present. To his astonishment, he discovered that Yun Dag had awakened a third of the Gu family's bloodline. Her youngest son Wei Haoran also possessed an awakened Gu bloodline, and Yun Erg's eldest daughter Xie Yuan, along with her 2 daughters, all carried a strong Gu bloodline that he recalled a passage from the first page of the family genealogy. To conquer Emperor Gui, one must first subdue the Shui. The Gu nation and Kunwa, the Gu family had faced calamity. Their sovereign perished in conflict, with the imperial offspring hidden among the populace and the clan members scattered. Gong Sunshi, Yin, and Feng, the 3 founding ancestors of the Gu clan, commanded the national army of Gu Gua. Through the art of spiritual inscriptions, they fought valiantly and managed to escape into the depths of the mountains and dense ridges. There, they gathered 300 of their kin, established an ancestral temple, cared for the young and vulnerable, and refrained from paying homage to the monarch of Shang-Ji Yushi. Gu Yin and Gu Feng are recognized as the 3 progenitors of the Gu lineage. Their designation as Gong's son in ancient Gu Gua signifies their status as merely a branch of the Gu clan. The term commanding the army indicates that they were entrusted by the sovereign of Gu Gua with the oversight of the nation's mightiest forces. Their loyalty to family and monarch is underscored by their gathering of 300 kinsfolk, the founding of an ancestral temple, and their nurturing of the young and weak, while showing deference to the ruler of Shang. However, in terms of bloodline, they are not the legitimate heirs of the Gu clan, resulting in a diluted legacy that has nearly vanished over the past millennium, with clan members relying on relearning the art of spiritual inscriptions. Thus, did the ancestor not instruct him to stealthily assess the bloodlines of Yun Dajie and Yun Erg's kin? What would come of such an assessment? Gu Zhanghe was tormented by an overwhelming sense of despair. Having been immersed in the worldly realm for too long, his thoughts had conformed to the legalistic mindset of society, making it difficult for him to accept the predatory practices of the powerful in the realm of cultivation. He could not bear to confront the reality that the ancestor had abducted Elder Yun, intending to refine her blood and extract her soul to merge with his own, in order to acquire the legacy of spiritual inscriptions inherent in Elder Yun's bloodline. Upon learning of this, he could no longer regard the ancestor, whom he had revered since childhood, with the same admiration. Recently, he had also received alarming news from the panicked Gu Zhongguan. His fiancée, Xie Ranran, was not residing in his household, awaiting their wedding ceremony, but had instead been taken to the home of brother Zhonghong. His close friend, Yin Susu, along with her child, were not guests in the Gu clan, but rather imprisoned by the ancestor in a hidden chamber. Zhongguan was filled with dread, his heavy expression reflecting a sense of disillusionment. He understood that events had transpired within the clan that they could not accept. Ranran, much like Susu and Elder Yun, was likely under the ancestor's scrutiny, either due to her Gu bloodline or for her cultivation material. From that moment on, he could no longer maintain his scholarly composure. As individuals detached from the world, they had already lacked the love of a nation. Raised by their clan from a young age, the family was both their homeland and a connection to their kinship. Even embodying their beliefs, he was unwilling to betray his family, to defy the will of the ancestor, yet he also could not bring himself to commit acts that were morally reprehensible, nor did he wish to vie for a woman against brother Zhonghong. Ranran, that proud and radiant girl, had loved him in her own way for a decade, ultimately touching his heart. She had seen brother Zhonghong, yet her heart had always harbored only him. He could not believe she would ever develop feelings for another. Brother Zhonghong was a man of family, with both a wife and children. Though somewhat possessive, he generally exhibited the demeanor of a true elder brother, adept at caring for his subordinates and kin. Not the type to indulge in pleasure to the extent of competing for Ranran. He found himself utterly perplexed. As he approached the gates of the clan's domain, his mood grew increasingly somber. His heart raced, yet he feigned ignorance, turning away with an impassive demeanor while continuing towards the gates. That figure followed him in stealth. What could their purpose be? Who could they possibly be? Was it someone from Yun Susu's sect? This person was likely there to rescue Yun Susu, but would they pose a threat to the Gu clan? If their intent was solely to liberate Susu and the others without harming the Gu clan, that would be acceptable. Should he reveal the presence of the person behind him? Should he vow to them, only to enter and save the captives, and not to indiscriminately slay the innocent? He has yet to ponder, and the mountain gate has already arrived, with Uncle Wen also having laid eyes upon him. Very well, he fled in disarray from Uncle Wen, extending his hand to grasp an invisible arm and halting behind a small hillock. Who are you? Have you come to rescue Ranran and Susu? Gu Zhanghe inquired in a hushed tone. All right, I shall not expose you. But you must swear. You may only save lives, never take them. Our Gu family is reclusive, and our kin are exceptionally innocent, truly few are wicked. And what of Gu Yuan? Swear it, or I shall reveal your presence. Old Lady Yun was taken aback. Gu Zhanghe had actually assisted her in concealing her actions, permitting her to rescue Susu and the others. She felt she had previously misjudged Gu Zhanghe. It appeared that this seemingly indifferent and merciless businessman could indeed possess a touch of humanity. After a moment's contemplation, she adjusted her thoughts within and raised her unrestrained right hand, softly swearing, I have come to the land of the Gu clan solely to rescue my granddaughter, grandniece, great-granddaughter, and great-grandniece. I shall never commit wanton slaughter of the innocent. Should I violate this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Though she had a penchant for harsh words, she was not truly cruel. Taking a life was already a last resort, let alone indiscriminate killing. A wave of ethereal, soundless heavenly decree melded into old Lady Yun's forehead that Ji Zhanghe sensed the establishment of the oath and released old Lady Yun's hand. Chapter 28. The Fall, Part 3. I can take you to find Yin Susu and Xie Ranran. Xie Ranran is my fiancée and also Susu's cousin. I don't lack the capacity to protect her. If I assist you and my own family in this endeavor, could you perhaps take Ranran with you into your mountain gate? Gu Zhanghe whispered to old Lady Yun. Old Lady Yun was momentarily taken aback. Into the mountain gate? When did she acquire a mountain gate? If it truly posed a difficulty, she could follow Yin Susu and become an outer disciple of your sect. That should suffice, right? However, when you encounter them, you must safeguard her safety just as you would for Yin Susu. Very well, I agree. Rest assured, for the first time in months, a smile graced old Lady Yun's face. The two ceased their conversation, proceeding one after the other, one in light and the other in shadow, into the hidden chamber of the back mountain. Ji Zhanghe paused outside Gu Yuan's confinement room and knocked on the door. The door opened of its own accord, revealing a spacious stone chamber where Gu Yuan sat upon a Zeton swivel chair, with little Yun Qing curled up on a mat beneath, and the still unconscious Yun Cheng nestled in Yun Qing's small embrace. Ji Yuan was in high spirits and greeted Gu Zhanghe with a smile when he had navigated the mercantile world. Deceiving with a grin, he had once believed himself to embody the essence of the ancestors. Yet now he recognized his folly. Some things are etched in one's very bones, and he would never learn the unfathomable depths of the ancestors, nor their cruelty and malevolence. And no matter how formidable they are, it matters not. Under the hands of the ancestors, who does not succumb? Gu Zhanghe complimented. Ancestor, may I see Ranran once more? It was I who brought her to the Gu family. I owe her an explanation. Yun Qing, like a lifeless doll, endured in silence, having taken 2 kicks to protect Yun Qing, yet uttered not a word. Ancestor, I implore you. Ji Zhanghe's tears suddenly surged forth. Oh, why are you crying? Very well, very well. I shall permit you to see each other once more. Oh, how old are you now? Still so emotionally driven. I still wish to allocate Yin Susu to you when she becomes unnecessary in the future. If you continue to be so lackluster, assigning her to you would be tantamount to squandering resources. Alas, it seems I owe you all from my past life. Just wait. I will find someone to bring Xie Ranran to you. Do not venture to Zhonghang's household yourself, as it would be unbecoming for brothers to quarrel. Ji Yuan raised his hand and rang a small brass bell. A waiting servant entered with his head bowed, and upon receiving the instructions, hurried off to deliver the message. Lady Yun concealed herself just outside the door. Gu Yuan did not close it, and their conversation was crystal clear, nearly causing her to grind her teeth in fury, wishing to rush in and tear that demon apart. However, without seeing her children, she had to endure. She dared not provoke me, for her offspring were firmly in my grasp. Yet, she harbored deceit in her heart, merely presenting 2 bags of spirit stones, a bag of spirit herbs, and 5 spirit artifacts, with few talismans and barely any formation plates. Her master was a being from the upper realm, and I did not believe she had prepared only these items. Kicking Yun Qing, I said, use these 2 trifles to keep her in check, but do not be too heavy-handed. She is deeply attached to her children. Should she be unable to bear the pressure and cause a spatial explosion, our family would suffer great losses. Ancestor, did you inform her of my willingness to marry her in the future and raise her 2 children? If she is hope, she will cooperate well. Perhaps you should bring her here so I can persuade her. She might still heed my words. Indeed, that I shall summon her as well. Ji Yuan rolled his eyes and acquiesced. Yin Susu was not far away, and soon approached. As she passed the doorway, It seemed she caught a glimpse of a corner of Lady Yun's garment, which flickered and then vanished. That was Lady Yun discreetly revealing her invisibility charm, swiftly reapplying it when she saw no one outside. Is that so? I should be flattered. Then, Yin Susu scoffed coldly. Susu, it is you I wish to see. Gu Zhanghe greeted Yin Susu, winking at her. Yin Susu found Gu Zhanghe somewhat peculiar today. His eyes had never had issues before, and how could someone who practiced cultivation suffer from an ailment? Why was he winking at her, his back turned to them? Did he know that Lady Yun stood outside? Was it truly her grandmother? After going to great lengths to send her away, why did she now return of her own accord? What did she intend to achieve? What could she possibly accomplish? You wish to see me. Do you also wish to see Ran Ran? You deceived her and then abandoned her. Are you aware of her current plight? How can you still face me? I admire your audacity. You are indeed worthy of being Gu Yuan's fine descendant. Why go to such lengths, Susu? As for Ran Ran, I am not in control of the situation. However, she is with Brother Zhanghong, which can be considered a form of refuge. You should know of my affections for you. I also feel for Xiao Yunqing and Xiao Yunqing, do you not? Gu Zhanghe earnestly counseled. For the sake of the two children, you should collaborate well with our esteemed ancestor. Reflect on whether this is not the truth. While persuading her, he continued to wink. Mother, upon seeing Yun Susu, Yunqing regained a flicker of vitality, gazing at her eagerly and murmuring her name. Yun Susu rushed towards her as usual but was blocked by Gu Yuan. As he had grown particularly vigilant after the incident with Lady Yun's abduction, he ensured that as he sent Lady Yun and her parents away, he kept Yunqing and Yunqing firmly under his control, not allowing Yun Susu to approach them at all. Though both individuals had sworn oaths and cast spells, he remained fearful that Yun Susu might exploit the loopholes in the heavenly oath, much like he did. More troubling was his apprehension that Yun Susu would rather see both herself and her children perish than remain under his dominion. Thus, for the past few months, this chamber had become the stage for a daily performance of despair. The difference now was that while Yunqing had wept in the preceding months, she had grown increasingly numb, no longer shedding tears. Each passing day, Yin Susu's heart endured a deeper torment. She wondered when this relentless suffering would cease. Would she and her children ever escape this most infernal of hells? Yun Susu forced herself to maintain composure, smiling at Yunqing through Gu Yuan's outstretched arm, offering encouragement. My dear Yunqing, you are truly remarkable. Look how well you care for your brother. Even better than I do. Your brother's eyelashes are fluttering. He must surely know that you have been tending to him all this time. Yunqing finally managed to smile, assuring Yin Susu, don't worry. Mama and I will warm my brother's face and protect him from harm, ensuring he isn't hurt again. Once more, tears blurred Yin Susu's vision. She never wished for her daughter to take the beatings meant for her son. She only lamented that the suffering was not inflicted upon herself in these torturous days and nights. She found no other means to instill the will to live in her fragile, innocent daughter, who was awake to her own suffering. If relinquishing the lotus space to Gu Yuan would secure the safety of her children, she would not hesitate to part with it. Yet, the core of that space was intertwined with her very soul, a part of her essence. No one but herself could claim dominion over that unique realm. Without such dominion, she would forever be unable to prove that she had vacated the space, leaving Gu Yuan in eternal suspicion of her treachery, never allowing her to escape, nor granting her death, unless she became one of them. Yun Susu understood that the reason her family had not been silenced was Gu Yuan's belief that her master hailed from the spirit realm. Possessing profound skills in spiritual inscription and relying on the barrier between this world and the next, he harbored little fear of those from the spirit realm. Hence, Yin Susu dared not retrieve too many items from outside. She knew that the more advanced the items she brought forth, the swifter her family's demise would come. Chapter 29. Demise, Part 4. Listening to the events unfolding within the chamber. Old Lady Yun was already in tears, her heart heavy with sorrow and resentment. From a distance, she discerned three figures emerging in the dimly lit underground passage. Her enhanced vision, a result of her cultivation, quickly revealed that it was the young servant who had just departed, accompanied by Ran Ran and Gu Zhangxing. Her children were gathered together at last. The pressing question now was, how could she lead her children out of this underground chamber? How could she guide them beyond the protective family array? A hollow mountain could not obstruct the search of the heavenly path and the thunder tribulation, though it could mitigate some of the tribulation's force. Thus, she needed to guide Susu and the others out of the mountain's core. The Gu family's protective array was formidable. Those who were not members of the Gu clan would remain oblivious to the pathways into the array. Without a master of formations to breach it, any cultivator below the nascent soul stage would find it impossible to break free by sheer force. if she wished to accomplish the three monumental tasks of saving her loved ones, vanquishing evil, and escaping the array. Her sole reliance would be on the approach of the heavenly thunder tribulation. Among these three tasks, saving her children was of utmost priority. As long as Susu could reach her two children and ran, she could immediately bring them into the lotus shelter. The tasks of vanquishing evil and escaping the array were of equal importance, with no precedence over one another, due to their inability to slay Gu Yuan. They could not escape the Grand Formation. Even if they were to kill Gu Yuan, under the united front of the Gu clan, their chances of survival would be bleak. She resolved to devise a scheme to lure Gu Yuan out, enticing him to follow her like a donkey chasing after a carrot, thus granting Susu an opportunity to approach Yunqing and Yunqing, retreating to the mouth of the mountain. She bellowed with a hoarse voice, "Gu Yuan, how audacious you are! Dare to abduct mortals and extract their blood and souls. I am dispatched by Master Li of the Cultivation Alliance, here to apprehend you." "Ah, friends from the Alliance. Master Li must have misunderstood Gu Yuan chuckled as he emerged from the mountain's interior, cradling two children. Peering around the cave entrance and finding it empty, he bellowed, "Which old friend has come? Hiding in the shadows is not the mark of a gentleman, Master. Gu Yuan has emerged. He is a malevolent cultivator. Our entire village has fallen victim to him, their blood drained and souls harvested. You must seek justice for us." The concealed elder Yun deliberately spoke in a voice of sorrowful indignation towards the air, addressing the non-existent Master Li. Upon hearing Master Li, Gu Yuan was taken aback. Immediately placing Yunqing on the ground and situating Yunqing beside her, he smiled and said, "The esteemed Master Li graces us with his presence. I have been quietly cultivating within the mountains and did not extend a proper welcome. My apologies, Master. I did not deceive you, did I? Look, he has abducted two more children, and that boy seems to have perished at his hands." Elder Yun drew closer to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan sensed something amiss. Although he had contemplated seeking the direct descendants of the Fushi deity for blood extraction, he had yet to put his plan into action. Now, however, he had been exposed, and this individual was undoubtedly suspect. Moreover, he had neither seen nor heard Master Li's presence. Perhaps this was a trap, and did they truly think Gu Yuan was a fool to fall for it? He let out a cold sneer and scattered a handful of revealing powder. He was eager to uncover the true identity of this lurking fiend. Having suffered from the revealing powder before, Elder Yun quickly retreated upon seeing him raise his hand. Although Gu Yuan was infuriated by the cunning speaker's persistence, he dared not dismiss the possibility that Master Li was indeed nearby, perhaps preparing a grand stratagem to deal with him from some hidden corner. "You vile wretch, after committing so many heinous acts, you still have the audacity to claim you are in quiet cultivation. Mark my words, you shall inevitably become a demon, plummeting into the 18 layers of hell, never to rise again. You shameless old creature. With your perpetual grin, pretending to be a formidable wolf, who does not know that your heart is more venomous than a serpent's. You, who accumulate evil for your own gain, while others cultivate virtue for the benefit of future generations. Do you not realize that if you commit too many misdeeds, heaven will strike you down with thunder? A sip of water could choke you. A misstep could lead to your demise, after half a year of pent-up frustration." Elder Yun finally vented her anger. Gu Yuan felt as though he were facing a middle-aged man in Elder Yun's voice, perplexed by the fury directed at him. Was it truly a middle-aged man? He seized another handful of revealing powder and scattered it into the air, but the shrouded figure evaded him with cunning agility. Enraged, Gu Yuan gritted his teeth and, following the sound, suddenly drew his sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes towards the source of the voice. As relentless as a torrential downpour, Madame Yun was overwhelmed with joy and called out, "Susu, quickly bring the child," and ran into the space. She swiftly summoned all her true essence, breaking through the mist that shrouded her dantian, and drew down the tribulation thunder that had been brewing for over 10 days. In an instant, the energy of heaven and earth shifted dramatically. Winds surged and clouds billowed, vibrant auspicious light flickered, and the sound of thunder roared ominously. My tribulation clouds are quite beautiful, Madame Yun mused to herself, gazing longingly at the sky one last time before resolutely dashing towards Gu Yuan. At that moment, Gu Yuan was utterly astonished to see the sky filled with colorful auspicious clouds. He wondered, who from the Gu family is undergoing tribulation today? Why was I not informed? From the auspicious light of the tribulation clouds, it was evident that this descendant possessed great potential, and he would need to be nurtured carefully. Unexpectedly, he heard Madame Yun's voice. The one who had been incessantly calling for the leader was indeed Madame Yun, causing a ruckus. Within the Lotus Abode, Yin Susu wielded the authority akin to a semi-supreme being. As Gu Zhongxing stumbled in, he found himself ensnared by a vine from Yin Susu, trapped upside down within the lotus shell that separated them. Before Gu Yuan could express his anger, he realized he was standing at the center of the tribulation circle, shrouded by the ominous clouds. The color of the tribulation clouds shifted, dark gray storm clouds layered upon his head, coalescing into a thick, impenetrable black cloud resembling armor. He hastily attempted to flee, only to find his feet bound by a celestial binding rope conjured by Madame Yun. He swung his sword in a desperate strike, but merely severed the binding. The rope remained intact, its material unknown and evidently formidable. What a marvelous object! If only. He halted that thought abruptly. The oppressive black clouds above instilled fear within him, as he dreaded that any further ill intention might become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, provoking the thunder to strike him down. He recalled 2 centuries ago, when he was in his 40s, basking in the spring breeze of success. That time, the previous ancestor of the Gu family had not yet passed into the afterlife. After he had completed the tribulation to attain the Tao, the ancestor had cautioned him, "Yuan, your tribulation clouds do not bear much auspicious light, and I worry that your temperament may be lacking. You possess excellent talent, and your dedication to cultivation is unrivaled. You are truly one of the most exceptional geniuses in the entire cultivation realm. Had you been born in a higher realm, you would undoubtedly shine brightly. Alas, our realm suffers from a sharp decline in spiritual energy. The spiritual essence is too thin, and spiritual artifacts are exceedingly rare, likely exhausted by those who came before us. The cultivators of our realm are likely sinners abandoned by the heavenly path. However, Yuan, I have a word of advice for you. When you reach the late stage of foundation establishment, if you encounter obstacles to advancement, never stray from the righteous path. Should you do so, you will not only fail to elevate the Gu family, but also bring harm upon yourself and the entire lineage, ultimately severing the legacy of spiritual inscription." At that time, he had been defiant, believing the ancestor underestimated him. He thought to himself that no one possessed a more resilient spirit than he, and he was determined to break the curse that prevented the formation of golden cores in their realm and achieve great accomplishments. He would then show the ancestor his capabilities. Now, witnessing the dark tribulation clouds pursuing him across the sky, he finally believed the ancestor's words. His temperament truly lacked the necessary righteousness and brightness. He knew that one day, he would undertake the endeavor of restoring the legitimacy of the Gu family and reviving the bloodline's inheritance through blood refinement and soul extraction. Although such actions may be deemed cruel, he believes that any means are justified in the pursuit of spiritual runes. He is also aware that one day he will be compelled to slay his dearly cherished junior, Yin Susu, for he must ascertain whether he can claim dominion over the space of the Qinglian seed. Even if he cannot establish such dominion, he intends to keep it close at hand. When the opportunity arises for him to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and shatter the void to reach the spirit realm, he will undoubtedly devote himself to the path, elevating his cultivation to surpass that of Yin Susu's master. Only then will he be able to claim dominion over the space. Once he has achieved this, matters such as guidance, ascension, and returning to the divine will become trivial. Oh, heavenly Tao, I beseech you, in light of my fervent aspiration towards the path, do not force me to commit murder. I have no desire to oppose the alliance, nor to plunge the Gu family into despair, he cried out within his heart. Yet, the heavenly Tao remained unyielding, turning a deaf ear to his pleas and offering no protection for his corporeal form. Boom, boom, boom. The tribulation thunder descended. The first layer of 9 azure-purple bolts of tribulation lightning, augmented threefold due to the burdens of sin carried by Gu Yuan, rained down with a cataclysmic force. Thus, 27 bolts of tribulation lightning converged as one, striking down with a power capable of obliterating heaven and earth. The invisibility talisman of old Lady Yun was shattered, revealing her charred form. Gu Yuan fared even worse. Not only was he scorched black, but smoke billowed from his head, releasing a noxious blend of roasting flesh and burnt corpses. This intensity of tribulation lightning was specifically tailored by the heavenly Tao in response to his malevolence, marking him as the primary target. Susu, activate the invisibility talisman and head to the barrier wall. Utilize the Lianshan formation method to locate the Kundi Xingmen and await my arrival there. The Lianshan formation method was a tactical arrangement they had learned in Qinglian Sui, with the external world having lost the lineage, leaving only her and Susu capable of calculations. Upon witnessing Susu's sudden disappearance, old Lady Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief, focusing her attention on the severely injured Gu Yuan. The Gu family had 7 or 8 foundation establishment cultivators, all of whom had arrived but hesitated to approach, paralyzed by fear of the augmented tribulation lightning. Seeing Yin Susu vanish, they hurriedly attempted to intercept her. However, with Susu concealed, they were at a loss for action. Gu Yuan, now gravely wounded, could spare no thought for others, helplessly watching as Yun Susu, along with what he believed to be his own fortune, vanish beyond the realm of the tribulation lightning, the barrier wall, the mountain gate. He strained to turn and rushed toward the mountain gate. He could not afford to abandon this opportunity. Possessing the space was his sole means of escaping this world. Gu Yuan soon discovered that despite old lady Yun having left the tribulation, the lightning continued to pursue him. As he saw the skies gathering even darker clouds than before, despair and fury surged within him. He pointed his sword at the heavens and spat vehemently, yet dared not utter a curse, gritting his teeth as he pursued Yun Susu. Unbeknownst to old lady Yun, he had placed a soul-tracking talisman upon Yun Susu. When the Gu family first entered his secret chamber and were left dumbfounded by his act of slaying the celestial maiden to extract her soul, he had crushed the soul-tracking pill he possessed and sprinkled its powder into Yun Susu's hair. This soul-tracking herb, though the most rudimentary of spiritual medicines, was a variant of the spirit-nourishing herb. Once refined, the powder melded with flesh and blood, allowing him to trace its essence using the source blood instrument. Kundi Shaman, is this the place? How did you calculate this? This is clearly the Jin position. Gu Yuan dashed to the edge of the formation wall, laughing, can you see me? Yun Susu was taken aback and hurriedly checked the invisibility talisman on her body, which was properly affixed and could not possibly have gone wrong under the scrutiny of a great deity. Could it be that Gu Yuan possessed the ability of clairvoyance? Then why did he still carry manifestation powder with him? This old scoundrel was truly bizarre. Shortly thereafter, Granny Yun, who had arrived, sighed. Well, you two, the grandfather and granddaughter, are finally gathered. It is time for the game to conclude. Gu Yuan looked up at the heavens and lamented. Oh heavens, I truly do not wish to become an evil cultivator. If only you would leave a glimmer of hope for the practitioners of our realm, I would not resort to seizing others' fortunes, killing for blood, or soul-searching. But you have been too harsh on us, abandoning us for far too long. Do not blame me. This is merely an act of self-preservation. Gu Chioer, Susu. Our acquaintance is but a fleeting moment. Please do try the thunder beads I specially ordered from the arms black market. You will not feel pain from this. It is all I can do for you. As Gu Yuan spoke, he brushed his hand against the bag at his waist, producing 2 black orbs the size of eggs in his palm. He pressed a button on one of the spheres and hurled it towards Yun Susu and Granny Yun, swiftly propelling himself out of the explosion's range. With a thunderous roar louder than the sound of calamity thunder, 2 mushroom-shaped plumes of black mist erupted, spiraling upwards, merging with the gathering storm clouds above, lingering interminably. Haha, my apologies, Susu, but the spatial pouch must belong to me. Not far away, Gu Yuan danced wildly, arms flailing. Suddenly, the dense, dark storm clouds overhead rolled in, revealing a vast expanse of blinding white light, from which lightning cascaded down, violently engulfing the frenzied figure below. The earth-shattering sound of thunder followed, crackling and rumbling, and at that moment, the entire realm of cultivation in Xinzhou felt it, as if the heavenly path had resolved to eradicate all wickedness on earth with a purging fire of thunder and lightning. An unprecedented display of grandeur. After a while, the dark expanse of the Qinling Mountains brightened suddenly, the storm clouds dissipated, and the tempestuous lightning receded, restoring clarity to the heavens and the earth, where Gu Yuan had stood. A massive pit, 500 meters in diameter and several dozen meters deep, had appeared. Meanwhile, over half of the Gu family's mountain peaks had been laid to waste, and the laborers on those mountains had vanished without a trace under such a thunderstorm. Thankfully, the location chosen by Granny Yun to break the formation with the powerful thunder was distant from the Gu clan settlement. Otherwise, countless innocent lives would have been affected. Several foundational cultivators of the Gu family rushed over, calling out loudly at the edge of the pit, "Ancestor! Ancestor!" Yet, there was no response. Gu Yuan had been obliterated, leaving neither a shred of clothing nor a speck of ash behind. Ji Zhanghe stumbled out from the crowd, slipping and falling into the pit. He did not rise. He paid no heed to the gasps and cries for help from those around him, instead crawling on the ground, desperately clawing at the rubble and soil with his fingers, murmuring in anguish, Ran, I am sorry. Susu, I am sorry. I am sorry. Wu, Xiao Yunqing, Xiao, Yuncheng, I am sorry. Chapter 30. The offspring of the mountains before Yin Susu was shattered into oblivion. she heard the heart-wrenching cry of her grandmother. Old Lady Yun. Susu. Then, engulfed in excruciating pain, she was torn apart and obliterated. Her grandmother, Old Lady Yun, vanished forever. She longed to weep, yet bereft of her corporeal form, she found herself incapable of shedding tears. The bone-deep agony of her soul could not be expressed, only silently consuming her spiritual essence. After a moment of sorrow, she had already dissipated from the ground to the upper reaches of space. In the corridor, Yun Qing was dragging and pulling Yun Cheng, hiding behind a pillar, casting terrified glances towards the storeroom. Yun Susu floated over, embracing the two children with her ethereal form. Unbeknownst to Yun Qing, her embrace provided him no comfort. He remained fixated on the storeroom door in anxious anticipation. However, Yun Cheng seemed to show signs of improvement. Yun Susu's spiritual vision caught a glimpse of his eyelashes fluttering, as if striving to open his eyes. Overcome with emotion, Yun Susu kissed her son's face tenderly, as if sensing her presence. Yun Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile, reminiscent of Hu Ji's charmingly mischievous grin. Although tears could not fall, Yun Susu's spirit mirrored a countenance of joyful yearning. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh, akin to Gu Yuan's, interrupted the tender exchange between Yun Susu and Yun Cheng at the end of the corridor. The storeroom door swung wide open, revealing Gu Zhongxing, who was guffawing as he frantically stuffed storage rings and Qian Kuan bags into his own arms. Overwhelmed by treasures, he disregarded the myriad of magical pouches littered on the floor. Deeming them worthless and a nuisance, Xie ran, sword in hand, seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Dog thief! Your Gu clan is nothing but a pack of dog thieves." With a swift stroke of her sword, she sent items tumbling from the shelves. Yet Gu Zhongxing nimbly evaded her strike. "You little wretch, you're still too inexperienced to kill me." With a forceful swing of his hand, Gu Zhongxing sent Xie Ran crashing onto the scattered magical pouches and jade vases. "Ha ha, ha ha. These, and these, all belong to me. Mine." Gu Zhongxing sneered. "If you're sensible, serve this esteemed cultivator well, and perhaps I'll spare you and those two little brats. But should you continue your incessant prattling, I'll slice you into pieces and have your tender little niece serve me." Ha ha. His raucous laughter abruptly ceased as a talisman materialized out of thin air, sealing his mouth, rendering his hands and feet immobile. It was none other than Yun Susu, who could bear no more of his vile words. Expending the last remnants of her spiritual energy, she had used her divine sense to activate a high-level sealing talisman against him. Previously, Yun Susu had overheard her colleagues discussing online violence, lamenting the moral decay of internet users, releasing the darker facets of human nature in the absence of oversight. She had been reluctant to believe, maintaining that while humanity possessed both good and evil, there existed an innate restraint. Thus, most would not descend into utter depravity. Yet, over the past 6 months, having endured the persecutions of Gu Yuan and his ilk, she came to realize that even inherent nature could not inhibit the insatiable growth of desire. She had once thought Gu Yuan to be the most shameless individual, only to discover that the seemingly upright and composed Gu Zhongxing had further plummeted the moral standards of humanity. Gu Yuan, having shed his hypocritical facade, still possessed a modicum of fear towards the heavenly laws, which restrained him from wanton malevolence. Gu Zhongxing, however, bore no such trepidation, given the opportunity to unleash his true self. His depravity was laid bare, utterly unrestrained. Ran, arise swiftly, while he remains incapacitated, and slay him," she shouted. Yet, no matter how fervently she called, Ran, grievously injured, could not muster the strength to lift her head. Unable to perceive her ethereal form or hear her anguished cries, Gu Zhongxing had already reached the late stage of the cultivation of essence, nearing completion, whereas Yun Susu was merely at the nascent stage, having recently embarked on her path, a formless essence stripped of life and body. In no time, she had freed herself from the constraints on her mouth, revealing a flicker of fear and a resolute fury as she cursed. "Which scoundrel is meddling? Is it old Lady Yun or Yun Susu? Show yourself. Otherwise, I shall slay this wretched woman and the two little brats outside." As she spoke, she relentlessly channeled her spiritual energy to assault the acupoints on her arms. "Yun Qing, quickly, dispatch this villain." Seeing that Ran could not sense her presence, Yun Susu turned her hopes towards Yun Qing. Her spiritual essence was scant, and having expended a significant amount, she feared that in the next moment, Gu Zhongxing would break free from his restraints, and Ran along with the two children would suffer dire consequences. However, Yun Qing was likewise unable to receive her thoughts. The events of the past 6 months had constituted the darkest ordeal of her 8-year life. She had been coddled, was too young, and had been thoroughly frightened, rendering her incapable of making sound judgments or mustering the courage to confront the assailant. Yin Susu was on the verge of tears. She could only bind Gu Zhongxing once with her talisman, and lacked the strength to restrain him a second time. Yin Cheng, you can hear me, can't you? Awaken swiftly. Rise, go, and slay Gu Zhongxing. He is incapacitated now, but if he regains his strength, he will surely kill you and your sister. My dear, your mother and great-grandmother have perished, and there is no one to save you. You must rely on yourselves. She implored, her voice filled with despair. Yunqing, caught in a half-dream, was startled and grief-stricken upon hearing that his mother and great-grandmother had died, which sharpened his awareness that he struggled to open his eyes. Yet they felt as heavy as lead. He longed to call out to his mother but could not part his lips. Remembering his mother's warning that Gu Zhongxing posed a threat to them filled him with profound anxiety. Overwhelmed by mixed emotions, he felt a great tumult rising within his chest, layers upon layers, peaks and ridges, nearly causing him to burst. He cried out, sitting up abruptly from his sister's embrace. As he opened his eyes, he found himself and his sister beneath the corridor of the main hall in the Lotus abode. Not far away, in the storeroom, Aunt Ranran lay on the ground, her fate uncertain, while Gu Zhonghe stood motionless before a row of shelves, his arms laden with qiankuan bags. This is not a dream. Behind him, Yinqing cried out in astonishment and joy, Brother, you've finally awakened. Sister, do not weep. Quickly, come, slay Gu Zhongxing. He has slain our aunt. Yunqing urged his sister with great difficulty. Though he was anxious, he dared not mention that their mother and great-grandmother had perished, fearing it would terrify his sister, and he himself was unwilling to accept the truth. All right, brother, rest a moment. I shall go. Yunqing, regaining her senses, drew a sword from her treasure pouch and rushed into the storeroom. Brandishing it, Gu Zhonghe was on the verge of breaking free from the restraints on his arms, and was elated. Yet was unexpectedly alarmed to hear that Yunqing had awakened and summoned Yunqing to kill him. At that moment, he was incapacitated, akin to a fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to anyone, even a little girl, who could easily slay him. Good Yunqing, do not heed your brother. I am a friend of your mother, and you must not kill me, he coaxed softly, attempting to deceive her. However, just now you struck my aunt, and I witnessed it all. You claimed to be my mother's good friend, but would a true friend harm a sister? You even demanded that I serve you, calling me tender and delicate. You are not a lord, and I am not your maid. On what grounds should I cater to you? Yinqing, not one to be easily deceived, drew her sword and approached Gu Zhongxing, raising her weapon with the intention to stab, yet hesitated, her face pale as she sought assistance from Yunqing. Brother, I cannot bring myself to kill. I fear the sight of blood. Outside, Yunqing was not as naive and oblivious as Yunqing. Upon hearing her recount, he sensed the gravity of the situation, and a surge of anger welled within him, as if the very mountains and stones would burst forth from his chest. Straining, he pushed into the storeroom, aimed at Gu Zhongxing's back, and forcefully hurled his spirit sword. Whether it was too late or not, he would soon discover. Yunqing ducked, narrowly evading the blade, and swiftly grabbed a treasure pouch from the lowest shelf, filled with curious and formidable items he had been compelled by his mother to concoct before the incident. A slingshot, powered by spirit stones, with projectiles made of itching powder. Ultimately, Yunqing was still a child, indulging in playfulness, that he first aimed the slingshot at Gu Zhongxing, launching a projectile that struck him squarely. Gu Zhongxing, unable to evade, was showered in itching powder, causing him to tremble uncontrollably as he frantically scratched at himself. A toy gun, driven by spirit stones, with bullets resembling miniature hydrogen bombs. Yunqing pulled the trigger, and the tiny bomb was shattered by the iron sand that followed, causing a violent explosion as hydrogen met oxygen. Gu Zhongxing's lower right arm evaporated in the blinding light, and his charred right hand fell to the ground. A soda can, concealing a small offensive formation plate. Yunqing performed a hand gesture to activate the formation. The aluminum can had already been sliced in half, shaped into two blooming chrysanthemums, which now lodged deeply into Gu Zhongxing's chest, entwined with his heart. If Gu Zhongxing were a mere mortal, he would have perished at that moment. Even as a cultivator, he could only muster his spiritual power to shield his heart vein, crying out in agony. Suddenly, he ceased his wailing, gritting his teeth against the pain, and conjured a massive hand of spirit energy, seizing the dazed Yunqing and pulling her in front of him as a shield. In Yunqing's hand, he held a dinosaur puppet, lost in the thrill of play. Unbeknownst to him, his sister had not evaded and was captured by the enemy. Witnessing the menacing demeanor of her captor, fear gripped her heart. Little one, you will end your life immediately. I will count to 3. And should you still draw breath, I shall sever your sister's right arm. Gu Zhangxing barked fiercely. No, brother. You, end your life. He too will kill me. I fear pain. You come, kill me instead. Tears streamed down Yuqing's face. Naturally, she would never permit her brother to sacrifice himself for her. And although she was young, she understood that falling into the hands of someone like Gu Zhangxing meant certain doom. Speak not. Gu Zhangxing tightened his grip, and Yuqing let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from her mouth as her head drooped. Had her sister perished, Yuqing seemed to hear his mother's anguished cry and felt his own heart shatter suddenly. Darkness enveloping him before bursting forth with a fierce light that he could no longer contain, the tumultuous waves of anguish surging within him. He watched as they tore through his chest, encompassing him. His sister, his aunt, and Gu Zhangxing within their grasp. He felt an overwhelming pain and sorrow. His mother was gone, his great-grandmother had passed, and now, his sister might also be dead. He feared he too was on the brink of death. With a shattered chest, could he still survive? So be it. Let us, a family of 4, reunite in the realm of the dead. Mother, great-grandmother, will you be able to find us in the afterlife? Yuncheng leaped into Gu Zhangxing's embrace, tightly holding on to her younger sister. In an instant, Yunqing, Ran, and Gu Zhanghe found themselves enveloped in an overwhelming void, as the majority of the storeroom vanished. Yun Susu, who had been following Yunqing and Yunqing into the storeroom, intended to join her children in a warm embrace at the moment of their disappearance. However, lacking a corporeal form, she was abruptly met with a force of repulsion just as she reached out to her offspring, catapulting her outside the storeroom. Beyond the realm of the lotus seed, a vast expanse of towering mountains gradually rose between the hydrogen bomb crater that obliterated Yun Susu and her grandchildren, and the lightning pit that claimed Gu Yuan's life, slowly covering the 2 deep craters and shrouding the ancestral land of the Gu clan. The members of the Gu clan cried out in despair as they fled. Their lineage, which had endured for over 3 millennia, scattered like the stars in the sky. A haunting sigh resonated through the heavens and the earth. Ah, how astonishing! In this small world, there still exists a descendant of the revered mountain clan. Chapter 31. Spirit of the Realm. Yin Susu was aware that her physical body had perished, her spiritual essence depleted and extinguished. Yet, she oddly felt as though she still existed, despite the severance of her senses and the haze enveloping her consciousness. The profound sorrow lingered, accompanied by memories of grief, worry, mundanity, and joy, all of which remained intact, her self-awareness unwavering and resolute. She concentrated all her attention, recalling the memory of the space barrier that had erupted with a tremendous sound. Indeed, as her thoughts reached that point, her spiritual essence followed, leading her to the threshold of a nascent little world. In her vague perception, she sensed the familiar warmth of Yunqing and Yuncheng within that small realm. She focused intently on that little world, yearning to enter and be with her children. However, at the barrier of the small world, she distinctly felt herself being accepted. Yet, as Qing Lianzi entered alongside her, both were forcefully repelled. In Qing Liansu the great deity Su Yao inscribed, between spaces, without the power of creation, overlapping is impossible. As for her Qing Lianzi, it was able to overlap across 9 layers of space and the lotus abode due to Su Yao expending his divine energy to refine and merge them through his immense powers. Upon entering the path, she could have accessed the control center of the lotus abode's basement, utilizing spiritual power and consciousness to unlock the first layer of the 9-fold Qing Lian, thus possessing a spiritual realm approximately 500 meters in diameter, where time flowed 10 times faster than the outside world, and the concentration of spiritual energy was likewise tenfold. However, as soon as she embarked on this path, she encountered overwhelming adversities. Yunqing remained in a coma, and Gu Yuan relentlessly pressed her, leaving her neither the heart nor the opportunity to unlock it. The control center of the Lotus Abode's basement was essentially the lotus core of the Qing Lianzi. Originally a sanctuary devised by her guiding spirit, with the entirety of the Qing Lianzi rooted in her guiding essence, flourishing under the principles of chaos. Thus, one could say that the control center was intrinsically linked to her spiritual essence. The nascent little world constituted an independent space, inherently incapable of assimilating the Qing Lian realm, resulting in the rejection of her spiritual essence as well. "Hey, little transparent one, what are you doing?" inquired an ethereal feminine voice. "There is a space here. My children are inside. I long to be with my child, yet I cannot enter. Could you possibly assist me? I am unable to help you. Your child resides in the realm of the Lianshan deities, a space that is in its nascent and self-enclosed state. Not even I can gain entry. Surely not. Just moments ago, I nearly succeeded, but then I was repelled once more. Who are you? Where are you? Is there any way you could aid me? I am willing to offer compensation. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Perhaps your connection as their mother allows them to be completely open to you. Were it not for your consciousness linking to the Lianzi space, you would have free access. However, their little world is independent and incompatible with your Lianzi space. Thus you find yourself unable to enter again. As for who I am and where I am, that remains a question, a conundrum that has plagued the ages. As a mere transparent entity, it is probably best that you refrain from delving too deeply. Nonetheless, I can still assist you. Compensation, you say? Huh. Since you are so generous, would you be willing to part with your Lianzi space for me? To you. Yin Susu concentrated her thoughts and hurled the green lotus seed towards the sky from whence the voice emanated. Yin Susu now harbored a deep disdain for this extraordinary lotus seed. Had it not been for it, she, her children, and her grandmother would still be thriving in the Yun family courtyard. What then shall I do? This is all I possess. Can you help me? My child has just been slain by wicked individuals. I am unsure if they felt pain or fear. Yun Susu's voice was filled with anguish. Oh dear. Do not weep. Do not weep. I am well aware of your plight. The voice shifted from jest to a tone of compassion. Do not fret, for they no longer feel pain. No. No, they are not dead. In fact, they are very much alive. Your son has inherited the divine blood and extraordinary lineage of the Lianshan clan. With the nascent realm of thick earth within him, which has drained his vitality, he is now in slumber. And what of my daughter? Rest assured, little transparent one, she is also a descendant of the Lianshan clan. Although she has not inherited the extraordinary lineage, she has received the divine blood, which is splendid in its own right. She can assist her brother in the formation of mountains. I suspect she too has exhausted her energy and is presently in slumber. The voice took on a slightly less serious tone. My cousin. Yin Susu felt a twinge of shyness. Thank you, esteemed elder. You have been of immense help to me. Even in this virtual realm, Yin Susu choked back her tears. My children are alive. I can finally breathe easy. Though I may have already passed on, perhaps I have not entirely departed, and a fragment of my consciousness remains. May I remember your name and hold you in my gratitude? The light of faith. What a wondrous thing. This I can grant. Remember this. My name is Su. Have you heard of it? I am the part-time spirit of this small realm. Well, a part-time agent spirit that I watch over your world on behalf of my sister. My sister's name is Xia, and you must have heard of her. She is the one who bestowed you with spiritual gifts and forged the chaotic stone to mend the heavens. The great fool. She has sacrificed her foundation for you all and has yet to recover. Despite that, she still entrusts me with your guardianship. The voice spoke with indignation, then suddenly seemed to recall something, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hee. Have I been speaking too much? Both my father and mother say I talk too much, not befitting a sage. Yin Susu, rendered speechless, found that the remnants of her sorrow had nearly been healed by her. The Yellow Emperor slumbers by day, wandering through the realm of Huasu. In that land, there are no leaders, and the people thrive naturally. Are you the Su of this Huashu kingdom? Indeed, yes. The citizens of Huashu are my subjects. Then your sister would be the Xia of Huaxia, our ancestral figure. Enwa. Do not be disheartened. Your sister shall recover. If only I could meet my celestial father, I would beseech him to aid your sister. Yin Susu consoled. It is futile. My sister's injury strikes at her very foundation to her level. Unless she undergoes a complete reconstitution, she can only recover gradually, and no one can save her. That voice, momentarily subdued, regained its vigor. In the sky, a soft pinkish yellow, plump cloud transformed into a smiling visage, gracefully drifting down to this newly birthed mountain range. As the colors faded, a round-faced maiden revealed her exquisite form and visage. Chapter 32. Rebirth. The round-faced maiden held a soul-nourishing jade. Beckoning to Yun Susu, come here, little transparent one. I shall guide you to a fortunate reincarnation. Rebirth may be attainable, but I cannot dictate my celestial father's will, Yin Susu replied, shaking her virtual head. Moreover, despite having no memories or blood ties to my celestial father, if he claims to be my father, then I must also have a mother. I am a person of principles. I shall not undermine my own mother. Oh dear, you are quite loquacious. It was you who promised me a reward. I merely expressed a desire to avoid becoming like my sister, a saintly figure. I only said it in passing, and you could have simply acquiesced. Who is in need of a boyfriend? Little fool, who knew you were merely speaking idly? You nearly frightened me to death, Yin Susu thought. She felt that if she dared to sell the great deity to this little fool, The deity would surely strip her of her skin. Although she had none in this life, who could say that the deity, incensed, might pursue her in the next life to peel her skin there? Little transparent one, who are you calling a little fool? You are the little fool, and your entire family is composed of little fools. Do you still wish to be reincarnated? If you dare to prattle on, I shall not take you with me. Truly, to pry into another's thoughts is quite shameless, Yin Susu muttered once more. Ever since she beheld the adorable appearance of this round-faced maiden, little Huashu, she could no longer maintain an unceasing reverence akin to the flowing waters of the Yangtze. Yet, though this little Huashu did not regard herself as divine, her charming demeanor, vibrant personality, and engaging dialogue had a remarkably healing effect. Yun Susu now felt a significant sense of ease and joy. Humph, I have no boundaries. Do as you wish. Very well, very well. You have no limits, you are impressive, and I dare not act against you. After all, you are a great deity. After pressing her face against the rocky surface for a long while, she suddenly darted to the side of the round-faced maiden, slipping into the soul-nourishing jade. Inside the jade, it was dim, yet a nourishing aura enveloped her, feeling warm and inviting, a truly splendid place for nurturing the soul. The round-faced maiden pointed at the soul-nourishing jade, and a divine breath flowed into it, as Yun Susu succumbed to slumber. Hee, little transparent one, since you claim I have no boundaries, I shall toss you to the mortal realm for a little jaunt. The round-faced young girl chuckled mischievously, swiftly darting away, stepping onto a cloud and vanishing. Upon awakening once more, Yin Susu found herself gestating within an unfamiliar womb. After 10 months of pregnancy, the moment of birth arrived. As Yin Susu opened her eyes, she discovered she had entered the world in a destitute farming household. The ramshackle earthen walls and overturned bamboo fence surrounded her. Within, the thatched roof and muddy floor created a dim and cramped atmosphere. Illuminated poorly by a low wooden window on the southern wall, an agile old woman busily attended to her, wiping her clean and swaddling her in tattered cloth. This woman seemed to be the midwife. A mere mortal, nearby, a young woman of about 30, adorned with a postpartum headscarf, lay on a patch of straw mat in a dirt pit, her expression fraught with concern as she gazed upon her. This woman was likely her mother, also an ordinary mortal. In the yard, 3 mud-colored children played, their genders indiscernible. They must be her siblings, all of them mortals. Just then, a tall, robust man hurriedly entered the yard, setting down his hoe and rushing into the thatched dwelling. However, upon learning that the newborn was yet another daughter, he cursed under his breath, "What bad luck," and turned away, leaving behind a tearful mother and a bewildered Yin Susu. In her previous life, Yin Susu had not been favored by her parents, but that was a matter for later. At the moment of her birth, as the last child destined under the family planning policy and the only daughter, she was indeed quite cherished. This man must be her father. It was one thing to dislike a daughter, but the crux of the matter was that he was also a mere mortal. Oh, great spirit of the realm, did you not promise to grant me a favorable rebirth? Yin Susu cried out to the sky beyond the wooden gate. I had thought you would place me in the family of cultivators. Yet you have cast me into this ordinary farming household, devoid of any practitioners. Is this not deceit? I have but 300 years. How am I to raise 2 children? Yet, what escaped her lips was merely a string of infantile cries. The few white clouds in the sky joyfully drifted away, bouncing along with the wind. Where was the promised picturesque scenery, the rich spiritual essence, the pure and benevolent beings of the true spiritual realm? Yin Susu clenched her tiny fists and shouted vehemently at the heavens. The midwife, casting a sympathetic glance at Yin Susu's mother, sought to comfort the sorrowful new mother. She lifted Yin Susu, examining her from every angle. But finding her exceedingly ordinary, she could only awkwardly offer a few words of consolation. Yin saw, "Do not be disheartened. Men are often like this. Look, your daughter opened her eyes upon birth. Quite alert, she cries with vigor, promising to thrive. Though her temperament may be a bit strong, those with spirit are bound to achieve great things in the future. Just wait and see, you will enjoy the blessings of this little girl. I have been in this profession for 30 years, and I have never misjudged a child. I do not wish for blessings. I merely hope to bear a male heir for the Yun family." Yin Ersa choked on her words, unable to continue. Indeed, she dared not cry any longer, forcing herself to endure, and after a moment of sobbing, she fell silent. Yun Susu's sustenance was finally secured, although within the form of an infant. She felt somewhat embarrassed harboring the soul of an adult. Yet, for the sake of survival, she had no choice but to close her eyes and accept the nourishing embrace of breast milk. Gradually, Yin Susu began to pay attention and ultimately discovered that this household was situated in the Xinyuan continent, within the Qingyun kingdom, in the Gaian County. The father of her current life was referred to as Yun Erlang, his true name being Yun Yubai. Her mother was known as Yun Seo, her birth name being Li Yuan. On the day of her birth, the three muddy children playing in the courtyard were her sisters. The eldest, 7 years old, named Yun Xian, the second sister, 5 years old, named Yun Ting, and the youngest, 3 years old, named Yun Zai. Yun Susu was bestowed with the name Yun Su by her father, who affectionately called her Susu. Yun Susu felt that the names of the four sisters were rather uncommon for ordinary farmers' daughters. It was only later that she learned the Yun family originally belonged to a prominent clan within the Qingyun kingdom. Historically having produced immortal beings, the Yun family governed the affairs of the Qingyun kingdom for over 5 centuries, with the main lineage's ancestral land located 100 miles away in the capital of the kingdom, and her branch being a subsidiary. Decades prior, the clan had invited numerous learned scholars to select many illustrious names, which were inscribed on bamboo slips, bound together as a reserve. Each branch received a copy, and whenever a family welcomed a child, they would visit the branch's ancestral hall to choose a character, boys adopting the character for lineage, while girls could choose freely. Yun Yubai was a man of ambition. Despite his disdain for the birth of each daughter, he would laboriously journey to the ancestral hall in the capital to select a commendable name. He believed the names allotted to the branches were unappealing and wished for the main lineage to remember his children, hoping that in the future, should they benefit, they would not forget his progeny. Eventually, his daughters and future sons indeed gained recognition in the main lineage, consequently reaping significant advantages. Chapter 33. Yun Xian. After Yun Susu's first month, she became accustomed to riding upon the back of her elder sister, Yun Xian. While their parents toiled in the fields, Yun Xian assumed the responsibilities of the household. She was a truly delightful child, lively, playful, sensitive, diligent, and slender, yet remarkably strong and resilient. Each day, she bore Yun Susu on her back while gathering firewood, cutting grass, carrying vegetables, and feeding chickens, eagerly engaging in all the daily chores that a rural household entailed. Yun Ting and Yun Zai, her younger companions, often trailed her. Like other siblings, Yun Ting and Yun Zai would occasionally squabble. However, Yun Xian, considering herself a little adult, always acted as the impartial judge, never participating in the disputes. The petite Yun Xian diligently fulfilled her role as a good daughter to her parents and a caring elder sister to her siblings. After completing the household tasks assigned by her mother, she would secure the door, carry Yun Susu, and lead Yun Ting and Yun Zai to the village entrance to frolic with their friends. During playtime, she would carefully lay down a piece of worn cloth, placing Yun Susu atop it while she played nearby. Yun Xian felt completely at ease with her younger sister, who would lie quietly on the ground, neither crying nor fussing, adeptly dodging falling leaves and insects. Initially, the midwife, Aunt Li, had predicted that Yun Susu would possess a tempestuous temperament, leading Yun Seo, Li Yuan, to harbor a slight aversion toward her daughter. However, after 2 months of nurturing, they discovered that Yun Susu was remarkably docile, never crawling about aimlessly or making a fuss. She would only cry a couple of times when hungry, thirsty, or needing to relieve herself, ceasing her cries upon the arrival of a caretaker, earning her the reputation of being the easiest child to care for in the village. Yun Xian is a child profoundly imbued with maternal affection. Observing that Yun Susu, due to her quiet demeanor, often goes unnoticed by her parents, she feels a twinge of pity and bestows upon her an extra measure of tenderness. In truth, every sister she has welcomed into the world has held a special place in her heart, yet it is this newborn sibling who captures her utmost adoration. Her sensitive spirit perceives that this little sister is somewhat different from the infants of other families. Consequently, there are moments when she finds herself staring at Yun Susu in a daze, leading Yun Susu to question whether her rebirth might have been inadvertently revealed, though she resolves not to resort to drastic measures, such as silencing anyone who might know. She contemplates adorning her cherubic face with a charming expression that to her surprise, she discovers that her elder sister is merely curious as a result. Yun Susu's tender heart undergoes repeated fortification through these encounters. The children revel in their playful game, their spirits unyielding. Yun Susu's self-identity is firmly rooted in her previous life, her thoughts lingering in the Panga universe, on the azure earth, deep within the mystical Qinling Mountains, in the rich soil of the world where her children reside. Although early cultivation may hinder the formation of essence and the birth of a golden core, she can first refine her spiritual energy, optimizing her physical condition, and prepare to face the trials of enlightenment and the tribulations of the heart once she reaches the age of 7 or 8. Yun Su is not oblivious to the scars left by her past life. Marked by the final farewell to her grandmother and the painful separation from her children, having endured the torment inflicted by Gu Yuan and Gu Zhongxing, these experiences have likely forged a certain inner demon within her. And without ample time and nurturing experiences, the shadows etched into her soul remain. Yet, the urgency within her propels her forward. From the moment she opens her eyes to this new world, she cannot cease the arduous cultivation that is so challenging for an infant, rendering her unable to savor the joys of rebirth, the bliss of growth, or the subtle affections among new family members. On this particular day, within the makeshift shelter constructed by the children, Yun Su's cultivation is persistently interrupted by their antics. Resembling a scene from an escape game, the shelter is overcrowded with children, and she feels stifled. Her sense of urgency breeds impatience toward those clamoring to hold her. In protest, she vocalizes her discontent. But her objections go unheeded. With no other recourse, she attempts to crawl through the throng of small limbs in search of escape. At that moment, her potent spiritual energy, imbued with memories and personality from her past life, detects an impending danger. Looking around, she discerns that a thick tree branch serving as a beam overhead has been compromised. Had it not been tethered by a few strips of bark and the walls, it would have already fallen upon the heads of the children below. She urgently cries out, pointing upwards to alert the others, yet they remain oblivious, more intent on playing with her and preventing her escape. Nevertheless, her warning mitigates the force of the beam's descent, and when it finally crashes down, it spares the few children who had not managed to flee in time. Upon returning home to recount their harrowing adventure, the parents are astonished to discover that it was the previously silent Yun Su who had forewarned them, enabling most of the children to escape unscathed before the beam fell. Moreover, it was the still unsteady Yun Su who, by some uncanny instinct, managed to cushion the impact just enough to protect those few who remained. The ability to perceive danger is remarkable, and one might say it is due to the fact that others are lying vertically beside her. The instinct to issue a warning can also be attributed to inherent nature. However, the capacity to support a wooden beam as thick as an arm is truly bewildering. The villagers' imaginations ran wild, concocting numerous versions regarding the origins of Yun Su. Parents flocked to visit Yun Su, recounting their children's experiences, expressing their gratitude, and conveying their astonishment at Yun Su's remarkable demeanor. Yun Yubai and Li Yuan's initial reaction was to strike Yun Xian and Yun Ting a few times, chastising them for being preoccupied with their own amusement and failing to safeguard their younger sister. Subsequently, they removed Yun Su's clothing to examine if she had sustained any injuries. Upon grasping her delicate little arm, which was as pliable as noodles, they were left perplexed as to how she could support a heavy beam weighing several dozen pounds. Despite Yun Yobai's humble assertions to the villagers that it was merely a coincidence, he secretly committed this incident to memory, planning to consult an elder in the capital when their next child was born, inquiring whether Su's abilities were indeed normal. Publicly, he feigned concern over Su's extraordinary behavior, but in truth, he wished to convey to the elders of the main branch that his daughter was exceptional. He had heard tales of immortals emerging from their clan, leaving behind methods of cultivation, and the elders were all engaged in such practices. If they were to learn of Su's uniqueness, would they not wish to have her follow in the path of the immortals? Would they consider taking her away? While the pursuit of immortality is undoubtedly admirable, the prospect of her departure was quite another matter. Although he had many daughters, both he and his wife were capable individuals, and they could certainly provide for a few more. Thus, Yun Yubai found himself lost in thought, becoming somewhat more taciturn. In this manner, the first year of Yun Su's life unfolded amidst her parents' initial indifference, which later transformed into earnest attention, all under the clumsy care of her elder sister, Yun Xian. The small Yun Xian gradually took root in Yun Su's heart, much like the venerable Granny Yun from her past life, finding a place deep within her soul. Chapter 34. The book found when Yun Su turned 1 year old, her twin sister was born. Everyone assumed that Yun Yubai would be exceedingly disheartened, as the son he longed for had yet to make his appearance. However, the results of the examination left him somewhat uncertain. Both little daughters exhibited soft arms and legs, akin to Yun Su, and were capable of grasping objects, albeit lacking in strength. It goes without saying, what newborn possesses strong limbs? Those who do not are. At that time, Susu herself had no considerable strength. He consoled himself with the thought, let the elders decide everything. He then hurriedly departed for the capital, entirely neglecting the implications of his absence on Li Yuan, who was still bedridden recovering, and the multitude of children in their care. Fortunately, his mother arrived, scolding and complaining, accompanied by his eldest daughter-in-law and two particularly boisterous grandsons, to lend assistance. Although it was a chaotic scene, it ensured that Yun Susu and the others had their 3 daily meals at the very least. Yun Susu began to ponder whether she should first learn to speak or to walk. Ultimately, she resolved to prioritize learning to speak. Should she be unable to walk, she could still crawl. However, the inability to articulate herself would be a significant disadvantage. For instance, if she wished to be alone and not be passed around, or to relieve herself without being observed, these desires were currently unacknowledged, regardless of her struggles. Yet, if she could speak, these dilemmas would be effortlessly resolved. Thus, she crawled and crawled until she reached the bedside of the twins, supporting herself against the bed leg to stand up. First, she called out Mama to Li Yuan, then pointed at the twins and called them sister. Li Yuan and Yun Xian rushed over in delight, exclaiming, Susu can talk now. In her heart, Yun Susu thought, I could speak long ago. I just didn't dare to. She then tilted her little face and made an adorable gesture at Yun Xian, saying, Big sister. This form of address, quite challenging for a child just over a year old, almost brought tears of joy to Yun Xian's eyes. Following this, Yun Susu showcased her extraordinary linguistic abilities, not only mastering names quickly, but also articulating many intentions that even the older children struggled to express. Soon, however, under the playful antics of her 2 cousins, she lost her patience for learning to walk slowly and boldly took her first steps. While chatting with her sister-in-law, Sister Yun, Li Yuan sighed, I was just worrying that Susu wasn't even walking yet, and now I've given birth to 2 more. Yun's eye is still too small. Neither Yun Xian nor Yun Ting can possibly manage 3 children. Who would have thought Susu would be so remarkable, learning to talk and walk so quickly? Sister Yun politely expressed her envy, saying, You are truly blessed. Yun Su is so bright, and the older ones, Yun Xian and the others, are so sensible, while Yu Bai is capable too. Good days are ahead for you. Unlike me, with 2 mischievous little rascals driving me to distraction. We live with the elders, and we can barely make ends meet. Such a life. You should try living just 1 day of it. It could suffocate anyone. Sister, don't be ungrateful while enjoying your blessings. Your father-in-law works for you. Your mother-in-law takes care of the children, and brother Yusong earns money for you. You keep giving birth, and you have 2 little boys. Isn't that wonderful? What more do you want? Li Yuan chuckled. They all understood the mutual flattery. Who could say who was truly ungrateful? With a bunch of little girls, men were still quite rare. Both my mother-in-law and I were eager to cook for you and wash your children's diapers. Sister Yun laughed as well. This was indeed a warm and loving family. Yun Susu felt a sense of comfort in this assessment. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a good thing for a house full of children. A nurturing family atmosphere and social connections are essential for a child's happy growth. The name of Xiao Wu sent a jolt through Yun Susu's heart, and for several days, she dared not look at Xiao Wu's face, fearing she might catch a glimpse of her daughter's features on that little face. If she dared not think further, only finding solace in the unreliable words of the spirit, Xiao Huasu. They are all well. They have merely exhausted their energy and are in deep slumber. Yun Xian and the others found it amusing and began to call her that as well. Eventually, everyone became accustomed to this name, and the 2 prestigious names chosen from the capital went unrecognized. After mastering walking, Yun Susu took the opportunity to exercise her body daily while helping her sisters gather grass and firewood, all the while observing the world around her. One day, her second sister, Yun Ting, was carrying Xiao Wu while picking up firewood halfway up the mountain when she stumbled over a rock and fell. Xiao Wu landed on the stone, injuring her face. Yun Ting tumbled into a thicket of low trees, her arm gashed by a sharp branch. Both children were covered in blood, crying out in a heart-wrenching manner. Yun Susu harbored lingering concerns regarding the capability of 6-year-old Yun Ting to care for the children. Thus, she had been following closely behind them throughout the journey, in a moment of urgency. She rushed forward to inspect the situation. The wounds were deep, mired with dirt, necessitating thorough cleansing at that time. The spatial barrier of Qing Lianzi had yet to fully recover from the large breach created by Yun Cheng's thick earthen space, rendering it exceedingly challenging for Yun Susu to traverse alone. let alone escort others. With great difficulty, she managed to extract a bottle of fresh water and a vial of spiritual spring water from the lotus abode. Using the clean water to perform a rudimentary rinse of their wounds, followed by a few drops of spiritual spring water to alleviate their pain and restore a modicum of vitality, which slightly diminished their cries. Fortunately, during this ordeal, Xiaowu remained blissfully unaware. Yunting, dazed from her fall, did not grasp the source of the water's arrival. The restorative power of a few drops of spiritual spring water was limited. Thus the wounds continued to bleed. However, Yin Susu hesitated to administer healing medicine or attempt to bandage them. At just over a year old, her intelligence was only marginally superior to that of other children. And if she were capable of healing and bandaging, it would be deemed extraordinary, perhaps even leading to her being perceived as a monster deserving of flames. Rising to seek assistance, she found herself surrounded by an empty expanse. Calling out repeatedly, yet no one responded. Stuck in a daze, Yin Susu felt utterly helpless. She had yet to realize her dependency on Yunxian, only chastising herself for her naivety, lamenting that she was less capable than the 8-year-old Yunxian. At that moment, Yunxian, burdened with one child on her back and another in her arms, struggled to support Yunting, her grip faltering and nearly causing Xiao Wu to tumble to the ground. Both Yun and Yun Susu, possessing little strength and stature, could scarcely keep Yunting upright. Overwhelmed by pain, Yunting cried out, oblivious to her surroundings, unable to walk. The children managed to laboriously take a few steps. But Yun fell, causing Yunting to lose her support and tumble as well. Seeing this, Yunskin hastily reached out a hand to assist, but her efforts proved futile. The children collapsed in a heap. Bursting into tears, eldest sister, let the younger sister down. You run to the fields and call for our parents, declared the only one undisturbed by tears, Yin Susu. Although the children of farming families often endured their fair share of bumps and bruises, this time, the falls endured by Yunting and Xiao Wu were particularly severe. Treated in the conventional manner, it was highly probable that Yunting's arm could be rendered useless, while Xiao Wu's face would certainly bear scars, marring her beauty. Residing in this new home by the mountains, they faced a considerable likelihood of encountering wolves, insects, and ferocious beasts, making it essential to learn some self-defense techniques, should any of them fortuitously gain insight into the path. It would mean bestowing upon them the opportunity for cultivation, a fitting repayment for their nurturing. Yunting was fortunate. Even if she bore scars on her arm, they could be concealed beneath clothing, still allowing her to be perceived as virtuous. Conversely, Xiao Wu's injuries to her face were grievous, likely to result in a disfigurement that could impede her prospects for marriage in the future. The twins were the most beautiful children within a radius of several miles, identical in appearance, drawing affection from all who beheld them, and Yin Yubai and Li Yuan took great pride in them. The thought of Xiao Wu's potential disfigurement weighed heavily on their hearts, robbing them of sleep at night, accolades from others, and their own pride paled in comparison to their concern for Xiao Wu's future. In hushed tones, Yin Susu confided in her third sister, Yun, about her intention to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs to tend to the injuries of Yunting and Xiao Wu, urging her to keep this matter discreet and merely accompany the second sister and the younger ones at home, waiting to reveal her whereabouts when their parents inquired. Yun, in her naivety, agreed without hesitation. Before her younger sister, she seldom felt intellectually superior. Fortunately, her sister was still young and unaware of embarrassment or sorrow. Do you aspire to become extraordinary at such a tender age? You dare to venture into the mountains alone? It seemed that the misfortunes of Yunting and Xiao Wu were insufficient. Were their parents too comfortable, seeking further amusement at their expense? Li Yuan and Yun Xian also reproached her. After enduring their scolding, she finally retrieved a precious pouch from her bosom, holding it aloft for Yun Yubai and Li Yuan to see, informing them that she had found it in a grassy nook. Yun Yubai, trembling with anger, refused to acknowledge her. After a moment, Li Yuan observed Yun Susu struggling to hold it up and took it from her. Upon opening it, they discovered several books alongside some beautiful small stones and little bottles. The stones shimmered with a misty glow. The bottles bore labels, each containing differently colored pills. There were 4 or 5 books, the contents of which were a mystery to her, as she could not read. She handed the pouch to Yun Yubai, saying, "Take a look. What do you think is inside? I have no idea who discarded this." The item seemed rather peculiar. Yun Yubai, upon inspecting the contents, was taken aback. While he was unfamiliar with the small stones, the pills had labels detailing their names and uses, including those for healing wounds, gathering energy, and cleansing. exuding a delightful medicinal fragrance that suggested their extraordinary nature. The titles of the books were The Art of the Five Elements, The Nine Turns of True Qi, The Nine Truths, The Light Breeze Stepping Technique, and The Compendium of All Woods. Could it be that this bag belonged to someone practicing the art of immortality? Chapter 35. The immortal ancestor Yun Yu Bai found the world to be fantastical, fate remarkably mysterious, and his daughter remarkably perceptive. While he continued to murmur the labels on the little bottles, Yin Su Su had already snatched a bottle containing healing medicine and administered a pill to both Yun Ting and Xiao Wu. As he pondered the purpose of the books, Yin Su Su leapt onto his lap, opened a page, and pointed to terms such as cultivation, path to immortality, and longevity, inquiring about their meanings. It dawned on him that immortals truly existed. Perhaps the purple lightning and red flames in the mountains were not merely natural phenomena, but could also be the result of demonic cultivators undergoing tribulations. Yun Yu Bai, being the most knowledgeable and insightful individual in Yun family village, finally realized, thanks to Yin Su Su's guidance, that he had been struck by a fortuitous opportunity from the heavens, aptly named the Great Pie of Cultivation. He sprang to his feet and rushed to the home of Yun Yu Song, eager to share such immense joy with his father and elder brother. Li Yuan found the spectacle amusing and did not deter her, cradling Xiao Wu as she watched the commotion. Accompanying Yun Yu Bai were his father, Yin Xiao Xian, and elder brother, Yin Yu Song. They summoned Li Yuan, Yun Xian, and Yun Ting, and since Yin Su Su had awakened, she was also present as they announced two significant decisions concerning the future of the Yun family. First, the matter of Yin Su Su finding the small pouch was to remain the greatest secret of the Yun family, to be kept from all, as any disclosure could invite peril. Second, starting tomorrow, all adults and children over the age of 5 in the Yun family would follow Yun Yu Bai in cultivating the immortal techniques. With the bump on her forehead still swollen, Yin Su Su glared indignantly at the three individuals who shamelessly claimed the books she had discovered. Yet, no one uttered a word of gratitude to her, and no one noticed her anger. Even the cultivation did not include her. On that night, the inhabitants of two dilapidated houses remained wide awake. Their excitement and the necessity to further discuss and refine their cultivation and confidentiality plans kept them alert. Under the leadership of Yun Xiaoxian, the entire Yun family had grown even closer due to this secret. The spirit medium, Ling Huaxiu, had not lied. Indeed, the spiritual energy in this world was significantly denser than that of their original realm. Likely due to the Yun family village's proximity to the mountains. In Yun Su Su's perception, the spiritual energy here was approximately 7 to 8 times that of Earth. Consequently, once the Yun family began their cultivation, each member made rapid progress. By the time Yin Su Su turned 5 and was able to cultivate, the 3 adult men, Yin Xiaoxian, Yin Yuzong, and Yin Yuzong, had already reached high levels of qi refinement. The women, preoccupied with mundane matters, had nonetheless attained mid-level qi refinement, while Yun Xian and her elder cousin Yun Chong had even reached the 10th and 11th levels respectively. At this juncture, the primary concern of the Yun family was the lack of advanced cultivation methods. Yun Yosong's fervent desire for a son had also been somewhat alleviated. His cultivation had not hindered his plans for procreation with Li Yuan, after the birth of their son Yun Jian 2 years prior. Li Yuan was now pregnant once more. Yin Su Su had initially assumed that Li Yuan would feel despondent, burdened by the continuous cycle of pregnancy, childbirth, and child-rearing, leaving her little time for leisure and cultivation. However, to her surprise, Li Yuan found joy in her role. Some individuals are inherently drawn to motherhood, possessing a natural aptitude for it, exhibiting more nurturing qualities and gentleness than others, like Li Yuan and Yun Xian. At this time, the Yun family sought a relatively tranquil environment for their cultivation, one that remained discreet and away from prying eyes. Given that both families resided in narrow earthen houses which could not accommodate their needs, they decided to collaborate in constructing a row of larger dwellings, complete with a spacious courtyard where they could practice cultivation under the cloak of night. Their daily routines had transformed into a symphony of communal living, meals shared from large bowls, sleeping arranged in orderly lines, bathing conducted in turns, and clothes hung in neat formations. This arrangement reminded her of an American film she had once seen, cheaper by the dozen. Her own family was even more vibrant and intricate than that depicted in the film. When Li Yuan gave birth to her second son, Yin Su Su had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Unbeknownst to her family of her previous life's cultivation experience, they were astonished and delighted by her swift progress. Lauding her as a genius, at the 8th level of qi refinement, she was more than capable of self-defense, as long as she did not encounter swindlers. Even one or two wild beasts would pose little threat to her. Observing her prowess, her family relaxed their oversight, allowing her the freedom to wander into the mountains. In a cave, she discovered a human skeleton alongside that of a wild beast. I suspect they fought each other, both succumbing to their injuries within this cave, thus leaving this treasure for us, Yin Susu informed them. The three adult men of the Yun family gazed at her in astonishment. What manner of child is this? A harbinger of fortune? A celestial being? A prodigy? How else could it be that whatever they sought, she could effortlessly find? Yin Susu found no desire to weave further tales. Let them think as they wished. She was indifferent, for they now shared a common secret and aligned interests, ensuring that none would betray her. What preoccupied her mind was the imperative to conceive within 300 years. 300 years. She had already squandered 6 of them. Consequently, Yun Shaoxian resolved to take the family to the capital to assess their spiritual roots. Firstly, he yearned to ascertain whether his descendants possessed the innate spiritual roots that could attract the attention of venerable immortals. He also harbored the desire for a member of his family to ascend to immortality. Secondly, after years of cultivation, they had accumulated a plethora of questions and sought the guidance of the immortal ancestor. Thirdly, he felt that his family had made remarkable progress in their cultivation, yet remained unrecognized, akin to a beautifully adorned figure traversing the night unseen, which left him somewhat discontented, resolving to act without hesitation. The Yun family began to gather their belongings, placing them into a marvelous bag of treasures, and set forth to the capital with light hearts. A.S. Yun Shaoxian, accompanied by a weary entourage of family members. Arrived at the threshold of the Yun ancestral home, several influential elders of the Yun clan were preparing to bid farewell to the immortal ancestor. This venerable figure bore the traditional visage of a legendary immortal. His hair was fashioned into a topknot, his feet adorned with cloud-like footwear, his hair white, yet his visage youthful, with azure eyes and square pupils, draped in flowing white robes, a subtle smile gracing his features, and a brown-haired whisk in hand. Having endured the trauma of Gu Yuan's abduction, Yin Susu felt a twinge of wariness towards this archetypal immortal, her vigilance heightened as she cautiously surveyed the immortal, the ancestral home, and potential escape routes from her concealed position within the crowd. The immortal ancestor sensed her scrutiny and offered her a gentle smile. The elders of the direct lineage, upon noticing their disheveled appearance, were taken aback, initially mistaking them for a band of beggars. Fortunately, someone recognized the familiar Yun Yubai. Upon learning that they hailed from the Yun branch, the immortal ancestor showed no disdain, warmly greeting each of them and assessing their spiritual roots to everyone's astonishment. None of the direct lineage exhibited any significant spiritual roots, yet the younger siblings, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, were revealed to possess an extraordinary innate single with spiritual root, eliciting great delight from the immortal, who invited the Yun family to his esteemed residence to discuss the matter of the siblings' ascension to the mountains. When the immortal inquired about their cultivation achievements, he was greatly surprised and requested to examine the marvelous bag. After perusing the few books contained within for an extended period, he hesitated and remarked, "These tomes appear to be techniques passed down from the upper realms that are exceedingly valuable. Your fortune is commendable that a common man may be innocent. Yet the possession of precious items can attract envy. You must not speak of this matter to anyone outside. There are many with insatiable greed who might resort to violence for such texts. Some lesser sects may also attempt to deceive you into joining them in a bid to forge a connection with the upper realms. That being said, it would be preferable to be deceived by a lesser sect. Joining a sect is still a viable option," Yin Yubai interjected. Unable to contain herself, Yin Susu seized the conversation. "Immortal ancestor, what if we were to offer these books to your sect and follow you into the Tsangyan sect?" She discerned the immortal's keen interest in the tomes, recognizing his desire to incorporate them into his sect. She was indifferent, having made several copies of these texts in her previous life. "That sounds splendid. I, as the representative of the sect, wholeheartedly welcome you." The immortal smiled. "But you are merely a child. You should first consult your grandfather and father, don't you think? Rest assured, these books are ones I found. I can offer them at my discretion," Yin Susu declared with spirited confidence. "Moreover, we all wish to remain with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. They are too young to be separated from their family." "Indeed, we wish to stay with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu." Yin Shaoxian, Yin Yusong, and Yun Yubai suddenly realized that they could also apply to join the immortal sect, and their hearts soared with joy as they chimed in unison. Chapter 36. Entering the sect, the venerable ancestor, known as Yun Ting, was a Yuanian cultivator within the Tsangyan sect, one of the 8 great sects nestled deep within the Kangwu Mountains, having spent nearly his entire life within the confines of the sect. His heart was naturally inclined towards it. However, he was equally reluctant to neglect his worldly family. Yun Shaoxian felt a flicker of desire to settle down and lead a prosperous life. After toiling tirelessly in Yun village for a lifetime, he had managed to secure merely over 30 acres of land for his descendants. Now, in his advanced years, he found it increasingly difficult to achieve significant progress in his cultivation. Thus, the prospect of remaining in the mortal realm as a wealthy gentleman seemed appealing. Conversely, Yin Yubai harbored lofty aspirations and advocated for the entire family to enter the realm of cultivation together. It feels unfamiliar. I cannot bear to part with it, protested the younger siblings, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. Shaoxian, this modest plot of land in the capital holds little value in the eyes of cultivators. Once you enter the realm, you shall understand, urged the ancestor. Listen to your children and accompany me. With the ancestor's words, Yin Shaoxian had no choice but to comply. The ancestor then turned to the elders and proclaimed, "They're all my descendants. I cannot show favoritism. The direct lineage of the Yun family. Any branch willing to follow me may choose a few children to accompany us. Although my lifespan is limited, I can still watch over you for a few decades." After a few days, the children selected by the various branches of the Yun family gathered. The ancestor produced a spirit ship the size of a walnut and enlarged it to the dimensions of a room using a hand gesture. He instructed the 3 adult men of higher cultivation, Yun Shaoxian, Yin Yu Song, and Yun Yubai, to guard the left and right sides of the ship, while he himself took his place at the bow with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. They then allowed the 30-odd selected children, along with more than a dozen members of Yun Susu's family, to squeeze aboard as they set off towards the southwestern Kangwu Mountains. The journey was arduous, taking them 7 or 8 days to reach the depths of the mountains where the Songyun sect was located. The travelers faced considerable hardship. The distance was great, and the vessel was small. The members of Yun Susu's family fared reasonably well, as they possessed protective cultivation. Aside from the youngest, Yun Jian and Yun Mo, who occasionally cried, the others remained relatively calm. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, closely guarded by the venerable ancestor, even managed to jest merrily. However, the selected children suffered greatly. The ancestor's spirit ship was not particularly well equipped, consuming spirit stones without restraint, and the protective formations aboard were quite rudimentary, merely capable of warding off fierce winds without alleviating the jolts and bumps. While cultivators might endure the discomfort, the mortal children were tossed about, many succumbing to nausea, with half of them retching uncontrollably. The cramped space aboard the ship made it impossible for them to lie down and alleviate their distress. Having no descendants of his own, the ancestor had long forgotten how to care for children and lacked any low-tier medicinal pills suitable for mortals. He could only watch helplessly as the children retched and cried, their misery compounding. Yin Susu, on the other hand, had prepared a considerable supply of motion sickness remedies and was unafraid of exhausting her resources. As she was skilled in alchemy and had accumulated many low-tier spiritual herbs over her previous life in the years since her reincarnation, yet, haunted by her past experiences with Gu Yuan, she had become overly cautious and dared not bring them out. Instead, she chose to care for and comfort the children, helping them clean themselves and their clothes, striving to ease their suffering. Eventually, they reached Songyun City, situated before the gates of the Songyun sect, where the children were left in a state of utter exhaustion. In the days that followed, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu entered the inner sect of Songyun. Becoming disciples under a god transformation cultivator, there exists an unwritten rule in the realm of cultivation. Accomplished cultivators seldom take the descendants of their families as disciples, as it complicates matters of seniority. Those who can be regarded as grandmasters are all formidable beings above the Yuanying stage, boasting lifespans that stretch into the thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It is truly difficult to address their descendants as mere disciples. The realm of cultivation, akin to the mortal world, also adheres to ethical standards, with immortals, aside from the malevolent beings, upholding principles of morality. Therefore, it is customary for them to entrust their juniors to sects or friends. With Yun Shaoxian and grandmother Yun having aged, their bones now weary and their cultivation progressing slowly, he suggested they remain in Songyun City to cultivate, seeking entry into a sect only after achieving enlightenment. Yun Yuzong, Yun Yubai, sister-in-law Yun, and Li Yuan, all in the prime of their lives, were to be introduced to the sect to engage in menial tasks. The remuneration for such duties within the sect is substantial, supplemented by gray income, leading low-ranking cultivators to vie fiercely for these positions. hindered only by a lack of connections. Children such as Yun Chong, Yun Xian, and Yun Su, possessing advanced qi refining capabilities, were eligible for entry into the outer sect of Songyun sect. The investment and attention bestowed upon the outer sect are considerable, as it traditionally serves as a reservoir for the inner sect. Disciples of the outer sect, upon attaining enlightenment, naturally progress to the inner sect to become official disciples of Songyun sect. After careful consideration, aside from Li Yuan, who could not part from her qi-refining mid-stage Sun Yun Zai, and her 2 young children, who could not cultivate, the others acquiesced to the elder's arrangements. The elder purchased a large courtyard within the city to accommodate the children, entrusting their care to Yun Shaoxian, grandmother Yun, and Li Yuan, allowing Yun Shaoxian to guide the children in their daily cultivation. He then took Yun Yusong, Yun Yubai, Yun Chong, Yun Xian, and others back to the sect's entrance. At this juncture, Yun Su had reached the 9th level of qi refining, her second sister Yun Ting the 8th. Their second cousin Yun Shen the 10th, while their eldest sister Yun Xian and eldest cousin Yun Chong had both attained the 12th, nearing full mastery. The 5 children were just enough to comprise the number of disciples in an outer sect courtyard. Residing together in the same abode, Yun Su, in the outer sect of Songyun sect, revisited her academic pursuits from her past life, living with remarkable ease now that the pressures of existence had dissipated. The schedule for outer sect disciples was as follows. From the early morning hours until the end of the 3rd hour, they would attend the learning hall to listen to lectures on the laws, techniques, and methods of the qi refining stage. From the beginning of the 6th hour until the 6th hour's zenith, they would partake in breakfast at the dining hall. From the 6th hour's zenith until the midday hour, they would focus on concentrated cultivation. From midday until the start of the 8th hour, they enjoyed free time. From the beginning of the 8th hour until the early evening, they would have dinner at the dining hall. And after the early evening, they were free to engage in activities of their choice. The day schedule was both fulfilling and rigorous, and the teaching was conducted in a closed environment. She had never experienced such a boarding school in her previous life. Although she had stayed in dormitories during university, those were open arrangements, with no one monitoring whether one returned at midnight. The boarding schools in the realm of cultivation are much more responsible. In the outer sect of Songyun sect, every 3 small courtyards had a staff member responsible for their daily needs, while every 10 courtyards had a foundation elder overseeing dormitory management and addressing any cultivation-related queries. The benefits surpassed those of the noble schools from her past. This was merely the outer sect. She wondered what privileges the inner sect enjoyed. Yun Su missed them dearly, especially Xiao Wu. Initially, she bore a certain disdain for Xiao Wu due to their shared name with Yun Qing. But a true child, like a clear mirror, reflects every speck of dust that taints an adult's soul. Both Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were born with exceptional spiritual roots, naturally making them particularly astute children. In her infancy, Xiao Wu sustained an injury, after which Yun Su diligently tended to her, providing both nourishment and medication with utmost care. Once her wounds healed, Xiao Wu became particularly attached to Yun Su, to the extent that Yun Su often found herself contemplating whether Xiao Wu might be the reincarnation of Yun Qing, shedding tears on numerous occasions. Each time, Xiao Wu would gently stroke her face with her small hands, making soothing sounds to comfort her. If Yun Su managed to cease her tears, Xiao Wu would beam with a radiant smile. Yet, if Yun Su continued to cry, Xiao Wu would join her in sorrow. Mirroring her sadness perfectly as time passed, Yun Su found herself moved, or perhaps captivated, by this little sister, drawing them closer than ever. Having reincarnated in a foreign realm, separated from her suffering children who had been left behind, Yun Su grappled with feelings of longing, grief, and frustration that she could not express. Xiao Wu offered her unwavering trust and attachment, leading Yun Su to gradually begin to cherish her as she did Yun Qing. Chapter 37. Xiao Bai. At long last, the end of the month arrived, marking the 3 days when disciples of Songyun could return home to visit their families. Yun Su had arranged to meet 2 elder sisters and 2 cousins from her courtyard to escort Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu back from the inner mountain. The journey was accompanied by shimmering green waters and playful fish, alongside flourishing trees and vibrant birds, creating an ethereal atmosphere that seemed to transcend the mundane world. The clouds appeared lighter than those in the secular realm, a testament to the fortune of cultivators. It was no wonder that everyone yearned for such a life. Between the inner and outer gates lay a towering mountain gate, where the 5 of them stood outside, waiting for the gatekeeper to send a communication talisman to announce their arrival. Given that the group of Upik, where Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu resided, was quite distant from the inner mountain gate, it would likely take another half an hour for them to emerge. Bored and restless, the five of them settled on the ground to play a game of Gamoku. This game, naturally, was a pirated version that Yin Susu had brought from her previous life. The mother and daughter were evenly matched. Although both were novice players, they exhibited remarkable skill in the game. Under Yunqing's persistent pleas, Yin Susu had indulged her daily, month after month, year after year, while Yunqing reveled in the experience. Yin Susu felt as though she might grow weary of it. After 2 rounds, overwhelmed by nostalgia, Yin Susu withdrew from the game. Apart from her, the other 4 were newcomers, pairing off and becoming engrossed in their matches. Yin Susu, seated nearby, closed her eyes to rest. Suddenly, she sensed a shadow looming before her. Upon opening her eyes, she found an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, sitting beside her, intently observing the 4 children play Gamoku. Yin Susu cast a glance at him. He offered her a friendly smile and pointed at the makeshift board on the ground. Convinced of her safety at the inner mountain gate, Yin Susu smiled back and closed her eyes once more. Envisioning the current circumstances of her children, after a while, several youths descended from the mountain. Upon noticing the game, they approached and stood beside Yun Xian and Yun Chong, captivated by the unfolding competition. As the audience grew larger, the 4 players began to feel uncomfortable and were about to rise and depart when an elderly man accompanied by 2 children emerged from the inner mountain gate. The 2 children were indeed Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, while the elder appeared to be in his 50s. Upon seeing the old man, they appeared startled, standing up straight in reverence, preparing to bow. The old man, however, bore an expression of displeasure, lazily waving his hand and saying, it's you, Xiao Xiao. You must have something to attend to. Go on, do what you need to do, and don't ruin my mood. Yin Susu thought to herself. So this is Zhao Heming, the master of transformation for Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. Yet, she remained unaware of the identity of the old man, who commanded such respect from a formidable transformation master. He must surely be someone of great significance. Who could he be? Little 5 and Little 6 rushed over with joyous cheers, with Little 5 pouncing on Yin Susu and Little 6 on her elder sister. In skin.to their surprise, an old man trailed behind, flitting from side to side beside Yin Susu, incessantly inquiring, "My dear girl, how old are you? What game are you playing? I've never seen it before. How come you seem so mature, while others are playing chess? Why are you not joining in? You and your sister are quite amusing, taking care of other children despite your tender age. You often attend to these 2 identical little dolls, such charming dolls. How did they end up under Zhao Heming's tutelage? Zhao Heming is rather dull. What a pity for these 2 little ones. How about I find them a more entertaining master? Oh, I say, why are you ignoring me? I am quite impressive. Would you consider taking me as your teacher, to take you as my teacher? But I don't even know who you are, replied Yin Susu with a smile. I am. Right? You still haven't told me what game you are playing. It's Go Bang, which I taught them. Impressive, isn't it? With only 5 pieces, one can play all day. Isn't that fun? Yin Susu said, aligning with his enthusiasm. You taught them. You are quite remarkable. No wonder I felt drawn to you. It turns out you are so clever, the old man exclaimed, then curiously asked, but why don't you enjoy playing it yourself? Everyone else is engaged in the game, yet you seem burdened with thoughts, sleeping instead. I don't know. It's now your turn to tell me who you are. Yin Susu thought to herself, realizing that after 6 years of being a child, she had immersed herself so deeply that her intellect was nearly depleted. All right, I shall tell you, but promise not to tell anyone. My name is Staobai, and I am a good friend of the founder of Songyun sect. I am over 20,000 years old, quite impressive, isn't it? Would you like to take me as your teacher, Xiaobai? Yin Susu was taken aback that a man over 20,000 years old should at least be a great cultivator in the void refinement stage. Even if his previous name was childish, he should have a title by now. Why would he still be called Xiaobai? Could it be that he has an odd quirk, preferring to be addressed by his original name rather than a title? Oh, your name is Xiaobai. What about your surname? Yin Susu asked, intrigued that I have no surname. Just Xiaobai. My sister's surname is Lu. You may consider me as having the surname Lu, but please do not call me Lu Xiaobai. I prefer being called simply Xiaobai, as my sister used to call me that. Very well, Xiaobai. Yin Susu nearly stumbled over her own tongue. One can only imagine how difficult it is to address a venerable elder with a head of white hair as Xiaobai. Ah. The old man joyfully circled around Yin Susu a few times, exclaiming, you resemble my sister so much. Not merely in appearance, but in temperament as well. The essence is remarkably similar. You, like my sister, are capable of caring for others. Perhaps you need not take me as your teacher. You are already a disciple of Songyun sect, and I cannot compete with brother Songyun for disciples. How about you become my sister instead? My sister has already passed away. The old man's eyes brimmed with tears. Wah. Suddenly, the old man began to weep. Little Five was startled. Why are you crying? I haven't hurt you. I was merely discussing things with you. I am quite adorable. My sister also said I am cute. Wah. You all have sisters, but I have none. I only have a nephew, and he was taken away by someone else. Alas, the old man lamented loudly. Overwhelmed by his sorrow, Yunstian listened intently for a while, then approached Yunsu, gesturing toward his own head and then pointing at the old man, shaking his hand dismissively. His implication was clear. The old man was not in his right mind, and it was best not to let him wallow in grief any longer. Moved by the old man's tears, Yunsu stepped forward to offer him comfort. Yunsu felt an uncanny familiarity with this tale. As if she had heard it before. Xianzhou.is that not the realm inhabited by the Huaxia people on earth. Could it be that the old man speaks of your nephew, named Danzhu? Perhaps, she inquired cautiously. The old man ceased his weeping, fixing his gaze upon Yunsu, suppressing a sob as he asked, How do you know? Have you seen him? Look, this is how he appears. So plump, so fair, so soft. Where is he now? An ethereal water curtain materialized in the air, upon which the old man sketched an adorable, rosy-cheeked infant. Yunsu was rendered speechless after more than 20,000 years. Did this elderly soul truly believe that Danzhu still resembled this cherubic form? Your sister is the dear fairy, is she not? Yunsu probed further. I have heard tales of your sister. Yet I have never encountered Danzhu. However, I did read of Danzhu's story in a book. What book? Who is the author? What does it say about Danzhu's fate? Tears brimmed in the old man's eyes, which he valiantly held back. Danzhu.it is said that in the early days of Emperor Yao's reign, he was exceedingly occupied and weary, neglecting to care for Danzhu, thus entrusting him to a deceitful woman, his second wife, who intentionally raised Danzhu to be ineffectual, wishing for her own offspring to inherit the throne. Eventually, Emperor Yao discerned her treachery, and although Danzhu lacked the capabilities and temperament for governance, he bestowed upon him a fief in a prosperous land, allowing him to live a life of luxury and leisure, while a wise man was chosen from among the populace to succeed the throne. In the book, it is a travelogue titled Interstellar Relics. I found it while foraging for herbs in the mountains, but before I could finish reading it, a little squirrel in the woods tore it apart. The author. I do not know. The signature seemed to read, Interstellar Traveler. Yunsu recounted Danzhu's story based on historical records, fabricating the book and author as needed. Crafting a lie requires a certain finesse, and a harmless little falsehood that benefits oneself has long since ceased to burden her conscience. Ever since she acquired the Qinglian seed, there were numerous secrets to keep. Now, with the memories of her past life, she realized that even more deceptions were necessary. Was the old man a local or from Earth? Regardless, it was evident he had visited Yunsu's homeland, Earth, Xianzhou. Analyzing the old man's words, it appeared that the founder of the Zhongyun sect, Zhongyun Daojun, had also traversed Earth. Xianzhou.it seemed that her origins and experiences, though significant, were not particularly remarkable in the realm of cultivation. Yet, she still had no intention of revealing such details, for she bore the grand secret of the Qinglian space and wished to remain inconspicuous. My sister's little Danzhu. Was carelessly entrusted to a wicked woman and allowed to become ineffectual. Curse that Xianyuan Yao. I have warned my dear sister countless times that he is no match for brother Zhongyun, yet she would not listen. And now, what a predicament we find ourselves in. Tears cascaded down Xiaobai's cheeks as she lamented. I knew it all along. I shall never see Danzhu again. That child, born with a congenital deficiency in his dantian and a closed spiritual foundation, is nothing more than an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivation. Over 2 millennia have passed. He has surely long since turned to dust. This quiet, restrained weeping evoked a deeper sense of sorrow and sympathy than loud wailing. Do not grieve.it has been such a long time. Danzhu must have already been reincarnated elsewhere. This is, indeed, a blessing for him, and you ought to rejoice on his behalf. Perhaps in his next life, he will be able to cultivate. Yunsu consoled, her heart deeply engaged due to her interest in the people and events of that era, stemming from Su Yao's influence. Historical records of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors extolled their virtues, as the succession of the throne was based on the selection of the worthy, thereby earning them eternal acclaim. Yet, the Bamboo Annals states, Yao was imprisoned, and Shun died in the wild. She preferred to believe the former account, even though the latter aligns more closely with human nature. However, the bleakness of the world yearns for the brilliance of miracles, much like moths drawn to flame. all wish for their ancient heroic ancestors to be sages, to be divine. Yun Susu fervently hoped for their divinity, having previously denied herself the reading of the bamboo annals, for at that time, her heart craved the illumination of hope. Indeed, what you say rings true. For us cultivators, death is truly nothing of great consequence. My sister and Danzhu may have long since reunited, Sibai exclaimed joyfully. You mentioned the author goes by interstellar traveler? Do you know where he hails from? Is he from this world or another realm? I'm afraid I cannot say. The book does not provide that information. Yin Susu replied, Alas, on what grounds do you? Though Xiaowu was reluctant. He was taken aback by Xiaobai's earlier display of unrestrained emotion and dared not continue. Yin Susu, burdened by secrets, truly wished to distance herself from him. I have no objections, but you are a senior of the sect, and they would not permit it. I am not a member of Songyun's sect. I merely accompany Brother Songyun on this journey. Though I have lingered here longer than expected, enjoying finer meals and spending more spirit stones, I remain just a guest of the sect. The members are but the descendants of my own descendants. They have no authority over me. I may choose whom I wish to accompany. Yun Susu's heart was tumultuous, torn between the desire to refuse and the fear of acceptance. Your silence indicates consent. From now on, call me Stabai, and I shall refer to you as Sister Su. You provide for my needs, and I shall assist you in combat. It is settled. Yun Susu could only nod helplessly. What choice did she have? His connections were too formidable to easily dismiss, and she feared bringing calamity upon herself and her family. In Yun Susu's heart, the lotus abode was her true home with her children. Little one, I am Stabai, not old Bai. Do not age me, Sabai declared. Your sister is now my sister Su. Is it not only right for her to support me, but my sister is still so young? She herself requires others to care for her. How could she provide for you? And on what grounds do you presume this? If you insist on being unreasonable, then very well, she is your sister. And I shall be your brother. You must call me brother instead of little one. Call out to me, and should I find it displeasing, you shall not accompany my sister. Yun Shun harbored deep concerns for Yun Susu. Indeed, we have all become your elder sisters. Yun Ting also embraced Yun Xian, joining the fray. You are you, and my elder sister Su is my elder sister. Am I to acknowledge one sister and, by extension, recognize your entire family? That simply will not do. Your family is far too numerous for me to oversee. Then you may leave, came the retort. Our elder sister treats us exceedingly well. If you do not care for us, she will cast you aside. This echoed the sentiments of Xiaowu and Xiaolu, united in their voices. At this moment, the eldest, Yun Chong, finally spoke. Enough of the bickering. Xiaobai's willingness to accompany Su Su is a positive development. He winked at Yun Susu and nudged her lightly. Yun Susu nearly burst into laughter. This child, Yun Chong, appeared composed but was, in reality, quite cunning. Yun Xian then seized the moment to express, Welcome. Xiaobai, with a decisive tone, she swiftly shifted the topic. Xiaobai, being with Su Su may bring you some trials. Our cultivation is rather low. You see, we cannot even wield a sword. It takes us 2 hours to master the Gale technique. Since there's nothing pressing on our journey, why don't you regale us with the tale of the interstellar traveler? The group, still youthful at heart, quieted at the mention of a story, eagerly listening in rapt attention. My elder brother, Song Yun, is indeed the founding patriarch of your sect, a successful interstellar traveler. I, Xiaobai, hail from the distant Pangu universe, within the Milky Way's solar system, from the mystical blue earth, specifically the Xianzhou continent. My family, the Deer clan, and my elder sister's family, the Lu clan, reside in the El Liang Mountains in the Kunwa ranges of Xianzhou, living in mutual support across generations. It was through my discerning eye that I sought out my elder sister, forging a bond of friendship, and from that moment, we thrived together in the depths of the mountains. In those days, the aura of the world was abundant, the virtues of heaven and earth were resplendent, and the civilization of cultivation flourished. The flora and fauna, as well as the myriad creatures, thrived, and over the years, many became spirits or demons. The human race had long been embroiled in conflicts with insects, beasts, birds, and fish, their enmities deeply rooted. Yet, during this time, the ruler of the mortal realm, Xin Yuanxi, was a tyrant with a volatile temperament, uninterested in governance and unaware of the need to protect his subjects. The defenses established by the cultivators were insufficient to fend off the threats posed by mountain spirits and demon beasts, leaving the populace in dire straits. My kind-hearted elder sister, witnessing the mortals suffering grievously at the hands of the mountain spirits and water demons. Their cries of despair echoing endlessly, could no longer bear to stand idly by. She bravely risked her life and ventured into the black dragon pool to subdue the malevolent dragon, and then, within the Kunwa Mountains, she battled against the fierce black tiger demon. However, unbeknownst to her, the black tiger demon had a particularly cunning fox strategist among his ranks, who, through lavish bribes, deceived the imperial advisor of Diji into issuing a decree, condemning my elder sister for interfering in mundane affairs and disturbing the natural order of the mountains, thus ordering the sects of the cultivation world to imprison her. In our realm, the human emperor is a descendant of divine blood, holding authority granted by the gods. The human emperor, entrusted by the deities, governs all beings in the mortal realm. With the decree of the emperor, my elder sister was deemed a criminal, unless a divine being descended to rescue her, or unless she accumulated enough merit to atone for her sins, she would remain imprisoned for eternity. At that time, my elder brother Song Yun was traveling through the mortal realm of Xianzhou. Upon hearing of this injustice, he felt compelled to act. Together with his good friend, my elder sister's fellow disciple, Xin Yuan Fong Sun, they expended their own merits to rescue my elder sister from her plight. Brother Songyan and Xin Yuan Fongxuan simultaneously fell in love with my sister Lu. I hold affection for brother Songyan, yet my sister Lu has chosen Xin Yuan Fongxuan as her partner, and they have since united in matrimony. Welcoming into the world my little nephew, Danzhu. Brother Songyan is profoundly heartbroken, yet he cannot part with his friend or his beloved. He lingers in Xianzhou, sharing in my sorrow and becoming a dear companion. However, Xianyuan Yao remarks that due to my sister Lu's injuries sustained while battling the black dragon and black tiger, Danzhu was born with a weakened dantian and a sealed spiritual foundation. Despite brother Songyan's myriad efforts to rectify this, there remains no hope for cultivation. It would be wiser for him to take Danzhu into the mortal realm, to nurture him well, so that he may one day achieve greatness, thus making his earthly existence worthwhile. Although my sister is reluctant, she tearfully relinquishes Danzhu to Xianyuan Yao. I too am loath to part with Danzhu and engage in a scuffle to prevent him from taking him away. Yet, brother Songyan holds me back, advising that for Danzhu, entering the mortal world is indeed the best choice. I can only watch helplessly as little Danzhu is carried away. We are acutely aware of her deep-seated guilt over Danzhu's inability to cultivate, and, fearing that this new blow may drive her to despair, we confer with her master's sect, proposing that she enter the 9-tiered tower of cultivation to focus solely on her path. Hoping she may find solace in her practice, Tor shock, she is soon transported out of the 9-tiered tower. It turns out that her overwhelming sorrow has aggravated an old injury, leading to her untimely demise. The children respond with awe and yearning, their hearts captivated by the tragedy. I vow to cultivate diligently. Once I reach the Yuaning stage, I shall venture forth to earn spirit stones, purchase abundant elixirs, and acquire the finest flying vessels and defensive artifacts, ultimately embarking on a journey as an interstellar traveler. Yunshin declares, "Second brother, we wish to join you. May we accompany you?" Inquire Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. You two are bound by your master's oversight, so your departure is not guaranteed. Yunstin has too many responsibilities, making it uncertain for him as well. Ting Ting and Su Su, however, could accompany us. Brother, would you like to join? What about Xiaobai? You have already traveled once with our ancestral master and know the star routes. Shall I bring you along? Oh dear, young man. You are merely at the 10th level of qi refinement and already dreaming of matters beyond Yuaning. Is that not premature? Xiaobai retorts with a forced grin, playfully bantering with Yunshin. Even if you achieve Yuaning, there is little to boast about. I remain a formidable figure in the harmony stage. So it will still be I who guides you. One Tiet, who leads whom. Is it not the same? You have acknowledged my sister as your elder sister. Thus I must be your brother. Am I not? It is only natural for a brother to take his younger sibling out. Is there anything wrong with that? Yunshin grins mischievously. Xiaobai sniffs the air, turning about to inquire of the others. Do you smell that? Such a strong odor of shamelessness. Yunshin lunges forward, and the two engage in a playful tussle. Chapter 39. A new home outside the city gates. Li Yuan cradles Yun Mo while leading Yun Jian. They have been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Xiaobai, Li Yuan momentarily freezes, mistaking him for an elder sent by Songyan sect to escort the children home, and hastily bows in gratitude. Xiaobai responds, "You must be Sister Yun, correct? Please, no need for excessive formality. I am the esteemed guest of Songyan sect, Lu Xiaobai. From now on, I shall be known as Yun Xiaobai, as I have made arrangements with Sister Su to follow her. She will provide for me while I take care of her. Though you are my elder, I should call you Yun Mother. Yet you are too youthful for such a title. I shall simply refer to you as Sister Yun. Like everyone else, feel free to disregard my presence." Little Bai gracefully waved his hand. After a moment of adjustment, Li Yuan ultimately allowed the sheer joy of reuniting with the children to triumph over her astonishment at being recognized as an elder by a white-bearded old man. She tenderly interacted with each child, either by holding a small hand, gently patting a head, or smoothing a collar, before leading the lively group toward the city. Their new home was situated in the eastern district of Tsangyan City, near the Tsangyan sect. The Tsangyan sect is one of the 8 major sects of Kangwu, governing over 30 towns, with Tsangyan City being the largest among them. The western half of the city is predominantly inhabited by loose cultivators, while the eastern half is home to several families affiliated with the Tsangyan sect, as well as many relatives of its practitioners. In terms of housing, Tsangyan City bears no distinction from the mundane world. However, the distribution of professions within it is notably different. In the mundane realm, scholarly pursuits and government positions are regarded as the highest professions, followed by agriculture, while artisans and merchants occupy the lowest social strata. Conversely, here, true professional equality is realized, with social status hinging on one's cultivation level and mastery of skills that a practitioner merely needs to excel in one of the 6 arts of cultivation, be it alchemy, talismans, tools, formations, beast taming, or agriculture, to secure a steady income of spiritual stones. Possessing spiritual stones equates to having resources, and, to a certain extent, resources translate into cultivation. With cultivation comes social standing, establishing a stable cycle. In this realm, the transformations of time are markedly slower than in the mundane world, by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. Yet, the vibrancy of life remains unyielding, filled with joys and sorrows akin to the worldly experience. The Yun family's estate in the Eastern District is considered of moderate living standards. The plaque at the entrance bears the characters Yun residence, inscribed by ancestor Yun Ting. The entrance leads into a spacious courtyard divided into 3 sections, flanked by 6 adjoining courtyards. Although the number of rooms is not insignificant, the large Yun family, with over 30 children and the 10 or so members of Yun Xiaoxian's family, finds the accommodation rather cramped. Except for the innermost courtyard designated solely for ancestor Yun Ting, every individual can merely secure a room for themselves. The innermost courtyard houses Yun Xiaoxian and his family, while Yun Susu and her siblings reside with their parents in the second courtyard, sharing 3 rooms in the west wing. Since their entry into the outer gate of the Tsangyan sect, their time spent at home has been minimal. Nonetheless, both ancestor Yun Ting and Yun Xiaoxian insist that each child should have their own room to facilitate their cultivation. Little Bai's arrival caused quite a stir due to ancestor Yun Ting's exuberant reaction, prompting Little Bai to impatiently halt the following of both ancestor Yun Ting and Yun Xiaoxian, before joining the throng of children in the backyard to engage in games of grass fighting and shuttlecock kicking. Yun Susu, however, chose not to join the frolics in the backyard, instead reclining comfortably on her bed in her own room. Li Yuan had adorned their room with warmth and care, featuring soft, thick quilts and mattresses, well-washed covers and sheets, and curtains adorned with pale yellow and lavender floral patterns. In that fleeting moment, a wave of warmth washed over her, as she felt as if she had always been one of the 8 cherished children cradled in Li Yuan's nurturing hands. For the ailments of the heart and soul, no elixir can rival the healing power of a parent's love. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Susu drifted into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, she heard the sound of the lunch bell. Realizing it was already time for the midday meal, due to the large number of people at Yun residence, the announcement for meals and discussions consumed considerable manpower. Thus, they devised a solution. A bell made of iron was hung at the entrance of the dining hall, which would be struck twice and then halted at mealtime, ringing a total of 5 times. For discussions, it would be struck 3 times and continue until all had arrived. As soon as the bell for lunch chimed, Grandmother Yun, Li Yuan, along with several older girls from the clan and 2 hired cooks, began to set the food on 6 dining tables. Today, ancestor Yun Ting had specifically waited at Yun residence, intending to inquire about the cultivation status of all the children in the clan, particularly with Little Wu, Little Lu, and 5 other children from outside returning home in hopes of readjusting the plans. To his astonishment, however, the formidable living ancestor, Lu Xiaobai, whom no one dared to provoke within the sect, had followed Yun Susu to the Yun family. He had received a reprimand from Little Bai, who found him bothersome, and was ruthlessly kept at bay from the group of children at play, remaining utterly perplexed by the situation. Although Yun Susu was his own child, he feared inciting the wrath of the living ancestor and dared not call for her. Instead, he sought to glean information from Yun Chong and Yun Xian, only to learn that it was Little Bai who had insisted on staying with Yun Susu. At this moment, ancestor Yun Ting stood solemnly at the entrance of the dining hall, greeting Little Bai with respect and inviting him to take a seat in the guest hall. Yin Susu felt somewhat restless. Aside from the clingy Little Bai, the three individuals present were the elders of her elders. Yet, unable to defy Little Bai, she forced a smile, trying to appease the three venerable figures. Sister Su, you needn't feel embarrassed. You see, I am the ancestor of the ancestor of the ancestor of Little Yin Ting. And, well, you are my sister. Sitting in this esteemed position is no great matter. Little Bai proudly twirled his white beard. From now on, I shall follow you, enjoying fine food, drink, and a good residence. And you, in turn, shall dwell in Ling Mountain as an esteemed ancestor. This way, Little Yin Qing and Little Yin Qian shall not despise me. Yin Susu's heart sank, a dreadful thought crossing her mind. Could this old Little Bai be aware of her King Lianzi's space? Surely not. In this life, in this world, she had never revealed anything extraordinary to anyone. No, she had once found several unusual books in the mountains, among which the 9 turns true Qi technique and 9 truths were merely suitable for the Qi refining stage and held little value. The others, such as 5 elements technique, 10,000 trees collection, and exploration of the 6 arts, and common knowledge of cultivation, were quite common in the cultivation realm, although they were clear and concise in their writing. Their worth could only be considered ordinary. The truly rare treasures were the 9 refinements of spiritual essence and light wind step technique. The light wind step technique could be used from the Qi refining stage until just before the nascent soul stage, making it a rare high-level movement technique. The 9 refinements of spiritual essence was a cultivation book for the post-Tao stage, allowing one to practice from the foundation establishment stage all the way to transcending and ascending. A high-level technique book unseen in this world, exceedingly precious and significant. Could Little Bai have discerned something from these few books? Yin Susu felt an inexplicable regret. The tribulations of her past life still loomed large in her mind. Her children trapped beneath a great mountain. Her heart was perpetually in turmoil. Yet, had she truly created such a grave disaster? Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly come to regard the entire Yun family in this lifetime as her most trusted kin, worthy of her life-est devotion. No matter the extent of her losses or the trials she endured, she remained steadfast in her inclination to share. She could never learn to indulge in solitary feasting or to guard secrets and treasures that solely belonged to her. Gazing intently at Xiaobai, she sought to discern the creature's next intentions. However, upon noticing Xiaobai's endearing smile directed at her, she finally exhaled in relief. If it were Gu Yuan, he would hardly flatter her. He would only smirk with cunning amusement. Wu Tihi, as she secured the door, Xiaobai, brimming with impatience, declared, I wish to form a contract with you, a bond of equal life and death. Upon its completion, I wish to enter your space. Yun Susu was utterly taken aback. You, how do you know? Yin Susu struggled to articulate her thoughts. Space? Naturally. I am aware. Xiaobai spread her arms wide, twirling gracefully before transforming into a delicate, cloud-white deer, chuckling. Do you wonder why I am called Xiaobai? It is simply because my true form is that of a white deer. And do you question why my deer sisters can bear the surname Liu? It is because their lineage has been in friendly proximity to our white deer clan for generations, serving us faithfully. We, the white deer clan, are of celestial origin, imbued with auspicious spirit and pure essence, our presence absent from realms beneath the celestial plane. Yet, long ago, in the age of the divine Huaxia, the sisters Huaxu traveled through the mortal realm. My ancestors, favored by them, were taken as steeds and brought to the world in which I once lived. The sisters Huaxu bestowed upon that realm vitality and spiritual essence, while my ancestors illuminated it with their auspicious radiance. In time, the goddess Huaxia encountered the divine Fuxi, and together they bore offspring, thereby compromising their foundation. They labored to mend the heavens for the mortals of that world, exhausting their essence. My ancestors sacrificed their own essence to prolong her life, thus descending into the realm of mortals. Xiaobai's voice grew somber. I am the sole descendant of our kind to have reverted to ancestral bloodlines, bearing auspicious light and possessing the ability to perceive spatial phenomena. Of course, my sacred light is somewhat feeble, radiating only within a 2-meter radius. Yet my ocular prowess is formidable. Although I cannot discern the nature of space, I can perceive all fluctuations within it. My sister's space is a medicinal garden, abundant with spiritual and celestial herbs, which I feasted upon in abundance during her lifetime. Alas, after her passing, her sect claimed the garden. Sister Su, what is your space like? Surely, it contains celestial herbs, does it not? It has been over 20,000 years since I last tasted such delicacies. Others can enhance their cultivation with spiritual elixirs. But I, unfortunate in my ancestral ties to celestial beings, have been left bereft of such fortune. With my constitution, I must consume celestial herbs to expedite my progress. Sister Su, please, let us forge this contract. A bond of equal life and death. Upon its completion, you need not worry about any harm from me. Then, allow me a single celestial herb, and I shall refine elixirs for you. You may not know this, but aside from my elder brother Songyun, none are aware. I am a prodigy in alchemy. With spiritual and celestial herbs at hand, there is no elixir beneath the divine that I cannot concoct. Observing the ethereal Xiaobai, aglow with pure radiance, Yin Susu could not resist gently caressing her elegantly streamlined back, exclaiming, Xiaobai, you are truly magnificent. Humph, I do not exaggerate. In this world and my previous one, I have yet to encounter any creature more beautiful than myself. Except for my nephew, Danzhu, Xiaobai, with a haughty tilt of her sacred head, exuded an air of ethereal grace, rendering her utterly adorable. And then there was my Yun Cheng and Yun Qing. Yin Susu silently mused in her heart, and there are still siblings in this life. With a willing heart, Yin Susu pressed her fingers to her brow, coaxing forth a drop of blood from her third eye, merging it with Xiaobai's, thus completing a profound and intricate pact of equality in life and death through a wondrously complex combination of spiritual patterns. In her previous life, it was a world where beauty reigned supreme, and this world was no different. Yin Susu reflected. Xiaobai gazed longingly at Yin Susu, who, with a melancholic smile, withdrew Xiaobai into the space beyond the lotus abode. Ever since the incidents involving grandmother Yun and Yun Qing, she had scarcely entered the lotus abode. In her heart, the abode was a sanctuary meant solely for her and her children. The ancestral home of grandmother Yun, who was now gone, while her children remained confined at the foot of the mountain. She herself had no desire to enter, fearing that the sights would trigger overwhelming emotions, and could not bear the thought of others stepping into a home that belonged solely to the four of them. Xiaobai gazed wistfully at the lotus abode, and seeing that Yin Susu offered no explanations, she merely pouted and turned to seek the celestial herbs. The area outside the lotus abode was modest in size, measuring approximately 15 meters from the entrance to the spatial barrier and 50 meters wide, with only 7 or 8 meters remaining on either side, making it roughly 2 acres in total, complemented by a small stream of spiritual spring water flowing from the courtyard of the lotus abode. After circling the abode 3 times in search of celestial herbs and finding none, Xiaobai, disheartened, noticed the stream and hurried over to nibble on the high-grade spiritual herbs along its banks. After consuming 2, she paused and remarked to the sorrowful Yin Susu, Sister Su, it's so barren here, not even a single celestial herb to be found. Nonetheless, it's fortuitous that there is an abundance of spiritual liquid, and the quality of the herbs is commendable. I shall consume the herbs and drink the spiritual liquid to concoct spiritual pills for you. Hurry and advance. When you ascend, I will hide in your space and sneak into the celestial realm. My elder brother Songyun has been waiting for me for over 20,000 years. He must be quite anxious. Xiaobai observed her expression, hesitating to accept, as she felt that Yin Susu's face bore an expression of acute pain, as if she were digging into her own flesh. Could there be a sorrowful tale entwined with those 2 celestial herbs, despite her longing for the herbs for over 20,000 years? Xiaobai felt compelled to uphold the virtues of a morally grounded white deer. Otherwise, would she not be taking for granted the affection her sister, who cherished her deeply, offered? Was it not a betrayal of trust that her elder brother Songyun had placed in her by entrusting the entirety of Songyun's sect, his life's work, into her care? Now that she had formed a pact with Sister Su, she must possess the awareness of their bond, prioritizing loyalty above all else. Gritting her teeth, Xiaobai shook her head. Yin Susu was amused by her demeanor, asking, What troubles you? Did you not wish to consume the celestial herbs? Go on, partake. There are more within the courtyard. Then why do you appear as if you are in anguish? Within that courtyard, the most sorrowful event transpired, unrelated to the celestial herbs. Yin Susu handed Xiaobai a small pouch, saying, These are seeds of the celestial herbs. Plant them along the banks of the stream. If they thrive, I shan't need to venture in to retrieve them for you. Xiaobai, exhilarated, eagerly accepted the pouch and exclaimed, Oh my, so many seeds. This is the seed of the 9-leaf lotus. This is the seed of purple cloud iris, and the seed of Qingyang fern. This is the seed of jade, nectarberry, and misty spirit fruit, which are also edible. And here are the seeds of dragon tongue green and blue silk grass. And this is the seed of the flying qiong flower. Chapter 40. Cultivating. It has become evident that Xiaobai is a master cultivator. When Lingxiao seeds are placed in Yin Susu's hands, out of 10, 5 or 6 may thrive, provided they are planted in the courtyard, beside the spiritual spring. Yet, in Xiaobai's adept hands, merely planting them by the stream outside yields an astonishing survival rate of 9 out of 10. With the lone exception being one that is inherently deficient and fails to sprout. Consequently, Yunsusu decides to open the door of the lotus abode, granting Xiaobai access to cultivate within. She comes to realize that with her space now exposed to Xiaobai, concealing the lotus abode would serve no purpose in aiding Yunqing and Yunqing, but rather would only wound Xiaobai's feelings. Upon entering the lotus abode, Xiaobai dashes about the courtyard, exclaiming in awe at the buildings and the land, marveling at the sparse and chaotic array of spiritual herbs, and lamenting Yunsusu's apparent squandering of resources. Even the well-traveled Xiaobai cannot identify the central entity of the lotus abode, the chaotic azure lotus pod, yet he recognizes the spiritual spring and the high-grade spiritual soil mixed with Shi-Rang surrounding it, leading him to express profound astonishment. A Shi-Rang is a primordial divine soil capable of infinite growth, brimming with elemental forces such as nurturing, gestation, emergence, and equilibrium. When combined with spiritual stone powder and sufficient time, it can yield an inexhaustible abundance of high-grade spiritual fields, a rarity even in the celestial realm. While spiritual springs are common in this world, those of such exceptional quality are indeed scarce. This particular spring is so rich in spiritual energy that the surface is entirely suffused with spiritual liquid, and at the bottom lies a layer of milky white spiritual cream. The entire lotus abode, crafted from materials unknown, features an integrated structure of corridors, roofs, doors, and windows, exuding an extraordinary aura of mystical Taoist significance. Despite possessing such a uniquely advantageous space, Yunsusu has chosen to cultivate a courtyard filled with low-grade spiritual ginseng and mundane herbs, which deeply pains Xiaobai, leaving him at a loss for words. Xiaobai's lineage is inherently gifted with remarkable identification and cultivation abilities regarding medicinal plants that in both his past life on the Xian continent and the present on the Xinyan continent. The species most attuned to spiritual resonance among beasts is the deer. Those nourished by spiritual energy evolve into spiritual deer, celebrated in legends for their ability to discern herbs and medicinal plants. Moreover, Xiaobai, being a celestial species superior to the spiritual deer, possesses an innate talent for identifying and cultivating flora. Wasting such potential is a disgrace. Thus, he resolves to reside in the lotus abode, intending to transform its cultivation conditions with his gifts. As he arranges his exquisite millennium jade furniture in the eastern guest room, he turns to Yunsusu and remarks, "Sister Su, it seems your living space lacks refinement. I possess an abundance of fine furnishings. Would you accept a few pieces made of cold marrow, warm jade, celestial wood, or divine bone?" The mention of cold marrow and divine bone is rather intimidating, and despite their grandeur, Yunsusu holds no affection for them. Moreover, it is within the cozy environment created by her modern furnishings that she finds solace, a familiar sanctuary where she can reminisce about her son and daughter. Thus, she cannot bear to part with them. However, the reason why Xiaobai inquired so was due to the fact that the furniture within the lotus abode was entirely composed of rare mundane wooden pieces from the realm of cultivation, and some of the styles and arrangements left him utterly speechless. The first floor was relatively agreeable, exhibiting an overall aesthetic of robust elegance. The third floor, in stark contrast, was lively and playful, adorned with an array of peculiar furniture and plush toys, whose materials were rather subpar, yet their charming designs made up for it. Yet, it was the second floor, where Yunsusu resided, that Xiaobai found most unappealing, featuring a haphazard mix of classical rosewood furnishings and inferior, overly soft modern pieces, resulting in a chaotic amalgamation of styles. Xiaobai swiftly made his exit, claiming he was off to experience the mortal realm, but in reality, he seized the opportunity to persuade Yunsusu to allow him access to the space when no one was around, and he joyfully indulged in cultivating the grounds both inside and outside the lotus abode. He successfully planted a plethora of celestial herbs. Previously, Yunsusu and Elder Yun had brought forth a large bag of seeds, which included both celestial and spiritual herb seeds. They had only selected a few recognizable varieties to plant, leaving the majority untouched. Now, all of these were appropriated by Xiaobai, who meticulously organized them. His arrival breathed new life into the Qinglian space, allowing the land to truly fulfill its purpose. Thus, the lotus abode, once merely a quaint residence of Yunsusu, had now flourished into a vibrant medicinal garden. Sister Su, although our medicinal garden may be a tad small, its quality is commendable, I dare say, Xiaobai concluded with a nod. The only aspect that fell short of Xiaobai's expectations as an experienced cultivator was that although the spiritual energy outside the courtyard was tenfold more potent than that of the outside world, the passage of time remained the same as in the external realm, causing the spiritual herbs to mature at a frustratingly slow pace. Impatient, Xiaobai had Yun Susu commission numerous elongated flower pots, each filled with various soils: ordinary spiritual field soil from Songyun sect, the nourishing soil from the lotus abode, and his own concoction enriched with spirit stone powder, which he hung along the corridor's railing to nurture the spiritual herbs. Observing Xiaobai's enthusiastic cultivation, Yun Susu proposed to learn from him. With the chance to become Yun Susu's mentor, Xiaobai felt a surge of joy, thus granting her permission to utilize the flower pots on the second-floor railing as her experimental base. She began her studies with the cultivation of common plants such as Rehmannia, Sanguisorba, Salvia, Rubia, and Glycyrrhiza, simultaneously experimenting in the pots at the Lotus Abode while registering at the Songyun sect's External Affairs Hall to acquire 30 acres of inferior spiritual fields near their small courtyard. Embarking on a large-scale cultivation of spiritual rice, spiritual wheat, and medicinal herbs, concerned for her well-being due to her tender age and the burdensome amount of spiritual fields she had taken on, Yun Xian and others lent their assistance in the fields. In turn, Yun Susu shared the knowledge and techniques imparted by Xiaobai with them. Every craft, when delved into, reveals its own unique charm. From that point onwards, the children of the Yun family dedicated all their free time to laboring in the spiritual fields alongside their studies and cultivation, mastering a skill that would enable them to thrive in the realm of cultivation while gradually finding fascination in their toil. Furthermore, they discovered that the yields from cultivating spiritual rice, spiritual wheat, and ordinary medicinal herbs were quite substantial, leading to their treasured pouches gradually swelling. After 6 months, they had astonishingly amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones. Benefiting from their newfound prosperity, the children of the Yun family, represented by Yun Chong and Yun Xian, once more approached the External Affairs Hall of their sect to acquire 2 more parcels of inferior spiritual fields for cultivation. Once they mastered the cultivation of spiritual herbs such as Lingji, Lingcan, Ziyunci, Qinjiangju, Kongqingguo, and Honglingtao, they also, in tandem, learned the art of alchemy alongside Yun Susu. Consequently, they had access to a plethora of medicinal concoctions, bathing liquids, and pills essential for their cultivation, and they found themselves abundantly supplied. The surplus was then sold at the market within their sect, yielding a substantial number of spirit stones, which enabled all to enhance their equipment. With an ample supply of medicine, their cultivation progressed rapidly. After a year and a half in the sect, both Yun Chong and Yun Xian reached the peak of qi refinement, ready to report to the sect regarding preparations for the impending tribulation. Yun Susu and Yun Shen cultivated to the 12th level of qi refinement, while Yun Ting reached the advanced 11th level. Ancestor Yun Ting suggested that they need not inform the sect. To avoid drawing attention, the children of the Yun family understood the unspoken wisdom. Keeping a low profile while amassing wealth was a prudent approach. Chapter 41. Yunzai first arrived at the territory of Songyun sect in the summer of the inaugural year. Accompanying ancestor Yunting. By the autumn of the following year, the Yun family had established a shop in Songyun City. It was during this autumn that Yunzai entered the outer sect of Songyun sect. Upon his arrival, Yunzai felt a twinge of trepidation and wished to reside with his older siblings and younger sister. However, upon discovering the small courtyard of the Yun family contained only 5 rooms, he promptly settled his belongings in Yun Susu's room, claiming he missed his sister and desired to stay with her. Yun Susu thought little of it, considering Yunzai's choice entirely reasonable. In this small courtyard, being the youngest, Yunzai naturally shared a room with her, albeit with some inconvenience in terms of space. Unbeknownst to her, Yunzai's motivation for residing in her room was somewhat different. When Yun Susu was born, Yunzai was already over 3 years old and had begun to form memories at that time. He harbored a peculiar sentiment, feeling that Yun Susu was less like a younger sister and more akin to an older sister. This little infant in swaddling clothes, who surprisingly made no fuss, seemed to require less attention than he did. Their parents and older sister favored the younger sibling, encouraging him to learn from her, yet he, still yearning for affection and attention, found himself in a predicament. Having such an exceptionally understanding sister left Yunzai feeling somewhat aggrieved. However, Yun Susu's extraordinary maturity evoked a sense of tenderness, rendering it impossible to harbor any resentment towards her. As soon as she learned to speak and walk, this little sister managed to take care of herself, even attending to their newborn twin sisters, all while ensuring that her older brother was looked after too. This tiny being's care and management of others were remarkably adept, eliciting no feelings of annoyance. Now, at the age of 10, Yunzai, with burgeoning wisdom, began to reflect on matters that had previously escaped his notice. He found it curious. Why did his sister seem to understand everything, even more than he, the elder sibling? Was his intellect and self-esteem inherently inferior to others? Yet, upon observing his second sister Yunting, who was equally naive, and recognizing that although his eldest sister was sensible, she often lacked the maturity displayed by Yunsusu, he began to realize it was not that he was deficient. Rather, his sister was exceptionally extraordinary. Ancestor Yun had once remarked, "Where there is an anomaly, there lies a spirit." The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became, fearing that his sister might be afflicted by something sinister, such as possession or other terrifying phenomena. Yun Susu has not ventured into her space these past few days. During the day, she feels as though Yun is constantly observing her, leaving her with no opportunity for solitude. At night, sharing a bed with Yun, her mind is burdened, causing her to stir restlessly in her sleep. Yun often sits up abruptly in the middle of the night, gazing intently at her for a moment before collapsing back onto the bed, seemingly in a deep slumber. After being startled awake, Yun Susu finds herself unable to fall back asleep. The demeanor of Yun pales in comparison to the essence of an adult soul. Her vigilant expression and fearful gaze starkly reveal her suspicion and distrust towards Yun Susu. Yun Susu understands that her space, or perhaps her reincarnation, might not only have been discerned by Xiao Bai's divine gaze, but that Yun likely knows something as well. The upheaval of her past life has made her acutely aware that human nature is not to be tested. Thus, apart from Xiao Bai, she is resolute in keeping her space and the lotus abode concealed from others. She feigns ignorance of Yun's scrutiny and fear, maintaining an outward calm while secretly fortifying her defenses. Consequently, her days are filled with learning, cultivation, and farm work, while her nights are fraught with anxiety over not speaking in her sleep or inadvertently voicing her telepathic conversations with Xiao Bai, leaving her utterly exhausted. Though her soul is that of an adult, her body remains that of a child. Enduring such relentless fatigue while grappling with myriad concerns makes it difficult for her to fall asleep. And she is frequently roused in the middle of the night. In the stillness of the night, her thoughts meander to her children, her grandmother, and Su Guangjing, gradually wearing her down. Since her reincarnation, she has been enduring, believing that after having experienced the tribulations of her past life, she would fear nothing and could withstand any circumstance, until one fateful day when she fainted under the scorching sun in the fields. Upon awakening, she found herself in the cave of the venerable Yun Ting. That moment, the cave was filled with numerous individuals, including Yun Ting, the members of the Yun family, the sect leader of Zhongyun sect, Shi Jian, and the masters of Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, Zhao Heping, as well as Ren Beihan, the master of Danfeng. Zhao Heping was present at the request of his two disciples, who wished to visit their elder sister. Ren Beihan had come to ascertain whether Yun Susu had been subject to soul snatching. Danfeng has historically been the most prominent peak beneath the main peak of Zhongyun sect. Ren Beihan, as the current master of Danfeng, is renowned for his cold demeanor and steadfast dedication to sect affairs, serving not only as a high-ranking alchemist but also as a prominent healer within the sect. Soul snatching is universally regarded as a heinous crime throughout the world of sentient beings, and the grave consequences resulting from it are burdens too heavy for the average person to bear, rendering reincarnation and cultivation a preferable alternative. Even if the soul of the body that has been seized is lost, leaving behind a soulless shell, the residual nature of that shell will naturally repel foreign souls. If forcefully occupied, it may lead to ethical and cognitive confusion, resulting in universal disapproval. Therefore, aside from malevolent practitioners, no one would dare to seize another's body. As a dual-skilled master in both alchemy and healing, Ren Beihan was the first to be invited to diagnose Yun Susu. However, after a meticulous examination, he discovered that the compatibility between Yun Susu's body and her spiritual essence was extraordinarily high, clearly indicating a natural combination of body and soul, negating any possibility of soul snatching. Thus, Yun Susu's extraordinary disposition is indeed a boon for Zhongyun sect. Would you not agree? Her almost unparalleled speed of cultivation, coupled with an extraordinary demeanor characterized by maturity and composure, has the potential to bring immense glory and value to the Zhongyun sect. The mere thought of it fills me with excitement. Ren Beihan glanced at Shi Jian, who in turn looked back at Ren Beihan. Both prominent figures of the Zhongyun sect could not suppress their smiles. Ren Beihan merely curled the corners of his mouth, while Shi Jian burst into hearty laughter. Shi Jian retrieved a high-grade Peiyuan elixir from his storage ring and personally fed it to Yun Susu. Watching her awaken with a beaming expression, Shi Jian's visit was not solely motivated by concern over whether Yun Susu had been possessed. He also had another mission now. He wished to inquire if she had any knowledge of the whereabouts of the esteemed guest elder. Lu Xiaobai. Curiosity piqued, Shi Jian reflected on the lengthy years of cultivation, particularly for a transformation stage practitioner, which spanned 12,000 years, a truly interminable stretch of time. Beneath his serious and composed exterior, Shi Jian had gradually cultivated a lively curiosity to occupy the endless years. Moreover, Lu Xiaobai, being the highest-ranking and most powerful individual within the sect, could vanish into the mortal realm without a trace, leaving him unable to report back to the elders and grand elders. Inquiring about Elder Lu's whereabouts and monitoring whether any disciples had been possessed was indeed his duty. Yun Ting, on the other hand, was more straightforward. As a younger member of the clan whom he cherished dearly, his concern for Yun Susu was no less than for his other younger siblings, Little 5 and Little 6. Thus, when he heard from Yun that there was a possibility of Yun Susu being possessed, he felt a dual pang of regret for losing a talented individual and sorrow for not having paid closer attention to her earlier. Upon hearing Renbeihan's assurance that it was not possession, his joy was truly palpable. Yun's feelings were somewhat complex. She felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the fact that her sister remained her sister, not a malevolent creature, while the sorrow arose from the realization that her sister was indeed more intelligent, more sensible, and more gifted than she was. Fortunately, her sister not only excelled beyond her but also surpassed nearly everyone else, and she was not too displeasing to the eye. Chapter 42. Apprenticeship. Renbeihan, who presides over the Pill Peak and deals most frequently with spiritual herbs, had heard that 6 children from the Yun family excelled in alchemy. Upon meeting them, he found them utterly charming and inquired if they would be willing to join the inner sect of Pill Peak. Shi Jian added, in addition to joining the Pill Peak, you may also enter my Tsangyan Peak to specialize in martial arts. Zhao Heming chimed in, why not join our Chuanyu Peak? I've heard you all excel in cultivation, and being the older siblings of Yun Qing and Yun Qian, you are most suited for our Chuanyu Peak. The children turned to Yun Ting. With a grand gesture, Yun Ting exclaimed, you little rascals, what kind of fortune have you stumbled upon? Chuanyu Peak, known as the Wood Peak, specializes in cultivation. Pill Peak focuses primarily on alchemy, with our sect's Pill Peak producing the highest grade elixirs, renowned throughout the Xinyuan continent, and Tsangyan Peak is the main peak of our Tsangyan sect, emphasizing martial arts and rapid advancement. These 3 peaks are the most sought after within our Tsangyan sect. Do not disappoint the attention bestowed upon you by the sect master, Ren Peak Master, and Zhao Peak Master. Reflect carefully. If you wish to learn cultivation, join Chuanyu Peak. If you desire to study alchemy, join Pill Peak. If you aim for swift advancement, specialize in martial arts at the main peak. Looking for a master? Then head to Pill Peak. Among these 3 individuals, Renbeihan stands out as the most formidable, yet also the most protective, Xiaobai exclaimed within the confines of the space. However, Yun Susu chose to ascend to the main peak, for the most pressing matter at hand was to enhance her cultivation. Tsangyan sect possesses a miraculous medicine known as the 100 Spirit Pill, which can refine the body and open the meridians, allowing children under the age of 10 to embark on their path without jeopardizing their foundational roots. Although both Xiaobai and the venerable ancestor Yun Ting opposed her taking it, fearing potential side effects, Yun Susu, driven by urgency and confident in her ample stock of restorative elixirs post-advancement, was undeterred by concerns of damage to her roots. In truth, she was willing to explore any method that would enable her to advance sooner. Yun Zhong, being the eldest child of the Yun family's 3rd generation, feared being surpassed in cultivation by his younger siblings, so he too opted for the main peak. Yun Xian and Yun Ting, engrossed in their passion for cultivation, preferred to remain nearby to tend to their younger siblings, Xiaowu and Xiaolu, and thus went to the Wood Peak. Yun Shen admired Renbeihan's style of action, leading him to select the Pill Peak, while Yun Zai, having just arrived and yet to cultivate an interest in planting, found the monotony of the main peak too tedious and also made his way to the Pill Peak. Thus, the renowned Yun family courtyard in the outer sect was officially disbanded. At last, Yun Susu could select a cave dwelling at the mountainside of Tsangyan Peak for her solitary residence, her heart brimming with joy. It was not that she did not wish to live with her siblings. Rather, she harbored too many secrets and found the guise of a child burdensome, rendering cohabitation unsuitable. Just as she was reveling in her newfound freedom, Yun Zhong appeared at her doorstep. Susu, is it truly all right for you, such a small child, to live alone? Alternatively, I could forego my cave dwelling and move in with you. Yun Susu waved her hands insistently. Though I may be small, my courage is remarkable. Living alone suits me perfectly. Please, select your own cave dwelling and cultivate diligently. When the time comes, let us compete to see who advances the fastest. Yunzhong, bearing the weight of being the eldest, insisted repeatedly on sharing a residence with Yunsusu. Yet, she steadfastly declined, assuring him of her ability to care for herself, until he finally relented. Once the door was closed and secured with a layer of restrictions, Yunsusu released Xiaobai from the spatial confines. Xiaobai exclaimed dramatically, "I was nearly suffocated in there. What on earth do you have that your third sister has caught you with? Oh dear, your third sister is truly a handful. Did that little Jian press you for answers?" "Huh." He is quite bold. Isn't he? Not afraid of my rebuke. Pay him no mind. We grew up together when he wore his open crotch pants. What embarrassing moments of his do I not know? With me around, he wouldn't dare trouble you, Xiaobai declared proudly, his white beard twitching. He is now the sect leader and has become my master. Calling him little Jian is rather unbecoming. Please, do not take advantage of your elder status to bully me. All right, I understand. Jian is your master now. I shall refrain from bullying him in the future. Xiaobai huffed. I see through you now. No matter how well I treat you, even if I were to offer you my heart, you remain ungrateful. No wonder they say that pursuing someone is not a transaction. I should have made you plead with me to form a contract and enter the space. Yunsusu shot him a glance of disdain, ignoring his complaints, and proceeded to move several pieces of classical-style furniture from the Lotus Ancestral Hall into her new cave dwelling. In a fit of petulance, Xiaobai chose the smallest and most remote room, shutting the door and ignoring her. Are you truly upset? My apologies, Xiaobai. I should not have prevented you from bullying the sect leader or shielding my master. Yunsusu chuckled as she offered her apologies. You, being magnanimous, might consider forgiving me this once. Shall we venture into the Lotus Ancestral Hall to cultivate some immortal herbs? Shall we? With a sullen demeanor. Xiaobai reluctantly opened the door and exclaimed, Sister Su, this is utterly unreasonable. You initially refused to take me as your master, yet now you wish to take that little Jian as your mentor. In what way am I inferior to him? He is merely the disciple of my elder brother Songyan, while I am his brother. He is a cultivator at the transformation stage, whereas I have already attained the harmonization stage. Furthermore, there is a natural order to such matters. I was the one who chose you first, and I am the one closest to you, before it is his turn. Even if he has become your teacher now, you should not prioritize him in everything. You, who should be of the same generation as his grandmaster, being his disciple now is a grave injustice. What more does he desire, if he dares to pressure or bully you? If I do not expose his childhood mishaps of wetting the bed, then I shall not bear the surname Liu. Yunsusu had never before witnessed Xiaobai, who was both foolish and cunning, express such indignation with a lengthy discourse, which inadvertently stirred feelings of remorse within her. Moreover, upon realizing the potential exposure of her master's past indiscretions, she resolved to avoid offending Xiaobai in the future. After all, who could endure the embarrassment of having so many embarrassing moments recalled and paraded? Upon entering the Lotus Cottage, Xiaobai handed a handful of celestial herb seeds to Yunsusu, instructing her to plant them on the second floor to mitigate the resentment over the apprentice dispute. Complying obediently, Yunsusu finished planting the herbs and proceeded to cook. During mealtime, in an effort to curry favor with Xiaobai, she requested to learn alchemy from him. This delighted Xiaobai, who, in turn, transformed into his true form to charm the aesthetically inclined Yunsusu. Sister Su, I am not boasting, but my alchemical skills are unparalleled on the Xinyuan continent, with the exception of my elder brother Songyan. If you study under me, I assure you that you will surpass what you would learn from Renbei Han. Do not underestimate your third sister, who specializes in alchemy at Danfeng. In 3 to 5 years, you shall see that your alchemical prowess will far outstrip hers. You must strive to excel and avenge the grievance of your wrongful possession. Beyond his penchant for showmanship, Xiaobai harbored a considerable grudge for grievances. She was merely a child, and her report was motivated by a desire to protect her sister. Her intentions were undoubtedly good. Her perceptiveness seemed sharper than others, as among her many siblings, she alone discerned the subtle differences between him and the others. Yunsusu resolved to share her past life with Xiaobai. In truth, I have been reincarnated into this world with the memories of my previous life. Xiaobai, it is destined by the heavens that we are siblings. In my former life, I was also a denizen of the earth from the galaxy of the Pangu world. Let the tears flow as they may. Yunsusu embraced Xiaobai's head and began to weep. Xiaobai did not expect her to cry so suddenly, and in a moment of surprise, he gently supported her shoulders. Moved by her sorrow, he too allowed his own heartache to surface, and thus they wept together. Having left home at a young age, with the loss of his beloved sister, the dear fairy, and his nephew taken away by his brother-in-law never to be seen again. His own grief was not less than Yunsusu's. During the 2 millennia of solitude, he had sought solace in play, but the need for a cathartic release was undeniable, once their tears subsided. Yunsusu retrieved photographs of her children to show Xiaobai, recounting tales of her past life. Xiaobai could not fathom why Yunsusu felt sorrow over her divorce from Su Guang. And he had his own grievances regarding the constant reproaches from Grandma Yun towards her. The only thing that piqued his interest was the mention of Yun Qing and Yun Qing. I have nephews and a niece. They're alive. How splendid. Oh, Sister Su, look, they're just as adorable as I am. Indeed, the resemblance between nephew and uncle is striking. Chapter 43. The Charismatic Ancestor and the Enchanting Sect. Sangyan sect is one of the 8 major sects nestled within the Kangwu Mountains of the Xinyuan continent's cultivation realm. Boasting 3,000 outer disciples and over 10,000 inner disciples. Among the inner disciples, there are 5,000 who have entered the Tao, over 2,000 in the foundation establishment stage, and more than 1,000 at the core formation stage. Additionally, there are over 400 instructors in the nascent soul, nurturing virtue, and heart illumination stages, along with more than 20 elders in the transformation stage, void returning stage, and harmonization stage. The sect is graced by 3 supreme elders in the harmonization stage, who, barring significant sect affairs, seldom emerge from seclusion, save for one, Xiaobai. The 7 supreme elders in the void returning stage also maintain a semi-reclusive lifestyle, engaging in either solitary meditation or the indulgences of the mortal realm, while periodically guiding sect affairs. Typically, a dozen or so transformation stage elders oversee the management of sect matters alongside their nascent soul, nurturing virtue, and heart illumination disciples, contributing to the development of the sect. Sangyan sect comprises 5 halls, 12 peaks, and 36 cities. The 5 halls include the Outer Affairs Hall, which manages outer sect affairs, the Inner Affairs Hall, responsible for inner sect matters, the Town and Workshop Hall, overseeing urban commerce, the Mining Hall, which handles mining operations, and the Sect Affairs Hall, governing overall sect administration. The 12 peaks are dedicated to various paths of cultivation. Sangyan Peak, also known as the Main Peak, specializes in the path of celestial beings. Qingyan Peak, or Sword Peak, focuses on the sword path. Ziyan Peak, referred to as Purple Peak, is dedicated to the path of nature. Huda Peak, nicknamed Earth Peak, specializes in the 5 elements path. Yangyi Peak, known as Bright Peak, explores the path of yin and yang. Qifeng Peak, often dubbed Ghost Peak due to its practice of puppetry, involves capturing beast souls as a secondary trade, much to the disdain of many. Mingwei Peak, known as Dan Peak, is devoted to alchemy. Baiwu Peak, or Symbol Peak, specializes in talismans. Qixia Peak, referred to as Artifact Peak, focuses on artifacts. Launcher Peak, known as Array Peak, is dedicated to the path of arrays. Chuanyu Peak, or Wood Peak, specializes in planning techniques, and Qingyang Peak, known as Beast Peak, is dedicated to beast mastery. Surrounding the peaks of Sangyan are 36 cities constructed within a 1,000-mile radius, inhabited by numerous cultivation families, solitary cultivators, and the mortal descendants of practitioners who have aligned themselves with the Sangyan sect. The 6 children of the Yun family enter the inner sect, but, unable to keep pace with the decade's grand initiation ceremony, temporarily omitted the formalities of the sect's entry ritual, opting to await the next batch of new disciples. However, having recently acquired masters, a formal apprenticeship ceremony was warranted. Yet, as Yun Chong and Yun Skin prepared to face the great tribulation of Tao entry, time was of the essence. The 3 new masters had their own pressing matters. Thus, a simple arrangement was made within the Sect Affairs Hall, where the 6 children bowed in respect to their respective masters. Offering them cups of tea, the masters bestowed upon them initiation gifts, and the disciples reciprocated with their offerings of respect, culminating in a modest banquet for the observing friends and relatives. The gifts conferred by the masters included spiritual artifacts, spirit stones, and protective armor, while the disciples presented a delightful array. Homegrown spiritual rice, spiritual noodles, spiritual herbs, self-refined body-tempering elixirs, nurturing pills, and a few longevity-enhancing spirit fruits purchased with hard-earned spirit stones. The venerable ancestor, Yun Ting, surveyed the offerings and deemed them somewhat lacking, subsequently augmenting them with several jars of high-grade spiritual tea and a few casks of beneficial spiritual wine. Yun Susu was deeply touched. Upon their initial arrival in the realm of cultivation, the Yun family found themselves at a disadvantage, lacking an abundance of spiritual stones. The venerable ancestor Yunting bore the considerable responsibility of facilitating the entry and training of over 30 children from the Yun clan into the sect. Despite his efforts to accumulate resources, how much could one truly amass? He even gritted his teeth to purchase spiritual tea and wine to honor his master, fearing that the 6 of them might not receive the master's due attention. Embodying a selfless dedication to the future generations of his family. Unlike many contemporary cultivators who exude a sharp and ambitious demeanor, Yunting's manner was characterized by hesitance, to put it charitably. He was gentle and magnanimous, yet those who looked down upon him might label him as inept or insecure. It is said that before his immersion in the world of cultivation, Yunting was a youthful scholar. Riding through the capital on horseback, composing poetry by meandering streams, and passionately discussing the grandeur of the nation. In the prime of his life, he caught the attention of his master from the Tsongyan sect, who was on a quest to discover promising talents in the mortal realm. After some persuasion, he followed his master to the Tsongyan sect. Though supported by his mentor, he faced a millennium of solitary struggle in the arduous path of cultivation. Enduring countless hardships and trials, which ultimately shaped his temperate disposition. Although he had reached the Yuaning stage, possessing the strength to move mountains and a lifespan of 1,000 years, marking a modest achievement, he now found himself nearing the end of his life, with no hope for further advancement and no descendants to carry on his legacy. His remaining days were filled solely with a sense of belonging to the sect and a profound sense of responsibility towards his family. A reflection that was rather melancholic. Once she attained enlightenment, she contemplated finding ways to create opportunities, perhaps by procuring a few celestial fruits from the Lotus Sanctuary, or having Xiao Bai refine several high-grade elixirs to extend his life and assist him in advancing to the nurturing phase. As a means to repay this venerable and endearing elder, Shi Jian was an exceptionally competent sect leader. However, in the role of a master, he was not quite as effective. Before assuming the position of sect leader, Shi Jian responded to the sect's call by diligently accepting disciples, having taken in 15 in his early years. During his 300 years as sect leader, he welcomed 6 more young disciples. And with the recent addition of Yun Chong and Yun Su Su, he had a total of 23 disciples, making for a bustling sect. The apprenticeship ceremony for the Yun family children. He declared that Yun Su Su would be his close disciple, stating he would no longer accept new students. With over 20 disciples, he had exceeded the sect's quota for teaching, and given his busy schedule, he had little time to attend to his apprentices. The few younger disciples who had yet to form their golden cores were entrusted to senior disciples of the sect, such as Mo Qi Shan, Qi Hai, Wu Lingyun, Yan Bing, and Shin Shunai for guidance. Mo Qi Shan was Shi Jian's foremost disciple, appearing to be in his 30s, but actually over 1,000 years old, in the prime of his life. Mo Qi Shan was impeccably groomed, tall and slender, exuding tranquility and composure, possessing profound wisdom and insight, often displaying greater cunning than his master. At this juncture, he had reached the late stage of nurturing, a period during which he primarily cultivated righteousness. Having perfected this stage, he radiated an aura of righteousness that could be both subdued and commanding, and with his dignified presence, he brought light wherever he went. Mo Qi Shan held the position of the head of the sect's administrative hall, making him one of the busiest individuals within the sect. He also taught the inner disciples practicing the foundational path of the celestial law. Following the Yuaning stage, the sect mandated the acceptance of disciples. Thus, he had 3 apprentices of his own. Although he was unable to bring his own disciples along, he had to fulfill the responsibilities assigned by his master to mentor the younger disciples. Qi Hai was a robust man, also around 1,000 years old, yet he appeared to be in his 40s, looking somewhat older than Mo Qi Shan. Qi Hai possesses a countenance reminiscent of a leopard-headed, ring-eyed warrior, his hair bristling like a fierce beast, akin to the valiant Zhang Fei of the Three Kingdoms era. However, his appearance does not entirely align with that of a living person. Though he exhibits considerable strength, he is by no means reckless. Rather, he is deeply sentimental, particularly towards his 5 disciples. Among them, he is especially protective of the 3 senior apprentices and their younger siblings, as well as the disciples of his senior brother. In his earlier years, he often faced reprimands from his master, Shi Jian, for being overly loyal and thus falling victim to deception, yet this tendency seems ingrained in his nature, one he has been unable to alter to this day. Qi Hai has reached the mid-stage of nurturing righteousness, a phase characterized by the cultivation of profound and noble energy that pierces the heavens. Consequently, Shi Jian appointed him as the head of the sect affairs hall, a position that commands respect both within and beyond the sect. Wu Lingyun, at the venerable age of 800, is both whimsical and astute, being the first female disciple under Shi Jian and his most cherished prodigy. She has been entrusted with the role of head of the law hall within the sect affairs hall. It is speculated that she has consumed a longevity elixir, granting her the appearance of a charming young maiden. Yet beneath this youthful faade lies a formidable and assertive woman. Wu Lingyun possesses an innate 5-element cyclical spiritual root, making her the most powerful in combat. With a remarkably swift advancement to the late stage of the nascent soul realm at her age, a feat quite rare in the Kangwu Mountains. Although the sect mandates that cultivators at the nascent soul level begin to take on disciples to nurture talent, she has only assumed a teaching position within the inner sect and has not selected any personal disciples. At that moment, upon hearing that Elder Lu's sister had been accepted as a disciple by her master, she hurried over to catch a glimpse, only to be intercepted by Shi Jian, who assigned her a long-term task to care for the young disciples. Upon noticing the delicate and soft Yun Susu, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she exclaimed to Shi Jian, "Master, how could you be so inconsiderate? With such an adorable little disciple, you neglect to think of me. Focusing solely on your own disciples while leaving us to care for them. You reap the rewards without labor, acting like a detached master. I feel embarrassed on your behalf. Why not let me have this little disciple? I have yet to see the shadow of a single apprentice." "Begone," Shi Jian retorted, sending Wu Lingyun sprawling out of the grand hall. "Better?" he scoffed. "You speak so lightly. Why don't you try to procure a sister for Elder Lu? Xiaobai, to test your luck, Yin Bing, over 700 years old and a female disciple, has been assigned by Shi Jian as the head of the miscellaneous hall within the sect affairs hall, overseeing all logistical matters of the sect, making her the second busiest among the 5 disciples. Despite her name, which means serious ice, she is anything but cold and austere. Rather, she is warm and engaging. Appearing to be in her 20s and at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, she has yet to take on any disciples, having been bullied by Lu Xiaobai in her youth. She harbored a desire to claim Yun Susu as her disciple to satisfy her darker impulses, yet she hesitated to play the spoiled child with her master and was well aware that she could not compete with her formidable senior sister. Ultimately remaining silent, Shen Chunhai, a male disciple over 700 years old, entered the sect alongside Yen Bing. Having long endured the trials imposed by his 2 senior sisters, he has developed a remarkable composure. Akin to a mountain unshaken in the face of collapse. He, too, is at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm and has not yet taken on any disciples. Shi Jian has appointed him as the supervisor of Tsangyan Peak, making him the 3rd busiest among the 5 disciples. When it comes to being favored by the master, the eldest senior brother takes the lead, followed closely by him. "Who says I suffered losses at the hands of Elder Lu? It is he who has incurred losses in my presence, if you must know. He ventures into the mundane world, and out of goodwill, I take on the responsibility of nurturing his sister. This bond between Lu and myself is the most solid of friendships. Do you comprehend? If not, I suggest you keep your thoughts to yourselves and refrain from speaking carelessly, lest you display your boundless foolishness to the world, each of you, so dim-witted. Do you require me to send you to the heart-testing cliff for a little soul-searching?" Master Jian threatened the disciples. "Master, we were wrong. We shall surely amend our ways." Qi Hai, Wu Lingyun, and Yen Bing spoke in unison, conceding. The heart-testing cliff, notorious as the most fearsome place within the sect, is said to refine the heart, aiding disciples in overcoming the tribulations of the heart during their trials. Yet, no disciple wishes to enter. Once inside, countless worldly illusions await for your endurance, seemingly endless, as if there were no escape. Those who have ventured within and emerged rarely dare to enter a second time. Even if progression becomes exceedingly difficult, unable to contend with their unscrupulous master, the 3 disciples had no choice but to surround him, demanding compensation for their nurturing and education. "Little rascals, I have toiled to raise you. And now that you have grown wings, you seek payment for merely assisting me. Have you no conscience left?" Master Jian first handed them several white eyeballs. Reluctantly, Master Jian extracted 5 bags of spirit stones from his storage ring and tossed them to the 5 eldest disciples. The disciples accepted them with beaming smiles and proceeded to escort Yun Chong and Yun Susu out of the affairs hall. Yen Bing held Yun Susu's hand, while Wu Lingyun occasionally reached out with her mischievous little claws to pinch her cheeks and rub her small hands. After finally escaping Wu Lingyun's grasp, Yun Susu fell into Yen Bing's embrace, where she was met with yet more playful pinching and rubbing. With no temper left to spare, Yun Susu resigned herself to their antics. Yun Chong, watching from the side, felt a surge of frustration as he wished to rescue his sister from the clutches of the 4th senior sister. Yet, at 17, he found it rather embarrassing to approach his senior sister directly. So he merely glared at the 2 with exasperation. "Oh, little junior brother, are you upset that we are holding your sister?" Wu Lingyun asked, amusement sparkling in her eyes. Yin Chang's face reddened instantly, resembling a vibrant crimson cloth. Was the image of the third senior sister truly unsuitable for interacting with young male disciples? Seeing Yun Chang's flushed cheeks, Wu Lingyun and Yin Bing burst into laughter. Mo Qin Shan shot them a glare and admonished. Are you seeking a beating? If not, then behave yourselves in front of the little junior brother and sister. I advise you to maintain some decorum. Do not mistake the master's leniency for a lack of oversight. When the master finds time and sees you acting like this, he will flay you alive, and then we shall see if you can still find humor in it. That would truly be a skill. The group fell silent, acknowledging the formidable reputation of the eldest senior brother. Yun Susu resolved to cling tightly to the leg of the eldest senior brother in hopes of ensuring her survival beneath the two senior sisters' watchful eyes. Chapter 44. Re-entering the path after the master-disciple rites, Master Jian left the necessary cultivation methods, elixirs, and spirit stones for Yun Chong and Yun Susu, then busied himself with sect affairs. Mo Qin Shan and Qi Hai. Seeing that Yun Chong was on the verge of facing a significant tribulation, set aside their tasks and took him to the designated tribulation site, the Blackstone Heights, carved out by the sect. The Black Rock Heights, situated to the west of the Tsongyan Peaks, is a desolate expanse of barren mountains formed from black volcanic lava. The volcano has long ceased its fiery eruptions, and the fire spirits have been captured and tamed by a venerable elder of the sect. Leaving behind a desolate wilderness spanning 100 miles, the ground is solid as stone, devoid of any vegetation, rendering it incapable of sustaining life. It serves solely as a place for tribulation transcendence, which is why the sect has designated this location for such purposes, due to the proximity of the Black Rock Heights to the wild lands inhabited by demonic cultivators. The sect has dispatched several stewards to lead teams of core formation disciples to guard the borders, assigning 2 transformation stage elders to conduct periodic inspections for safety. It is known that the ancestor possesses both wood and fire spiritual roots, which are exceptionally potent, rated at 90 and 95 respectively. The younger siblings, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, are endowed with the maximum potential of a single wood spiritual root. It has now come to light that Yun Chong and Yun Skin also possess high-quality wood spiritual roots. It is speculated that the Yun family shares a profound affinity with wood spirits, and it is likely that Yun Susu's spiritual root will also embody wood properties. Initially, Xiaobai was immersed in alchemical studies at the Lotus Abode, but upon witnessing a lively gathering of the Yun family children, he felt a pang of envy. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to abandon his research. Just then, he caught sight of the earnest Yun Ting and recalled their last encounter at the Yun residence, where Yun Ting had regarded him with a blend of helplessness and admiration. That a mischievous impulse took hold of him, prompting him to abandon his alchemical furnace and herbs, urging Yun Susu to escort him out of the spatial realm to join the festivities at the Yun family gathering. At the reunion banquet, after thoroughly teasing Yun Ting, Xiaobai felt a sense of satisfaction and was about to embark on a journey when he was intercepted by Shi Jian at the Yun residence. You have truly immersed yourself in the mundane world. I have traversed the mortal realm. Do you comprehend? Xiaobai exclaimed in annoyance. Little Jian, I am of advanced years and prone to forgetfulness. How old were you when you first joined the sect? 3 years old, if I recall correctly. I remember how you always clamored for my spiritual liquid and insisted on sleeping beside me at night. I was perpetually sleep-deprived. Do you even remember what transpired? You are not old. Those events from 3,000 years ago have faded from my memory, yet you recall them so vividly. Are you truly aging? Your elder sister is my youngest disciple, merely a babe. Are you not younger still? My youngest grand disciple asked me just yesterday why his brother Lu has not come to play with him. Why is no one looking after you? Is there not a sect? You are my revered ancestor, the first entrusted by the founding master to be well protected and honored. Surely the sect would care for you. Shi Jian remarked with amusement. The sect cannot be compared to family. Xiaobai retorted angrily. Yun Susu, seeking to offer comfort, gently shook Xiaobai's hand. Shi Jian, feeling a twinge of discomfort, gestured for Yun Susu to stand beside him, tenderly stroking her head and intentionally stating, Susu, do the senior brothers and sisters treat you well? If you lack anything, do not hesitate to approach the master. He is akin to a father, a trustworthy elder in your life. Do not be shy. Yun Susu nodded in agreement. Xiaobai recognized Shi Jian's ulterior motives, but, consumed by sadness, paid him no mind. Xiaobai chose to remain within the sect, disliking the solitude of his own cave dwelling. He opted to stay with Yun Susu at Songyun Peak, frolicking with a group of young disciples during the day and engaging in playful banter with Shi Jian, leading a fulfilling life. At night, he would allow Yun Susu to bring him into the spatial realm, where he practiced alchemy in the Lotus Abode, enriched by tenfold time and spiritual energy. He had already promised to teach Yun Susu the art of alchemy. Fearing that prolonged absence from practice might dull his skills, so he endeavored to refine his craft in preparation for his future role as a teacher. Yunshin and Yunsusu swiftly reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and were in need of a location to undergo their tribulation. This time, Wuling Yun and Yin Bing escorted them to the Blackstone Heights to select a site for the tribulation. In truth, there was not much to choose from. The ground beneath was solid. Impervious to lightning strikes, the surrounding environment was spacious, and the flow of one's own energy was conducive to communicating with the tribulation lightning. Yunshin opted to face the tribulation simultaneously with Yunsusu. As he was accompanied throughout the ordeal by his master, Xiaobai, who observed the entire process, felt a profound sense of injustice for Yunsusu. Vehemently chastising Shi Jian for failing to fulfill his responsibilities as a teacher and leading his disciples astray. Elder Lu, must you always bully our master? He has so many matters to attend to each day, and yet you do nothing but torment him. Be wary, for my junior sister may not take a liking to you. Wuling Yun allowed only herself to tease their master, unable to tolerate anyone else speaking ill of him. Yin Bing, however, merely smiled and sought elixirs from Xiaobai, glancing towards the little hill where Renbei Han was guarding Yunshin, and whispered, Elder Lu, you are the foremost alchemist of our Songyun sect. Could you spare a few beauty elixirs for your disciples? None. Who has the patience to concoct such things? They are neither consumables nor conducive to cultivation. They are simply a waste of time. Xiaobai looked down upon the female disciple's obsession with beauty elixirs and skin-enhancing ointments, believing that true beauty requires no such aids, much like his sister Lu, who remained eternally youthful and radiant. He could not fathom that when the fairy Lu passed away, she was still in the bloom of youth. That image remained forever etched in his mind. Under the protective canopy of the sect during the tribulation, not only was safety assured, but the presence of guardians also provided a psychological comfort that made the process considerably easier. This time, Yun Susu's mental barrier manifested as Yun Qing and Yun Cheng. She found herself at the base of a towering mountain, tirelessly digging into the earth with her hands. Her skin tore, blood flowed, exposing her bones, and the pain was so intense that her heart seemed poised to cease beating. Yet, she refused to relent. Aware that it was merely an illusion, she remained unwilling to awaken. Yearning to utilize her formidable soul from 2 lifetimes to propel the illusion, hoping for a glimpse of Yun Qing and Yun Qing. However, after entering the Tao, her soul bore consciousness. Any movement of her consciousness heralded the completion of the Great Tribulation. As she endeavored to exert her mental strength, her consciousness remained still, the illusion unchanged. Yet, the moment her consciousness stirred, she found herself awakened, under the sect's sanctuary. After successfully transcending the Great Tribulation for the second time, Yun Susu developed a sense of belonging to the sect while simultaneously feeling a deep longing for her 2 children from her previous life. Chapter 45, 100 Spirit Elixir prior to the Great Tribulation. As Yun Susu was only 7 years old, Xiaobai feared for her foundational stability and bestowed upon her 200 spirit elixirs. Shi Jian, sharing similar concerns, also provided one to Yunshin, eagerly procured another from his master, Renbei Han, for Yun Susu. With these 400 spirit elixirs as a foundation, coupled with the sect's protection and Yun Susu's prior experiences, her passage through the Great Tribulation was remarkably smooth. Yun Susu discovered that the benefits of consuming the 100 spirit elixirs extended beyond merely refining the body and unblocking meridians. They also nurtured one's life essence and cultivated the spiritual root. In her previous life, Yun Susu possessed a complete 5-element spiritual root, with balanced spiritual root values of 85 across all attributes. This time, after entering the Tao, a unified assessment by the sect revealed that Yunshin indeed possessed Wood's spiritual root, complemented by a fire's spiritual root, with respective values of 87 and 92, an ideal configuration for alchemy. Yun Susu, on the other hand, retained her balanced 5-element spiritual root, yet her values were unexpectedly high, astonishingly reaching 97 across the board. Moreover, after Yun Susu completed the assessment of her spiritual roots, she opened her dantian to Xiaobai, allowing him to examine the arrangement of her spiritual roots. To Xiaobai's astonishment, he discovered that Yun Susu's 5 elemental spiritual roots were arranged in a perfect cycle of mutual generation: wood, fire, earth, metal, water, and wood again, forming an immaculate loop. This indicated that Yun Susu would encounter no obstacles during her foundation establishment, enabling her to achieve a flawless foundation. A perfect foundation is characterized by a spiritual root value exceeding 90, wherein the 5 elemental roots naturally generate and support one another. Such practitioners can establish their foundations without the need for foundation pills or barrier-breaking elixirs. They simply absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to cultivate naturally. Practitioners who achieve their foundations in this manner possess a solid foundation, and under normal circumstances, can ultimately ascend to the celestial realm. The number of high-level cultivators who have ascended reflects the strength and prestige of a sect. Furthermore, Yun Susu's spiritual roots were strikingly balanced, all scoring 97, just shy of attaining the chaotic Tao-level spiritual roots that encompass all 5 elements. Such roots are exceedingly rare, a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon, embodying the essence of divine mechanisms and the ultimate aspiration of all cultivators throughout their prolonged lives. Xiaobai joyfully exclaimed, the female Yuanying stewardess from the tribulation site. Upon hearing the report from the testing personnel, hurried over and requested Yun Susu to open her dantian once more. After verifying her spiritual root values and arrangements, she was overjoyed and solemnly reported this discovery to the elder council of the sect. As a result, 7.5 retired supreme elders, including 2 who had completely withdrawn from the world, were stirred, excluding Xiaobai. Yun Susu was bestowed with numerous high-level elixirs to enhance her spiritual roots. Her grandmaster, Wang Anqi, a half-retired eminent cultivator and the master of the sword, not only provided her with elixirs, but also offered to personally mentor her, taking her under his wing to instruct his irresponsible disciple. The sect leader, embracing the opportunity, Yun Susu relocated to Wang Anqi's secluded mountain retreat. After several days of discussion among Wang Anqi and several curious elders, they established a plan to utilize the highest-grade elixirs to enhance Yun Susu's spiritual roots. Overseeing and monitoring her consumption of an abundance of spirit-enhancing, body-refining, and detoxifying elixirs, subsequently, Yun Susu's spiritual roots transformed into a 99, fire 99, earth 98, metal 96, and water 97. The elders were utterly astonished. This once-in-a-millennium prodigy, under their careful supervision, had not only disrupted the originally balanced arrangement of her spiritual roots, but had also seen her metal root value regress by 1 degree. What was the meaning of this? How should they respond? Yun Susu, equally perplexed, had moved to the mountain retreat for its rich spiritual energy, allowing her to cultivate without relying on elixirs. Additionally, her grandmaster was enthusiastic and experienced, poised to provide her with valuable guidance. However, she found herself ensnared by a group of elderly individuals with youthful appearances, resulting in her spiritual roots becoming disordered, rendering her unable to cultivate normally for 3 months. Her 300-year time limit had thus squandered 3 months. Nevertheless, they meant well. Yet, could it be that their youthful visages had clouded the judgment of these elderly individuals? Yun Susu feigned a closed-door retreat, rummaging through the books and scrolls within the lotus abode. Seeking remedial methods. In her past life, she had no time after entering the path, and in this life, she feared entering the lotus abode. Thus, she was now opening the stone chests and jade scrolls, as well as the myriad of cultivation texts for the first time. From these texts, she learned that indeed, spiritual roots are the manifestation of spiritual essence within the body. Zhao Yun's existence is ephemeral, and without the culmination of her past life and the essence of her current being, one might deduce that her spiritual essence in this life remains unrefined, mirroring the state of her previous incarnation. However, in her former life, she lacked experience and was oblivious to the arrangement of her spiritual roots. She merely assessed their values, discovering them to be of the 5-element variety, each rated at 85. To her astonishment, she found that her spiritual root values had inexplicably surged by an additional 12 points in this lifetime. Aside from consuming a few by Lingdan, she had not ingested any rare treasures from heaven or earth. She surmised that this enhancement was attributable to the Bailing Dan, yet this revelation was one she dared not disclose. The notion that a novice cultivator could reincarnate with memories was indeed a convoluted matter to explain. Others who undergo transformation and reincarnation typically emerge in a state of bewilderment, retaining only a fragment of their memories, which gradually resurface as their cultivation deepens. Her fortunate circumstance was aided by the delightful realm spirit, Xiao Huaxiu, and this secret remained solely her own, one she was both unwilling and afraid to share. Upon entering the path of cultivation, her body underwent a metamorphosis through the infusion of spiritual energy, achieving a qualitative leap that rendered her essence more harmonious with her primordial spirit. Beyond the natural lifespan of 100 years, she was granted an additional 50 years, and her spiritual awareness could extend outward to a radius of 3 zhang. Within the confines of her abode, which was, in reality, the lotus chamber, Yunsu spent 7 or 8 painstaking days sifting through the vast array of stone chests, jade slips, and animal skin tomes in her study. unearthing several methods for fine-tuning her spiritual roots, as well as the recipe for crafting Bai Ling Dan. The primary medicinal efficacy of Bai Ling Dan revealed that a particular spiritual herb, Yuan Ling Chao, in conjunction with the divine breath, could purify the purity of spiritual roots and enhance their affinity with spiritual energy. As for the divine breath, she had encountered it on 2 occasions. The first instance occurred when the great deity Su Yao bestowed upon her a thread of divine breath while guiding her spirit back to her body. The deity's intention was to safeguard her primordial spirit from the overwhelming influx of the guiding spirit, which could disturb her memories. The second instance transpired when the young Hua Su brought her to this realm, infusing a wisp of divine breath into the jade of her soul's nurturing. The clumsy little realm spirit inadvertently injected a robust strand of divine breath, perhaps out of concern for her primordial spirit's depletion, fearing she might dissipate into nothingness. However, she was merely a fledgling cultivator, and the overwhelming essence was beyond her capacity to endure. Had it not been for the protection of the Qing Lian Xin and the gentle, subtle divine breath previously bestowed by the great deity, she would have long since been lost. The potency of the little realm spirit's divine breath was formidable, and her spirit absorbed only a fraction of it, the remainder likely dispersed throughout her body, awakening the Yuan Ling Chao and quietly enhancing her physical and spiritual constitution. Therefore, should she desire to restore absolute equilibrium to her spiritual roots, it would suffice to consume the Yuan Ling Dan, primarily composed of Yuan Ling Chao. Yet, she remained the sole bearer of divine breath, and thus this conclusion was not one she could disclose to the elders or the supreme elder, lest they unwittingly endanger other disciples. Chapter 46. The winds and waters. Yun Su concealed herself within the lotus chamber, laboriously rummaging through her storage artifacts for Yuan Ling Chao. Upon locating it, she exerted her meager spiritual power to manipulate the earth fire, painstakingly refining it into spiritual liquid. She dared not glance at the chaotic scene of the first-floor western storeroom, littered with debris, and clenched her teeth as she secluded herself in her cultivation chamber to consume it. Forcing herself to suppress the vivid memories of a bustling family of 4, she feared her inability to remain alone in this space. Not long ago, Xiaobai had stepped out of the lotus abode to guide her onto the path. However, the moment he appeared in the sight of the crowd, he was seized by the group of venerable elders, including the Grand Elder, and was confined with them, leaving him no opportunity to retreat. After hiding in trepidation for over 3 months, and with the outside world having passed through 9 days, she finally felt her spiritual awareness sharpened, her vital energy replenished, and her mental fortitude robust, prompting her to emerge from seclusion and visit Wang Anqi's cave dwelling. Like most cultivators, Wang Anqi devoted himself wholeheartedly to the path, unencumbered by familial ties, leading an exceedingly simple and austere life. Although he claimed a portion of the mountain for himself, his cave abode merely consisted of 2 stone doors carved into the side of a steep peak, protected by a set of restrictions. Within, there was only a hall marked by numerous axe and knife marks, surrounded by several open stone chambers, devoid of doors, and without any attendant guarding the entrance. Yun Susu tapped the restrictions with her spiritual power. Announcing her arrival, Wang Anqi opened the restrictions in the stone doors, and as Yun Susu stepped inside, her gaze fell upon Xiaobai, whom she had not seen for 3 months, sprawled on the soulstone couch in the hall. Competing with Wang Anqi for a sip of spirit wine, she couldn't help but smile, gently stroking Xiaobai's hair, which resembled the hide of a white deer, and addressed Wang Anqi. "Ancestor, Xiaobai has been good. We shall play later. Ancestor, during my recent seclusion, I ingested over 100 spirit pills. Yes, the one Xiaobai refined for me. And I feel much improved now. I wish to reassess my spiritual root value to see if it has regained its balance." Upon hearing this, Wang Anqi hastily discarded the wine flask he had wrested from Xiaobai and rose to scrutinize her closely, although her dantian remained unchanged and her spiritual roots were as they had been. The trace of confusion that had marked her demeanor prior to her retreat had vanished. Instead, she radiated an abundance of spiritual energy, exuding a harmonious essence that drew ever closer to the essence of the Tao. "I do not possess an accurate spirit measuring plate here. Let us proceed to your grand ancestors for the assessment," Wang Anqi urged. Leading Yun Susu outside, he found himself astounded by the numerous revelations presented by this disciple, which had disrupted his once untroubled demeanor, cultivated over 10,000 years. At that moment, he felt more urgency than Yun Susu, nearly unable to maintain the dignified facade befitting his status as a venerable elder. Eager to seek counsel from his esteemed master, Xiaobai hurriedly followed suit. He had always been carefree, living a life of innocence and joy, preferring to choose only those he favored as his companions. Though he held the honorary title of the highest-ranking guest elder of Tsungyun sect, he refrained from formal affiliation with the sect, fearing constraints. He could not recall whether the sect had ever provided him with a spirit measuring plate calibrated to root values. And even if such equipment existed, since his elder brother from Tsungyun ascended, he had neglected his own cave abode and forgotten where he might have left those items he seldom needed. The lineage of Zhishui Daojun, passed down from the venerable Tsungyun ancestor, represented the most ancient and flourishing branch of the sect's teachings, from ascension to the cultivation of foundational energy. The lineage had remained unbroken from Tsungyun ancestor to Zhishui Daojun, to Wang Anqi, and then to Shijian, Mo Qishan, Mo Qingshan's foremost disciple Dong Yang, and Dong Yang's junior disciple Qin Mai. Traversing numerous significant stages without interruption to in a mountainous expanse, a site that appears to be 2 or 3 times larger than that of Wang Anqi. A similarly unadorned abode is nestled atop a gentle slope. The marks of axe and chisel are evident, yet distinctively, there is an old guard dog stationed at the entrance, accompanied by 2 children, aged around 8 or 9, who bicker and play in the mud. Their clear, innocent chatter infuses the tranquil mountain setting with a touch of earthly charm. The dog lacks any ethereal presence, and the children are mere mortals, freshly initiated into the realm of qi. Being individuals who have established families, the dwelling is not as cold and unyielding as Wang Anqi's, for it boasts a few wooden furnishings amidst the stone and jade. Feng Shui allows Yun Susu to sit upon a wooden chair adorned with a coarse cotton cushion. Personally measuring her spiritual root value, the results reveal wood 99, fire 99, earth 99, metal 98.8, water 98.9. Yun Susu exhales quietly, relieved by such favorable outcomes. The slight discrepancies of 0.1 and 0.2 bear little impact on her. As long as she exercises a modicum of caution during her cultivation, it should not hinder her perfect foundation. It seems that her innate talent still qualifies her as a prodigy. Moreover, she still possesses divine essence within her body. And her spatial storage contains an abundance of primal spirit herbs. Achieving a harmonious balance among the 5 elements is merely a matter of time. During your recent seclusion, did you consume any spiritual elixirs? Feng Shui inquires after a moment of contemplation. I took several hundred spirit pills. In the past, I learned alchemy from Staobai and used primal spirit herbs to concoct various spiritual liquids, all of which I consumed this time as well. What led you to the decision to ingest 100 spirit pills and primal spirit herbal liquids? Feng Shui gazes at her intently. Well, I learned alchemy from Staobai, who shared with me a wealth of knowledge regarding elixirs. I also, collected a few books from the mountains back home, including one titled Compendium of All Woods, which detailed the uses of primal spirit herbs, stating they could awaken the primal spirit within the body. If one's mindset and experiences are sufficient, they can enhance the body and elevate the spiritual root. Yun Susu stammers, betraying her inner anxiety, uncertain if her words will earn Feng Shui's trust. Do not be nervous. Speak freely. If there are matters you find inconvenient to disclose, you need not share them. Feng Shui reassures her. Good child, in our realm of cultivation, the purpose of a practitioner's endeavors extends beyond merely attaining a perfect body or immense power. The ultimate aim is to possess a transparent, pure, and liberated primal spirit. Though the path of the Tao converges in myriad ways, each individual's journey is unique, shaped by their own opportunities and fortunes. With personal secrets and privacy, these are individual resources that, barring malevolent forces, will not be usurped by others, nor will the sect impose undue interference. The Grandmaster is merely curious and seeks to understand the reasons behind your spiritual root's transformation. I harbor a hypothesis. The spiritual root is the foundation of our cultivation and should be significantly related to the primal spirit. I aspire to comprehend the relationship between the primal spirit and the spiritual root, as it may hold profound importance for me, for our sect, and indeed for all practitioners within the entire cultivation realm. Feng Shui, having entered the harmonization stage for a millennium, finds nothing beyond comprehension. Aware that this young girl harbors secrets she is reluctant to share, he initially refrains from probing further. Yet, driven by his own arduous cultivation journey, which has stagnated for millennia since reaching the harmonization stage, he cannot suppress his yearning and earnestly explains several times. Yun Susu pondered for a moment. The secret she harbored, apart from her reincarnation and the kingly Anzi, could remain unspoken. She then said, Grandmaster, my parents told me that I was born with immense strength, able to lift heavy objects weighing dozens of pounds by the age of a few months, and I have saved many children in the village. My luck is particularly extraordinary. while other children could only forage for wild vegetables and mushrooms in the mountains. I was fortunate enough to find books on cultivation. Could my changing spiritual roots be related to these factors? Feng Shui mused. There is indeed a strong possibility of a connection. Your exceptional strength indicates a rich supply of celestial essence. Good fortune signifies that you are favored by the heavens. May I take a look at your Dantian, heart palace, and sea of consciousness? Yin Susu felt a twinge of nervousness and glanced at Xiaobai, who gave a barely noticeable nod. Encouraged, she also nodded in return, releasing the restrictions on the 3 critical points of her body. A gentle, yet surging stream of spiritual energy began to flow through her, moving towards her heart palace and purple palace, lingering there for quite some time. Having just embarked on her path, Yin Susu's Dantian housed her life essence, as she had yet to reach the stage of a nascent soul. And her heart palace remained unoccupied. Her Qi Sea had not yet been opened, and her divine consciousness had yet to coalesce. The sea of consciousness was still shrouded in ignorance, and she was uncertain of what Feng Shui could perceive or how much he could see. The ninefold space relied on a single King Lianzi for its existence, requiring her primordial spirit's information to unlock it. She surmised that he, like her past life Esgu Yuan, could see nothing beyond that single lotus seed. Thus, as long as the King Lianzi was unharmed, what reason did Yin Susu have to worry? Moreover, she had not sensed any malice from Feng Shui, so she chose to relax her mind and allow him to observe. Privacy and freedom. How much can disciples truly retain in front of their mentors, especially before a high-level cultivator like Feng Shui? Yin Susu felt as though every inch of her skin and every strand of her being was laid bare to scrutiny. Fortunately, her current body was only 7 years old, though she felt a hint of embarrassment. Overcoming her thick-skinned nature was not too arduous. Xiaobai, have you noticed? This child has meridians and acupoints, including her skin, bones, and flesh, subtly harbor a trace of purple essence, exuding an indescribable aura akin to the ethereal and profound. Chapter 47. The Elder Council. Xiaobai, have you noticed? This child's meridians and acupoints, including her skin, bones, and flesh, subtly contain a trace of purple essence, emanating an ineffable, transcendent aura. Feng Shui could hardly believe what his spiritual sense had uncovered. Could it be the divine breath? Isn't my sister Su impressive? Xiaobai proudly shook his pristine head. I've long recognized that Sister Su is extraordinary, which is why I hastened to form an equal friendship with her. Wang Anqi and Feng Shui ceased their examination of Yin Susu's body, turning their attention to Xiaobai. Yet Xiaobai recalled something. Wait a moment. Feng, you recognize divine breath. You're not foolish at all. You clever rascal. You deceived my elder brother Tsungyun into worrying before his ascension that you were too simple-minded and that I should keep a close watch over you. Consequently, for the past 20,000 years, I've toiled as if I were a laborer, assisting you in planting spiritual herbs and concocting elixirs year after year. 20,000 years. Little did I know you were a master trickster. Cooking dumplings in a teapot, well aware of everything. How could I be a trickster, as Uncle Lu claims? There is no one more honest than I. Behold, after undergoing the transformation into divinity, I heeded my master's counsel and served as the sect leader for 5 millennia, which has regrettably hindered my cultivation progress. My master, fearing that this unworthy disciple of his would exhaust his lifespan and fail to advance in his cultivation, thus faced the demise of both body and spirit, sought your assistance. Were it not for your esteemed guidance, I would not only be unable to attain harmony but would also find it impossible to even enter the realm of emptiness. Is being a sect leader for 5,000 years truly remarkable? Are you not a disciple of Tsungyun? Your disciples and descendants, including your bloodline and progeny, are all under the auspices of Tsungyun's sect, reaping its blessings. This position of sect leader is not for the sake of my elder brother Tsungyun. It is for your own benefit. So what grievances do you have? Henceforth, cease your attempts to ingratiate yourself with me. As the wind faded and the waters fell silent, I could only delve once more into the murky sea of consciousness of Yin Susu, disregarding the aimless and whimsical ramblings of Xiaobai. Upon closer inspection, I was even more astonished. Heavens! Anqi, do tread carefully. Take a look at this child. Her entire purple mansion is shrouded in a brilliant purple haze, so much so that my consciousness cannot penetrate it. Wang Anqi leaned closer, cautiously extending his consciousness into the center of Yin Susu's brow. Behind her Niwen palace, Wang Anqi could neither see the purple mansion nor the sea of consciousness within. He only beheld a dazzling mass of bright purple light coiling there. Master, I am even less capable. My consciousness merely perceives a swirl of purple light, unable to touch the membrane of the purple mansion. I did manage to reach the membrane, yet it is shielded by purple light. rendering my consciousness incapable of accessing the sea of consciousness. Truly extraordinary. This purple light can only signify divine essence. It cannot be celestial energy, for celestial energy is white and lacks such intensity. Enchi. It is highly likely that this child's ancestors were extraordinary beings who recognized her exceptional root and wrapped her purple mansion in a layer of divine essence to protect the energy of her primordial spirit within the sea of consciousness from being diminished. Thus, her primordial cultivation will not regress due to injury, death, or reincarnation, that do you believe it. This child may very well possess a manual of cultivation techniques from the transformation into divinity period, or even from the celestial stage within her sea of consciousness. Even if it is forbidden to be passed on, once she advances to the transformation into divinity, we can verify our techniques through the spiritual energy she emits. However, let us not only entertain favorable notions. It is also possible that she accumulated great merits in her past life and caught the eye of a celestial being overseeing the realms, who bestowed upon her this thread of divine essence at the moment of her reincarnation. Ensuring the stability of her soul and the sharpness of her spiritual roots. As Feng Shishui examined, he mumbled his analysis. Wang Anchi, too engrossed to respond, felt that strand of divine essence warm and inviting. Akin to a spirit fish swimming in the sea of wisdom, that blazing purple light was the essence of spiritual wisdom, captivating him. Much like a moth drawn to a flame, he had to exert considerable effort to resist the alluring pull of that purple light on his very soul. Xiaobai, with rapt attention, observed the two. Xiaobai had not dared to probe into the sea of consciousness of Yunsusu, first out of respect and second, because the sea of consciousness is a forbidden zone that should not be touched by others. Although Feng Shishui and Wang Anchi had no issues, Xiaobai still felt a tinge of anxiety. Anchi, for the time being, let this child stay with me. Your place is too desolate, unsuitable for a child's living and cultivation. Moreover, given her condition, we must proceed with utmost caution. Her spiritual root is sufficient as it stands. There is no need to further enhance it with elixirs. As cultivators, we embrace the natural order, cherishing what is imperfect and incomplete, without the incessant pursuit of perfection. Moreover, extremes inevitably revert. When the moon is full, it wanes. Is it truly necessary to artificially elevate her to a primordial Tao-level spiritual root? If such elevation were indeed essential, her ancestors would surely have made provisions for her. The consciousness of Feng Shishui withdrew from Yunsusu's forehead. As for this child's cultivation, the sect must devise a thoughtful plan. Such a promising talent must not be squandered. Xiaobai. That is to say, Master Lu, the changes in this child's spiritual root may very well aid the comprehension and cultivation of the Tao for cultivators in the harmonization stage. It seems the old-timers, have made no progress in our cultivation for several millennia, correct? What do you think about this? Let us gather for a few more years, guiding this child in her cultivation while observing the evolution of her spiritual root and her progress. Using this as a reference to validate our Taoist practices, perhaps we might find inspiration and insight through this endeavor, upon hearing that a group of harmonization stage masters would guide Yunsusu in her cultivation. With the only cost being their observation, Xiaobai could not help but smile broadly, eagerly agreeing and playfully shaking Yunsusu's hand while exchanging several knowing glances. Yunsusu discreetly rolled her eyes. It was evident that she had no agency in this matter, as her discussions were exclusively with Xiaobai. Agency, she would one day claim it for herself. Thus, Yunsusu relocated from Wang Anchi's secluded mountain to the heart of Zhuowang Peak, where the assembly of the elders resided. Zhuowang Peak, though named for its summit, is actually a vast range of mountains. The peaks are characterized by steep cliffs and majestic ridges, adorned with exquisite rocks, serene valleys, and clear streams, accompanied by auspicious birds and beasts, lush forests, fields of herbs, ethereal clouds, and refreshing breezes. Everywhere is a picturesque scene. The Sangyan sect has carved out over 100 jade halls on the peaks and constructed several clusters of meditation halls within the valleys, serving as venues for the elders to gather, socialize, study, and engage in quiet contemplation. The mountain range of Zhuowang Peak is the very center of the Sangyan sect, cradled to the south by the principal peak. While within 100 miles to the south lies the operational hub of the sect, comprised of the 5 palaces of Sangyan, with the central one being the sect affairs hall, for cultivators. 1,000 miles is but a neighborly distance, while 100 miles feels akin to family. Originally, Xiaobai resided alongside her brother, Sangyan, while Feng Shishui, as the foremost disciple of Sangyan, naturally resided with his master. Thus, Xiaobai's cave abode was a mere 10 miles from Feng Shishui's, leading to Feng Shishui becoming a frequent guest in Xiaobai's home. Subsequently, under Feng Shishui's influence, The other four esteemed elders also became regular visitors at Xiaobai's residence. Consequently, Yin Susu found herself under the watchful eyes of the esteemed elders, transitioning from being the sister of the Songyan sect's foremost figure, Lu Xiaobai, to a quivering little white mouse beneath the bright, scrutinizing gazes of the elder council, who shone even brighter than incandescent lights in her past life, and also becoming the sole honored attendant responsible for serving tea and water, while her cultivation soared rapidly. Her demeanor toward the elders transformed from one of utmost respect to that of a spirited, outspoken disciple, and finally, out of sheer necessity, she morphed into a sycophantic darling of the group. The journey was fraught with challenges. Yet the conclusion was somewhat satisfactory. Chapter 48, The Lu Family Caravan. 3 years later, Yin Susu achieved flawless foundational cultivation, her spiritual root restored to equilibrium. With all root values at 99. Another decade passed, and she successfully entered the Dan stage, her spiritual root remaining unchanged. The esteemed elders, whether they experienced gains or not, ceased to squander their time within the confines of the Xiaobai household. Each departed, leaving behind communication stones and jade for recording images. Some retreated into seclusion, while others embarked on journeys, bidding farewell in a flurry. As for Yin Susu, the favored disciple of the Grand Elder, blessed with exceptional roots and a keen understanding, her rapid advancement in cultivation had already earned her a place among the elite disciples of the sect. According to sect regulations, when she ventured into the world for experience, the sect would dispatch elders or mentors to accompany and protect her, while others had a single elder or mentor for support. Yin Susu boasted an entire team dedicated to her, with a formation that was both enchanting and unique. Xiaobai naturally accompanied Yin Susu. Mo Chi Shan, concerned about Xiaobai's childlike disposition, could not leave her side and thus sent the sect's foremost disciple, Dong Yong, in his stead. Dong Yong, having already reached the stage of infant formation and qualified to accept disciples, had taken on a young apprentice, Qinmai, just 4 or 5 years of age. The previous year, he had recently refined the boy's physical constitution and was now at a critical juncture in his qi refinement. Fearing a lack of guidance for the child, he brought him along. Qi Hai remarked that Dong Yong, being a man, would certainly not be adept at caregiving amidst the intricate and mundane affairs of the mortal world. So he sent his only female disciple, Zhang Xiuxian, to assist. Wu Lingyun found the situation amusing and, after reporting to her master, volunteered to serve as the appointed mentor for the expedition. Thus, when Yin Susu took her leave from her mentors and family and stepped beyond the gates of Songyan sect, Feng Shishui pondered the years of trials that awaited her. The journey of a mortal typically spanned 3 to 4 decades. Overcome with a profound sense of reluctance, he allowed his heart to guide him. Accompanied by his 2 great-grandsons, Feng Qi and Feng Che, as they followed suit into the world. Through Yin Susu's ancestral home in the capital city of the Chasing Cloud Kingdom, they entered the commercial registry of the kingdom. With Yin Susu's insistence, they registered a business under the name Qinin Pavilion and commenced their ventures as merchants. They now masqueraded as a large family, all adopting the surname Lu, following Sibai, aside from Yin Susu, who dared not reveal her previous life as a mother, and Feng Shishui, who had once established a family and raised children. The rest were utterly ignorant of household matters. Thus, Feng Shishui took charge, hiring 4 matrons to manage food and clothing, 6 warriors for security, and 17 or 18 assistants to handle transport and unloading. Together, they all engaged in labor, convincingly beginning their operations. The grand caravan traversed the dust-laden official road, drawing considerable attention. 2 warriors rode ahead to clear the path, followed sequentially by the head of the household and his wife with their young son in a large cart, the elderly patriarch and matriarch in their chest cart, the 2 young ladies in their fragrant carriage for maidservants in an old cart, a miscellaneous cart laden with clothing, bedding, pots, and utensils, and 15 cargo carts, with another 4 warriors guarding the flanks of the procession. As they journeyed northward, the population thinned, rivers became scarce, and the windswept sands intensified. While other concerns paled in comparison, the quest for water emerged as their foremost priority. As dusk fell, the nearest town lay over 30 miles away, and realizing they would not reach it before nightfall, they sought refuge on a relatively sheltered low hill, halting their caravan at the base of the southern slope. The head of the household, Dong Yong, now named Lu Yong, along with the second and third masters, Feng Qi and Feng Che, now named Lu Qi and Lu Che, along with half of the men, dispersed to search for water. The mere act of cooking and fetching water does not necessitate the presence of so many individuals. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the young lady, Wu Lingyun, cannot endure the situation any longer and is demanding a bath. She kicks at the door of the carriage belonging to Xiaobai and Feng Shishui, leaning her head inside to softly threaten Feng Shishui. Grandfather, you must devise a way for me to bathe, or I shall unleash my spiritual powers and employ a cleaning spell. Alternatively, I shall fly off to seek out the great river. There is no room for negotiation. Lingyun, Suyin, it seems we won't make it to the inn tonight. We shall have to sleep in the carriage. Please tidy up the carriage and come over with the blankets. Zhang Xiuxian, accompanied by Qin Mai, diligently gathers blankets from the cluttered cart to the large carriage while calling out to her two daughters. Understood, mother. Lingyun responds with a smile, nudging Yun Susu. Did you hear that? Why aren't you off to fetch the blankets? Yun Susu, resigned to her fate, follows Zhang Xiuxian, first selecting the softest and cleanest bedding for Wu Lingyun before grabbing her own. Qin Mai, with a disdainful expression, looks down upon the capricious and lazy Wu Lingyun, who rolls her eyes at him, but he gallantly runs over to assist Yun Susu in retrieving pillows and clothes, even pulling snacks from his pockets to offer her. Xiaobai saunters over, tugging at Wu Lingyun's ear while chastising her. You troublesome child. 2 days without a spanking, and you become insufferable. Have you lost your hands or your feet? All you do is boss your sister around. Quite right. Feng Shishui concurs. The theatrical Wu Lingyun gazes longingly at Yun Susu. I was the first little darling of our family. Little Mai is the youngest. The apple of our parents' eyes. Shouldn't it be my turn next? Why must you vie for their affection? Chapter 49. The blossoming peach blossoms at the foot of the hill, sheltered from the wind. Mules and large carts form a semicircle. In the center, a patch of sandy ground is covered with a grass mat, upon which a low table is set. Zhang Xiuxian leads 2 ants as they serve the dishes onto the table, arranging for Elder Lu and Master Lu to dine, and then attends to Dong Yang's washing up, ensuring he sits beside the 2 elderly gentlemen before escorting her youngest son, Qin Mai, to the carriage to dine with the daughters. Feng Qi and Feng Che, disliking constraints, take their bowls and join the guards by the fire. The head of the guards, Zhang Zixiang, a man of around 40, appears rugged yet possesses a shrewd and calculating mind. He plops down at one corner of the grass mat, facing Xiaobai, and, with food crumbs flying, expounds loudly. Zhang Zixiang is one of the 8 disciples of Yi Hai, the master of the He family's martial arts school in the capital of the Chasing Clouds Kingdom. The He family martial arts school is the largest and most powerful in the kingdom, with branches in every major prefecture, and all its martial artists are renowned for their bravery. The primary functions of the He family martial arts school are to teach and to provide bodyguards for officials and large merchant caravans. Families like the Lus, which run small-scale, family-oriented businesses, typically cannot afford the services of the martial artists from the He family. However, Zhang Zixiang's presence as their protector this time is due to the personal relationship between the schoolmaster Yi Hai and the head of the Yun family, who made a request for assistance, thus yielding this arrangement as a mere courtesy. Upon hearing Zhang Zixiang's lofty discourse, Xiaobai chuckles. They lack the capability for such things. Don't go dismantling the very foundation of wealthy families or noble clans. They wouldn't even qualify to be concubines, let alone ancestors. The words are not articulated in such a manner. How could it possibly be deemed unworthy? Although your family's lineage may be somewhat lacking, and the young lady has been raised with a certain delicacy, it cannot be denied that she possesses remarkable beauty. Considering my age, I am indeed an elder, and such matters may not typically concern me. However, having lived for over 40 years, I have encountered many a sight and have yet to witness a lady as exquisite as your daughter, in this vast capital of ours, with over 100,000 souls. Her beauty undoubtedly ranks among the finest, potentially within the top 10. The scions of noble families not seek out delicate wives and beautiful concubines. If you were to express your approval, I would run myself rag to ensure she is matched with a suitable family. But let me clarify, I do not mean to suggest that she is unworthy of others. Rather, it is others who are unworthy of her. Old Zhang, you need not trouble yourself over this matter. Our little Lingyun and Shusu are not mere young ladies. They are cherished treasures. How could they ever be expected to serve as delicate wives or concubines? Even if someone were to invite them to be revered ancestors, it would depend on the individual, and if they are not to their liking, they would hardly consider it a privilege. You may carry on with your duties as a guardian, while they remain content as lifelong maidens. Zhang Zixiang blinked, finally realizing that this elderly gentleman was rather unreliable, and promptly chose to ignore him. He turned to Feng Shishui and said, Lord Lu, to be candid, I am acquainted with a few officials and wealthy patrons. If you trust me, I shall take full responsibility for the marriage of the eldest and second daughters. Feng Shishui smiled enigmatically, remaining inscrutable. Lord Lu, what do you say? Matters of marriage are traditionally governed by the wishes of the parents and the intermediaries' council. Today, I have spoken out of turn. I shall await your word. Zhang Zixiang then shifted his attention to Dong Yang. Ah, in our household, these two children are still quite young, and they have been somewhat spoiled. Dong Yang glanced up at the elegant carriages of the two esteemed ladies and, with difficulty, uttered, noble families, such as yours. We are not worthy to associate with, and furthermore, we have ancestral edicts prohibiting the daughters of the Liu family from becoming concubines. Well then, Captain Zhang, thank you for your concern. But we shall not trouble you with their matrimonial affairs. What ancestral edicts? Rules are rigid, but people are alive. Is that not so? Our ancestors surely desire their descendants to live well. If the second daughter were to become the honorable wife of Gu Tianhua, it would be a match of literary excellence. The children born of such a union would undoubtedly be distinguished individuals. If she flourishes, would you not share in her fortune? Even if your family cannot ascend to the status of minor nobility, you would still be closely related to those of noble birth, would you not? At the very least, it would pave the way for your young master's future. What a tremendous benefit that would be. Only a fool would push such an opportunity away. Clap, clap, clap. A series of crisp applause rang out as the intricately carved door of the carriage opened. Wu Lingyun elegantly extended her lovely head, arching her graceful brows, and smiled at Zhang Zixiang while applauding. Captain Zhang, this is indeed a splendid match. I appreciate your consideration for my sister. I shall take charge of our family's affairs, and we shall accept this proposal. However, I have one condition. I wish to accompany my sister when she marries. I have heard that the couple, Gu Tianhua and his wife, are a perfect pair, with Gu Tianhua being as virtuous as jade, and the princess of Qifeng County being of noble character. The only flaw is their lack of children, as the concubines have unfortunately passed away. I, too, admire their refined relationship and wish to accompany my sister, both for inspiration and companionship. Zhang Zixiang was momentarily taken aback and advised, My dear young lady, are you implying that both you and your sister are to be wed? However, the Gu family is only inclined to hire one concubine. If both of you were to marry, I wonder whether the Gu family would agree. Furthermore, with your remarkable talents and beauty, it would be a pity for you to serve as a concubine. You ought to be married into a wealthy and prestigious household as the primary wife, overseeing their affairs and establishing their legacy. From the exquisitely carved carriage door, a lovely little head emerged. Beaming with a smile, Uncle Zhang, by what reasoning do you conclude that my sister is destined to be the primary wife while I am relegated to being a concubine? You may not be aware, but I am far more audacious than my sister. Indeed, she is quite the little trickster, the best at pretending to be something she is not. Otherwise, I would marry Gu Tianhua and let this pair of celestial lovers find their way to a wealthy household. Well, the Gu family seeks a concubine with a pleasant temperament, robust health, and the ability to bear children. You are certainly beautiful, but, regarding your temperament, might it not be a tad lacking? Zhang Zixiang stammered, genuinely unable to comprehend how the eldest daughter of this family could be so bold and direct, brazenly attempting to usurp her younger sister's potential match. It was already unfortunate that the younger daughter was accustomed to being bossed around by her elder sister, but to remain silent at such a critical juncture, watching her sister seize her own prospects, was most disheartening. With such a delicate and sweet-natured young lady, it truly seemed a waste. Yet, what could he do? Gu Dainei had encountered these sisters once at the Yun family and had her heart set on the younger daughter. Rubbing his chin, adorned with stubbly whiskers, Zhang Zixiang's eyes darted about, and an idea struck him. My dear young lady, I happen to possess a rather advantageous match, contingent upon your courage and capability to accept it. Not interested, Wu Lingyun retorted. How about you at least allow me to share my proposal? He continued. You see, we are currently in the territory of Suzhou in the northern province, right? The largest and most affluent merchant alliance in Suzhou has established the Huansha fortress. Have you heard of it? The fortress master, Qi Wenzhong, is my master's uncle, a leading figure in the martial world of the northern province, adept in both the underworld and legitimate affairs, with connections in military, political, and commercial circles. He commands 100 or so valiant men and several horse teams, with shops extending to 4 or 5 small nations beyond the northern province, paving countless lucrative trade routes. The wealth he accumulates is mountainous. His greatest affection lies with his fifth-born son. Zhang Zixiang was momentarily rendered speechless, and after a moment, he resumed eating his now-cool bowl of rice, noticing a thin layer of dust settling over the vegetables. Unperturbed, he continued to savor the enhanced cold rice while casting sidelong glances at the ornate carriage, feeling a mix of discomfort and vexation at being stifled by Miss Liu, which made the act of eating a tad unpleasant. The men of the Liu family had finished their meal, But out of consideration for Zhang Zishang's presence, they hesitated to clear away the low tables and grass mats. They had to leave Dong Yong to keep him company until he finished his meal before tidying up. Chapter 50. The mischievous child. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Zishang finally finished his meal, tossed aside his bowl, and rose to depart. That a matron came over to collect the bowl, and only then did Dong Yong begin to roll up the grass mat. Enduring the dust that had settled upon him from Zhang Zishang's departure, Zhang Xiuxian has already begun organizing everyone to set up camp, carefully extracting the tents from the large cart, laying down the straw mats that were resting atop the freight vehicle, and spreading out the bedding upon the mats. The host family is all sleeping in the horse-drawn carriage. Prior to their departure, Yun Susu had requested from the captain, Wu Lingyun, a specially designed carriage. Expressing her aversion to sleeping in a tent due to her fear of insects and snakes, she insisted on residing within the carriage instead. But Wu Lingyun, equally reluctant to share space with such creatures, instructed Yun Susu to devise a carriage that could serve as an alternative to a tent. Thus, the carriage used by the Liu family took on this unique design, two-wheeled and elongated, with a pull-out footboard that could be secured to the seats with wooden screws, transforming into a bed. Square stools could be extracted from beneath the seats, propped up against the front and rear yokes to stabilize the carriage. To guard against fierce winds in the wild, holes were drilled in both the stools and the carriage, with wooden screws securing them in place, while an additional hole was made in the stool's frame to accommodate a stake, allowing it to be firmly anchored into the sandy soil during blustery weather, thus ensuring the carriage remained steadfast even amidst howling winds and swirling sands. Why not design a four-wheeled carriage? Firstly, their caravan traverses rugged wilderness and expansive deserts, making two-wheeled vehicles more suitable for such terrains. Second, local carriages are traditionally constructed with wooden wheels, which require considerable technical skill to produce. Third, their carriage not only transports people but also carries various daily necessities, akin to modern recreational vehicles. A four-wheeled carriage would be heavy, making it impossible for a single horse to pull, and two horses would be overly cumbersome. Therefore, their carriage was fashioned in this manner, though peculiar in appearance. It excels in functionality. Yun Susu felt a twinge of worry about how Dong Yong and Zhang Xiuxian would manage to sleep in the front carriage, despite her reincarnation and celestial cultivation. She is merely 20 in this life, yet at heart, she remains the gossipy woman from her previous existence. She mused about the width of the front carriage's cabin, which she knew to be merely 1 meter and 45 centimeters. The awkwardness of two solitary individuals, regardless of the presence of Qinmai between them, was palpable. However, both individuals are extraordinary prodigies of the cultivation realm, the finest disciples of Tsangyun's sect, accustomed to a life of grace and tranquility, perhaps capable of remaining unfazed in any circumstance. In any case, the lead carriage maintained a serene atmosphere. Yun Susu soon discovered that when Wu Lingyun was fast asleep, she bore little resemblance to a celestial fairy floating in the clouds. Rather, she resembled a troublesome child, causing no end of headaches. In her dreams, she frequently engaged in disputes and lamentations, occasionally tossing herself onto Yun Susu, striking her, or rudely kicking her awake. At times, startled by her own nightmares, she would tumble out of the carriage, shrieking in terror to rouse herself. No one could fathom the nature of her slumber. The content of her cries and quarrels remained indistinct to Yun Susu. Despite being deeply asleep and burdened by her own sorrows, it seemed she always retained a flicker of awareness deep within. However, every individual harbors their secrets, and Yun Susu chose not to pry. When awake, her restlessness persisted. This evening was no exception. She first instructed Yun Susu to prepare their bedding, then impatiently pulled at the carriage door, commanding Feng Qi and Feng Che to erect a small tent beside the carriage for her. She had two elder women fetch and boil water, while Yun Susu stood guard. Meanwhile, she leisurely selected her attire, requested Yun Susu's cleansing soap, and gracefully stepped into the small tent to bathe. The sound of splashing water echoed within the tent. It was only when the moon had reached its zenith, and the water had cooled, that she emerged from the tent, her hair damp. Why this time? The fierce winds had subsided, leaving only a gentle breeze that caressed the sandy ground and yellowing grass beneath the moonlight. The others, exhausted from the day's toil, lay down to rest, enveloped in tranquility. With her delicate, pale feet exposed, revealing slender, smooth ankles, she perched on the yoke of the carriage, enjoying the breeze while instructing Yun Susu, "Go, wash your hair with my leftover water, lest it become dirty, sharing a carriage with me." The small tent, pitched outside their carriage and at the center of the campsite, though shielded by canvas, allowed even the sound of water splashing to reach all ears. having lived over 30 years in Huaxia. Yin Susu was accustomed to the strictures of gender propriety. Although unbothered by cold water, she was unwilling to bathe in front of a group of men, fearing the sounds of her washing would be overheard. Thus, she merely smiled. Remaining still, Wu Lingyun glared at her, but despite her efforts to nudge her, she could not stir her. Reluctantly, she ordered the two elder women to dispose of the water and called for Feng Qi and Feng Che to dismantle the tent. Having labored throughout the day, Feng Qi and Feng Che hesitated, stifling their displeasure upon hearing her command, as within the sect, they were under Wu Lingyun's oversight despite living alongside the elders. Wu Lingyun, as the head of the law transmission hall, held authority over their conduct, evaluating their character and cultivation, ultimately deciding their fates. Thus, they dared not voice their anger or lodge complaints. For serving their superiors was an obligation of the disciples. As the two elder women entered the tent to pour out the water, they noticed that both bathing tubs still contained clear water, and one bucket was full, untouched. They lamented the waste, musing, what a pity to pour it out. Why not take the leftover water for ourselves? Wu Lingyun, possessing keen senses, felt a twitch in her brow. Were her bathing tubs and water available for anyone's use? Setting aside her sense of superiority as a cultivator and her slight obsession with cleanliness, she was acutely aware that the invisible, densely packed microspiritual energy clusters she had discreetly infused into the bathing water, intended as a playful trick against her junior sister, could spell disaster for the two ordinary women. They too were left with their grievances unspoken. Wu Lingyun remained oblivious to the distress she had inadvertently caused Zhang Zixiang, who was nearly at his wit's end. Throughout the journey, she continued to display her petulance, dutifully embodying the role of a pampered young lady from a modest household. While conversing with Yun Susu, she lamented her own struggles, declaring that if it were not for the trials faced by her junior sister, she would not be compelled to act so willfully. Yun Susu, however, chuckled and remarked, "You are merely playing to your true character, are you not?" Inside the carriage, a lively scuffle ensued. As they passed by Huansha Fortress, Zhang Zixiang enthusiastically invited everyone to take a break within the fortress, asserting that only by doing so could he take the opportunity to visit his master uncle, after a month of arduous travel, during which their party had grown weary and their mules exhausted. Feng Zhishui, having received a rather unreliable message from the captain of their expedition team, Wu Lingyun, finally acquiesced to Zhang Zixiang's suggestion, agreeing to rest at Huansha Fortress for 2 days. Observing this, Zhang Zixiang shook his head in dismay, recognizing that the lack of maturity exhibited by the daughter of the Lu family was undoubtedly the result of her family's indulgence. The fortress lord, Qi Wenzhong in his 60s, was informed in advance by the guards Zhang Zixiang had dispatched. Early that day, he led his 3 sons Qi Dalong, Qi Erlang, and Qi Wulong, along with a dozen or so disciples and apprentices to welcome Zhang Zixiang 5 li away from the fortress gate. Zhang Zixiang galloped forth to meet Qi Wenzhong, leaping from his horse and kneeling in the sand to pay his respects. After being jovially assisted to his feet by Qi Wenzhong, he hurriedly introduced him to Feng Zhishui and Dong Yong, who had disembarked from the carriage. As Qi Wenzhong engaged in warm pleasantries with Feng Zhishui and Dong Yong, Zhang Zixiang affectionately turned to a refined and handsome youth, Qi Wulong, who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Playfully patting him on the shoulder several times, ruffling his hair, and then engaging in jovial camaraderie with his slightly older brothers, Qi Dalong and Qi Erlang. Their boisterous laughter embodied the carefree spirit of the martial world. Yun Susu, lifting the carriage curtain, watched this scene unfold with great interest. In her previous life, consumed by family and children in her 20s and 30s, she had never found the time to delve into the realm of time traveling and cultivation novels. However, in her teenage years, she had indeed completed reading all 14 volumes of Jin Yang's works. She had once harbored dreams of a chivalrous world, and witnessing it in person today allowed her to validate her imaginings. Not only did she develop a fondness for Qi Wenzhong and his sons, but her perception of Zhang Zixiang also shifted positively. After exchanging pleasantries with the Lu family, Qi Wenzhong took Zhang Zixiang's hand and gestured toward Qi Wulong, proclaiming, "My dear nephew, look at our little Wu. Such talent and appearance, and his martial prowess. He placed in the top 3 of the youth category at the Northern Martial Arts Conference last spring and successfully achieved the title of scholar last autumn. Haha, he is truly accomplished in both martial and literary arts. Does he not deserve a beautiful young lady from the capital? Last year, when I visited the capital, I had already spoken with your master and his wife about arranging a marriage for our little Wu, so that he may have a companion in the capital. As his senior brother, you ought to take a more active role in this matter." His voice boomed, resonating loudly, causing Qi Wulong, who walked alongside him, To cough in embarrassment, nearly choking on his own saliva, observing her antics, Yinsusu quickly distanced herself, silently indicating, I do not know her. You, an ancient cultivator of the late stage, perhaps several hundred years old. An old rogue with nothing better to do than count your fingers and toes. If you find such trivial pursuits lacking in amusement, why not take on a young disciple for some entertainment? What folly it is to tease children. Truly, such lowly amusements betray your agi in her former life. Yinsusu had a son who was already 11 or 12 years old, and in the eyes of the world, she would be considered a matron. What then of Wu Lingyun? Yet Chi Wu, still inexperienced and brimming with youthful vigor, is hardly able to withstand the antics of Wu Lingyun. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing her peals of laughter, he cast a glance over his father's shoulder and thought to himself, why is this girl so unruly? Even her younger siblings exhibit more composure. Such a pity to waste such beauty. If I were to venture into the capital, I must ensure that my father does not bind me to a girl like her as my bride. As a well-rounded young man of talent and grace, how could I hope to soar to great heights if wed to a madcap? On the other hand, her sister, while not as stunning, possesses lively features and undeniable intelligence. Her straight nose and rounded chin suggest a favorable fortune. Delicate and charming, yet with a serious demeanor, she is indeed intriguing. Observing her sister's embarrassment, she wisely keeps her distance, displaying discernment. This little girl is a gem waiting to be polished. Should I not speak to my father about securing her as my wife? It would be a boon for her, freeing her from the toils of her family's mercantile life. Alas, she is still a touch too young to marry immediately, and I, Chi Wu, am in dire need of a kind and steady companion to accompany me in the capital. What a shame! Little does Yinsusu know that both she and her senior sister have already been considered among the candidates for Chi Wu's future wife, only to be eliminated from the running. All the while fretting over him. Unbeknownst to Chi Wu, those two beautiful sisters are ethereal beings, drifting like mist and dancing on clouds, lamenting the fate of Yinsusu. The group exchanged polite greetings as they arrived at a guest house in Huansha Fortress, where they busily arranged bedding and prepared tea, finally settling down after a flurry of activity. The guest house was spacious, evidently accustomed to hosting visitors. The furnishings were neat and clean, and there were ample rooms. Even one for Chinmai. However, Wu Lingyun, expressing her fear of sleeping in an unfamiliar place, insisted on sharing a room with Yinsusu. What could Yinsusu do? She was her senior sister, and within their sect, she held no fear of anyone, be it her master, grandmaster, or great-grandmasters, all hailing from her homeland. Yet she dared not challenge her senior sister, and so, reluctantly, she became a humble handmaiden, dutifully carrying her sister's luggage, fetching water, and making the bed. The image of Miss Lu Er, whom he once fancied, had begun to blur, yet the figure of Miss Lu Lingyun remained vividly in his mind, with her lively eyes, graceful form, and light-footed steps, her sweet voice echoing like a delicate butterfly dancing around him, drawing nearer and circling, leaving him dizzy and weary even as he lay in bed. Tossing and turning, he found himself unable to sleep. Unable to endure any longer, he sprang from his bed, donned his robe, and stepped out into the courtyard he occupied alone. He told himself, I shall just take a glance, merely a glance. That girl was clearly interested in me during the day. Humph. How many young scholars like me, handsome and talented, exist in this world? And how many maidens have laid eyes upon me without losing their composure? I must go and see how she is faring. Should I find her there, sighing deeply and unable to find solace in sleep, it would be my responsibility to counsel her to release her burdens and embrace a pragmatic approach. Yet, what if she is truly ensnared by her emotions? Unable to extricate herself, alas, Qi Wu easily persuaded himself, his expression resolute, as he hurriedly made his way to the guest courtyard. The door to the courtyard was firmly shut, and outside, the cicadas chirped incessantly, while inside, not even a whisper of their song could be heard. It was eerily silent. Has everyone succumbed to slumber, or is it something else? Qi Wu leapt to a tree beside the courtyard gate, peering intently into the stillness beyond.